Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1, I will eventually die vigorously. Age of the Gods, Greece. In the Arcadian mountains, outside the cave of Mount Pelion. As nightfall approached, the goddess of night, Nyx, from ancient Greek mythology, drove her chariot from the underworld to the mortal realm, scattering the veil of night across the sky. Under the twilight glow before sunset, the centaur sage Chiron held a golden lyre, harp, playing its beautiful strings while slowly walking out of the cave to stand before two young boys. He lowered his head, looked at the two young children in front of him, smiled gently, and said softly, "Children, why have you come here?" The two boys glanced at each other, and then the boy with blonde hair and blue eyes took the lead to take a step forward, raising his head, mustering his courage, and loudly answered the towering centaur, "I am here in pursuit of justice." Hearing his words, Sage Chiron nodded gently without saying much. After all, he had long known this student, who was destined by fate to come here, and he had been waiting for the boy for a long time. His name was Theseus, the future king of Athens. At the same time, he is also a great hero who will be renowned throughout ancient Greece in the future. "What about you, kid?" Then, Chiron, with a gentle smile, turned his gaze to the other child. A child who, in the future, he had seen, did not appear or exist. The boy had a good-looking face, youthful and tender, with emerald eyes as beautiful as jewels. "I am here to become a hero." The young man looked up at the centaur sage and answered resolutely, "My greatest wish in this life is to die gloriously in the path of becoming a hero, or, in some grand endeavor, to be remembered and sung by people." That day, Chiron learned the boy's name. Promise. 3 years later, inside the cave of Mount Pelion. The morning sunlight was soft and warm, filling the room with a refreshing wooden fragrance. Promise, who had already woken up, was sitting by the window, wearing an ancient Greek scholar attire. This was made by the sage Chiron for his students. It was mainly white in color and engraved with the magic of the gods to protect those who had not yet grown up. His emerald green eyes stared at the rising sun, playing with an exquisite rank card in his hand, and murmured to himself, "Come to think of it, more than 3 years have passed." After saying that, he lowered his head and looked at the class card in his hand. A piece of information appeared in his eyes. Name, Promise Sage, 16 era, ancient Greek mythology. Identity, Transmigrator. Heroic spirit. Rank, unconfirmed. Heroic spirit. Quality, F, unknown. Heroic spirit. Legend, befriended the future king of Athens, Theseus, and together they studied under the centaur sage Chiron. He quietly observed the rank card information projection, visible only to him. Indeed, Promise was a transmigrator. He did not belong to this era or this world. However, he did not originally transmigrate to ancient mythical Greece from the very beginning. The time and place he actually transmigrated to was the Clock Tower, a modern magic, mages, association located on the outskirts of London, England. He was a student of the Clock Tower, and his teacher was an old acquaintance, Waver Velvet, who inherited the name of Elmeloi. But the Magus family that he transmigrated through was a declining one, with the previous generation's family head suddenly disappearing with the family's magic crest. The family struggled to maintain its operations and remained in search even until now, to no avail. Even though the new family had worked hard enough, nothing changed. Losing the magic crest meant the end of the family's Magus lineage, rendering their existence unnecessary, leading to their eventual expulsion from the Clock Tower. Yet, Promise was not particularly concerned about this. Because he had prepared himself mentally, knowing that even if he left the Clock Tower, at least in his lifetime, his family would not collapse immediately, allowing him to live comfortably under the protection of the big tree. But just as he had resigned himself to this fate and had even prepared his withdrawal paperwork, it was as if awakening from a dream. Promise woke up. In fact, his transmigration was not the type where he took over someone else's body. He was reborn, having forgotten everything until he woke up from the dream that night. In this way, he not only remembered his past life but also instantly understood what kind of dangerous world he had entered upon awakening as a transmigrator. At the same time, he also remembered the Holy Grail War, the foundation of Chaldea, and the burning of humanity. But fortunately, when he woke up and realized all this, he also naturally understood the real reason for his awakening. His transmigrator's golden finger had arrived. Yup, the cheat necessary to survive and flourish in the known and unknown world. That was the heroic spirit class card in his hand at this moment. At the same time, this was also the reason why he was currently in ancient Greece. Inside the wooden cabin of Mount Pelion, he played with the heroic spirit rank card in his hand. Its appearance was somewhat similar to the class cards in the parallel universe of the magical girl Ilia, but its essence was different. Because it wasn't about stealing the power of the heroic spirits from the throne of heroes for use but rather for shaping. So, to put it simply, this thing allows me to travel to various eras to leave behind legends, ultimately making my way to the throne of heroes. At the same time, the me currently in the Age of Gods in Greece is not my real body. My true body is still within the clock tower. This body here is merely a projection created by this rank card. Thinking of this, Promise glanced at the F rank, the quality of being unknown among heroic spirits. And as we all know, the so-called heroic spirits are the beings transformed into heroes whose great achievements have been left as legends after their death and have become objects of faith. The grander the legend left behind, the higher the quality of the heroic spirit. And the only event in front of me that is worthy of becoming a legend is undoubtedly becoming a disciple of the centaur sage Chiron. In layman's terms, the higher the quality of the heroic spirit, the more powerful the strength I acquire. With that, Promise put down a heroic spirit rank card in his hand, rested his chin on his hand, and muttered thoughtfully, although I have no interest in the Holy Grail War, the matter of Chaldea cannot be ignored. After all, in the scenario where the human foundation is completely incinerated, aside from those staying in Chaldea, it seemed everyone else was dead. Or was it frozen? And even though the world I am in does not have the burning of the human foundation, this world does have weird things like vampires, true ancestors, and dead apostles. So, no matter how you look at it, my purpose now is very simple and clear. That is to gain strength through this heroic spirit rank card, the strength that can allow him to deal with all sorts of unexpected situations calmly. Then he lightly tossed the rank card into the air, where it vanished but would reappear at his mere thought. It's worth mentioning that this heroic spirit rank card was not a one-time use. Once he completes a legend and makes his way to the throne of heroes, it will split into a corresponding rank card, leaving behind an empty original. So, as long as he wants to, he can carry out this process countless times. Therefore, I will become a hero, and... As he spoke, he raised the corners of his mouth slightly, turned around and walked towards the outside of the wooden house. Let the bard sing of my story, let the people remember my legend forever. In the end, to die a glorious death. Dying with a bang. Because stepping onto the throne of heroes has a prerequisite, one must be dead. However, for Promise, who has an infinite number of retries, this clearly poses no issue, allowing him to seek death without any psychological burden. So, Teacher Chiron. In the early morning, the black-haired, emerald-eyed young man came before the centaur sage Chiron, bursting with enthusiasm. I want to go down the mountain, I want to become a great hero. After hearing this, Chiron put down the golden harp he was playing, glanced at Promise, sighed softly, and then repeated the words he answered almost every morning. No. Chapter 2, Everyone is destined to die, sooner or later. Outside the wooden cabin of Mount Pelion, facing the morning breeze, Promise, dressed in his scholar's attire, lay on a branch of an ancient tree, playing the lyre in his hand with a sorrowful expression on his face. The beautiful melody attracted birds and a golden-haired, blue-eyed boy 2 years older than him. Hey, Promise, what are you doing? Hearing this, the boy glanced at him from under his brow, then continued to play the sad tune without caring, saying, Oh, it's Jason. You guy. Looking at your appearance, it seems Teacher Chiron didn't agree to let you leave the mountain today, huh? The latter didn't answer, but the tune he played became even more melancholic. You know, you might as well give up. Seeing this, Jason couldn't help but feel a little funny. How could I possibly give up? Hearing his words, Promise suddenly sat up, his emerald eyes angrily glaring at Jason as he said loudly, Do you know what you are talking about? You are preparing to kill a great hero who will be famous across the world in the future. I don't know if you can become a great hero, but I do know that if you keep acting like this, you definitely won't be able to leave the mountain. Jason couldn't help but say. Everyone else just talks, but you guy, really want to experience a glorious death and regard it as the greatest wish in your life. Teacher Chiron won't let you leave the mountain because he's worried as soon as you leave, you will just head straight into something beyond your capabilities and then die in vain, after all. At this point, Jason raised his head proudly and said mockingly to Promise, "Don't forget, Promise, you are the weakest among us." Hearing this, the latter looked at him irritably and retorted without any politeness, "Yes, yes, the second to last weakling, Mr. Jason. That's still better than being the last like you." Indeed, Promise was currently Chiron's weakest student, even weaker than Jason in front of him. This was because his body was a projection of his modern self. While the adaptation to the Age of Gods was solved by the rank card, it did not grant any other enhancements. And it's worth noting that not just anyone could become a student of Chiron. Though Chiron does not turn away those who come to him, the prerequisite is that you actually have to make it to his presence. If it weren't for clinging to Theseus, the future king of Athens, Promise would not have safely arrived before him. And Chiron's students are truly of demigod status, roaming about, and even true gods are among them. Among them, Dionysus, the god of wine, is particularly notable, not only as the son of Zeus but also because he will replace Hestia in the future to become one of the 12 main gods of Mount Olympus. As for the others, the might of heroes like Hercules, Odysseus, Achilles, etc. naturally goes without saying. Seeing that Promise no longer paid attention to him and continued to lie on the tree trunk playing his sad tune, Jason thought for a moment and then continued to ask, "Hey, you are not really planning to go seek death as soon as you leave the mountain, are you? It sounds like you think I am always thinking about committing suicide." Promise looked at the man with a face full of disbelief and said, "I do want to die, but it has to be a glorious death, one that everyone will remember and sing praises of my legend." "Then what if you encounter such an opportunity just after you come down from the mountain?" "Then there's nothing to hesitate about." Putting down his lyre, the latter answered excitedly, "Charge." Seeing Promise with a look that said he'd fight anyone who dared to stop him, Jason said, feeling quite speechless, "So in the end, don't you just want to commit suicide? You better just stay on the mountain honestly. How can this be called suicide? Anyway, everyone is destined to die someday, sooner or later, and besides, it's not like I will really die. Besides, Jason, why are you looking for me?" Promise looked at Jason, somewhat annoyed, and said, "It's so late already, shouldn't you be out studying? You know, I came to say goodbye to you." "Goodbye?" Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment. "Yes, that's right." The latter nodded, raising his head proudly and boasting, "Unlike you, the absolute last, Teacher Chiron has already said that I am now allowed to leave the mountain." Jason, one of the heroes from the mythological age of ancient Greece, whose most famous legendary tale was undoubtedly that of the Golden Fleece and the Argonauts. On their journey to Colchis, the homeland of Medea, almost all the renowned heroes of ancient Greece would board the Argo, built with the assistance of the goddess of wisdom, Athena, from wood that could never be submerged by seawater. Together, they sought to retrieve the rare treasure that was famous throughout ancient Greece, the Golden Fleece. At the same time, Jason was also one of the students of the centaur sage Chiron. And it was clear that his relationship with Promise was not bad. To be precise, Promise actually had a good relationship with every student of Chiron he had met in the cave of Mount Pelion. After all, in his eyes, every student of Chiron was a big moving experience package, the perfect stepping stone for him to ascend to the throne of heroes and improve his quality as a heroic spirit. But at the moment, if anyone had the best relationship with Promise, it was quite surprisingly Jason. After all, since his arrival, Jason had moved from being the weakest to the second last. Being second last was still better than being last, at least, that's what he thought. However, the main reason why he came to Promise now, besides saying goodbye to him, was primarily to ask him to paint a portrait for him. The reason Chiron was known as the most famous tutor in all of ancient Greece, attracting a large number of heroes to study under him, was not just because he treated everyone equally and shared all his knowledge but also because he had a bit of knowledge about everything. Beyond martial arts, whether it was the medical skills of Asclepius, the god of medicine, the winemaking of Dionysus, the god of wine, or music, chess, calligraphy, painting, horse riding, archery, and noble etiquette, he could teach it all. And he was also a typical bull, very good at discovering what his students were truly good at. Therefore, over these 3 years, although Promise hadn't made any particular breakthroughs in strength, he had achieved a lot in literature and arts. Even if he wasn't very dedicated to this aspect, art is an area where 1% talent is more important than 99% effort. So even if he only practiced occasionally on weekdays, in terms of painting, Promise had already reached, and even somewhat surpassed, the level of Chiron, the centaur sage. Thus, before going down the mountain, Jason thought of this and came to him, hoping to get a portrait from Promise, but soon after, outside the cave of Mount Pelion. Jason, Senior brother Jason, the great hero Jason. Stop, stop, stop. The latter, unable to help but shiver, looked at Promise, who had followed him all the way and was looking at him with a flattering face, speechlessly said, "Just spit it out, Promise, what do you want?" "Actually, it's not a big deal, it's just a small request." The smiling Promise hadn't finished yet. "No need to talk," Jason replied without hesitation. Then, under Promise's wide-eyed, gaze, he said, "You really think I don't know what you want to do? I don't want to get a spanking from Teacher Chiron. You want me to take you down the mountain secretly? Don't even think about it. Why is this like this? Jason, you're like a brother to me, a fellow disciple. I have heard this once." The latter looked at him angrily. "When Hercules, that big guy, left the mountain, you said the same thing. You actually managed to fool him then, and he was ready to really take you down the mountain. If it weren't for him going to ask Teacher Chiron for advice later." "Stop talking." Hearing this, thinking of the sad memory of when he was caught by Teacher Chiron at that time and could only watch Heracles leaving in pain, he couldn't help but say, "Obviously, at that time, I was going to succeed. You know." Jason looked at Promise with a speechless face. "If you really want to go down the mountain, why don't you just find an opportunity to sneak away?" "That won't work. Teacher Chiron will definitely catch me and bring me back. He's a responsible teacher, and besides." Speaking of this, the latter glanced at Jason again and did not continue talking. He was not stupid. These students of Chiron, which one is not a big mobile experience package? If only he could board the Argonauts and die on it or die in the 12 trials of Hercules. Those were shortcuts to ascending the throne of heroes. As for following them secretly, he had actually tried that before, but before Chiron could take action, they carried Promise back by the scruff of his neck. There was no way. Over these 3 years, everyone had came to understand that Promise wasn't joking. He was really looking for a glorious end to his life. Going down the mountain was really asking for death. "By the way, Jason, are you really not going to take me down the mountain?" "So?" Jason sighed. Although our Teacher Chiron usually has a gentle face as if he will never be angry, but this kind of person is the most terrifying when he is angry. "I don't want to get beaten." Hearing this, Promise rolled his eyes, then cleared his throat, and said to him, "Then what if I said, if you agree to take me down the mountain, I have a way to help you reclaim the throne that was originally yours but was taken by your uncle Peleus, and even rescue your parents?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jason was stunned. He looked at the Promise with wide eyes and said with disbelief, "How? How do you know about these things? I haven't mentioned them to anyone until now." Promise's lips curled up, not directly answering his question. He was, after all, a transmigrator. And Jason was actually a prince from a place called the Kingdom of Iolcus, originally not even named Jason. When he was a child, his father's brother, Peleus, snatched the throne away and had his father and mother imprisoned. The young Jason was taken away by the guards and was eventually adopted by Chiron, who gave him the name Jason and raised him until now. Thus, his greatest wish in life was to take back everything he had lost. In the final analysis, the story of the Argonauts, which would be famous in ancient Greece and even spread throughout the ages, was because if Jason wanted to regain his throne, he had to first get back the Golden Fleece and prove that he had the qualification. Hearing this, Promise continued, "You don't need to know how, you just need to know that I can swear by the great gods that as long as you are willing to take me down the mountain, I will help you take back your lost throne and rescue your parents." This was ancient Greece, the age of the gods. An era where gods, humans, and monsters coexisted. Thus, the gods could hear oaths and would witness them, punishing those who broke their promises, making an oath here an absolute commitment. Therefore, at this moment, hearing Promise speak so seriously and not seeming to lie, Jason was moved. Chapter 3, Rumors. No, that's where the legend started. Age of Gods, Greece. Beneath the Akkadian Mountains. In the afternoon, the golden-haired, blue-eyed Jason hid in the bushes, carefully scanning the surroundings to make sure no one saw them before he breathed a sigh of relief and walked out with Promise. "Do we really need to do this? It feels like we're being thieves. You think I want this? Haven't you thought about why we're in this situation?" Jason glared at the young man beside him. "If Teacher Chiron or Theseus finds out that I am actually planning to take you down the mountain, neither you nor I will have any good fruit to eat." "No, it's mainly you," the latter said with an indifferent expression. "Anyway, everyone knows that I want to go down the mountain. Even if they catch me, they can't do anything about it. In the end, they would only scold me verbally for a few times and then send me away, so you will be the only one unlucky in the end." Jason's lips twitched. Looking at the confident Promise in front of him, he couldn't help clenching his fists, but found that he couldn't refute it. Yes, Jason finally decided to take Promise down the mountain with him. Under the oath made to the gods by Promise, he would help him reclaim his rightful throne and at the same time help him rescue his parents. Under such conditions, Even though he knew that taking him down the mountain would be a big trouble, Jason obviously couldn't resist the temptation. I mean, do you really have a way to help me reclaim my throne? At this moment, at the foot of the Arcadian Mountains, the blonde hair still couldn't hold back and asked him again. I have made an oath to the gods, and I will definitely do it. Do you not believe in me, or do you not believe in the gods? Faced with the question, Jason did not answer, but his green eyes carefully looked at the young man in front of him. Smooth black hair, clear emerald green pupils. The 16-year-old Promwiss's face has gradually lost its youthfulness, taking on a hint of heroism. At the same time, due to the careful carving done by the centaur sage Chiron so far, the poet and painter's temperament naturally exuded in his manners, conversation and laughter, making him even more dazzling. What do you think, the weakest of us heroes? But then again, promise, why don't you just give up on that unrealistic fantasy of becoming a great hero? Anyway, with your looks and painting skills, I don't think it would be a big problem to tie up a noble lady. This way you won't have to worry about food and clothing in this life. Oh, rich woman, that will only affect the speed of my archery. The latter spoke disdainfully, unless it's a goddess, that might be worth considering. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's hurry, Jason. Otherwise, if we happen to run into some acquaintance or teacher Chiron later, you will be really doomed. After saying that, he took the lead and walked excitedly down the mountain. And looking at his excited look, as if he was finally released from prison today after being imprisoned for 3 years, Jason couldn't help but hesitate to speak. Why do I feel like I made a really stupid decision? He hesitated for a while. But with things having come this far, he could only follow, while grumbling to Promise, a goddess, huh? Dream on. If such good fortune did come, it would definitely fall on my head, not yours. You? The latter heard this and looked at him. There is no goddess, but as for a rich woman, a princess can be considered a rich woman, right? Saying so, under Jason's somewhat puzzled gaze, Promise revealed a mischievous smile and continued, it's just that, it might not necessarily be a good thing. Without waiting for the puzzled man to ask further, he quickly moved away from his side. Together with Jason, they embarked on the journey to his homeland, the kingdom of Iolcus. Time flew by, 3 days later. 3 days later, in the evening. In an ancient forest. Listen up, my name is Promise, a student of the centaur sage Chiron. Under the lingering light of the sunset, Promise stood in front of a group of subdued bandits. Ancient Greece in the Age of Gods was a barbaric and dangerous era, with dense jungles, swamps, and ferocious monsters, wild beasts, and thieves everywhere. And obviously, these bandits had hit a brick wall this time. Even though these two were not that overpowered, with one being the weakest and the other the second last of Chiron's students, considered what they were dreaming of and whom they were taught by, they had no problem dealing with ordinary people. So when they appeared, Jason pulled out a sharp sword, and Promise took out a wooden bow. Yes, Promise was an archer. Although it was written before, but important things should be repeated. And he did not choose this profession because Promise has a talent for archery. This is his own choice. He hoped that after ascending to the throne of heroes after his death, his class would be archer. Just because of one sentence, since ancient times, there have been many archers who often faced peril. Moreover, Hercules, one of the strongest archers in ancient Greece, was still studying on the mountain at that time, so he chose this path from Chiron with the intention of learning a thing or two secretly. Then he discovered that this road was actually a big hole. At the same time, he finally understood why archers had so many enemies since ancient times, and most of the archers were stronger than the last in close combat. The reason was very simple. This was ancient times and the age of the gods. The hard bows were really extremely lethal, and each one heavier than the other. So in simple words, if your physical strength wasn't up to par, you couldn't even be able to draw the bow. The idea that archers are frail but high in damage is all false. So, there was this scene at this moment. The beaten thieves were tied up with vines by Jason, while Promise stood in front of them holding a wooden bow and said, "Now, I need you to swear to the great Olympus gods, as long as you are willing to take the oath, we will let you go." Hearing this, thieves, look at me and I look at you. And finally the bearded leader, who was leading the way, said bravely, "Okay, we swear that we will never do such a despicable thing again in this life, we will go home and live honestly from now on." Before the leader of bandits could finish speaking, he was interrupted by dissatisfied Promise. "Who asked you to swear that? But since you're prepared to wash your hands clean, let's add the condition." Nodding, he then said, "Listen, from today onwards, I require you to tell the following to the first 100 people you meet. You were once a group of lowly bandits, but now you are willing to change your mind and become good people again, and the person who defeated you and corrected your misguided lives is called Promise." He is a student of the centaur sage Chiron from the cave of Mount Pelion and will become a great hero known throughout Greece in the future. The bandits were dumbfounded at these words. But looking at the shining sword in Jason's hand, they could only lower their heads and make this oath. Very good. Promise nodded with satisfaction, put away the bows and arrows, and cut the strings on their bodies with a knife. At the same time, he threatened, remember your oath. If you violate it, I am sure the high gods above will deliver the deserved divine punishment upon you. As he released them, he also confiscated all their money. And as they left, they took the bandits' 2 best horses. In this regard, the bandits could only watch with wide eyes, daring to get angry but not dare to speak. Who is the robber, and why do you look so skilled? Immediately after Promise and Jason left on horseback, a lean thief couldn't help but ask the bearded thief leader, Chief, what do we do now? What do we do? The wide-eyed bearded leader, furiously brandishing his large sword, shouted, what else can we do? Of course. We go home and farm. After all, they had sworn an oath to the gods. And to be on the safe side, the gods' promise had them swear by were not just one, but all 12 main gods of Olympus. Therefore, even if they were given 10 times the courage, they would not dare to break their oaths now. After leaving, Jason, who had ridden his horse to join Promise, couldn't help but ask, what were you doing just now, Promise? What was I doing? Just gathering some travel funds. Feeling a bit puzzled by the question, the latter, holding up the wool plucked from the bandits, replied, who knows how far it is from your home? I don't plan on camping in the wilderness forever. I am not asking about that, I am asking about the content of the oath you had those bandits swear. Oh, you're talking about that. Promise suddenly understood and said to Jason, Jason, let me ask you, what is the purpose of my coming down the mountain? To seek death? The latter was speechless, and then said, what about before I die? I have to become a hero first, right? Jason nodded. What I just did was laying the groundwork for becoming a hero. Think about it, the usual steps to becoming a hero involve accomplishing some great deed, then being sung about by bards, thereby spreading your fame and earning honor, right? The most important thing is to ascend to the throne of heroes. So let me ask you, what's the most important step in that process? Without thinking, Jason answered, obviously, it's accomplishing a feat that others find difficult to achieve. No, it is actually sung by bards and remembered forever by the world. Promise directly interrupted Jason's unfinished words and corrected him. Just imagine, if you have accomplished a great deed, but others don't know about it, and there are no bards singing praises for your achievements, so do you think you will receive corresponding heroic honors? Jason was stunned for a moment, then thought about it carefully, and found that it seemed to make some sense. That's why. Promise said with a proud look on his face, that's why I asked them to make that oath to publicize my great achievements and let the world know my name. But you just solved a petty thieves. And I was there to help you. Can this be called a great achievement? Jason couldn't help but add. I don't know if it counts as a great achievement, I only know that rumors must spread very quickly. He shrugged his shoulders and said nonchalantly, anyway, the oath is there, they must find at least 100 people to publicize this matter. And for the sake of face, they will definitely exaggerate the events that just happened and beautify me in every way. After all, if I am too mediocre, it will make them look too bad. Jason thought silently for a while, then looked at the young man, his eyes widening little by little. He was not stupid. To be precise, he was actually very smart. He wasn't foolish, in fact, Jason was quite intelligent, eventually able to stand toe-to-toe with heroes of wisdom like Odysseus. Therefore, he quickly understood Promise's intention. The next moment he drove his horse and ran back. Hey, Jason, where are you going? Seeing this, Promise naturally shouted loudly from behind. I am going to find them. We obviously defeated them together, so my name should also be included in that oath. The latter replied anxiously. Indeed, everything happened just as Promise had said. That evening, those bandits descending the mountain encountered their first passerby. Immediately, the bandits surrounded that person. Just when the passerby looked at these ferocious thieves and was scared to death, thinking that he would definitely die today, he heard. We were once a despicable group of bandits, but now we want to be good people. And the great hero who defeated us and corrected our wrongful lives is named Promise. So the rumors spread from 10 to 100, no, the legend started. Chapter 4, The Era of Coexistence Between Gods and Humans. Argo, clearly, this is why Promise swore an unbreakable oath to the gods in this era, to follow Jason down the mountain and accompany him back to the kingdom of Iolcos. In fact, there was a bit of trickery in his oath. Because this story, which shocked all of ancient Greece and has been passed down to modern times, is essentially about Jason reclaiming his rightful throne from his uncle Peleus. Therefore, Promise's oath successfully tied him to the Argo, ensuring that he would board the Argo and leave his mark on this legendary tale. But beyond that, he had another plan. He had long realized that in this world, in this divine age of ancient Greece, there was an unavoidable topic for any hero. And that topic was the gods. Yes, this is ancient Greece, the divine age. It was an era where gods and humans coexist. Mount Olympus, in the Temple of Fate. Clad in a pure white Grecian robe, Atropos stood respectfully before the queen with beautiful golden curls flowing from beneath her crown. Atropos, the eldest of the three fates in Greek mythology, was a calm and meticulous goddess, holding the spindle of fate and responsible for cutting the thread of life. Honorable Queen Hera. Atropos gazed at the goddess who had suddenly visited, one of the 12 Olympian gods, the goddess of marriage and childbirth, co-ruler of Olympus with Zeus, and the third queen of ancient Greek mythology Hera. And spoke respectfully, "Is there something you need from me?" Hera's amber eyes looked at the goddess in white before her, and she spoke in a gentle yet authoritative tone, "Athena sent me. The goddess of wisdom?" Atropos was slightly surprised, looking puzzled at Hera. The latter nodded slightly, her face showing a hint of anger. "In a place called the Kingdom of Iolcos, there is a king named Peleus who ignored my presence, killing a follower seeking refuge in my temple, under my very feet. I intended to punish him, but Athena stopped me," she said. Simply sending him to the underworld was not a true punishment. He had usurped the throne from his brother through deceit, so the true punishment should be to strip him of everything he has now, making him lose it all. After a brief pause, Hera looked again at the goddess in white before her. "I agreed with her, and then Athena told me that you know who can take everything from him, so she sent me to you." Upon hearing this, the confusion in Atropos' eyes did not dissipate but deepened. From what she knew of the goddess of wisdom, there seemed to be no reason for her to interfere in this matter. However, under the queen's watchful gaze, Atropos took out the spindle of fate, found the thread of King Peleus' fate, and used her power as a goddess of fate to see who would replace him and become King Jason. When she extracted Jason's thread of fate and saw his life, the goddess in white finally showed a look of realization, understanding why Athena would involve herself in this matter. The legend of the Argo. It is said that this unsinkable ship was not built by humans but by gods. And the goddess who built it was none other than Athena. Indeed, such an event would certainly interest the goddess who favored heroes. Atropos thought this but did not speak it aloud. She put away the spindle of fate and told Hera everything she had seen. Hera was silent for a moment before asking, "You say this Jason is a student of Chiron and will replace Peleus to become the new king?" "Yes, honorable queen." Atropos nodded, then added, "That child is the rightful heir to the throne, and his parents, the former king and queen, were your most loyal followers. And I saw that in the future, he will bring you honor as bright as the stars in the sky. Is that so?" Hera nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on her face. "Then it seems it is time for me to visit the human realm." Shortly after, under Atropos' watchful gaze, Hera left the Temple of Fate. Atropos had just begun to relax when... Sister. Another goddess in a white robe emerged from the temple, approaching her. Clotho. Atropos looked at the youngest of the three fates, holding the thread of fate. The most famous of the three fates, Clotho, who managed the threads of fate, especially the future, making her the one Westerners pray to in hopes that the goddess would be merciful and alter their destiny. "Is there something you need?" Atropos asked curiously. "Sister, I noticed you might have made a mistake." Clotho raised the thread of fate, the one representing Queen Hera. "I saw that the one who would bring the queen honor as bright as the stars is not Jason, but another student of Chiron. His name seems to be... Your name is Promise, correct?" By the stream under the starry night, illuminated by the campfire, Jason and Promise, who had been traveling for half a month, finally encountered an anticipated presence today. A goddess. Under the moonlight and campfire's glow, the silver-haired, golden-eyed goddess in a flawless white dress looked at the two boys, who were taken aback by her sudden appearance. She had originally come for Jason. She was here to tell Jason about everything he would face next. And to help him grasp that hope. That crucial asset to reclaim his throne. But when she approached Jason, her gaze was instantly drawn to Promise, who stood beside him. "Because you seem to be a very interesting child." The goddess blinked her golden eyes, a mix of surprise and amusement in those pupils as she looked at him. "I seek Chiron's protection on you. But the most intriguing part is that even my eyes cannot see your past or the future that lies ahead of you." Chapter 5, The Oracle of the Goddess of Wisdom Athena. By the stream in the ancient forest, under the glow of the campfire, this golden-haired, bright-eyed goddess, who emerged from the starlit night and moonlight, stood in front of Promise and Jason, dressed in a pure white gown. She was the goddess of wisdom, who leaped from the split head of the god King Zeus, one of the 12 Olympian gods in Greek mythology. At this moment, her golden eyes reflected the image of Promise standing before her. Those beautiful golden eyes shimmered with divine light. Under her divine power, under the wisdom goddess's authority, nothing in the world could be hidden. And this was why she showed a slight surprise and interest in Promise. Because even her divine power could not see his past. Nor his future. The future of humans and demigods is usually not a secret to most gods, especially those like Athena. Just like the great hero Achilles, whose only weakness was his heel, she knew from his birth that he would die on the battlefield. However, it wasn't that she saw nothing of Promise's future, rather, she saw many possible futures. In other words, she saw the potential futures. In an instant, Athena understood that the boy before her was either blessed or abandoned by the goddess of fate. This meant that Promise would not follow a predetermined path but also that he possessed infinite possibilities. Interesting. Unconsciously, a slight smile appeared on Athena's lips. At that moment, after a brief surprise, Promise, looking at Athena, finally snapped back to reality. He gently blinked his green eyes, feeling a mix of amazement and swift acceptance at the sight of the silver-haired, golden-eyed goddess who had suddenly appeared before him. From the moment he followed Jason down the mountain, he had already mentally prepared himself. This was ancient Greece, the era where the great heroes and gods of myth coexisted, the age of gods. Whether it was to enhance the quality of a heroic spirit or to reach the throne of heroes upon death, the thing he had to do was to participate in various legends. For instance, the legend of the Argo centered around Jason, the 12 labors of Heracles, or Theseus retrieving his sword and officially embarking on his journey to Athens. In these legends, there existed an undeniable presence. Alongside the great heroes, they composed those enduring legends. And that presence was the gods. Greetings, esteemed and beautiful goddess. Coming to his senses, Promises rose and greeted Athena with a formal bow, then gently nodded, saying, "Yes, I am Promise, a student under Chiron's tutelage." With a slight pause, he then looked towards the still-dazed Jason and said, "He is Jason, my senior brother." And his voice finally brought Jason back to reality. Snapping out of his stupor, he scrambled to his feet, bowing tightly to Athena. "Why yes, I am Jason, great goddess." Hearing this, Athena's golden eyes shifted from Promise to her original target, Jason. After a brief assessment, she nodded lightly. Then she returned her gaze to Promise and her smile grew more pronounced. Under her scrutinizing gaze, which felt as if it could see through everything about him, Promise felt increasingly uncomfortable. After a moment of thought, he couldn't help but ask, "Beautiful goddess, may I ask you a small question?" "Of course, interesting child." "Just now, you mentioned Chiron's protection." Promise carefully chose his words. "Does that mean Chiron has always known where I am?" Well, he was not surprised to hear that he had Chiron's protection. Because he knew a secret. Although it might not be much of a secret, that his teacher, the wise centaur revered throughout ancient Greece, was in essence, a god. Moreover, the divine blood flowing in his veins was exceptionally noble. Because Chiron, like Zeus, Hera, and Hades, was a child of the second-generation god King Cronus. In simple terms, he was actually Zeus, Hera, and Hades' half-brother. "Yes." Athena, with a slight smile, said, "Yes, because of this protection, your teacher has always known where you are." Promise remained silent for a moment, then looked at Jason. With a sympathetic gaze, he said, "You're in trouble." "Huh?" Still in shock from the goddess's sudden appearance, Jason, with his mind in a fog, responded blankly to Promise, "What's wrong with me?" "Because I have been running around with you for so long, and Chiron hasn't come to catch me, it must mean he has tacitly approved of this." Promise said with a matter-of-fact tone, "But this matter can't just be ignored, so when he comes to see me, one of us will definitely have to take the blame. And that naturally means you, since you brought me down the mountain." "What do you mean I brought you down the mountain?" Jason couldn't help but widen his eyes at Promise. "It was clearly you who begged me to bring you down." "I asked everyone who was going down the mountain." Promises shrugged. "But you're the only one who actually took me out. So, who else would he blame?" "You." "I." The latter was momentarily speechless. At this moment, a melodious laugh rang out beside them. Athena, covering her mouth with her hand, chuckled softly and said to Promise, "Generally speaking, the real culprit should be the one punished, right?" "Usually, that's true, but what can I do? Chiron loves me too much." The latter showed a helpless expression. "Even in front of the goddess, you dare to lie." Jason couldn't help but expose him, turning to Athena, "Goddess, don't believe him. The truth is, Chiron has already given up on him, almost ready to abandon him. That teacher would never abandon any of his students." Athena laughed, looking at Promise, "But I can see that he finds you quite a handful." After saying this, she began to search herself for something. After a moment, she pulled out a golden fruit and handed it to him, saying, "Interesting child, you have made me very happy tonight. Here, this is your reward." Promise took it, and his expression turned slightly odd as he seemed to realize something. Beautiful goddess, may I ask what this is? Surely you must be tired from the journey. In front of Athena, Promise' frail physique, even weaker than Jason's, was clearly visible to her eyes. To be precise, compared to Jason, who was born and raised in this divine era, his physique was indeed fragile. It will cure your fatigue. Athena answered softly. Hearing this, Promise' expression became even more peculiar. So it's really a golden apple to restore strength. Muttering to himself, he then put the golden apple away. As Jason watched this scene with envy, Athena finally shifted her gaze from Promise to him. Her smile vanished, and her voice turned cold. Jason, your journey is to return to the kingdom of Iolcos and reclaim everything you lost, correct? The latter looked at the beautiful, silver-haired, golden-eyed goddess in front of him, showing no surprise at her knowing his purpose. After all, the one before him was a true god. Yes, honorable goddess. She nodded slightly and continued, I have come tonight for you, Jason. I bring you a divine oracle that will help you reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to you from your uncle. Hearing this, Jason first looked at her in shock, then glanced at Promise, who seemed to be deep in thought. Finally, he said with great joy, thank you, goddess. However, the goddess of wisdom raised her hand to interrupt him and said, I am only delivering the oracle. Whether you can understand its meaning and seize the opportunity depends on you. Remember, on this journey, do not ignore the plea for help from the old, weak, and women. Jason hadn't yet reacted when Promise's mind suddenly cleared. Yes, he had guessed the meaning of the oracle. After all, he knew the outcome from the beginning. He also knew who Athena referred to as the old, weak, and women. More accurately, it wasn't a person, but a god. Queen Hera. And this queen was actually Promise's second target on this journey, besides the Argo. Knowing that he had to leave his mark in this world and be part of those legendary stories meant he had to interact with the gods. And it was highly likely he couldn't avoid it. So, he had already decided from the start not to wait passively but to take the initiative. Chapter 6, You are Jason. You indeed look remarkable. After leaving the oracle, Athena departed. She never revealed her name to Jason and Promise. After she left, Jason, who had breathed a sigh of relief, became extremely excited. After all, Athena had made it clear that the oracle would help him reclaim his rightful throne from his uncle. Everything that belonged to him. Therefore, it seems that the day I reclaim my throne is near, and I don't even need your help, Promise. Sitting by the campfire in the makeshift camp in the forest, Jason couldn't help but taunt the young man who came with him. If I had known this, I wouldn't have brought you down the mountain. You have only caused me trouble. But since we're fellow students, I won't hold a grudge. From now on, just stick with me, and stop dreaming about becoming a great hero. When I reclaim my throne, I will find you a good job. Oh, I get it now. Chiron must have allowed me to bring you down the mountain because he wanted this. Yes, that must be it. Seeing Jason speaking so confidently, Promise couldn't help but say, so, have you already deciphered the goddess's oracle? Ah, well. It's just a matter of time, with my wisdom. Oh, right, I remember now. You were supposed to help me reclaim my throne. So, come on, help me figure out the goddess's oracle. Hearing this, Promise couldn't help but find it amusing. But, thinking of the golden-haired, bright-eyed goddess, he couldn't help but look again in the direction where she had disappeared under the moonlight. Who was she, bringing an oracle specifically for Jason? Could she be a goddess of fate? Whatever, as long as she's not a virgin goddess. Promise couldn't help but think. Because a certain clumsy, sweet, white-haired goddess had left too deep an impression on the time-traveling Promise, the three major virgin goddesses of Greek mythology had become entities he preferred to avoid. After all, he didn't want to become Orion too. As for the oracle, do not ignore the plea for help from the old, weak, and women. It actually referred to a very typical Greek myth. At the same time, this is the beginning of Jason's legend. Jason's father, Azan, was originally the king of the kingdom of Iolcos and was renowned for his wisdom and virtue. However, he was later usurped by his brother, Jason's uncle, Peleus. Peleus imprisoned Jason's parents in a dungeon. When Jason came of age and was ready to return home and reclaim everything that was once his uncle Peleus incurred the wrath of Queen Hera. To avenge this, Hera came to Jason, disguising herself as an old, weak woman, standing before a raging river. When Jason arrived, she pleaded with him to help her cross the river. The latter agreed, and as he carried her across, Hera caused the river to surge, washing away all of his wealth and weapons, even leaving one of his shoes stuck in the river's mud. Despite this, Jason did not abandon her to chase after his lost wealth and weapons. And so, he passed Hera's test successfully. From that day forward, he became a devotee of Hera, the child of the Queen of Olympus. Without a doubt, This is a legend, and even considering participating in it would enhance the quality of a heroic spirit. Promise had no reason to miss it. Initially, he planned to stay by Jason's side, assisting him across the river to establish a presence in Hira's eyes for future interactions. But he didn't anticipate. A few days later, one evening, as night was about to fall, and the sky was painted with the hues of twilight, Promise was alone, holding a wooden bow, preparing to hunt nearby. Although they had just resupplied with food and water in a town yesterday, he had nothing else to do, and he also wanted to check if there were any bandits around. As for Jason, he was setting up a simple tent and campfire. At that moment, child. A sudden elderly voice made Hom instinctively turn around. In his slightly dazed green eyes, he saw a silver-haired old woman in plain clothes, leaning on a cane, standing on the path he had just walked. Her amber eyes gazed at the young man before her, and she said, "May I ask you for a favor?" She continued, not waiting for Promise to react, extending her trembling hand to point ahead. "My home is on the mountain ahead, but to get back, I need to cross a rushing river. It's getting late. Child, would you help me return home?" "Huh?" Blinking, Promise stared in bewilderment at the silver-haired old woman before him. Of course, he had realized that this old woman was none other than Queen Hira in disguise. After all, this scene matched the story he knew exactly. Besides, the ability to suddenly appear behind him, who would believe that an ordinary old woman could do that? As everyone knew, in the Divine Era, elderly people, women, and children who appeared out of nowhere were always the most dangerous. But, Goddess Hira, you have mistaken me for someone else. The person you're looking for, Jason, is over there starting a fire and preparing dinner. While Promises was confused by Hira's sudden appearance, and more so because she was looking for him instead of Jason, Hira's amber eyes were also carefully observing the young man in front of her. His smooth black hair, clear green eyes, and that intellectual and artistic demeanor paired with a handsome face made Hira secretly nod in approval. Clearly, she was very satisfied. No wonder the goddess of fate said that this Jason would bring her honor. Indeed, he looked very promising. The goddess thought to herself. Yes, she had mistaken Promise for Jason, which was why she appeared before him. As for why Hira made such a mistake. In fact, Athena, who had been watching from the shadows, was also quite surprised. She had been observing because this concerned the future of the Argo, and her presence was to prevent any accidents. With her wisdom, Athena quickly figured out the cause and effect of this situation. The reason was actually quite simple, and she herself bore some responsibility. Promises bore the marks of two gods, one from his teacher Chiron and the other from Athena. When Athena gave him the golden apple, she had also left a mark on him. She was naturally interested in a child abandoned by the goddess of fate yet full of infinite possibilities. It just so happened that Hira knew from the goddess of fate that Jason was a student of Chiron and that it was Athena who had sent her to the goddess of fate. So when Hira came down to the mortal realm and saw someone with Chiron's mark and Athena's personal touch, she thought, this must be Jason. Thus, she appeared before Promise and was very pleased with this Jason. After figuring out the reason, Athena, whose role was to prevent accidents, didn't immediately step in to correct the situation. Instead, she stayed hidden, watching with great interest. Chapter 7, Goddess, can't you tone down that smile a bit? Goddess Hira, you have mistaken me for someone else. Though Promise thought this, he didn't say it aloud. Pointing out her role-playing error directly wouldn't be wise. From many Greek myths, it was clear that the Greek gods were very concerned about their image. But on the other hand, if I die at Hira's hands, will I ascend to the throne of heroes? My current heroic spirit quality is still too low. Besides, I promised to help Jason reclaim what is his. Death is inevitable, but before I die, I should try to experience a few more legendary stories to improve my heroic spirit quality. At least, I should board the ship first. As Promise thought of these things while looking at Hira in surprise, various thoughts flashed through his mind. Child, said Hira, seeing that he hadn't answered, continuing in her disguised old woman's voice, am I troubling you? No, not at all. Promise quickly shook his head, coming back to reality. He thought for a moment and then said, actually, I have a companion who's waiting for me. I should go inform him first, and I am sure he would also be willing to help you. Oh, by the way, his name is... Just as Promise was about to subtly inform Hira that she had mistaken him for someone else, no need, child. She interrupted without a second thought. Already convinced that the young man in front of her, who bore the marks of Chiron and Athena, was Jason, and being very pleased with this, she did not want any third party to ruin her game. Hira pointed to the evening sky and said to Promise, child, look, the goddess of night, Nyx, is about to drive her chariot of darkness across the sky. When that happens, the world will be shrouded in darkness, and I won't be able to return home. So, child, I beg you, please take me home now. Alright. Seeing the determined goddess insisting on being escorted by him, Promise, feeling helpless and exasperated, could only comply and nod. I understand, old lady. Seeing him agree, Hira finally smiled. Promise then stepped forward and helped the disguised Hira, guiding her in the direction she indicated. After they left, the silver-haired, golden-eyed Athena, dressed in a white gown, appeared where they had just stood. She blinked her beautiful golden eyes, looking at the backs of Promise and Hira, then glanced at Jason, who was still busy. It seems Hira is very pleased with Promise. I wonder what her reaction will be when she realizes she made a mistake. This is getting more and more interesting. Unable to suppress a smile, Athena thought this unexpected development was quite amusing. Then, she took a gentle step forward and vanished into the twilight. Not long after, Promise and the disguised Hira arrived at the rushing river. As she had described, the river was indeed turbulent. Standing by the river, Promise didn't wait for Hira to say anything, and removed his wooden bow and all his possessions, placing them on the river bank. He then walked along the river for a while, finding the best crossing point. He even waded into the river to test it before returning to Hira. Come, old lady, I will carry you across the river. Hira watched as the young man, soaked by the river, returned and asked, what were you doing just now? To be honest, old lady, I have always been weak. Among my teacher's many students, I am undoubtedly the weakest. Promises smiled and explained, so I was checking if I could carry you across the river. Luckily, it's within my ability. After all, I can't let you fall into the river with me. Hearing this, Hira blinked her eyes at Promise. Because what he said was true. To be precise, he had always spoken the truth in front of both Hira and Athena. Even without being a transmigrator, he had learned from Chiron that lying to a god was extremely foolish. Gods could easily distinguish between lies and truth. So if he were to lie to them, wouldn't he incur their wrath? It would be good if that so-called wrath ends up destroying him. Unfortunately, these gods have many quirks and they don't grant death easily. So, rather than ending up being a pig or something, it's better to speak this. At this moment, Hira's gaze at Promise grew even softer. However, while he had not lied, the truth was, if he fell into the river with Hira, the consequences would be dire. So, although he was truthful, he had not revealed everything. And what about your belongings? Hira pointed to the items Promise had left by the river. Aren't you afraid they will be gone when you return after taking me across? It doesn't matter. The latter said nonchalantly. The most important thing now is to get you across the river. Still the truth. Compared to the highly likely legendary story of helping Hira across the river, those belongings were insignificant. So, although he felt a bit guilty towards Jason, Promise was quite enthusiastic about this situation. Hearing this, Hira couldn't help but smile. Her amber eyes showed undisguised satisfaction. She then climbed onto Promise' back. When he carried her, Promise found that she was as light as a feather. Moreover, as he went into the river, the turbulent waters calmed and stilled like a mirror, and he crossed the river with Hira easily, stepping on the calm water's surface. After crossing, Promise set Hira down and turned back to see the river's flow resume, becoming so turbulent that it cut off his return path. This is. Just as he was caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, child, look, it's already so late, the stars are out, and the goddess of night, Nyx, has come from the underworld to the mortal realm. Hira spoke again, pointing to the starry sky, smiling at him. Could you trouble yourself to take me back home again? My home is on that mountain. If I were alone, I might be devoured by the beasts of the night. Who would dare devour you? And what's going on here? In the myth, crossing the river was supposed to be enough. Promise blinked, looking at Hira, who was speaking to him like this. But my companion is still. No worries, I believe he is a brave boy like you. Hira interrupted him again. And after you take me home, you can return. I believe by then, the river will calm down. Hearing this, Promise glanced at the now even more turbulent river that had cut off his return path. I understand. I will take you home. You are a goddess, so you must be right. With this thought in his mind, he could only once again step forward, supporting the role-playing queen, leading her to her supposed home on the mountain. When the night fully blanketed the sky and the full moon's light illuminated the ground, Promise finally brought Hira to her home. It was a small wooden cabin. As soon as he helped her inside, the dark cabin was instantly lit by torches. The hearth also lit up on its own, making Promise eyelids twitch. And he couldn't help but glance at Hira out of the corner of his eye. So you're done pretending now? Can I finally go back now? As Promise hesitated, thinking about how to ask, Hira spoke again. Child, it's so late already, why not stay and have dinner with me before you leave? She once again stopped Promise from leaving. Without waiting for a reply, she began to cough, sighing and saying, to tell you the truth, It's been a long time since I sat down and had a meal with my children. They have grown tired of me and no longer want to be with me, not even my husband." As Hira spoke these words, her eyes grew dim. That look even made him unable to tell for a moment whether she was acting or telling the truth. After a brief hesitation, Promise looked at Hira, who was disguised as an old woman, silently gazing at him, waiting for his response. Finally, with a helpless sigh, he could only reply, "It would be my honor." As soon as he said this, a smile reappeared on Hira's face. After closing the door, Hira went to the stove and began preparing dinner for Promise. At this moment, the most surprised person was not Promise. It was Athena, who was spying from the stars, her eyes wide open in astonishment. Incredible, incredible. Watching Hira inside the house, actually cooking dinner for Promise, she couldn't help but click her tongue. This isn't just satisfaction with the boy, this is outright pampering. Hira clearly likes him a lot. If she finds out he's not actually Jason, and she made a mistake. This is bad. Now, both Promise and the real Jason were in great danger. However, even though she thought this, the goddess of wisdom spying at this moment. Could you please tone down that smile on your face? Chapter 8, I really want to see. In the candlelit wooden cabin, Promise didn't wait long. Soon, Hira brought the dinner she had prepared. Surprisingly, the meal was very simple, not a feast, but just some freshly baked bread and washed fruit. Promise guessed she was being mindful of her role as an old lady, though it had been blatantly obvious from the start. "Thank you very much for your generosity and it tastes great, thank you." Promise gratefully accepted the dinner Hira offered and expressed his thanks. Given the current situation, everything had already become inconsequential. Due to the significant deviations from the legends he knew, he finally decided to just go with the flow and stop overthinking. The only thing he was curious about now was when Hira would finally reveal the truth and realize she had mistaken his identity. However, she didn't seem to have any immediate plans to reveal her true intentions. After Promise enjoyed the dinner she had prepared and stood up to thank her again and express his desire to leave, Hira readily agreed this time. She told him that after leaving, he only needed to follow the direction of the brightest star in the sky to return to his companion. Promise then bid farewell to Hira and headed back towards Jason. After he left, Hira also stepped out of the cabin. As she stepped into the moonlight, her white hair transformed into dazzling golden locks, flowing from beneath the crown on her head. Her amber eyes quietly watched the direction in which Promise had departed, both majestic and gentle. "Why didn't you reveal your true identity to him?" Athena, emerging from the starlit night, couldn't help but ask Hira. If Hira had turned her head at that moment, she would have noticed that the expression on the face of the goddess of wisdom watching her was somewhat odd. But Hira didn't. Because her gaze remained fixed on Promise. "Because I have thought of a better idea." With a slight upward curve of her lips, painting a beautiful and gentle smile, Hira said, "When he returns to his kingdom and seeks to reclaim everything that was once his, I will appear by his side and help him reclaim it all." Athena immediately understood Hira's intention. She planned to stand by that young man's side in front of the world. This was ancient Greece, the divine era, and Hera was the most esteemed goddess here, the queen of the gods. Therefore, there was no doubt that when she appeared before that young man and publicly declared that she would help him reclaim everything, it would create an immense uproar in this era. "You are that satisfied with this, child?" Athena asked incredulously, her eyes wide open. "The goddess of fate told me he would bring me honor and punish the king who humiliated me, and..." Watching the gradually disappearing figure, Hera's gaze softened, and with a hint of pride, she said to Athena, "You saw it too, didn't you? That child is so adorable and excellent. Cute, I won't argue with, but excellent." Athena also glanced in the direction Promise had left. Undoubtedly, she was the first goddess to come into contact with Promise, and Athena was indeed interested in him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given him a gift and marked him during their first meeting. But that was all. Her interest in Promises wasn't particularly strong. However, she was a goddess with a deep love for heroes, even earning the title Mother of Heroes. She appeared in almost all of the ancient Greek legends, so if Athena had known about Promise's dreams and had asked a few more questions that night when they first met, understanding why Chiron was reluctant to let him descend the mountain, she would have realized she had discovered a precious gem. But she didn't, because Promise was too weak. Even compared to Jason, he could be described as frail. Therefore, she never considered that someone like Promise could have such great dreams. But right now, that didn't seem to matter. The real issue was, "Queen Hera, are you really sure you want to do this?" Athena hesitated, looking at Hera. "Yes." The latter nodded, raising her head proudly. "He is worth it. On that day, I will appear by his side and tell everyone that the one standing behind him is me, Queen Hera." "Well, that is to say, is there such a possibility?" You actually recognized the wrong person. Looking at her who had obviously made up her mind, Athena was dumbfounded. Even as the goddess of wisdom, she was really dumbfounded at this moment. She didn't expect that things would develop to this point. Not only that, one wrong step led to another. This matter was like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger, and was already developing to a point where it was out of control. However, there was still a possibility of recovery now. Athena quickly calmed down. After all, she was the goddess of wisdom, and she knew that if she pointed out the truth at this moment, everything could be avoided. But, want to see? I really want to see it. I really want to see her confidently appear in front of the child, announcing to everyone that she will stand by the child, and then the expression on her face when she suddenly realizes that she has recognized the wrong person from the beginning. What an expression that would be. But no, Athena, you're the goddess of wisdom. You can't do that, and when Hera eventually realizes her mistake, she will definitely seek revenge. Athena, this is not the behavior of a wise person. So, I understand. Athena nodded cheerfully and, with a smile, seriously replied to Hera, don't worry, I will help too. Well, this was ancient Greece. And Athena was still one of the Olympian gods. Nothing else matters to them except their own entertainment. Meanwhile, in the makeshift camp within the forest, BRR. Just returning and sitting by the campfire, Promise couldn't help but hug himself and shiver violently. Looking up at the brightest star in the sky, he realized that after walking just a few minutes, he had found his discarded weapons and wealth and returned to where Jason was. He didn't even see the river again. What happened to you? Jason asked curiously, adding wood to the campfire. So, Promise, where did you go? Why did you come back so late? Did something happen? Nothing? The latter replied, after some thought, testing the waters. Why are you asking me? Jason looked puzzled. No, I don't know how to explain. Promise said with a wry smile. And then recounted everything that had just happened to Jason, except for the fact that the old woman's identity was Hera. Jason was interested but not overly concerned. This was understandable, as he didn't know, like Promise, that the old woman was Hera, nor did he realize that this event was originally meant to be his opportunity. And Promise couldn't be explicit about it, since Hera obviously hadn't realized. But it should be fine, right? Promises couldn't help but think. After all, they still had some distance to travel, so she should soon realize her mistake. Moreover, that silver-haired, golden-eyed goddess was likely the goddess of fate from Greek mythology. She would definitely step in to correct the course of fate once she noticed the deviation. With this thought, Promise felt relieved. In fact, after sending Jason away, he even took out his heroic spirit class card to check if today's events had increased his heroic spirit quality. But to his confusion, there was no record of today's encounter with Hera. The card still only showed the bonuses from his interactions with Theseus and studying under Chiron. The reason was simple, the matter was far from over. The next day, he discovered that the situation was becoming increasingly absurd. The following morning, as Promise and Jason prepared to ride their horses and, as usual, teach some bandits a lesson and gain some reputation, a thick fog suddenly enveloped them. When the fog cleared, and they emerged from it, they were astonished to find themselves in the marketplace of a town. The morning had once again turned into night. When they asked the townspeople where they were told this was the kingdom of Iolcos. Yes, the very destination of their journey. Jason's hometown. Chapter 9, He is Jason. The kingdom of Iolcos. At night, flames dispelled the darkness, lighting the town as if it were daytime. In Greek mythology, these flames originally belonged to the gods, but to prevent humans from dying from darkness and cold, the god Prometheus stole the fire from the gods and gave it to humanity. For this, he was imprisoned by the enraged god King Zeus on Mount Caucasus, where an eagle perpetually ate his liver. By day his liver was devoured, and by night it would regenerate. Incidentally, Prometheus was also the god who created humanity in Greek mythology. Tonight, Iolcos was unusually busy. Despite it being a time for rest, most people were still working outside. Jason and Promise, now in the town, moved through the crowd and soon learned what was happening. It turned out that the king, Jason's uncle Peleus, had been informed by the palace's seer that he had angered Hera by killing her devotee at the foot of her statue. Peleus was preparing a large sacrificial ceremony the next day, hoping to earn the queen's forgiveness. Jason walked excitedly down the street. Back in his hometown, unable to hide his excitement, he stood in stark contrast to Promise, who wore a perpetually furrowed brow. What's wrong, my dearest friend? In high spirits, Jason put his arm around Promise's shoulder, gesturing around them with enthusiasm. Look, Promise, this is Iolcos, my country. Isn't it magnificent and beautiful? And I, Jason, will become the true ruler of this great town. Seeing his proud and happy demeanor, Promise couldn't bring himself to smile. "Jason, let me ask you something. Do you remember the oracle the goddess gave you?" "Of course, I remember." The latter nodded and replied, "Never ignore the pleas for help from the old, the weak, and women." "What's wrong, my friend? Have you figured out the meaning of the oracle?" Seeing his expectant gaze, "Whether I have figured it out or not." Promise looked conflicted, unsure how to respond. Noticing this, Jason didn't seem too concerned and confidently said, "It doesn't matter. Even I haven't figured it out yet, so it's even less likely that you have, Promise. But I will find out eventually and reclaim everything from Peleus. And don't worry, Promise. Even if you were of no use after coming down the mountain with me, just for accompanying me back to my homeland, I will not abandon you when I reclaim my throne." Hearing this, Promise didn't respond. He just felt a headache coming on. He wanted to tell Jason everything directly but was worried it might make things worse. If only he incurred Hera's wrath, he wouldn't mind. But he feared that when Hera realized her mistake and felt humiliated, she might take it out on Jason as well. Though Jason was often arrogant, looked down on Promise for being the weakest, and was always ready to sacrifice others to save himself in a pinch, Promise couldn't deny that Jason was his friend. His main goal was indeed to achieve his own ends, but when he swore to help Jason become king and followed him down the mountain, he also hoped to somehow assist him in avoiding a tragic end like in the original story, where Jason's relationship with Medea led to a clownish and pitiful demise. After all, they had lived together for 3 years under Chiron's guidance. Besides, even if they parted ways in the Age of Gods in Greece, who knew if they'd meet again in the future? In this Nasuverse world, with a Holy Grail war or Chaldea, there was always a chance they'd run into each other again somewhere down the line. Thinking this, and seeing the lively preparations for Hera's sacrifice, Promise felt even more troubled. So, does Hera know she's made a mistake or not? Why is she speeding things up like this? Could it be that she realized her mistake, felt too embarrassed to admit it, and decided to move things quickly to Jason's confrontation with his uncle? With these thoughts in mind, Promise glanced at Jason, who, oblivious to everything, was happily excited, and could only look up at the night sky with resignation. Seems like there's no way around it. Guess I will just take it one step at a time. With this thought, Promise instantly felt at ease. Then he looked around and said, "Speaking of which, since following Theseus to become Chiron's disciple, I have been confined to the mountain and never came down. We have been hurrying along the way. So, Jason, since this is your hometown, why don't you show me around? Let me experience the local customs and culture." Although it was Jason's first time returning to his hometown, he nodded proudly in response to Promise's request, "No problem." With that, he led him on a tour of the night market. The night passed quickly, as dawn's light tore through the veil of night. Helios, the sun god, drove his chariot of the sun, replacing the darkness with daylight. At that moment, under the watchful eyes of the people of Iolcos, the crowned king Peleus, holding a scepter and dressed in fine silk, emerged from the palace. As he stepped out, the people made way for him. Surrounded by his attendants, he slowly walked towards the towering sacrificial altar ahead. Flames burned in the container as he threw in precious offerings, symbolizing his sacrifice to the great goddess Queen Hera of Olympus. Jason and Promise were naturally among the crowd. Promise looked at the middle-aged king who bore some resemblance to Jason, then glanced at Jason beside him. He expected him to show expressions of anger or resentment, but to his surprise, Jason remained calm. Sensing Promise's gaze, the latter turned and smiled. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you angry?" "Why should I be angry?" Jason smiled proudly, holding his head high. "Even the great gods are on my side. Reclaiming what is rightfully mine is just a matter of time." Hearing this and seeing him so confident, Promise couldn't help but smile slightly. At that moment, a commotion erupted ahead. Sensing something unusual, Promise and Jason instinctively looked towards the source of the disturbance. And they saw an old woman with white hair standing on the sacrificial tower, blocking King Peleus' path. In the astonished eyes of everyone, she scolded Peleus sharply. "Peleus, do you truly believe you have the right to seek forgiveness from the revered Queen Hera? You not only ignored her presence but also killed a defenseless woman seeking her protection at her temple, staining her pure statue with blood. And even now, that blood has not been washed clean. Peleus, you are not even the rightful king of this country. You have no right to wield the scepter and wear the crown, which belonged to your brother, the merciful King Azan. Out of greed, you took everything from your brother and still keep him and the queen imprisoned." Her words caused an uproar among the crowd and made Peleus' face turn extremely ugly. He looked at her, drew his sword, and said angrily, "You ugly old woman, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare you accuse me? Get out of my way, or I will kill you right now." At his words, She smiled faintly and took a step forward. In the next moment, under the first light of dawn, her golden hair, shining like the sun, flowed from beneath the crown. She shed her disguise, revealing herself as Queen Hera in all her divine glory. In the dawn's light, her flawless beauty and majestic amber eyes gazed sternly at the now pale-faced Peleus, who finally understood what was happening. "Do you think I have the authority to judge you now?" Hera spoke in a cold voice. As soon as she finished speaking, the prophet who had accompanied Peleus trembled and knelt before Hera. The worshippers who usually prayed to her in the temple also knelt down, trembling with fear and excitement. They reverently addressed her presence. This information quickly spread among the crowd. When the people realized that the person before them was a goddess, and not just any goddess but the most revered Queen Hera, almost everyone prepared to kneel in reverence. However, a gentle breeze passed through, and under Hera's divine power, she lifted everyone to their feet. After all, today's main character was not meant to be her. Under the shocked and excited gazes of everyone, she slightly turned her head and cast her eyes towards Promise in the crowd. When their eyes met, Hera's previously imposing expression softened into a gentle smile. But this tender smile brought no comfort to Promise. Based on how events were unfolding, he had a good guess about what was going to happen next. And indeed, it happened just as he feared. "You have no right to continue as king, Peleus. The child who can replace you, who was meant to have all of this, has returned." Hera declared to everyone in the kingdom, "He is Izan's child, the rightful heir to the throne. After being persecuted by you, he was taken in by the wise centaur Chiron and has since been trained by that sage, growing into a true hero. He undoubtedly has more right to this throne than you, and his name is Jason." With that, Hera turned her bright eyes towards Promise. She smiled, waiting for Promise to step onto the stage she had set for him. But she didn't notice the stiff expression on Promise's face. Nor did she notice the shock and joy on the face of his blonde, blue-eyed companion. Chapter 10, He is the one who will bring glory. Morning, at the sacrificial ceremony prepared by King Peleus of the kingdom of Iolcos to seek Hera's forgiveness, Queen Hera displayed her divine power and appeared at the ceremony. But she had not come to forgive Peleus, she had come for her Jason. As she had told Athena under the starry sky that night, when he returns to his kingdom and seeks to reclaim everything he once had, I will be by his side to help him reclaim it all. Undoubtedly, Hera was fulfilling that promise now. She appeared in his kingdom, in front of all its citizens, condemning Peleus for seizing his brother's throne through treachery. Hera had even set the stage for her beloved Jason to make his entrance. At this moment, with a gentle smile on her face, Hera gazed at her Jason. Filled with joy as she eagerly awaited his appearance. She completely failed to notice the helpless and speechless look in Promise's eyes. Having God's perspective and knowing from the start that the old woman was Hera, Promise immediately understood upon seeing he appear in that form and complete her public miracle, gazing expectantly at him. The queen of the Olympian gods, the most revered among all goddesses, had mistaken him for someone else from beginning to end. She never once doubted that Promise wasn't Jason. And glancing at the clueless guy beside him, currently overwhelmed with shock and joy. This was a complete disaster. Promise couldn't help but scream inwardly. Indeed, it was over. Overcome with excitement and joy, Jason, after a brief moment of stupor, eagerly rushed toward Hera. Excuse me, excuse me." Heart pounding with anticipation, he pushed through the crowd and ascended the stage Hera had set. Under the gaze of the entire kingdom and the increasingly furious King Peleus, he quickly approached Hera. And with under the goddess' silent and puzzled gaze, he awkwardly bowed. "Great and beautiful goddess Hera, praise your mercy and wisdom. You are right, Peleus is a vile person who used despicable means to take my father's throne. But now, I have returned. I naturally have the right to reclaim what is rightfully mine from him." And the crowd erupted in an uproar. Even in the presence of the revered Queen Hera, the people couldn't help but whisper and point at the scene unfolding above. Hearing the commotion, Peleus' expression grew even darker. As his eyes filled with rage, he glared at Jason, though he didn't dare direct his anger at Hera. After a long silence, Hera suddenly asked, "Who are you?" "Huh?" Jason blinked, looking at her in confusion and replied, "I am Jason." The latter remained silent for a moment longer. "You are Jason?" Hera's previously gentle voice began to grow colder. Then, "Who is he?" As she spoke, Hera turned her gaze behind Jason. A bewildered Jason followed Hera's line of sight and saw Promise approaching. "I am Promise's beautiful and great goddess Hera," the latter said respectfully, bowing to her as he arrived beside Jason. In that moment, the gentle gaze Hera had previously directed at Promise turned icy cold. "You are not Jason?" Faced with Hera's question, Promise didn't immediately respond. Instantly, he glanced at the utterly confused Jason beside him. Simultaneously, the once noisy crowd fell silent. Sensing something was amiss, everyone instinctively turned their attention back to the strange scene unfolding on the stage. Even King Peleus, who had been pale with fury, now regained some color and watched with curiosity as Promise, Jason, and Hera interacted. That's right. After a brief silence, Promise took a deep breath and, seeing no other option, lowered his head and replied, I am not Jason. In an instant, Hera felt the world spin. And she staggered. Barely managing to steady herself, her once gentle eyes now blazed with fury. Hera glared at Promise and Jason. At the same time, the once clear sky was suddenly obscured by dark clouds. Thunder and lightning intertwined, illuminating the kingdom now shrouded in darkness. She was Queen Hera, wife of the god King Zeus, who had promised to share his power and glory with her to win her love. Thus, the crackling lightning made Hera's feelings abundantly clear. Faced with the sudden wrath of a goddess, Jason, unprepared for this divine anger, nearly fell to the ground in fear. Promise, however, stood tall before Hera. His green eyes unwaveringly met hers. At that moment, ha 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 ha, here it is, here it is. This is the moment I have been waiting for, Hera. This is the moment I have been waiting for, ha ha ha. Under the rapidly changing dark clouds, the silver-haired, golden-eyed goddess Athena sat atop the palace. She laughed uproariously. Completely disregarding her image and dignity as the goddess of wisdom, she laughed until tears nearly came out. But who could blame her? Such an amusing scene was truly a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. She was already prepared to call upon the bards to spread this dramatic tale across every corner of ancient Greece, ensuring it would be remembered forever. Beside her, the petite goddess of fate, dressed in a traditional Athenian white robe, silently observed the scene unfolding before her. Aren't you afraid that in her rage, she might kill those 2 children? The petite goddess of fate couldn't help but ask Athena. If they die, the future of the Argo. Don't worry, Hera won't kill them, at least not in this situation. She absolutely won't act impulsively right now, because... Athena couldn't help but smile as she watched the scene below. In such a situation, if she really lost her temper and killed those 2 children, it would make things irreparable. Besides, I am still here. If she completely loses her mind in anger, I will step in and save them. The petite goddess of fate fell silent, saying nothing more. Athena indeed had the standing to make such statements, even when facing Queen Hera. However, it seems it's about time. The goddess of wisdom stood up, still smiling. It's about time for me to step in and clean up. Athena spoke lightly. In fact, this wasn't the first time she had played a trick on Hera. She had tricked Hera once before during the incident with Heracles. To be more precise, most of the Olympian gods had been tricked by Athena at some point, but they could never do much about it. Her divine power was second only to that of Zeus. And not only was she powerful, but she also had the wisdom to resolve even the most absurd situations effortlessly. When she sprang from Zeus's head, she inherited not only Zeus's formidable power but also her mother's wisdom. She was the goddess of wisdom. The cherished child of the Olympian pantheon, the brightest jewel. And this was why Athena had allowed Hera's misunderstanding to unfold into such a dramatic scene. She had already devised a perfect solution in her mind. So now, as Athena prepared to step in and bring this amusing drama to a close. Huh? Athena suddenly noticed something surprising and interesting. It made her pause. She saw, Chapter 11, He can also bring glory. Honorable and great goddess Hera, please hear my words. Standing before the enraged queen, Promise spoke. His voice was calm and steady, as always, with no trace of fear. Hera did not respond, but she also did not interrupt. She merely glared at Promises with a cold, icy stare, mixed with a touch of complexity. Even in her intense anger, she understood deep down that what was happening was not the boy's fault. She had mistaken him for someone else, failed to ask questions or verify identities. Yet, despite knowing this, Hera's fury was uncontainable. Promise was well aware that if he handled this poorly, his long-standing wish might come true in the worst possible way. Descending the mountain, then dying a dramatic death on the path to becoming a hero. Dying in such a scenario, where Hera's intense love turned into hatred, might actually earn him a place among the heroic spirits. After all, such a dramatic event would surely be remembered for centuries. Well, despite these thoughts, he had no intention of dying just yet. His own death was one thing, but for Jason to die before his journey even began, before the Argo set sail, was too tragic. Moreover, he had sworn to help Jason become king. Thus, I am very grateful to you, great and kind goddess, for listening to my vow and coming to the mortal world at this moment to stand up for Jason. I also fully understand your anger. I am deeply sorry, for it is I who have deceived you all this time. As he spoke, Promise adopted an expression of immense regret and guilt. Without waiting for Hera's reaction, he turned to face the crowd. With a look of shame and remorse, he addressed the people who watched him in confusion. People of Iolcos, hear my confession. I am guilty. When I followed my senior brother Jason down the mountain, I vowed to the gods that I would help him reclaim everything that was rightfully his. On that mountain, he was my best friend, and I wanted to help him. So, from that moment on, I secretly prayed to the great and kind goddess Hera, asking her to help Jason reclaim what was his. But in doing so, I deceived this beautiful and kind goddess. What? It was Hera herself who spoke, blinking in bewilderment at this unexpected turn of events. To gain the goddess's help, I overly glorified Jason, when in reality, he is arrogant, narcissistic, and full of flaws. Hey! Jason exclaimed, wide-eyed and instinctively yelling at Promise, what are you saying? The latter ignored Jason's reaction and continued loudly, but clearly, the noble queen heard my prayers and responded to me. Turning his gaze to Hera, Promise said in an excited voice, look at her, she is so beautiful and kind. What on earth are you talking about? As Hera was bewildered by Promise' actions, ready to retort and question him thoroughly, she suddenly became aware of the gazes of the gathered crowd. The people, who had been trembling in fear under the dark clouds and lightning summoned by Hera's anger, now looked at her with a newfound understanding and fervor. So that's it, that's what happened. The goddess Hera was deceived, which is why she is so angry. That damn scoundrel actually deceived the great goddess Hera. Ah, praise the great goddess Hera, you are so beautiful and kind. A. Faced with the crowd's adoring and enlightened gazes, Hera, who usually valued her dignity and enjoyed such adulation, now felt extremely uncomfortable, as if needles were pricking her back. Knowing the true situation, she found it incredibly awkward. But, as she opened and closed her mouth silently, she found herself unable to say a word. The icy expression on her face faded, and she forced a standard yet somewhat stiff goddess-like smile. Even so, this made the people below cheer and worship her even more fervently. Therefore, at that moment, Promise spoke again. He turned once more to face Hera, bowing his head with a look of deep guilt, and said, please punish me, the guilty one, great goddess Hera. Ah, this. Do you mean that I alone cannot calm the anger in your heart, goddess Hera? Promise raised his voice dramatically in response to Hera's hesitation. No, that's not what I mean. Hera, almost instinctively, shook her head and waved her hands, denying it in a panic. I understand. The latter lowered his head sadly, I truly cannot earn your forgiveness. No, But it doesn't matter, I won't give up. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining brightly as he loudly declared, therefore, to earn your forgiveness, I will fulfill my previous vow. Yes, Jason is currently incorrigible and unfit to be the king of Iolcos. Hey! Jason jumped up, about to argue, but Promise forcefully pressed him down again. But even so, it doesn't matter. I still believe in him, and I hope you, goddess Hera, and everyone in Iolcos, will not lose faith in him because of me. Although he may seem beyond hope now, I swear to the gods that Jason is truly a hero of great stature, a deserving and valiant warrior. Jason, who had been struggling, stopped. He looked up, staring blankly at Promise as he declared this to everyone. The people of Iolcos, hearing this, fell silent once more and cast their complex gazes upon Jason. I know it may be hard for you to believe, given that I deceived you all first. Without any notable achievements, how could my friend be fit to be crowned king? But this doesn't mean we should give up. Great goddess, time will prove everything to everyone. It will prove Jason's courage and wisdom to the world. It will prove that he deserves to wear that crown and hold that scepter of power. Therefore, Promise smiled, turning to Hera, great and kind goddess, please grant us a trial by which to earn the crown. The latter remained silent. She looked at Promises with a mix of bewilderment and complexity. After a long while, would you be willing to undergo such a trial? Her amber eyes shifted to Jason as she asked. The latter looked at Promise, his expression equally complex. To be honest, the series of unexpected events had left him completely bewildered and his mind a muddle. But I swear to the gods, Jason is truly a hero of great stature, a deserving and valiant warrior. Promise words echoed in his mind. So, Jason raised his head, displaying a confident and proud expression, and answered Hera, of course, after all. I am Jason. With these words, the people of Iolcos cheered, blessing the brave soul who had accepted the divine trial. This was the age of gods in ancient Greece, an era filled with heroes and epics. In this moment, by accepting the trial, Jason had already gained the recognition of the people of Iolcos. At the same time, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. Bright sunlight shone down once again. It bathed everyone in its warmth, including the highest point of the palace, where Athena, her bright eyes wide, took in the entire scene. How should I put it? After a long moment of daze, Athena, looking down, couldn't help but remark, I guess it's true that the child Claudio saw is indeed someone who can bring glory to Hera. Finishing her sentence, she turned to the petite goddess beside her, dressed in a traditional Athenian white robe. Yes, it was Claudio. The smallest of the three fates, Claudio, who controls the future, had appeared once in the Temple of Fate. Reflected in Athena's beautiful golden eyes was Claudio, whose flawless and youthful face peeked out from under her white hood. She looked only about 12 or 13 years old. Soft strands of white hair fell from her hood onto her shoulders, but her eyes were the most striking feature. Unlike Athena's beautiful eyes, her eyes, which controlled the threads of fate and the future, were completely white. Yes, this goddess who presided over the future was a blind goddess. Though she could see the future, she couldn't see what was right in front of her. The reason this goddess, who almost never left the Temple of Fate, was here today was because of Hera. Specifically, because of the prophecy. Claudio had came to tell Hera that, in the future she had seen, there was another who could bring her glory, besides Jason. That person was Promise. She didn't respond to Athena's words. She hesitated, looking at Athena, or rather, at the thread of fate on her body. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Lady Athena, there is something I have always been unsure whether to say. What is it? The latter looked curiously at Claudio. That day, in the Temple of Fate, on the Queen's thread, I did see that the boy could bring her glory, but... Claudio reached out and gently traced the thread of fate on Athena's body with her white fingers. But today, on your thread, I see a similar scene. Lady Athena, the boy can indeed bring glory to Hera, but it seems he can also bring glory to you? Chapter 12, The more you know, the quicker you die. He is someone who can bring glory to Hera, but also to you. Facing Claudio and the prophecy given by the goddess of fate, even Athena was silent for a moment. She then once more turned her gaze to the distant figure, the boy admired and supported by the people of Iolcos. With his soft black hair and bright green eyes, Promise stood out even though he seemed frail compared to most heroes of this era. But his artistic and scholarly appearance still made him stand out in the crowd. Is that so? After a long while, Athena smiled lightly again, not saying much more, as if she didn't mind, yet seemed to take it deeply to heart. Following the sacrificial ceremony, Jason, Promise, and Hera went to a temple. Fearful worshippers led the way, and the three walked in silence. Jason, though bewildered and curious about all that had happened, dared not ask many questions, given that Hera was the revered queen. In truth, he was now terrified, thinking back to how he had dared to speak so loudly to Hera on that stage. Promise naturally kept his mouth shut, knowing the true cause of the whole farce. Though the impromptu performance on stage had averted the worst outcome and restored things to their proper course fairly well, Hera had still faced a deeply embarrassing situation. As Promise was thinking this, he suddenly noticed Hera's gaze. Instinctively, he turned his head, and when their eyes met, the goddess immediately looked away in a fluster, avoiding his gaze. In response, Promise could only offer a bitter smile. It seems becoming Hera's devotee was a bit unlikely. He thought to himself. The voyage of the Argo and the quest for the Golden Fleece were undoubtedly the main reasons he had followed Jason down the mountain. And as mentioned before, Hera was his second goal. After all, this was the age of gods in ancient Greece, a time when gods and humans coexisted. In this era, any hero would inevitably cross paths with these gods. Having a god on his side would make it easier to participate in various legendary tales. So, finding a god to serve was a natural course of action. As for why he chose Hera, the reason was simple. Promise sought a god with one key condition: they must not have any romantic interest in him. These gods, if infatuated, could follow a heroic spirit into a summoning, after all. First, considering the portrayal of Artemis and Orion in the Nasu verse, he could decisively exclude the three virgin goddesses of Olympus. Who knew if these goddesses, who swore eternal purity, had the same romantic inclinations as Artemis? As for the male gods, Zeus, Poseidon, Apollo, no need to elaborate. These bisexual gods were too much for Promise to handle. Aphrodite and Hades were also out of the question. One flirted with Ares, and the other resided in the underworld, which Promise wasn't ready to visit yet. So, narrowing down the candidates within the Olympian pantheon left him with very few options. And Hera was the one he felt he could trust completely. Hera valued her marriage deeply, being the goddess of marriage and childbirth, and a staunch defender of monogamy. Despite the chaotic nature of ancient Greece and her husband, Zeus, being one of the main culprits, she never had any extramarital affairs. In Greek mythology, she symbolized absolute fidelity. As Promise thoughts wandered, the fearful worshippers led them into the temple. Arriving at the foot of the grand statue of the queen, Hera gave a single glance, and the worshippers quickly departed, leaving only the three of them, two men and a goddess. Composing herself and trying to ignore Promise, Hera finally turned, directing her gaze at Jason as she spoke in a neutral, authoritative tone. Do you know why I chose to help you? Because Peleus took my father's throne by treacherous means, ignored your great presence, and desecrated the temple. Jason replied with a textbook answer, casting a quick glance at Promise. And perhaps because there's something fishy between you and Promise. Jason wasn't stupid. He had noticed the odd dynamic between Hera and Promises, but he was smart enough not to mention it on the spot. That is part of it, but primarily it is due to the prophecy of the goddess of fate. Hera continued, disregarding Jason's sly look. Her voice remained calm yet commanding. She said that in the future, you will bring me glory. Therefore, I have high expectations for you, Jason. I will help you reclaim your rightful throne. Yes, great goddess Hera. Jason responded quickly, his face lighting up with joy at Hera's promise. I will not fail, nor will I betray your trust, goddess Hera. The latter nodded lightly, her expression still indifferent. Jason's promise didn't seem to impress Hera much. Her gaze inadvertently shifted back to Promise. Seeing him with his head bowed, silent, her expression clearly showed a mix of emotions. She opened her mouth slightly, but in the end, said nothing. By now, Hera had already understood everything. She realized that Promises had acted for her benefit, preserving her dignity and even gaining her new followers and attention. Hera was naturally pleased, especially since she knew the incident wasn't Promise's fault. She had acted on her own assumption and chosen the wrong person. Yet, despite this understanding, as the queen of the gods, she couldn't bring herself to face him without embarrassment, remembering the awkwardness she felt on that stage. So, after a moment of silence, Hera remained quiet. Promise, who had mentally prepared for this, wasn't too disappointed. Everything seemed to be back on track, and he would still be able to join the voyage of the Argo. Thinking it unnecessary to strain relations with Hera further, Promise was prepared to leave with Jason, playing the role of a supportive companion. Honorable Queen, I apologize for disturbing you. When, a soft, gentle voice suddenly interrupted, as the petite goddess of fate, Clotho, dressed in a white robe, emerged from behind the statue of the queen. Clotho? Hera looked at the unexpected visitor, her confusion evident. What are you doing here? Clotho? While Jason was still puzzled about who she was, Promise, having spent 3 years under Chiron's tutelage, quickly recognized her. He stared in surprise at the goddess who controlled the fates of all living beings. I am here to apologize to you, great queen, and to correct an error made by my sister Atropos on that day. As she spoke, Clotho gently extended her hand, capturing 3 threads from the air. The threads connected Hera, Jason, and Promise. Thanks to Clotho's powers, they clearly saw that their threads of fate were intertwined. Before the astonished Promise and Hera could fully grasp the situation, Clotho continued. While my sister Atropos's vision of the future wasn't wrong, and this future hero Jason will indeed bring you glory, there's more to it. As Clotho spoke, she gently pulled out Jason's thread. With only the threads of Promise and Hera left intertwined, they remained connected rather than separated. Promise. He is also someone who can bring you glory, great queen. In the afternoon, after Hera and the other gods had left, they had also met with Jason's uncle, Peleus. Despite Peleus's ironclad expression and clear unwillingness to see them, he was forced to put on an ugly smile to greet them due to Hera's presence, making Jason feel immensely satisfied. As everything returned to normal in the corridors of the Iolco's palace, so. With his arm around Promise's shoulder, Jason winked and asked, Promises, what exactly is going on between you and that great goddess? The latter glanced at him and replied, do you want to stay alive? Of course, my future is bright. The great queen has promised that I will regain my throne, and the goddess of fate has predicted that I will achieve great things. How could I not want to stay alive? Seeing Jason's proud and smug expression, then stop prying. The more you know, the faster you die. After saying this, Promise ignored Jason's frozen expression, shook him off, and reached into the air, retrieving the golden heroic spirit class card. He had a feeling that his heroic spirit rank had definitely improved. Chapter 13, yes, it's me name, Promise Age, 16 Era, Age of the Gods, Ancient Greece Identity, Transmigrator Heroic Spirit Class, Unconfirmed Heroic Legend Events, met the future King of Athens, Theseus, and became a student of the Centaur Sage, Chiron. Completed Queen Hera's trial after being mistaken for Jason and gained her favor. Demonstrated incredible adaptability in near-impossible situations, single-handedly pulling a nearly out-of-control scenario back on track, becoming the one prophesied by Clotho, the goddess of fate, to bring glory to Hera. Heroic spirit rank improved, somewhat famous. Afternoon in a private room of the palace, Promise looked at the heroic spirit class card in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. As expected, just as I thought, The quality has improved. I guess this is the benefit of the Age of Gods. Harvesting the blessings of the gods is indeed the best shortcut to improving the quality of a heroic spirit. Even though on the way here, I, reformed more than 100 bandits and taught them to sing my praises, it didn't increase my legend at all. As Promise muttered to himself, feeling slightly indignant, Promise, I am going out. Do you want to come with me? Jason pushed the door open, his face full of confidence as he walked in. He had changed into a luxurious outfit, and it had to be said that Jason's appearance was quite impressive, a typical blonde, blue-eyed Western prince image. Where are you going? Promise looked at him, puzzled, not bothering to hide the heroic spirit class card in his hand. After all, he had already tested it, and only he, the host, could see the card, others couldn't. Of course, to experience the customs of my country properly. Jason said proudly. Promise, you wouldn't believe it. Just now, I stepped out for a bit, and everyone suddenly became so enthusiastic towards me, calling me the future king. And so many beautiful girls were giving me flirtatious glances. Hearing this, Promise instantly lost interest. He casually put away the class card and turned his head. Not interested, you go have fun yourself. Oh, and don't get too carried away. Remember, Queen Hera is still watching you. Jason's expression froze at his words. He muttered something under his breath, looking disappointed as he left. Watching his retreating figure, Promise couldn't help but think about his future. In the original history, Jason passed Hera's test with the help of Athena, becoming her devotee and favorite. Hera then did everything in her power to give him what he wanted. She gathered almost all the great heroes of the era, had Athena help build the Argo, a ship that would never sink in the sea, and supported the decade-long voyage. Hera's influence was evident throughout. Those years were the most glorious times for Jason. All of this lasted until he retrieved the Golden Fleece and returned to his kingdom. In the end, Jason brought back the Golden Fleece, but his uncle, Peleus, went back on his word and did not give the kingdom to Jason. If Hera had still been supporting him, Peleus wouldn't have dared to defy the oath witnessed by the queen. But by then, Hera had already abandoned Jason. Because Jason had betrayed Hera. To be precise, he had committed the one act Hera could not tolerate. Jason had betrayed Medea, his wife. He had betrayed their marriage. One must know that Jason and Medea's marriage was personally arranged and officiated by Hera herself. As mentioned earlier, Hera in Greek mythology symbolizes chastity. She is the absolute defender of monogamy, the goddess of marriage and childbirth. Therefore, her taboo is very clear: she cannot tolerate such betrayal. This is also why Hera often appears as a malicious antagonist in Greek mythology. In Greek mythology, Hera's reputation isn't very good, leaving behind many villainous images. Whether it was tormenting Heracles or transforming her rivals into mad gorgons, casting curses on entire nations, causing various natural disasters, or bringing suffocating plagues that turned lands into hellscapes, her temper was clearly bad. However, despite all this, when Promise had asked Chiron about the Olympian gods' temperaments during his lessons, Chiron had told him, Hera is a gentle and kind goddess. Thinking about it, it makes sense. Of course, he wasn't glorifying the goddess; after all, she was still a Greek goddess and no one among them was a good person. But Hera's her evil deeds have a huge premise: Zeus, the king of gods. And Jason's misbehavior wasn't a one-time thing, but until the wedding, Hera tolerated it, turning a blind eye. It wasn't until he betrayed Medea that Hera was thoroughly disappointed and left him. That's also why I want to be her devotee. After all, I don't plan to get married. Hera's biggest taboo was betrayal in marriage. And Promise had no plans to marry in this era. His goals were always pure, so much so that Chiron had been reluctant to let him leave the mountain. After all, how could someone so single-mindedly seeking death, wanting to die a glorious death, possibly think about romantic entanglements? Besides, this is the Nasuverse. Who knows where we will meet again in the future, and a harem situation. Ugh, women would only slow me down. The thought of getting himself into trouble and having a bunch of women come after him with swords made Promise shiver. For this reason, the chaste hero became the best choice for him. I thought it was impossible, but because of Clodo's prophecy, it seems I still have a chance. While he was muttering and thinking about these things, he felt bored being alone in the empty room after Jason left. So he turned and pulled out a paintbrush from his luggage. This was not an ordinary paintbrush but a gift from the sage Chiron. As mentioned earlier, Promise had an exceptional talent in the arts, particularly in painting. When Jason had left earlier, it was to get a painting from him, which led to many subsequent events. On that day, Chiron had noticed that Promise painting skills had surpassed his own and had given him this paintbrush. It didn't require any dye, just a bit of water was enough to draw the colors Promise needed. Yes, it was a divine artifact and currently the only divine artifact Promise possessed. To be precise, this was Chiron's graduation gift in painting, though Chiron would never admit it. to prevent Promise from using it as an excuse to leave the mountain. Promise also took out a canvas from his luggage. After having servants set up the easel and bringing in some water, he sat by the window. Bathed in the afternoon sunlight, he pondered over the canvas. What should I paint? Oh, right, if I want to get Hira's attention, I might as well make a vow like in the many stories, promising to dedicate everything to her and never marry. As he thought about what to paint, his mind wandered, and he naturally picked up the paintbrush, dipped it in some water, and began sketching on the canvas. And came to think of it, I have always overlooked something very important for a heroic spirit. That is, noble phantasms. Yes, I still don't have a noble phantasm. Legendary deeds often ascend to form noble phantasms. Currently, do I have any legends that could ascend into a noble phantasm? Well, it seems that there really aren't any. Oh my god, that was a close call. Luckily I didn't die. If he had died only to find out that High-An noble phantasm was his second-rate archery skills, I would have really cried. If I think about it this way, for the sake of the noble phantasm, whether it's the 12 trials of Hercules or the Caledonian boar, I really have to find a way to sneak in. With the paintbrush in hand, he gently outlined the figure of a person on the canvas. At the same time, Athena, who was still lingering in the palace, suddenly looked up with a puzzled expression. Who's been calling me? In the age of gods, it's best not to call a god's name or think about them too much because they can truly hear and sense it. Wait, could it be? Athena's eyes lit up with joy, and in the next moment, she disappeared from where she stood. Then, she reappeared behind Promise. But as she was about to greet him, she quickly covered her mouth. Because she saw the young man sitting by the window, bathed in the afternoon sunlight, with a gentle smile on his lips, peacefully and elegantly moving his brush. He seemed very relaxed yet serious at the same time. Promise hadn't noticed her arrival at all. She saw her image slowly forming on the canvas. Exquisite painting skills. Athena blinked, then looked at him with even more interest. Whether it was his performance this morning or the prophecy from the fate goddess Clotho, Athena was already greatly intrigued by Promise. Now, she discovered another side of him. She stood silently, watching him paint her. When Promise finally snapped out of his thoughts and saw the half-finished painting of the silver-haired, golden-eyed goddess, he was slightly startled. Why did I paint her? Maybe because our first meeting left such a deep impression, or perhaps because she's the first goddess I ever met. Hearing his muttering, Athena, who was about to pat his shoulder, stopped. She noticed his expression change, and his brows furrowed seriously. Promise looked at the goddess in the painting, who smiled so gently, and suddenly felt a strong sense of incongruity. No, this isn't right. What's not right? Athena tilted her head. This isn't her, the boy said to himself. Then, to Athena's bewilderment, he used his brush to erase the image on the canvas. This time, he fully immersed himself in the painting. Now, Promise painted slowly. But Athena didn't feel bored. She stared at the gradually forming image, her mouth slowly opening in astonishment. As Promise got more absorbed, he lost track of time. The goddess in the painting now held a shield in her left hand and raised a spear in her right. The white dress was now covered in golden armor. The painting depicted dawn breaking through the night. She stood alone outside a grand temple, bathed in the first light of day, looking down with her golden eyes at the world below. She was still smiling, but unlike the gentle image before, her gaze now was filled with pride and confidence. Her golden eyes seemed to control everything in the world. The breeze brushed her face, making her long silver hair flutter gently. The light of dawn adorned her, like the brightest star in the galaxy. After a long time, as the sunset's glow-bathed Proms, he finally put down his brush and stared at the figure in the painting for a while, and then, Goddess of Wisdom, Athena. He softly spoke Athena's name. At that moment, Promise finally realized who the goddess he first met truly was. And at the same time, the goddess responded softly and leaned closer, whispering in Promise's ear with a light laugh, "Yes, it's me. You have really surprised me again and again, Promise." Chapter 14, A World-Shaking Finale. In the twilight of the evening, Promise turned his head to see Athena leaning over, her silver hair falling onto his shoulders. The two of them exchanged glances for a moment. Wait, Promise's eyes widened as he instinctively stood up and raised his voice, "Goddess Athena, why are you here?" Before he could react further to her sudden appearance, a strong wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. As the world spun and his vision darkened, Athena, as if anticipating this, reached out and caught the staggering boy in her arms. After a while, Promise finally came to his senses. Feeling the softness and fragrance of the goddess, just as he was beginning to enjoy the moment and relax, he suddenly remembered that this goddess was Athena. Not only was she the goddess of wisdom, but she, like Artemis, was a virgin goddess. Realizing this, his body stiffened, and he quickly pulled away from Athena's embrace. The latter blinked her golden eyes and smiled at Promise, saying, "You can rest a bit longer." "I don't mind." "No, no, thank you, Athena." Promise forced a smile and tried to stop himself from taking a step back. "It's fine, Promise, even though she's a virgin goddess like Artemis, it doesn't mean she's a romantic fool like Artemis." Athena squinted slightly, her golden eyes seeming to see right through Promise, giving him immense psychological pressure. She sensed that he was thinking something inappropriate and had the ability to read his thoughts directly, but in the end, she chose not to. Glancing at the radiant image of herself in the painting beside them and then looking back at Promise, recalling the surprises he had given her today, she decided to be forgiving. "Did you always know who I was?" As she spoke, Athena took 2 steps forward and, from who knows where, produced a golden apple, which she personally fed to Promise. Then, with barely restrained excitement, she approached the painting. While Promise, still chewing on the golden apple, watched, Athena carefully picked up the painting and examined it, showing the most genuine, beautifully serene smile she had ever revealed. The sunset bathed her in its glow, and the breeze outside rustled her waist-length silver hair. In this moment, Athena, though not as dazzling as in the painting, exuded a gentle beauty. Promise, who had engraved this beautiful scene in his mind, almost couldn't resist the urge to sit down and capture this exquisite moment on canvas again. Resisting his artistic impulse, he took a bite of the golden apple. As it melted in his mouth and a warm current surged through his body, rejuvenating his spirits, Promise finally shook his head and responded to Athena, "No, I didn't know." After a slight pause, he continued, "I just felt halfway through that this was the real you." As he spoke, he glanced at the painting. Indeed, Promise didn't know at first. It was only halfway through when he felt the inconsistency that his mind pieced together Athena's true likeness. And once he completed the painting, he knew who she was. It seems Hero was right. Hearing this, Athena turned her gaze from the painting back to Promise. She remarked, "You truly are an exceptional child." Promise was a genius. Even though he was indeed at the bottom of Chiron's class, in the realm of painting, he was truly a prodigy, with a talent that could only be described as astonishing. After all, he had surpassed Chiron completely in just 3 years. The reason Promise never cared about this wasn't because he was unaware of his own abilities. Besides Chiron's reluctance to talk about it to prevent him from using it as an excuse to leave the mountain, the main reason was that the legend inscribed on his heroic spirit class card didn't include this aspect. So Promise always saw it as a hobby, not paying it much mind. But he didn't realize that the reason it wasn't inscribed on the card was simply because he hadn't created a painting that could be considered legendary. And now, clearly, he had done so. Faced with Athena's praise, he wasn't particularly pleased. Instead, he thought of something else, and his gaze toward the goddess grew strange. "Is something wrong?" Athena tilted her head slightly. "Well, it's nothing significant." Promise hesitated, thought for a moment, and finally couldn't help but say, "It's just, Athena, do you remember the oracle you gave to Jason?" "Of course." Athena, who had nodded instinctively, suddenly realized what he meant. This was essentially admitting that she had known all along that Hera had mistaken someone else for Jason. So the farce that morning. The atmosphere suddenly grew silent. Athena blinked, looking at Promise, and the latter blinked back at her. After a long moment, "Yes, the painting is really good." Athena, shifting her gaze, expressed her admiration for the painting. "It's an honor to receive your praise, Athena." Promise replied dutifully. They tacitly agreed not to continue discussing that matter. However, it turns out, dealing with virgin goddesses is really so much trouble. He had already known that these gods cared about nothing but their own entertainment. If he were a normal person aspiring to be something else other than what he was aspiring to be, he would have really hated and resented this goddess, who just saw her own amusement and didn't care that this so-called amusement would take 2 innocent lives. Sure. Athena is absolutely unreliable. I need to stay away from her from now on. Even though he wanted to die. But he only wanted to die and did not wish to be turned into some animal or tree. Athena glanced at Promise, who still seemed to be smiling, and felt amused. Although she hadn't pried into his thoughts, given her wisdom, she could roughly guess what he was thinking from his demeanor. However, Athena was in a particularly good mood today. So instead of getting angry, she found his demeanor somewhat endearing. Smiling gently, she admired the painting and asked, "By the way, Promise, what is your wish?" "My wish?" The latter looked at Athena in confusion. "Yes." She nodded. "Since you have offered me a tribute, I should grant you a favor in return. So, tell me your wish." As she spoke, Athena looked at Promise again and said, "Just like Jason's wish is to become a king and reclaim his throne. Tell me your wish, and I shall make it come true." "When did I offer it to you?" Looking at Athena, who was clearly captivated by the painting in her arms, Promise wisely kept that question to himself. As for his wish, did he even need to think about it? I want to become a hero. Athena glanced at Promise with some surprise, given his frail appearance. However, in the age of ancient Greece, such dreams were normal, so she didn't think much of it. She was just about to nod when and die gloriously on the path to becoming a hero. Huh? Athena blinked, looked at the boy, hesitated for a moment, and then asked uncertainly, did you just say to become a hero? No, the last part. To die gloriously. Athena remained silent for a while. As a well-traveled goddess, she had heard all sorts of wishes, but this wish. Are you sure you don't want to become a hero and enjoy the glory and praise? SHR couldn't help but ask. No, while I do hope people will sing of my legends, I more desire to die in a grand epic, a heroic sacrifice. To have my legend live on forever. Looking at the boy, who was shaking his head and growing more excited and passionate as he spoke, the goddess fell silent. After all, she could discern lies and sense the determination in Promise's words. I think I understand why you haven't been allowed to leave the mountain and why Chiron is still overseeing you. It's one thing to say you want to die gloriously, but basically, you just have a death wish. But that's not a bad dream. Athena smiled. Anyone else might hesitate or be confused, but not her. She was Athena, mother of heroes. In ancient Greece, she was always either causing trouble or on her way to cause trouble. So this was right up her alley. Moreover, Athena finally understood Clodo's prophecy about Promise. He too will bring you glory. Thus, I accept. She agreed readily. Facing this frail youth, probably the most fragile she had ever seen, who yearned to become a hero and meet a grand end, Athena gave her response and made the vow she would regret for the rest of her life. I swear by the name of Athena, goddess of wisdom, that Promise, the student of Chiron, will become a shining star of this era under my witness. And when that time comes, I will grant you an end that will astonish the world. Let the world sing your name, and let your legend be eternal. Chapter 15, Virgin Goddesses Are Truly Terrifying. Is there really such a good thing? In the room bathed in twilight, Promise was overjoyed, thinking to himself, it seems that not all virgin goddesses are unreliable like that moon goddess Artemis. This was an oath made by Athena in her own name, representing an irreversible and unchangeable promise. No matter what happens in the future, she will fulfill the content of this oath. Thus, she will witness Promise becoming a hero and eventually grant him an end that will shock the entire world. Thank you for your grace, esteemed goddess Athena. Faced with this heartfelt and sincere gratitude from Promise, the goddess couldn't help but smile again. She stepped forward, gently pinching his still slightly childish cheek. You child, if others heard my vow that I will someday let you die, they'd be scared out of their wits, but only you would find it a delight. And also, Athena squinted slightly, her golden eyes staring at Promise, and her grip tightened a bit. You were just thinking very disrespectful thoughts, weren't you? The latter blinked. I am a goddess, the goddess of wisdom, Athena. Do you think I wouldn't know what you're thinking inside, little Promise? You're quite bold. Promise's eyes widened, and before he could even explain himself, she chuckled, all right, I am just teasing you. But I didn't expect you to actually be thinking disrespectful thoughts. Laughing, Athena let go of his cheek. She turned around, her figure elongated by the evening light as she continued, I didn't read your mind. Although I could, I didn't because you offered me a tribute. Even though I didn't read your thoughts, any god can subtly sense what you're thinking when you stand before them and ponder things related to them. This was clearly a warning. Promise breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Athena's back, feeling a bit scared and resolving to be more careful around these unreasonable beings in the future. Does this mean that goddess Hera already knew? Hearing this, Athena turned her head to look at Promise, puzzled at first. But being the goddess of wisdom, she quickly understood what he meant. You're talking about when she appeared before you as an old woman. So you guessed my oracle from the start. With nothing to hide now, Promise nodded honestly. Don't worry, she didn't know anything. Athena grinned, because at that time, I quietly made sure she couldn't hear. So, Promise looked at her, about this morning. What about this morning? The latter's smile was still bright. Nothing. Promise lowered his head, not saying another word. He silently added a tag to Athena in his mind, mischief maker. No, I shouldn't think that. Athena is a beautiful, elegant, kind goddess. Yes, that's right. Athena found his reaction amusing and then seemed to remember something. After taking a glance at the painting she loved so much, she carefully placing the painting down and then took a strand of her long, beautiful silver hair. Stepping forward, in front of a confused but unresisting Promise, she bent down and wrapped the strand around his left wrist. By now, the twilight had faded, stars adorned the night sky, and the flawless moonlight shone in through the window, illuminating them both. All right. Athena stood up, looking at the puzzled Promise, and said, now you won't have to worry about anyone reading your mind, except for me. Remember, only me. As she said this, she winked at him and continued with a gentle smile, it can also protect you in your most dangerous moments. After all, before I prepare that grand finale for you, Promise, you cannot die so easily. If you die without waiting for me, even in the underworld, I won't let you go and will pull you out from there. Hearing this, Promise had no time to react when suddenly, Promise, I am back. Kicking the door open, Jason walked in with a big laugh. Then he looked at Promise standing by the window, staring blankly at him, and asked in confusion, what are you doing, Promise? The latter did not answer. After coming to his senses, he looked around. Athena was nowhere to be seen, and the painting had also disappeared. Only the night breeze and the bright moonlight gently caressed him, bringing a slight chill. Promise recalled Athena's last words, those that seemed like a joke, with a smile, but without a hint of humor in her golden eyes. If I die before she prepares my finale, she won't let me go even in death. Indeed, virgin goddesses are truly terrifying. At that moment, Promise truly felt uncertain. Was his vow with Athena a good thing or a bad thing? Athena, having left with the painting, walked away from the kingdom of Iolcos with a light step. However, she did not return to Mount Olympus but instead went to a forest not far from the kingdom. She walked deep into the forest until she reached a clear lake that mirrored the night sky like a mirror. There, Athena stopped. Sitting gracefully by the lake, she smiled and carefully took out the painting, setting it up with great care. Then she looked towards the shadow of a distant tree and said in a boasting tone, come quickly, look at the tribute that child offered me. Athena's words elicited a soft, kind laugh. In the moonlight, a tall centaur emerged from the shadows. With golden hair and blue eyes, his face always bore a gentle, warm smile. He was Promise and Jason's teacher, the most renowned mentor in ancient Greece, the centaur sage Chiron. When Athena first met Promise and Jason and left the oracle, she had mentioned that he had Chiron's protection. To be precise, it was a locator. Chiron had been watching over the descended Promise and Jason all along. However, there was one thing she had not mentioned at that time, Chiron not only watched over them but had also been silently accompanying them. He stood there quietly, watching them from afar. Athena, you have an excellent student. Athena's words made Chiron smile even more happily, as this was undoubtedly the highest praise and recognition for a teacher. Then Chiron gently corrected her, however, Jason is also an excellent child. Athena did not respond, neither nodding nor shaking her head. She just quietly admired the painting. The forest returned to tranquility, until much later when Chiron sighed softly. Athena, about that vow. If you have already seen it, then you know it cannot be altered. Athena interrupted. I know. Chiron sighed, his face showing a hint of sorrow as he pleaded with Athena, but I sincerely hope that day can come a bit later. That I cannot guarantee. If a suitable end comes for the child, I cannot ignore it. Chiron, since it is his wish, why do you keep trying to stop it? Chiron was silent for a moment before answering, because I am his teacher. Late at night, Athena returned to Mount Olympus, to her temple. The eternal sacred fire illuminated the grand temple. Busy nymph maidens and minor gods greeted her return, informing her that a distinguished guest had been waiting for her in the temple hall for some time. Athena entered the hall and saw the god they spoke of, standing by the tall window. Her beautiful golden curls fell from her crown as she sat there, regal and dignified. Hera? She looked at her with surprise and curiosity. What brings you here? Athena, where have you been? Hera raised an eyebrow slightly, displeased at having waited so long. She stood up and said, never mind, this isn't the time for that. Athena, I need you to devise a trial concerning the throne of the Iolcos kingdom. Upon hearing this, Athena's face lit up with understanding. So that's what this is about. All right, but before that, Hera, I have something wonderful to show you. Saying this, Athena took out the painting again, proudly showing it to Hera. Hera, look at this painting. It's a tribute from a child to me. Halfway through her excited explanation, Athena's voice caught. She noticed Hera's gaze on the painting and her smile froze slightly. Athena realized something was off. After all, this painting was a tribute from Promise to her. A tribute from a child? Hera looked at the painting of the radiant Athena, surprised. A child from the mortal world. Not one of the muses, the goddesses of art? No, it can't be. I remember none of them could paint something like this. I even see a hint of divinity in this painting. The goddess, intrigued by this, said to Athena, which child is it? Do I know him? Maybe he can paint one for me too? This. Athena felt awkward. Under normal circumstances, Athena wouldn't hesitate, but after witnessing everything today and considering the prophecy from the fate goddess Clotho, She didn't need to think hard to guess how much Promise meant to Hera. Hera's jealousy was well known. This was Promise's first painting, and Hera wasn't even the first goddess to receive a tribute from the child. Athena wasn't afraid, but thinking about how she had created yet another problem for the child. Even she felt a bit guilty after all the trouble she had caused Promise over the past couple of days. So, well, this child is a student of Chiron. Go ask Chiron, and you will find out. At the same time, in Promise's room within the kingdom. In the candlelit room, Promise silently looked at his spirit rank card, specifically at the section detailing his heroic legend boosts. Presented a tribute to the goddess of wisdom, Athena, apostrophe. Huh, so offering a tribute can increase my legend points? Seems like my painting skills aren't entirely useless after all. I should definitely present tributes to all the gods. Next time, I will paint one for Hera. Chapter 16, If you don't let me leave the mountain, I will seek out each one. A sleepless night, the next day, as the sun god Helios replaced the night goddess Nyx, the first rays of dawn shone on Promise, who sat by the window, staring at his canvas. The canvas was pristine, like a freshly created folder titled A Painting for Hera. Turns out yesterday was a special case. Promise thought, his mind blank and devoid of inspiration, so he put down his paintbrush. He had sat there all night but wasn't the least bit tired. The golden apple's effect was even better than he had imagined. Actually, when he completed the painting yesterday, Promise sensed it was a rare moment of inspiration, not something that could happen regularly. After all, creating a perfect likeness of someone he'd only met once, capturing their essence so precisely it seemed divine, was practically miraculous. Forget it, I won't paint today. As for tributes, next time, definitely. Shaking his head, he stood up and put away his brushes. He also checked his belongings. There wasn't much worth noting, just a few scholars' robes and another golden apple. That was the gift from Athena when they first met, and he hadn't eaten it yet. Though he'd been curious about its taste, he saved it for a time when he might need its restorative power. Having tasted one yesterday, he found it sweet but otherwise normal. Its effects were remarkable, though, leaving him refreshed despite a sleepless night. Good, it's not spoiled. But something divine probably wouldn't spoil anyway. He checked the apple, confirmed it was fine, and put it back. Then he returned to the window, staring at the canvas and organizing his thoughts, pondering over his next steps. Jason's matters are temporarily settled. No, they should be officially on track. After all, the trial Hera gave will most likely end up involving the Argo and Golden Fleece. Athena's vow was another pleasant surprise, a grand finale that would shock the world. Although her final words, akin to those of Yndir, were quite concerning. But overall, this was undoubtedly a good thing, at least on the surface. So next, my focus should be on enhancing my spirit rank. He was not aiming for an S rank or grand rank right off the bat, but at least an E rank. At the very least, a B rank. With this in mind, he needed to participate in more legendary stories, like the Caledonian Boar Hunt or the 12 Labors of Heracles, since the construction of the Argo will take about a year or two. Oh, and I need to think about my noble phantasm. That's crucial too. If I remember correctly, noble phantasms are usually tied to the legends themselves. Alright, it's decided. Once Hera determines the trial and Jason starts preparing the Argo, I will go find Heracles and the others. They didn't let me leave the mountain before, so now I will seek each one out. As Promise made his decision, he suddenly felt a slight sting in his hand, as if something were lightly pecking him. Looking down instinctively, he saw a small bird. The bird, which had somehow landed on his leg, was pecking at his hand to get his attention. When Promise finally looked down at it, the bird spread its wings and chirped, gesturing for him to look at its foot. Promise then noticed a letter tied to the bird's leg. He took the letter, opened it, and recognizing the familiar handwriting, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's finally here. Well, alright. Standing up, Promise left his room. It was still early, with dawn just breaking, so the palace was very quiet. Promise walked unimpeded. Though the sleepy guards still stood there, yesterday's events had made him quite a known figure in the kingdom, and he could proudly say, "Who doesn't know me here?" After a while, he exited the kingdom, and reaching the outskirts, he once again saw the intelligent little bird. The bird circled above his head twice before landing on his shoulder, chirping and pointing the way with its little head. Smiling, Promise patted the bird's head and followed its direction into a secluded forest, delving deeper and deeper. Finally, under the high morning sun, he arrived at a beautiful lakeside, clear as a mirror. Even before reaching the lake, he could hear the familiar, melodious sound of a lyre. Approaching, Promise saw the half-human, half-horse sage Chiron surrounded by forest animals, all listening to his music with their eyes closed. Some animals perched on Chiron, others sat beside him. The intelligent bird joined them. This scene was like the legends of Apollo, the god of light, whose music would draw all creatures to him. Promise didn't disturb Chiron but found a shaded spot under a tall tree to sit. He waited quietly for a long time before Chiron finally opened his eyes and put down his silver lyre. Yet the creatures were reluctant to leave him, until he spoke words only gods could utter, making them reluctantly disperse. Chiron stood up and approached Promise, shaking his head to indicate the latter didn't need to rise. Gently patting Promise's head, he spoke with a proud and comforting tone, "Promise, you have done very well. I have been watching, and as your teacher, I am proud of you." He did not scold Promise for disobeying him and leaving the mountain. The latter was silent for a while before responding, "Teacher, I am sorry I didn't listen to you. No, the one who should truly apologize is me." Chiron shook his head and said, "I kept you confined on the mountain, worried that you were not yet ready to descend. But you have proven to me with your actions that you are exceptional, far beyond ordinary. Even the goddess of wisdom and Queen Hera are willing to stand before you." Hearing this, Promise was momentarily stunned, then looked at Chiron in surprise. "So, Teacher Chiron, you didn't come to take me back to the mountain?" "Of course not," Chiron replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head. "On the contrary, I am here to bid you farewell. Promise, I eagerly await the day when your name echoes throughout the world." Promise looked at Chiron, opening his mouth in silence. All of this was unexpected, yet it seemed so fitting. After all, this was Chiron, the mentor of nearly all the famous heroes of ancient Greece. "But even so, I still cannot fully accept your vow with the goddess Athena." Chiron continued with a light sigh. "So I apologize, for in this matter, your teacher cannot give you his blessing." "No, it's enough already. You don't need to apologize, and..." Pausing slightly, Promise then said sincerely to Chiron, "Thank you for everything." He now fully understood that his teacher, worried and protective, had been silently watching over him and following him all along. Chiron smiled softly. Then, standing up, he said, "But before I leave, I have one last gift to give you. Or rather, to give to Jason. Come with me." With that, he led Promise to a cottage on the outskirts of the kingdom. There, Promise saw two middle-aged people who bore some resemblance to Jason. Yes, they were Jason's parents. The former king and queen. After seizing power, Peleus ordered Jason's parents to be imprisoned and eventually executed. However, in reality, they did not die. They were saved by a seer who had prophesied Jason's return and knew that he was Hera's favored one. Thus, the seer rescued them and kept them well hidden and safe here. Promise's original vow included rescuing Jason's parents, but upon arriving in the kingdom, he was told they had already died, so he gave up on that. But he had no idea they were still alive. That afternoon, Promise quietly brought Jason to the cottage. Upon seeing Chiron, Jason was initially terrified. But then, upon seeing his parents, he was overcome with speechless joy and excitement. That night, Chiron left and then returned to the Peolian cave, where other students awaited him. As a teacher, he had undoubtedly done his utmost, accompanying and protecting Promise through his initial journey before he officially embarked on his own path. Time passed, and after 3 days, Hera finally returned and delivered the oracle that everyone in the city had been eagerly awaiting. As Promise had anticipated, it was about the legend of the Argo. Chapter 17, Promise embarks on the journey. The legend spoke of a distant land by the Black Sea, the kingdom of Colchis, which held a priceless treasure, the Golden Fleece. For a long time, the Greeks had spun tales about it. It symbolized not only wealth but also adventure, indomitable spirit, ideals, and the pursuit of happiness. Indeed, it was rare, as it was a gift from the gods. Specifically, it was a gift from Hermes, the messenger of the gods and one of the 12 Olympian deities. Although the Golden Fleece now belonged to the war god Ares, having been sacrificed to him by the current king of Colchis, its symbolic significance made many heroes and kings yearn for it. So they embarked on perilous journeys to obtain it, yet none succeeded. Many didn't even catch a glimpse of the treasure before perishing along the dangerous path. Thus, on this day, in the kingdom of Iolcos, atop the sacrificial altar, the revered hero once again descended from Mount Olympus. In the presence of her followers and the gathered crowd, she announced the divine oracle. Standing beside Jason and Promise, King Peleus, who had been showing a displeased expression, suddenly showed signs of joy upon hearing the oracle. Before Jason and Promise could speak, he turned to Jason, and spoke words full of concern which even a foolish could discern were fake. "Dear nephew, you must be familiar with the tale of the Golden Fleece. It symbolizes wealth, power, and undaunted spirit. Countless people have died in its pursuit. Such a quest is impossible to accomplish, and I don't wish for you to throw your life away needlessly." He paused for effect, then continued, "In the presence of the great Hera, I swear to share a portion of my rule with you. You need not undertake this impossible task. Jason's face also showed hesitation. The legend of the Golden Fleece was well known, and many had lost their lives chasing it, causing him to waver. But then, since this is the trial set by the great Hera, we must strive to complete it, even if it seems impossible. Promise's calm voice interrupted. Moreover, the fact that the kind and benevolent goddess Hera has given us this trial indicates her trust and expectations for us. How could we possibly betray her faith? After Promise spoke, although Hera, who was at the highest point of the platform, had not said anything, if one looked at her now, they would have seen that the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. When Jason heard this, he came back to his senses and looked at Promise. Looking at his calm expression, he couldn't help but think of his oath. He swore to the gods on that day that he, Jason, would eventually become a hero and a brave man worthy of the title. Then Jason's panic disappeared instantly as he raised his head and declared with determination, "Indeed, even if it appears impossible, we will accomplish this task under Queen Hera's watchful gaze." Seeing Jason's resolve, Peleus's face darkened once more. "And you, King Peleus?" Promise said with a smile, meeting Peleus's furious gaze, "If we do return with the Golden Fleece, what then?" Under the witness of the great Hera. When Promise finished speaking, Hera lowered her head, directing her commanding gaze at Peleus. Not only that, but the gathered crowd also turned their attention to him, waiting for his response. Under such pressure, Peleus had no choice but to lower his head and reluctantly promise, in the presence of the great goddess Hera, "If you truly return with the Golden Fleece, I will willingly surrender the sacred throne." From that day onward, this news quickly spread across the Greek continent. Bards played their lyres, weaving songs and spreading the word. Everyone who heard of this event eagerly anticipated their official departure and fervently debated whether they could actually return successfully. Thus, about a week after Hera bestowed the trial upon them. 1 week later, in the early morning before dawn, Jason stood outside the royal city of Iolcos, watching Promise, who had already packed and was preparing to leave and seemed hesitant to speak. "Jason, I will leave the shipbuilding to you. Peleus won't easily let us build the ship," Promise said first, addressing him. Although he knew that Athena would assist in building the Argo with wood that would never sink in the sea, ensuring its completion, but it doesn't hurt to speak. Upon hearing this, Jason immediately thumped his chest, and promised, "Don't worry, I will supervise them well. But you? Are you sure you're okay?" As he spoke, looked at Promise with a face full of concern. What could go wrong? The latter replied with a smile. "I am just going to find them." As Promise finished speaking, he raised a list in his hand. On it were all the names of the senior brothers who had refused to take him down the mountain, and some who had even grabbed him by the neck and brought him to Chiron. Just thinking about meeting them next made Promise's smile even brighter. "When they see me, they will be very surprised," he said. "I think they will be more scared than surprised." Jason couldn't help but laugh and said to Promise, "They will definitely be worried about how the teacher let you down the mountain, knowing that you are determined to seek death. What's there to worry about? Anyway, the teacher has given up on me and doesn't care anymore." And at this point, Promise hesitated, and his expression visibly became more troubled. "And what?" Jason naturally became curious. "Nothing. Anyway, because of some things, now even if I want to die, I don't dare to." Promise sighed deeply. He was obviously recalling Athena's vow. Most notably, her somewhat Yandere-like statement if he died before the grand finale she prepared, she would drag him out of the underworld herself. So now Promise was genuinely a bit afraid to die. He even thought that if he accidentally died and didn't become a heroic spirit, it might be a blessing in disguise. He definitely didn't want to be summoned as a heroic spirit and have a smiling goddess appear alongside, only to choke him. Ugh, just thinking about it was terrifying. Indeed, these virgin goddesses all had some issues. "Well, I don't know what happened, but as long as you're not seeking death, that's fine," Jason said, tilting his head. "Don't worry. I promised to help you become king." Promise waved his hand. "And I have said more than once, I want to die gloriously and become a hero. So how could I miss the adventure of the Golden Fleece? It's you guys who keep obsessing over my death, you're the weird ones. Chasing after glory, wealth, and women while alive, but seeking all that one cannot enjoy after death. Who is truly the strange one here?" Jason looked at Promise speechlessly. "Don't say we mere mortals can't understand you, even those great gods can't comprehend it. Damn it." Thinking of Athena's reaction, Promise realized he really couldn't argue. Even the wise goddess looked at him with a face full of astonishment upon hearing his dream. "All right, enough talking, the sun is about to rise. Goodbye, Jason." "Yeah." Jason nodded, "Goodbye, Promise, and don't really die, come back soon, we still need to complete Hera's trial." "Okay." Looking at Jason, who was actually quite afraid of the Golden Fleece adventure, Promise smiled and said, I will be back soon." After speaking, he turned to leave. But suddenly recalling the traditions of ancient Greece, he turned back to Jason and said, "By the way, I am about to leave. Aren't you going to give me a few words of blessing?" The latter was taken aback and fell silent. After a long pause. May you die gloriously? Aren't you the one who doesn't want me to die? Then, may you not die? Fuck, I helped you, and you are cursing me to live." Puff. Just as Jason's face turned dark, almost ready to draw his sword and duel with Promise, a certain goddess who had been eavesdropping on their conversation finally couldn't hold back and let out a joyful laugh. Hearing the tinkling laughter, Promise, who was slightly startled, immediately recognized who it was, so he no longer had any intention of continuing to mess with Jason. "Goodbye, Jason." Without waiting for Jason to respond, Promise turned and mounted his horse. Under Jason's gaze, he gradually rode away. At this moment, Promise began his journey. Chapter 18, Here's Doting. Good morning, beautiful and wise goddess Athena. Near a small creek not far from the kingdom, the immaculate and elegant goddess sat on a rock by the creek, the rising sun highlighting her waist-length silver hair. Her golden eyes, smiling, looked at the boy who approached her. Hearing his greeting, she nodded gently. As Promise dismounted and approached, she pulled out another golden apple from somewhere and placed it in his hand. "Goddess Athena, may I ask you a question?" Of course. Whether it was because she found Promise's playful banter with Jason amusing, or because she was excited about him finally embarking on his journey, the goddess who loved heroes and their stories seemed to be in a very good mood. "Goddess Athena, why do you always give me a golden apple every time we meet?" Promise asked, holding up the apple with a puzzled look. You don't like it?" Athena tilted her head. "It's not that I don't like it." Although Promise knew these Greek gods could be capricious, often giving benefits for no reason and becoming inexplicably angry in many stories, this was the wise goddess Athena. From their interactions, Promise felt her rationality clearly outweighed her impulsiveness. "There's no special reason, I just want you to grow stronger," Athena said with a light laugh, pinching his cheek. "After all, compared to that Jason, you seem like a gust of wind could blow you over." "I am not that weak, am I?" Promise was a little unconvinced. Although it was true, the other party was Jason. "Do you want me to try blowing you over?" "Well, to fulfill the promise with you, the wise Athena, I also think I should eat a couple more golden apples," Promise said earnestly, carefully storing the golden apple right in front of Athena. The latter just found it amusing and didn't say much. "Do you know why I chose this moment to see you?" Athena then asked Promise. Promise thought for a moment, his gaze inadvertently glancing at Athena's reflection in the creek. Sitting on the rock, her long dress revealed her white, slender legs. "You mentioned you would witness me becoming a hero and eventually grant me a grand ending," Promise replied. "And I am still far from being a hero, so if I am not mistaken, you're here to help me become one, right?" Athena didn't answer immediately. Instead, she took out another golden apple, but this time, she placed it directly in his mouth. As Promise bit into the golden apple, he thought about something else. Everyone knew golden apples were for restoring strength, and in Greek mythology, they belonged to Hera. Golden apples first appeared at the wedding of Zeus and Hera. Gaia, the earth goddess, brought a golden tree from the edge of the world, gifting it to Zeus and Hera. The tree bore golden apples. Eventually, this golden apple tree was placed by Hera at the edge of the world, in a sacred garden guarded by 3 goddesses and a fearsome creature, the 100-headed dragon Ladon. Many stories in Greek mythology revolve around golden apples. One of Heracles' 12 labors involved retrieving a golden apple from this sacred garden. Another famous story involves the golden apple inscribed to the fairest, and the 3 golden apples used by Atalanta in her race. "That's right," Athena confirmed, not at all embarrassed to have her intentions revealed. Instead, she was quite pleased as she answered, "I am here to help you become a hero." Athena loved heroes. If Promise could see her stats, he was sure there would be a hero creation skill, and it would be at least X level. After all, most Greek heroes were associated with her. Her frequent involvement earned her the title of Mother of Heroes, leading some to speculate she was preparing to overthrow Zeus. In this world, only 2 beings had the power to overthrow Zeus. One was Typhon, the progenitor of all monsters. The other was Athena herself. Hey, if Athena really planned to overthrow Zeus, should I help? Wait, to die immortal fighting against the king of gods, Zeus, in such a grand endeavor. Ah, beautiful goddess Athena, I would gladly join your cause. What are you thinking about? Athena suddenly knocked on Promise's head. Goddess Athena, you're peeking into my thoughts. Promise instinctively held his head, looking at her wide-eyed. I didn't peek, but I did tell you that even if I don't know exactly what you're thinking, I can sense it when you're thinking about me. But your thoughts just now were quite bold. not an insult, but... As she spoke, she rested her hand on her chin, looking at Promise with great interest. Actually, it's really nothing. By the way, goddess, do you have any divine instructions for me? Promise changed the topic, asking Athena. Hearing this, the smiled and didn't pursue the previous conversation. A hero aspiring to die gloriously, and Athena, who loves fostering heroes, were indeed a match made in heaven, so to speak. Unfortunately, she was a virgin goddess. From their last interaction, he realized that even the wise goddess had a terrifying potential to become a yindir. Athena then reached into Promise's luggage, pulling out his list of grudges and names. She opened it and skimmed through it. Who do you plan to find first? Heracles. Promise's answer was immediate and without hesitation. After all, when talking about Greek mythology, aside from the Argonauts, Heracles' 12 labors were the most famous. Oh, and there was also the Trojan War. These stories were the hallmarks of Greek mythology. Now that Promise had already embarked on one hallmark, he was certainly eager for another. But to his surprise, Athena shook her head and said, "No, you can't go yet." Promise didn't question why, just looked at her in confusion. "Do you know about the relationship between Heracles and Hera?" Promise nodded. Of course he knew. In Hera's villainous career, persecuting Heracles was one of her most typical stories. "You really do know? Did Chiron tell you?" "No, Chiron wouldn't mention such things." "How do you know?" Promise didn't answer and instead asked her curiously, "Why can't I go now?" "Well, not now." Athena smiled. Seeing that he had no intention of explaining, she didn't mind. After all, this was the age of Greek gods. Both gods and prophets who could see the future were numerous. Though, those who dared to pry into the affairs of gods and got caught often met tragic ends. Hera may be fond of you, but even with the blessing of the fates, you cannot interfere with Heracles' affairs now, let alone with someone else also watching over him. Athena didn't specify who that someone was. But Promise immediately understood. The king of the gods, Zeus. Zeus had been watching over the future strongman Heracles since his birth. As for others, Athena looked amused as she glanced at the list of grudges, putting it down. She said to Promise, "Aside from Heracles, although the others aren't a big issue, let's put them aside for now. Because I happen to have a trial that's more suitable for you. It doesn't require great strength. It only needs the wisdom and courage you displayed on the altar when you offered your sacrifice to Hera, and most importantly." Athena smiled gently as she spoke. Legend has it that in ancient Greek mythology, there was a kingdom called Aegina. The people of this kingdom worshipped a river goddess named Aegina. In fact, it wasn't so much worship as it was that Aegina lived among them, being the true ruler of the kingdom. The king was her child. Aegina was the daughter of the old river goddess Opis. Her extraordinary beauty and innocent nature brought her the greatest disaster in ancient Greece. Well, she caught the eye of Zeus. One day, when Asopus was away, Zeus transformed into an eagle, abducted Aegina, and when the old river god discovered this and pursued relentlessly, he struck him with a lightning bolt, breaking one of his legs. Zeus took Aegina to Attica, where he established a kingdom and, to show his love, named the kingdom after her. One of the 3 judges of the underworld, Icus, was the son of Aegina and Zeus. Due to Zeus's influence, this kingdom quickly prospered. Even after Zeus lost interest or found a new target to pursue and forgot about the place and the river goddess, Aegina continued to protect it with all her might, seeing it as her second home. Through her efforts, the kingdom of Aegina became the most renowned in the region of Attica. Many people visited, and the kind-hearted river goddess welcomed them all, treating all her subjects as her children. However, this prosperity attracted the attention of Hera. Upon learning of the river goddess Aegina's relationship with Zeus from the king, Hera became furious. In retaliation, she cast a severe curse. Hera brought various disasters and suffocating plagues upon the kingdom. The once flourishing, vibrant kingdom was shrouded in death in just a few days, becoming a hell on earth. And the river goddess Aegina could only look on in despair, unable to do anything. Most importantly, Promise looked at Athena, who was smiling and observing him, feeling a bit puzzled. "That is the most important point, and it is also the divine mandate I bestow upon you." Athena smiled and replied, "That would be the most noble goddess, Queen Hera's indulgence." Chapter 19, Themis, the goddess of justice. Half a month later, Promise arrived in Aegina. He had reached the kingdom cursed by Hera. The journey had been uneventful, and without Jason to back him up, HD had been more cautious, avoiding isolated areas and staying away from bandits. Thus, the journey had gone smoothly. In the kingdom, a light rain was falling, washing away the bleakness that pervaded the land, as if hoping to cleanse it of the plague and disasters. The rain was actually the tears of the river goddess Aegina. She resided in the center of the kingdom, in a tall tower, but rather than living there, she was imprisoned. She could only watch helplessly as her children, the kingdom's inhabitants, and the kingdom itself slowly perished under the curse. Promise walked alone through the kingdom, observing the devastation and the suffering of the sick people. He walked for a long time until, at some point, the sky darkened and an old woman holding a lantern blocked his path. The old woman's eyes were covered with a white cloth as she stood before Promise. With a hoarse voice, she asked, "I sense the presence of a stranger. Child, where do you come from, and why have you come here?" In ancient Greece, who were the most terrifying individuals? Promise could responsibly tell you, the elderly, children, and women. Especially the elderly, because you could never be sure if the old person suddenly stopping you was a disguised god. However, Promise looked curiously at the old woman blocking his path. After thinking for a moment, he decided to answer, "I come from the kingdom of Iolcos. A goddess guided me here." "A goddess?" the old woman asked calmly, and Promise already had an answer in his mind. This woman was undoubtedly another god. Having met 3 gods already, Promise was getting better at identifying them. However, he was still a bit puzzled, unsure if Athena knew about this or if she had deliberately sent him here because she knew. Wise Athena, the goddess of wisdom. Promise answered straightforwardly, having a good idea of the woman's identity. The old woman was silent for a moment before continuing. "Why did she send you here?" "To help the people of this kingdom and lift the curse." "Do you know who placed the curse on this kingdom?" "Yes." Promise nodded, "The noble Queen Hera." He naturally knew. Not to mention that during the half-month journey, he had already gathered information about the kingdom of Aegina. In fact, when Athena mentioned Aegina, Promise had recalled the tragic story of this goddess. After all, before using the spirit class card, he had prepared well, studying various myths. Knowing that, "Why did you come here?" the old woman asked with her hoarse voice. "A follower of Queen Hera." "I already answered the question." Promise smiled, saying, "To help the people of this kingdom and lift the curse." Perhaps because Promise's answer was too relaxed, the old woman fell silent for a moment. But likely remembering that this was Athena's arrangement, she soon accepted it. She didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Promise watched her leave, hesitating whether to follow, but she suddenly stopped in front of him. Seeing this, he understood and followed her. They arrived at a small mud house where the old woman lit a lamp and took out a scale from somewhere, placing it on the table. After signaling for Promise to sit down, she took out some fruits and placed them in front of him. "Aren't you afraid that by doing this, you might anger the Queen Hera?" she asked. Promise took one of the fruits but did not eat it, and replied, "No, I am not afraid." As soon as he finished speaking, the scale on the table tipped slightly. Promise blinked at the sight. "Oh?" The old woman's voice now held a hint of interest as she asked, "Is it because you are her follower and she dotes on you?" Promise looked at the goddess who had maintained her old woman's appearance despite being detected and shook his head, saying, "No." The scale remained tipped, not returning to its original state, and he also realized that it was measuring truth and lies. In ancient Greece, there were not many gods associated with scales, and the most famous one was Wait, blindfolded eyes and holding scales. In an instant, Promise's eyes widened. The fruit he had been about to bite into stopped midair. He put it down honestly, his body instantly tensing. "If that's not the reason, then why aren't you afraid?" The woman's voice, now clear and cold, showed curiosity, even shedding the hoarse tone. "The reason I am not afraid is that I already have a plan." The scale wavered slightly. Promise was telling the truth but not the whole truth. After all, he couldn't just say it was because he wasn't afraid of dying. "Oh, you have a way to lift the curse?" the old woman asked, clearly interested. Promise shook his head and then nodded. Seeing her waiting, he continued, "I don't have a way to lift the curse. To be precise, even if there were a way, I couldn't do it. Because it's a curse from the queen, even if it can be lifted, it shouldn't be. The only one who can lift it is herself." She nodded and then continued, as expected of a child favored by Athena. "I have heard about you from her, and I know what happened between you and Hera. But I didn't expect Athena to send you here. Moreover..." She suddenly fell silent. After a while, she spoke again and asked Promise a very strange question, "What kind of goddess do you think Hera is?" "What kind of goddess?" "Noble?" The scale wavered again, and she remained silent, standing quietly in front of Promise. "I think she should be a gentle and kind goddess. Even my teacher Chiron said so." Promise thought for a moment and answered. Hearing this, she seemed to smile slightly. In the next second, in the flickering light of the cabin, she shed her disguise, her graceful figure clad in a white robe, sitting before Promise. She, out of a moment's anger, has dragged so many lives into this. Seeing this, do you still think she is a gentle and kind goddess? With her clear voice falling, Promise, looking at the now unmasked goddess in front of him and could only show a wry smile, raising his hand as he said, I am sorry, I can't answer that question, esteemed goddess of justice Themis. Chapter 20, Does Hera know? She doesn't. The goddess of justice, Themis, she does not belong to the 12 Olympian gods but holds an extremely noble position among the gods, second only to Queen Hera and King Zeus. Because she is the creator and guardian of order. She often appears in the world in a white robe, holding a scale in her left hand and a sword in her right, listening meticulously and making indisputable judgments. The white cloth over her eyes does not mean Themis cannot see, rather, when the day came that all humans and gods needed someone to stand up, she chose to cover her eyes with the cloth. This signifies that she will never be swayed and will always make the most just judgment. Therefore, Themis seldom smiles. To be precise, even the gods do not remember whether she has ever smiled in the long years. Representing absolute justice, she is always meticulous and impartial. Only the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth adds a touch of allure to her otherwise unfeeling demeanor. Thus, at this moment, if the gods, even Athena, were here, they would certainly be very surprised. Because in this small mud hut, by the dim lamplight at the night table, she revealed her true face in front of Promise, clearly showing a faint smile. One last question. The cold, emotionless voice sounded again. Themis quietly looked at the boy in front of her. Though her eyes were covered by a white cloth, so she could not see the boy's appearance. Yet, just as the goddess of fate, Clotho, who governs the future, cannot see the present but can see the future, Themis, though unable to see, can see much more. What kind of thoughts brought you here, standing in front of a god? What kind of thoughts? Promise was slightly stunned. Wealth, glory, life. Themis said coldly, what makes you, understanding that this matter could anger the gods and might even lead to your death by their hands, choose to stand before that goddess? And that goddess is the Queen Hera whom you believe in. As Themis finished speaking, Promise did not notice that the scale on the table was shaking even more. Unbeknownst to him, the scale had been gently swaying all along, never stopping. Promise instinctively believed it was judging whether he was lying, forgetting one thing, lies are inherently useless against the gods. Even though Athena had tied a strand of her silver hair around his wrist, it merely prevented the gods from peeking into his heart. Except for Athena herself. And this was the scale of Themis, the goddess of justice, the symbol of absolute fairness and justice, measuring all things in the world. To become a hero, for glory. Promise instinctively answered. Themis did not comment on this response, she just waited quietly, and the lightly swaying scale did not settle. Looking at it, Promise fell silent for a moment. Finally, he hesitantly raised his head, looking at Themis, and after a moment of uncertainty, he answered, I didn't even think about this question. The goddess of wisdom had pointed him in the direction, telling him that this was a path to becoming a hero and spreading his reputation, so Promise came here. Halfway through, when he realized what the matter truly was, Promise's thoughts were only about how to get Hera to willingly lift the curse, nothing more. For this answer, the previously swaying scale finally settled. Themis smiled again, although the smile was fleeting. She stood up, raised the scale in her left hand, and under Promise's puzzled gaze, she turned and left, leaving only one final statement, then go save this kingdom, and I will witness your trial. With that, Themis, holding the scale, pushed open the door and disappeared into the night. Late at night, Promise walked out of the room. To be honest, Promise couldn't quite understand Themis or what she was thinking, but after giving it some thought, he realized it wasn't necessary to understand. His goal was clear, to get Hera to lift the curse on this kingdom. Even if he had gained a special audience, and that audience was a goddess, it wouldn't change anything. It might even add an extra note to the legend on his heroic spirit class card. Extra points. So Promise decisively chose not to dwell on it. Let the gods do whatever they want. After all, she was a goddess of justice, not some unpredictable figure. Feeling relaxed, he took advantage of the night and headed to the tower where the goddess Aegina resided. Everyone in the kingdom knew their goddess Aegina lived in that tower, but there were no guards around. Because the tower was surrounded by a deadly plague, manifesting as a green gas, constantly wielding the scythe like the Grim Reaper. The gas seemed intelligent, attacking any living being that approached. But because of this, when Promise approached, the gas parted, making way for him. After all, he carried the aura left by a goddess, Hera. Thus, in a place where everyone else was stopped, Promise easily walked in and followed the lit lamps up the tower. About half an hour later, he reached the top of the tower. The only room at the top had its door open. The dimly lit room was illuminated by lamps, and the moonlight shone through the window, highlighting the goddess sitting quietly by the window, gazing outside in a daze. She was the river goddess Aegina, who had been captured by Zeus in the form of an eagle. She wore a light blue gown like a layer of thin gauze, with blue hair cascading over her shoulders. Her once beautiful and gentle eyes were now clouded with sadness. She did not cry and seemed very calm about Promise's arrival. Only the rain outside the window had not stopped until now. "Did Hira send you?" Aegina did not turn her head. Her voice did not carry the resentment or anger that Promise had initially expected but was incredibly flat. There was no emotion in it. "Goddess Aegina, it is an honor to meet you." Promise offered a slight bow, acknowledging he was a follower of Hira. The latter did not respond to his words, continuing to quietly look out the window. "I have come here hoping to help you lift the curse," Promise said. When he said this, Aegina finally turned her head slightly to look at him. And in that brief moment of eye contact, Promise realized that this once beautiful goddess had now become an empty shell, devoid of a soul. Aegina only glanced at Promise before looking back out the window. Although she did not know who Promise was, she understood from the strong mark Hira left that she was extremely fond of this young man. Thus, she did not care about Promise's words, assuming he was here to humiliate her on behalf of his goddess, Hira. In the past, she might have been angry and driven Promise away. But now, she only wanted to sit quietly and wait for everything to end. Seeing this, Promise bowed to her once more and left. And in the end, the goddess didn't give him another look. Promise left the tower. When he stepped outside, the night had not lifted, but the kingdom, shrouded in gloom, could not see the brilliant night sky. He walked out of the kingdom. The calamities and miasma within the kingdom automatically avoided him as if death itself feared him. He left the kingdom and walked for a long time, changing locations several times. Until the night goddess Nyx and the sun god Helios exchanged their duties, and it was afternoon. Promise finally sat down on a high hill. He lowered his head, overlooking the small town below, shrouded in gloom. Taking out his canvas and paintbrush from his luggage, he stared at the town below for a long time, yet he did not start painting. He even maintained that posture, sitting there for an entire day and night. "What is he doing?" asked the always observant goddess of justice, Themis. "Painting." Athena, who stood beside her, replied. They stood just behind Promise, not hiding their presence at all. However, he did not notice them. Or more accurately, he did not pay attention, as they were not concealing themselves. "Look," Athena said proudly, taking out the gift Promise had given her and showing it off to Themis. The latter remained silent. She remembered this painting, which was prominently displayed in Athena's temple. It was placed right at the entrance. Just as Hera proudly informed the gods that Promise was recognized by the goddess of fate, Athena also showcased this unique offering to the gods. The painting had captured a divine essence, and being the work of a child, it even piqued the interest of Apollo, the god of light, who praised and inquired about it. However, she remained tight-lipped, simply telling them to ask Chiron. Chiron, naturally, knew who it was, but he was wise enough to understand the implications when Athena kept silent. As a good teacher, he certainly wouldn't jeopardize his student. So, in the end, he simply hid, refusing to see anyone. This situation sparked a strong interest among the gods of Olympus. And now, Themis knew. Did he paint it? Yes. Athena nodded and explained, it was his first offering to the gods. And yes, it's mine. As she spoke proudly raised her head. But if Promise knew, he would definitely be dumbfounded. After all, this painting was less of an offering to Athena and more of something she forcibly took at the time. Although it was also because of this painting that Athena left that vow. Hera doesn't know? No, she doesn't. Themis understood why Athena had kept silent about it. Recently, Hera had been constantly talking about Promise, neglecting even Zeus's matters. Everyone knew she had taken such a follower and could see how much she valued and cherished this child. At this time, if Athena were to say that the child's first offering was not to Hera but to her, Hera would probably have the urge to kill her. Especially since she was extremely prideful and had a very strong sense of jealousy. "Are you planning to compete with Hera?" Themis couldn't help but ask again, curious about Athena's current attitude towards Promise and the fact that she even specifically let him meet herself to ensure that even if something went wrong, as the goddess of justice, Themis could intervene. No, but... Actually, there was one more thing the goddess of fate didn't tell Hera. Athena's lips curled into a smile. That child can not only bring glory to her, Hera, but also to me. At this moment, if it were other gods, such as Hermes, the messenger of the gods, or Apollo, the god of light, they would certainly find it amusing. They would rush back to Olympus to spread the news, eager to see if Hera and Athena would fight over this matter. But Themis wouldn't do that. Although she would find it interesting, that was all. So, he plans to paint this kingdom of Aegina and offer it to Hera. And that will make Hera willingly lift the curse? Half right. Athena said with a smile, looking at Promise's back. But don't worry. This matter is basically settled because he has fully understood the meaning of my oracle. Here's indulgence. Promise sat motionless for another day, finally looking at the blank canvas in front of him and sighing helplessly. Ever since Athena took the painting that day and Promise realized that his paintings could leave a recorded legend, he had been eager to paint for all the 12 Olympian gods. However, they all became blank files, next time for sure. Since that day, Promise found that he could never recapture the feeling he had then. Despite all his efforts to think, focus, and even force himself like he did today, inspiration is elusive. When it doesn't come, it truly doesn't come. It might never come again in his lifetime. So now, helplessly, Promise could only try his best to muster up his energy, dip the brush in water, and paint the kingdom of Aegina on the pristine canvas. By the third morning, when he finally finished the painting, he staggered up, taking the painting back to the kingdom. On the way, he opened his package, looked at the 2 golden apples for a moment, but ultimately did not eat them. He returned to Aegina and handed the painting to the goddess. When Aegina, who had given up on everything and was quietly waiting for the end, glanced at the painting Promise handed over, she was stunned and quickly snatched it. In the painting, she saw the familiar kingdom. It was her happiest moment every day when the dawn broke the night and shone on the land. She would open her eyes and see its bustling beauty. Since she was captured by Zeus in the form of an eagle and left here, she had poured all her efforts into creating this kingdom. This tower was not initially built for imprisonment. It was created so that Aegina could see the most beautiful scenery in her heart every morning when she woke up. So she stared at the painting, until a tear fell on the painting, wetting it. She woke up in a panic, hurriedly wiping her face and carefully trying to dry the wet corner of the painting. The more she wiped, the more anxious she became, and the tears wouldn't stop falling on the painting. But as a result, the incessant rain finally ceased, and after a long time, bright sunshine once again illuminated the city. Beautiful. Athena, hiding in the clouds with Themis, clapped her hands in delight. Now the second painting isn't hers either. Themis glanced at the happy Athena beside her, feeling that if she had to judge between them, there was no doubt that Hera would win. Chapter 21, Is it delightful? Very delightful. Aegina cried for a long time, and at the moment she cried, Promise left. He sat outside the room of the tower, waiting for Aegina to regain her composure, but he never expected to fall asleep leaning against the wall. Having not rested for nearly 3 days, and having worked at the highest intensity on the painting, Promise now felt as exhausted as he had when he first started training under Chiron, not wanting to move a single finger. He didn't know how long he slept, only that when he woke up, he was lying in Aegina's bed inside the room. And Aegina sat quietly beside him, still looking out the window. The only difference was that she clutched the painting tightly in her hands, as if afraid it would disappear the next moment. The afternoon sunlight shone into the room and onto the goddess's frail figure, making her appear like a painting herself, showcasing her helplessness and confusion vividly. Seeing this, Promise still felt a headache but got up from the bed and said, Thank you, Goddess Aegina. The latter still didn't respond to him. When the rain cleared and everything was exposed under the sunlight, Aegina found it easier to see how her cherished kingdom had become so dilapidated. Watching her children suffer under the curse. So even though Promise had poured his heart into delivering to her the most beautiful moment in her heart once more, she still harbored deep-seated aversion towards the boy, feeling the heavy presence of Hera's influence on him. Goddess Aegina, may I ask if you can now listen to my request? Aegina didn't answer immediately, and Promise, not in a hurry, waited quietly for a long time before he got a response. Speak. Aegina uttered her first words in a long time, her originally melodious voice now filled with deep exhaustion. Please order your people to build a sacrificial altar for me. Promise said. An altar dedicated to the most noble goddess, Hera. When Promise finished speaking, Aegina turned her head to look at him. Even she, at this moment, looked at Promise with a look of astonishment, doubting what she had heard. And the latter, clearly aware of how outrageous his request was, quickly explained, I intend to offer a tribute to Hera and pray for her blessing. At that moment, as Aegina stared at Promise's determined expression, she finally understood. She finally realized that Promise did not know everything, that he did not know that the one who had caused this calamity and cast the curse was Hera. After all, she had not told her people about Hera's divine punishment. Telling them would only hasten their deaths and further anger Hera, possibly ensuring that her people would not find peace even in death. Even the messenger of the gods, Hermes, would not wisely report such matters immediately. Usually, such events would be widely publicized only after they concluded. With this in mind, Aegina finally understood that this child might indeed have just accidentally learned of the situation here and genuinely wanted to help. Despite some doubts in between, she instinctively considered this the best explanation. Otherwise, she could not fathom why Promise, as Hera's cherished follower, would stand against Hera. Even the goddess of justice, Themis, held doubts and questioned Promise with the scales of judgment. With this thought, Aegina felt jealous that the ugly Hera had such a devoted follower. Then, an idea sprang to her mind. In that instant, Aegina decided to build a sacrificial altar for this boy, placing it not far from her tower. And when the boy offered his tribute and prayed for the goddess's descent, she would walk out of the tower and stand beside him. As a goddess, Aegina naturally did not fear Hera's cursed plague. More so, she wanted to witness Hera's appearance and see her cherished follower praying for her to lift the curse. Aegina thought that at that moment, Hera's expression would be quite spectacular. Thus, she smiled, a smile filled with hidden malice, confusing promise with its intensity. Very well. She agreed to Promise's request with a voice dripping with hatred. And all of this was observed by Athena and Themis. They sat as spectators, being extremely wise gods themselves, and naturally understood immediately what Aegina was thinking. Aegina intended to spite Hera and use Promise to do it. Even Themis raised an eyebrow at this. Athena didn't bother to hide the disdain and scorn in her eyes but held back Themis from intervening. There's no need, because she hasn't realized that the boy already knows everything but is still trying to help her. So, in the end, she will only reap what she has sown. Themis understood Athena's meaning and stopped. So, Aegina gave the command. Even though her kingdom, which had gathered around her, was already on the verge of collapse, when she gave the order, the people still gathered, dragging their weary bodies to build the altar for the divine offering. Despite their despair, a glimmer of hope appeared on their faces at this moment. Seeing the sky finally clear up and hearing Aegina's decree, they naturally believed that their goddess had finally found a way to save them. They thought that their days of hopelessness were finally coming to an end. And in the future, their goddess would surely guide them again, leading their kingdom back to prosperity. This scene made Aegina, who had calmed down and felt guilty for using a child, reaffirm her resolve. Thus, after a week, as night fell and the goddess of the night, Nyx, hung the stars high in the sky, with the light of the full moon illuminating the land of the divine era, in the torchlit night. The cursed people raised their torches high, standing outside the flaming altar, eyes filled with hope as they gazed at the young boy standing before it. The flames illuminated the boy's slightly immature face and his clear emerald green eyes under the night sky. At this moment, Promise was dressed in a light blue ceremonial robe given to him by Aegina, meant for offering sacrifices to the gods. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he cast the offerings into the altar. To the noble and great queen of Olympus, the kind goddess who governs marriage and childbirth, your loyal follower, Chiron's student, Promise, expresses the highest respect and offers all the precious wealth on my body. With that, Promise threw everything he had into the altar. The wooden bow made by Chiron during his training on the mountain, the money he and Jason had looted, and the items Jason had forcefully given him before he left. And the 2 golden apples he hadn't eaten until now. When he took out the canvas and paintbrush, Promise hesitated a little. After all, the canvas was something Chiron had crafted based on Promise's description, something that didn't exist in this era. The paintbrush was a gift from Chiron to Promise. But after a brief hesitation, he still threw everything in. Although he didn't notice that as soon as he threw them in, they were intercepted by Athena, who was hiding among the stars. Athena took the paintbrush and canvas, watching the ritual below, narrowing her beautiful golden eyes. Because she was so focused on Promise, she didn't notice the slight smile on the usually stern face of the justice goddess, Themis. With her eyes covered by a white cloth, she lost the sight of the physical world but gained the ability to see much more. Unhappiness, anger, and a bit of jealousy. Themis felt it necessary to find some time to remind Hera. After all, she had a pretty good relationship with Hera, even though she also got along well with Athena. But still, she should remind Hera to keep an eye on her followers. After completing all this, Promise continued, I sincerely plead, noble and kind goddess, please respond to your loyal follower. The moment Promise's words fell, almost instantly, the most noble goddess on this land appeared before Promise. Her beautiful golden curls flowed from beneath her crown, her magnificent face veiled in a faint layer of golden light. Hera's amber eyes gazed at the boy before her, the boy who was offering sacrifices to her for the first time and pleading for her presence. She arrived in the shortest possible time, wearing the most splendid divine attire, offering sacrifices to the gods and pleading for blessings. When Promise learned about Aegina's situation, this was the first solution that came to his mind. And it was not unique. The Caledonian boar. That was the punishment handed down by Artemis, the moon goddess. To deal with this monster, another hero under Chiron's tutelage and a future member of the Argo, Meleager, who was also on Promise's grudge list, did something similar. Informed by the fates, he knew he couldn't seek help from other gods. So, he prepared for a long time, offering numerous sacrifices to Artemis, eventually gaining her forgiveness and permission. Moreover, he received the goddess's blessing. Only then could Meleager organize the Caledonian hunt, inviting many heroes to participate and hunt down the monster. Promise, although unable to offer as much wealth, understood something clearly as a transmigrator. To gods, the amount of the offering didn't matter much. Many things they desired were easy for them to acquire. Therefore, in front of gods, the most important thing was sincerity. Promise offered everything he had. For this, not only Hera but even Athena, faced with such sincerity, would find it hard to refuse Promise's request. Here's indulgence. Indeed, the divine oracle Athena gave Promise referred to offering sacrifices to Hera, who would surely respond to his plea. But it's called indulgence for a reason. Indulgence means going overboard. Just doing a little to please Hera would suffice, but you had to offer everything, including the 2 golden apples I gave you, and even the paintbrush. Athena was smiling, but the paintbrush in her hand was transforming. Seeing this, Themis covered her mouth with her hand, unable to hide her smile any longer. This meticulous goddess of justice laughed heartily, probably for the first time in hundreds of years. Because this was such blatant dissatisfaction and jealousy. Hey, wise goddess Athena. Most noble and beautiful queen, thank you for answering my plea. Please listen to my wish. Seeing Hera descend, clearly in a good mood, Promise felt relieved. Honestly, he was a bit nervous inside. Even though he believed he had done his best, asking Hera to lift her own curse, especially given that Aegina was her rival, made Promise feel uneasy. Knowing a lot, being a transmigrator, was indeed Promise's advantage. But knowing too much, like the secret rivalry between Hera and Aegina, was why he chose to offer everything. Please, most noble one, remove the curse that has befallen this kingdom. Seeing his sincere plea, and Hera's expression remained serene, her golden eyes gazing deeply into his. When Promise expressed his wish, the goddess Aegina also appeared there. She was dressed in her most elegant attire, ready to mock Hera and revel in Hera's bewildered reaction. But, okay. Hera agreed without a moment of hesitation. In that instant, the rare smile on Aegina's face froze. Even before Promise could react, hey, Hera, what are you saying? Do you realize where you are and who I am? Aegina stood in front of Hera, brimming with rage. In response, the latter only gave her a fleeting glance and then continued to smile warmly at Promise. Is this your wish, Promise? She asked gently. Yes. Yes. Promise nodded, taken aback by Hera's reaction. Hera, you. Humphrey, do you even know this, Hera's follower? Aegina, seeing that Hera ignored her, shifted her gaze to Promise with a hint of malicious delight, saying, the disaster and plague that ravaged this kingdom, the divine being who destroyed everything, isn't someone else, it's this goddess you believe can save everything. Your kind goddess, Queen Hera. Yes, it was she who destroyed it all. After saying this, Aegina laughed happily. She thought Promise would be in disbelief, causing his faith to waver, and panic in front of Hera. However, Promise looked at Aegina, puzzled. I knew from the beginning. Didn't you ask me at first if it was goddess Hera who sent me? Aegina was stunned, staring at Promise in disbelief. Hera, who had initially been a bit confused, seemed to come out of her joyful daze, looked around, and finally at Aegina. Realizing where she was and who Aegina was, she was also taken aback. Meanwhile, hidden among the stars with Athena, Themis, who had been completely engrossed in the scene, placed a hand under her chin. Coming to her senses, she glanced at Athena. She saw that just a moment ago, Athena, who was filled with jealousy, now had a face full of delight, her lips curling into a smile, looking as if she had finally seen a long-awaited drama unfold. Truly, you are something else, Athena. Chapter 22, A Trial Must Be Held Here. Under the cursed kingdom and the sacrificial altar, the gathered people, tormented by the curse, held high their torches, driving away the darkness and illuminating the night. As their revered gods, the river goddess Aegina and the most exalted goddess of this era, Hera, descended together, the people, in their panic, bowed and worshipped, lowering their heads. They couldn't hear the conversation between the three, as Aegina knew these were not words for them to hear. You said you knew from the beginning that this curse was cast by Hera. If that's the case, then why? Why? Aegina, deeply shaken, looked at the black-haired, green-eyed boy before her, illuminated by the flames, and asked in disbelief, why do you still stand before her, your goddess? She was an innocent and kind goddess. Even though she deeply despised Promise because of Hera, when Promise collapsed outside the tower room from exhaustion, she still gently carried him to her bed. Thus, Aegina had mentally prepared herself. When she thought she had used Promise to spite Hera, she had already prepared to be hated by the boy who was willing to help her for the rest of his life. To soothe her guilty conscience, Aegina repeatedly told herself that it was the boy's own choice to side with Hera. Therefore, at this moment, when Promise, in a matter-of-fact tone, said that he knew the curse was cast by Hera, which was why he came here and stood before her, praying for her blessing. Aegina was stunned, disbelieving, and at a loss. She couldn't believe that her so-called preparation was merely wishful thinking. She couldn't believe that the boy before her truly stood before the gods for her and this kingdom. And this god was not only the most exalted goddess of this land but also the goddess that this boy worshipped. At the same time, Hera was equally at a loss. When Aegina asked her question, full of deep turmoil, her amber eyes instinctively turned towards Promise. Having recovered from the joy of receiving Promise's offerings, which included everything he had, she now finally realized where she was and who the goddess glaring at her with hatred was. Because the Hera I know is a kind and gentle goddess. Promise replied. One cannot lie to a god, so what he said was the truth. After all, you said Queen Hera is a kind and gentle goddess. This was Chiron's response to Promise's question during his studies. Moreover, this description was clearly recorded in the legends. Did Hera not know that what she did, casting a curse and taking away innocent lives, leading a once prosperous kingdom to ruin, was wrong? She knew, of course. But as the goddess of marriage, a staunch defender of monogamy, who could not have a fulfilling marriage herself, she became pathologically bitter, hating everyone who tainted her marriage. Thus, while Hera knew, she didn't care. She just wanted to destroy anyone who tainted her marriage, to ruin everything Aegina cherished. But because she actually knew, when Hera heard Promise say this and saw this faithful believer trusting her, a strange feeling surged in her heart. And she couldn't help but turn her head away. At that moment, she was even grateful that she wore a veil tonight. Kind and gentle goddess. Ha, ha ha, Hera, you. What virtue or ability do you have for such praise? Aegina laughed bitterly, her voice filled with mockery and resentment. Usually, if Aegina, a mere river goddess and her rival, dared to be so disrespectful, Hera would have punished her harshly. But today, Hera didn't. She didn't even glance at Aegina, her eyes fixed only on Promise. Child, you have offered me everything you have, and all you ask is for a blessing. A blessing for this kingdom that has nothing to do with you? Turning her veiled face away, Hera asked Promise. No, it is not unrelated to me, noble and kind Queen Hera. Promise replied with words he had prepared long ago. Because I know you are a kind goddess, I cannot ignore the calamity before me. After all, I am your believer, noble goddess. Therefore, high and exalted queen, please hear my wish again. I ask you to grant your blessing to this kingdom, so that the world will know your name and your greatness. Aegina fell silent. Even though she hated Hera deeply, at that moment, she too felt a surge of hope. Hearing Promise's wish, Hera turned her head even further away. At that moment, Hera finally understood the feelings she had just experienced. They were the joy of being trusted by this boy and the shame of betraying his trust. For the most exalted goddess of Olympus, Queen Hera, to feel ashamed, it could only be said that Promise was indeed worthy of the wisdom goddess Athena's prophecy. Here's indulgence. It's over. At the same time, the goddess of wisdom, Athena, who had been witnessing everything from the best seat in the house, couldn't help but reveal a satisfied expression. As the spectator in the best seat, she had witnessed this drama unfold on stage, from its beginning, filled with all kinds of dramatic developments, to its climax. Given her understanding of Hera, Athena knew Hera couldn't refuse Promise's wish at this moment. She also knew that Hera would definitely flee immediately after agreeing and wouldn't show up in front of Promise for a long time. So, just as she was about to get up from the audience, step onto the stage to replace Hera and Aegina, and bring this performance to a close. Athena, do you know why I have been standing here all this time? The voice of the goddess of justice, Themis, sounded beside her, asking Athena with a cold tone. Athena, who was about to move, instinctively turned to look at Themis when she heard the question. And she froze. Because she saw Themis. No, at that moment, she saw the goddess of justice and judgment. Unnoticed, Themis had raised the scales of judgment in her left hand and the sword of judgment in her right hand. Athena knew Themis was there, naturally drawn by the injustice happening in this kingdom. And Themis was also her safeguard for Promise. If something went wrong, her presence would be enough to make Hera stop. Because when that child came before me, I raised the scales and measured him. Are you not afraid of angering the exalted queen because of this? And why did you come here to stand before her? Watching Themis, Athena widened her eyes. Because she finally saw this meticulous goddess show a rare smile due to Promise's arrival. And, oh wise goddess, do you know what I was measuring? Without waiting for Athena's response, Themis took a step forward and stepped onto the stage. Just as Hera nodded and was about to agree to Promise's wish, then turn around and flee, as Athena had predicted. Wearing a white robe, with eyes covered by a white cloth, holding the scales of judgment in her left hand and the sword of judgment in her right, the goddess of judgment appeared before everyone. Then, She raised the scales in her hand. In the silence of all, her cold and undeniable voice announced, "Here. There must be a trial." As soon as these words were spoken, Themis' power enveloped everything present. Promise only felt a dazzling white light coming, which made him close his eyes subconsciously. At this moment, Athena was surprised by this completely unexpected development, but she finally understood. The climax of this stage has finally arrived. Chapter 23, He Will Judge, the Great God. There should be a trial at this moment. In ancient Greek mythology, Themis, the creator and protector of order and goddess of justice, came to the world holding the scales of judgment in her hands. She covered her eyes with a white cloth, representing justice that would never be blinded, and announcing the coming of judgment. Prome's eyes were covered by white light, making him close his eyes subconsciously. However, when he opened them again, he found that the original kingdom had disappeared from his sight, the night and the stars had also disappeared, and instead, a pure white court had appeared. The courtroom was filled with confused spectators. They were the people of the river goddess Aegina, who were cursed and ravaged. And in the audience, there were two people. Or to be more precise, two goddesses standing opposite each other. They were naturally the queen of Olympus Hera and the river goddess Aegina. Both of them had confusion written all over their faces, but it was not the first time Hera had seen such a scene, so she quickly focused her gaze to the side. Goddess Themis, dressed in a white robe, was meticulously holding up the scales of judgment. Just as Hera frowned and was about to ask. The judged ones are Hera, the queen of Olympus, and Aegina, the river goddess. Judge, student of the centaur sage Chiron, Promise. Themis, the goddess of justice, once again issued a horrifying declaration. Huh? The person who immediately exclaimed was Athena, who was standing next to Themis with an incredible look on her face. Obviously, even the goddess of wisdom was shocked at this moment. Then, without waiting for everyone to react, the scales of judgment in Themis' hand began to shake gently, and the next moment Hera and Aegina came to the court and to be judged. Promise, with a confused look on his face, put on the white robe that represented the judge, sat on the highest position of judgment, and looked at the queen and goddess below. He was stunned for a while, then immediately fixed his eyes on Athena. His eyes were full of confusion and questions. My wise goddess, what are you doing? Athena was stunned, and some black lines appeared on her forehead. Hey, what does that look on your face that says I am the culprit mean? The eye contact between this man and the goddess had not yet ended, when Themis. Hera shouted with an extremely ugly face. Even though she was wearing a veil, it couldn't hide her anger at the moment. What are you doing? As Hera's voice fell, a dazzling bolt of lightning struck down with a loud bang, shocking the people in the audience who were also making a fuss because of the sudden change. Hera's amber eyes stared at Themis angrily. There was a gleam of thunder in her eyes. She was Hera, the queen of heaven, the most noble goddess on this continent. This was because of the unbreakable oath Zeus made to her when he proposed to her in order to win her. Hera shared the power and honor of the god King Zeus. Among them, it represents the power that only the king of gods Zeus controls, thunder. Are you trying to judge me? Judge me? Queen Hera? Hera questioned Themis harshly. Yes, Themis was indeed an extremely special deity, the creator and guardian of order, a goddess of absolute justice who was revered and respected by all gods. But there are always people with privileges in this world, and gods are no exception. The ruler of this era is Zeus, who built the Olympus temple. Thus there were only two people. Themis did not have the power to judge. They were the queen and the king of gods. After all, the order she created also needed to rely on the Olympus god court. This was why Hera is so angry at the moment. But in fact, under normal circumstances, she would not be so angry. After all, she has always had a good relationship with Themis in private. One should know that even the laws of marriage and the concept of family were actually created by Themis, who gave them to Hera to restrain the king of gods Zeus. The reason why Hera was so furious now was mainly because of the sacrifice that had just taken place. Moreover, apart from the king and queen of the gods, even Hades, the god of the underworld, and Poseidon, the god of the sea, although they might feel the same displeasure and anger, they must endure until Themis' judgment is concluded when the verdict is truly upon them. No one has the ability to directly overturn the table like Hera at this moment. Facing Hera's questioning and her anger, Themis was very calm. It should be said that under normal circumstances, no other expression would appear on her face. Hera, you are wrong. I am not the one who judges you. I have already said. As she said this, Themis turned around and walked up the steps at a steady pace, step by step, to Promise, who was sitting at the highest point of the court and watching the play. Placing the scales of judgment on the table of promises. The one judging you and Aegina is Chiron's student, your follower Promise. As she spoke softly, she bent down and whispered in Promise's ear. Child, In the future, avoid interacting too much with Athena. Learning what from whom? Learning from that goddess who loves drama. Hey! Athena shouted directly, what are you saying? I can hear you. Wait a moment. Hera frowned, shifting her gaze from Themis to Athena, and asked in confusion, Athena, why are you here? This. Hey? The latter covered her lips with her hand and revealed an elegant, perfectly standard goddess smile. Then, without waiting for Hera to continue asking, she climbed the stairs in 3 or 2 steps and came to the other side of Promise. On the other side, Themis, who gave the scales to Promise, now placed the sword of judgment in her hand on the ground and stood beside him. Goddess Athena, this. Then, just when Promise was confused and was about to ask Athena, Judge, Promise. She interrupted him with a smile. Her golden eyes stared at everything in the pure white court before her. As one of the representatives of absolute wisdom, Athena naturally saw through Themis's plan. That's right, Themis couldn't judge Hera. But right now, at this moment, and in this matter, although he had already given Hera his all, but by some strange coincidence Promise had such qualifications. The evidence was that although Hera's face was full of displeasure, the thunder in her eyes disappeared at this moment, and she actually chose to stand in front of the scales of judgment. Promise was speechless and winked at Athena. No way, my wise goddess, are you sure this is a wise decision? Athena didn't answer. She spread her hands innocently to him and gestured to Themis beside him, who had actually made the decision. Then she turned around and ran to the audience seats, sitting down with a sense of entitlement, eagerly awaiting the upcoming judgment. Promise was dumbfounded. No, are they really doing this? Thinking this, he couldn't help but cast his gaze at Hera. Instinctively, he thought that the proud Hera would definitely refuse. After all, this was an insult to her as the queen of the gods. But let the trial begin. Taking a deep breath, Hera finally raised her head and met his gaze. At this moment, her eyes were incredibly gentle, and the smile beneath the veil was equally soft. My child, my beloved follower, today you have offered me your everything, and all that you have done for me until now, your trust in me, I have always seen it and never forgotten it. Therefore, at this moment, I, Hera, the queen of the gods, am willing to give you this unprecedented favor and honor. As Hera's voice fell, it spread in the silent, pure white courtroom. At this moment, even the river god Aegina, who already hated Hera to the bone, was completely stunned, looking at her with an expression as if he had just met her today. As for the audience, they were completely and utterly shocked. What did we see? A trial, and not just any trial, but one created by the goddess of justice, Themis, herself. And the ones being judged are the world's most noble goddess, Hera, the queen of the gods, and their revered deity, the river god Aegina. However, that's not the main point. The real focus is that the one conducting the trial, seated in the supreme judgment seat, is not the goddess of justice, Themis, but a child. A boy. This boy will, under their witness, judge the great gods? Chapter 24, Promise, you have brought shame to the goddess of fate. So, are they really doing this? The joys and sorrows of people are different. Feeling inexplicably bewildered, Promise did not pay attention to the noisy, shocked people beside him. Instead, after glancing at Hera, the river goddess Aegina, and Themis standing next to him with the sword of judgment, he instinctively turned his gaze to Athena. But seeing the goddess's eyes full of excitement and glee, he understood that the Athena he had already labeled as the joyful demon and trash goddess was utterly unreliable now. So, unable to understand, he simply stopped thinking about it. After all, Hera's words just reminded Promise. This was an unprecedented honor. In this courtroom, gathered by the powers of the goddess of justice, Themis, he will now exercise the powers of this goddess of justice to judge the gods. Even if he ultimately fails, this event will be recorded as a brilliant chapter in history. So, what's the price? The price was nothing more than being resented by these fickle goddesses, being punished, and eventually dying. But in return, it will be a legend that will be passed down through the ages, engraved on the heroic spirit rank card, enhancing the quality of the heroic spirit, and allowing him to ascend to the throne of heroes. Therefore, although he didn't understand what was going on, once Promise realized that this was a profitable and highly rewarding situation, he instantly became calm. Forget it, who cares what these goddesses are thinking, let the trial begin. And just as Promise made up his mind, the scene. At the moment Promise made up his mind, Themis's lips couldn't help but curve slightly. Her eyes, covered with white cloth yet able to see more, now saw Promise's determination. Although she didn't know what exactly he had decided. So, Themis directly spoke, her voice cold and devoid of any emotion. Queen Hera, in a fit of anger, you cast a vicious curse upon this country, causing disasters and plagues to spread, shrouding this kingdom in death, turning it into a living hell. Countless lives perished because of this, correct? The emotionless voice of Themis fell in the courtroom, instantly silencing the previously noisy jurors. It was only now that they realized who had cast the curse that destroyed their world. Upon hearing this, Hera did not react much. As mentioned before, although she knew in her heart that what she did was wrong, she didn't actually care. Because when faced with the river goddess Aegina, who had an affair with Zeus, the only way to quell her anger was to destroy everything Aegina cherished, to fill her beloved country with the stench of death, turning it into a living hell. Only this could calm Hera's rage. She had always treated all her rivals, those who had affairs with Zeus, in this manner. And as time went on, her punishments became increasingly severe, which was why she often appeared as a villain in Greek mythology. So, if it were usual times, Hera wouldn't even bother to answer such questions. However, because it was Promise sitting in the ultimate judgment seat, she explained, that was because she shamelessly seduced someone else's husband first. I did not. Aegina gritted her teeth and loudly defended herself. Upon hearing their statements, the previously quiet audience in the observation seats couldn't help but start discussing again. Obviously, through such dialogues, these people roughly understood what had happened between these two goddesses. Themis, however, showed no reaction to this. After all, such matters were not unusual among the gods. She didn't continue questioning this issue but instead asked Aegina, daughter of the river goddess Opus, Aegina, do you know why you are standing here? Aegina was slightly stunned. Do you know that Promise is a follower of Queen Hera? Themis continued to ask. I know. Aegina nodded. Given the mark Hera left on Promise, anyone could see it. Then do you know why he came before you? Upon hearing this, Aegina seemed to understand something, fell silent for a while, then answered, I know, when he first appeared before me, he told me he came to help me and my people, to lift the curse. Since you know this, what did you do to this child who came before you to help you and your people, daring to stand before the god he believed in? Aegina lowered her head, and after a while, finally answered, I used him, and not only that, when I saw how much Hera cared for the child, I immediately thought I had to kill him in front of her. After all, I never thought he could actually make Hera bestow blessings. I just wanted that vile goddess to experience the pain I felt. Upon hearing this, Hera's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Aegina. What did you say? And as Aegina confessed everything, she finally felt completely relaxed. She raised her head to look at Hera, even showing a smile on her face, and said, because, Hera, since you destroyed everything of mine, why shouldn't I choose to destroy what you cherish? Even though this child is innocent, and despite the risk of being hated and punished by the god he believes in, he still chose to help you. Themis interjected calmly. Exactly. Aegina raised her head and loudly questioned Themis. He is innocent, but what about my children? They died painfully because of Hera's curse. I watched them die before my eyes. I watched this kingdom slowly perish. Were they not innocent too? Since Hera does not care about any of this, why should I? Huh? So, I almost died? Should I be happy or sad about this? Upon hearing this, Promise didn't know what expression to show. And not just Promise, even Aegina's people in the audience were conflicted, unsure of how to react. Though Promise and they were confused about entirely different things. But Promise soon felt relieved, deciding he should feel happy. After all, he thought of Athena. The more he interacted with the goddess of wisdom, the more he felt that if he died without fulfilling his promise to her, she would indeed go to the underworld to chase after him. But the problem is, she wouldn't be able to find him in the underworld. Then, with heroic spirit summoning, Promise didn't dare to think further. At the same time, he looked at the river goddess Aegina, who had just revealed everything and was laughing freely, and at Hera, who looked angrily at Aegina but couldn't find words to rebut. Promise once again realized that in this ancient Greek era, it wasn't just the virgin goddesses who had problems. It seemed that almost all the goddesses had some serious issues. Just as he thought this, Promise instantly felt several gazes turned towards him. Not to mention the keen Athena, even Themis beside him turned her head. Frightened, Promise quickly stopped thinking and ceased his wild thoughts. Then, silence. Tapping the ground lightly with the sword of judgment in her hand, Themis instantly silenced all the noise in the pure white courtroom. After doing all this, she finally turned to face Promise. And that cold voice seemed a bit softer now. Promise, everything about this situation is now presented before you, with nothing held back, whether right or wrong. Therefore, now is the moment for your judgment. As Themis's voice fell, the ever-swaying scales of judgment finally stilled, settling into a balanced position without favoring either side. Hera, although angry and frightened by Aegina's words, didn't immediately explode. Instead, she looked towards Promise, who was seated at the highest position. Aegina naturally did the same. However, unlike Hera, she now wore a satisfied smile. The people in the jury, who had also learned everything and were now silenced by Themis, couldn't help but focus their gazes on Promise. Now they knew why Promise had came to their kingdom. They knew that although he was a follower of Hera, he still chose to bring them blessings, standing against his goddess. They also knew that he almost died at the hands of the goddess they revered. With so much information, their minds were now in turmoil. But regardless, they could only do one thing at this moment. Wait. Wait for the final judgment. And just then. So, what exactly did you see that day? What did your scales of judgment truly judge about Promise? Athena's voice suddenly whispered in Themis's ear. At this moment, only Themis could hear it. She wasn't surprised by this. In fact, she was slightly taken aback that Athena had only come to her now. Athena smiled. She sat in the most special seat in this pure white courtroom, her silver hair cascading behind her, and her golden eyes quietly observing everything in the court. You chose to intervene in this judgment at the moment it was supposed to end. Your intentions are not hard to guess. Since you came here, you naturally aim to bring absolute justice, especially since this is indeed a good opportunity. Because of Promise, you can make Hera face her actions in the most unique way, and I guess you have felt a bit guilty over the years. After all, it was you who created the concept of marriage and family and entrusted it to Hera, hoping it would bind King Zeus, but it ended up binding Hera instead. Themis's expression remained unchanged, and she did not respond. But these reasons alone cannot justify why Promise deserves to sit in that judgment seat. The answer lies on those scales of judgment. Themis, what exactly did you see? When Themis heard these words, a smile finally appeared on her face. And then, she did something that no one had expected. She lightly smiled, reached out, and removed the white cloth covering her eyes. The goddess of justice, Themis, was not blind. The reason she covered her eyes was merely to ensure she made the most impartial judgments without being swayed by what she saw. However, this judgment was not hers. So she removed the cloth, revealing her beautiful eyes, as blue as the sky, and quietly focused on Promise, who was frowning and deep in thought. I asked 2 questions. Then, Themis responded to Athena. First, whether this child is inherently good. The scales of judgment did not give me an answer, but now I naturally know the answer from you, because he is both abandoned and favored by the goddess of fate. Therefore, whether he is just and kind or ugly and evil depends on his future path, his choices. The heroic spirit rank card will lead Promise to different eras, leaving legends and then ascending to the throne of heroes. But in fact, not only heroes can ascend to the throne of heroes. Thus, when I couldn't get a definitive answer, I asked a second question, is his judgment fair? And at this question, the scales of judgment immediately gave me an answer. And it showed me a future scene under his judgment. Themis can also see the future, knowing many things and secrets that even the king of the gods, Zeus, does not. For example, the fate of the son of the sea goddess Thetis, who will be stronger than his father. The sea goddess Thetis is the mother of the great hero Achilles. What did you see? Athena couldn't help but ask. At this moment, under Themis's gaze, Promise, who had finally made up his mind, stood up and looked at Themis. Goddess Themis, may I ask you a question? Of course. Themis gently responded. Because he was preoccupied, Promise didn't even notice that Themis had removed the cloth from her eyes. May I ask, how much power do I hold in this judgment? Can my verdict bring the dead back to life? Everything, as you wish. Themis answered. Thank you. Relieved after getting the answer he wanted, Promise turned to face everyone below and, under their watchful eyes, delivered his judgment. Noble Queen Hera, River God Aegina, my judgment upon you is guilty. Although bold, Promise's judgment did not cause a huge reaction, as everyone had already reached the same conclusion after Themis's questions. Therefore, noble goddess Hera, please heed my judgment, grant the people of this kingdom a nightmare and bestow upon them a great blessing. A nightmare? Hera looked at Promise in confusion. A nightmare in which their kingdom suffers a curse from a certain god, disasters and plagues fall upon them, they lose everything in the dream. But fortunately, when they wake up, none of it is real. At this point, Promise paused slightly. And that dream will naturally include this very trial. Hera was stunned, and even Athena was taken aback at this moment. Only Themis, who had removed her white cloth, quietly watched Promise. And she smiled softly. As for the river goddess Aegina, my judgment for you is to build a temple. Promise looked at Aegina and said, and that temple must be built by your own hands, with you praying there every day for at least 100 years. And the god of that temple will be none other than Queen Hera. When Promise's judgment ended, there was no sound at all. Everyone was clearly taken aback, staring in disbelief at him, who had just made such a judgment. You knew all of this from the beginning, which is why you forcibly intervened and descended upon this trial at that moment." Athena couldn't help but ask Themis. Themis smiled softly, not immediately answering Athena. Instead, she said, "That child lives up to the prophecy of the goddess of fate. He is the one who can bring glory to both you and Hera. Hera's punishment is to rebuild everything she sought to destroy and to witness it flourish. The punishment for the river goddess Aegina, stemming from her malice towards Promise, is to kneel before the Hera she despises, before the goddess whom Promise worships, and pray to her. But these are just the surface." Athena responded. "When the nightmare ends, for the blessings bestowed by Hera, everyone will praise Hera's greatness and forget the past disasters. Although Aegina prays to the one she hates most, she will also regain everything she lost. Her prayers will prevent Hera from acting against her, and how can Hera accept all of this calmly?" "That's right, this is the future I saw." Themis gently nodded, answering. "The kingdom that was heading towards destruction will return to prosperity. And in the temple that Aegina built, for her devout prayers, Hera will choose to hide behind the pillars, unable to face her." Athena's face revealed a look of realization. She finally understood why this meticulous goddess of justice only smiled when she saw Promise. And this was precisely the outcome that the scales of judgment had shown Themis. This may not be an absolutely just verdict, but even I would choose to praise such a result. Promise's judgment ended, and after a long silence, Themis's voice broke the stillness as she put the white cloth back over her eyes. "However, your true reason for placing him in the judgment seat isn't just that, is it?" At this moment, Athena, having seen through everything, narrowed her eyes at her. "I should have seen it from the start, the gaze beneath your white cloth always quietly watching Promise. I think the prophecy of the goddess of fate will be rewritten once again." To this, Themis did not respond. She simply allowed the corners of her mouth to lift slightly in a faint smile. At this moment, in the temple of the goddess of fate, threads of fate spread throughout the temple, and within this magnificent temple knelt Clotho, the goddess of fate who controls the future. She held a crystal ball in her hands, and within the ball appeared the image of a young boy with black hair and clear emerald-green eyes. The threads of fate emanating from the crystal ball connected to both Queen Hera and the goddess of wisdom, Athena, corresponding to the prophecy Clotho had once given. But now, unable to witness the present yet able to see the future, Clotho gazed at the newly emerged threads of fate intertwining with those of the goddess of justice. She remained silent for a long time. After a while, "Chiron's student, Promise, you." She gently stood up, cradling the crystal ball that contained Promise's fate, and walked through the temple woven with threads of fate, heading towards the exit. And at the same time, her somewhat youthful and soft voice slowly said, "You have brought shame upon the goddess of fate because of you." Chapter 25, The Dream Awakens, Goddess Aegina. As the pure white courtroom dispersed, the original night was replaced by dawn. The light that dispelled the darkness shone upon the scarred kingdom, and also on the goddess of justice, Themis, who was dressed in white and had her eyes covered with a white cloth. And she held the young boy in her arms. At this moment, the boy had already shed the white robe representing judgment in the courtroom, changed into the ceremonial attire he had worn the previous night, and was unconscious in the goddess's embrace. Athena, who was watching from the side, was not surprised. After all, even though Themis was by his side, neither the power of the judgment scales nor the authority of the verdict was something a child could bear. Not to mention this child, who was so fragile that every time Athena saw him, she couldn't help but want to shove a golden apple into his mouth, fearing that one day a gust of wind would blow him into the underworld. And at the moment they left the courtroom, all the jury members who had witnessed this special trial had already fallen into a deep sleep. The power of the judgment had enveloped this kingdom, sealing everything within it, including time itself. The birds flying in the sky were frozen mid-flight like statues, the dew falling from the trees and the leaves drifting in the air were similarly suspended. This kingdom had become a special space of stillness. And under its seal, only a few individuals could move within this kingdom at this moment. More precisely, only the four goddesses. And this situation would continue until the verdict in the courtroom was fully executed. This was the power of the goddess of justice, Themis. Themis, she was the daughter of Uranus, the primordial god of the sky, in Greek mythology, and one of the 12 Titan gods of the second divine court. She was born of noble lineage, possessing immense power, and was one of the oldest deities on this continent. When she covered her eyes with the white cloth, she became the creator and guardian of order, respected by all the gods. And because she was the creator and guardian of order, the verdicts in her pure white courtroom were absolute. When Themis wielded the sword of judgment in the pure white courtroom constructed by the scales of judgment, the entire world would respond and execute the results of Themis's judgment. Thus, at that very moment, Hades, the lord of the underworld, raised his head in his temple in the underworld, aware of what had transpired. Although he understood what was happening, Athena couldn't help but snort softly as she watched Themis gently cradling Promise in her arms. With her golden eyes that had witnessed everything, she had already realized. The goddess of justice before her was the third figure prophesied by the goddess of fate, Clotho. The third person whom Promise would bring glory to. In simpler terms, the goddess of justice was essentially here to steal him away. And Athena hadn't even managed to take Promise from Hera yet. Ignoring Athena's gaze, Themis, once her eyes were covered with a white cloth, was almost impervious to any external influence. She turned around and, with 2 steps, carried Promise to the high tower within the kingdom, gently placing the unconscious boy on the bed of the river goddess Aegina. She also placed the now still scales of judgment beside Promise. Then she turned her head and said to the hastily following river goddess Aegina, "Take good care of him for now. I will be back shortly. Let's go, Athena, Hera." With that, she turned to head to the underworld with Athena and Hera to execute the judgment. What happened to him? Seeing Promise unconscious, Hera, who had finally recovered from the trial, immediately panicked and instinctively asked Athena. That was Themis's judgment. How could a child possibly bear it? Athena explained to Hera, but Themis gave him the scales of judgment from the start, so he was protected by its power. As long as the judgment is completed, he will wake up. Why should I go with you? Athena crossed her arms and looked at Themis. You initiated the judgment, so it should be you and Hera who complete it. I am merely a spectator, and I didn't participate in your judgment. Besides, leaving the child here like this, aren't you worried? Remember, this river goddess initially wanted to kill him, so it would be better if I stayed to guard him. Themis did not respond to Athena's words and stood quietly in front of her. However, the river goddess Aegina quickly became anxious and hastily said, I absolutely won't think of harming this child again. I swear by my name, Aegina. Athena glanced at Aegina and was about to say something when. Aren't you curious, Hera? Themis suddenly spoke, her cold voice devoid of emotion, why this wise goddess is here, and why this child is here as well. Hera was slightly stunned and tilted her head slightly, but before she could turn around completely. I will go. Athena glared fiercely at Themis, then turned and grabbed Hera. Let's go, to the underworld. However, to go to the underworld, they needed a guide, as none of the 3 had ever been to that eternal dark place. So they sought out the one god among the 12 Olympians familiar with the way, the messenger of the gods, Hermes. When they arrived in the underworld and met its ruler, Hades. In the temple, Hades had been waiting for them for quite some time. Hades was not a god of many words, so before the arriving goddesses could speak, I can grant your request to return those who came to the underworld due to Hera's anger and curse. Hades said directly. But I have one condition. As he spoke, his dark eyes fixed quietly on Hera. Then he told the queen of the gods, the goddess of marriage, his condition. Hera, though somewhat surprised by the condition, eventually agreed. About half a month later. In the high tower, in the room of the river goddess Aegina. The scales of judgment beside Promise, which had remained still, suddenly began to sway gently. With this slight movement, Promise's eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Sitting up and looking around in confusion, he once again saw the goddess quietly sitting by the window in the high tower. She still wore a light blue dress, her soft blue curls falling over her shoulders, her gaze quietly watching her kingdom outside the window. But this time, Aegina's face no longer showed sorrow or pain. Instead, it was adorned with a genuine smile. Child, you're awake? As she noticed the movement, Aegina turned her head and focused her gaze on Promise. Her eyes, now fixed on Promise, were filled with unprecedented gentleness, deep guilt, and indescribable gratitude. Good morning, Goddess Aegina? Promise, seeing the sunlight streaming in through the window onto her, was momentarily unsure of the time of day. But that wasn't the important part. As if recalling something, after greeting her, Promise immediately got out of bed and took 2 steps to the window. Although he had been lying down for more than half a month, thanks to the scales of judgment, he didn't feel any fatigue, as if he had just had a good night's sleep and woke up refreshed. When he reached the window, basking in the bright sunlight, he looked out. Promise saw a prosperous kingdom, teeming with people, and the sounds of their joyful laughter could be heard clearly even from the high tower. The dream. It seems it truly has ended. He smiled and looked at Aegina beside him. Isn't that right, Goddess Aegina? Name, Promise Age, 16 Era, Ancient Greek Age of Gods Identity, Transmigrator Heroic Spirit Class, Unconfirmed Heroic Spirit Legend Event, met the future King of Athens, Theseus, and together apprenticed under the centaur sage Chiron. Initially mistaken for Jason, but in a nearly desperate situation, single-handedly brought a nearly uncontrollable situation back under control, becoming the person prophesied by the goddess of fate, Clotho, to bring glory to Hera. Now you have received an oracle from the goddess of wisdom, Athena, to come before the river goddess Aegina, who had lost everything due to Hera's curse, and offered her a painting of what she had lost, in exchange for a sacrificial ritual to Queen Hera. Facing Queen Hera, you offered her everything you had, asking only for a blessing in return, and ultimately succeeded. After all, this was the oracle given to you by the goddess of wisdom, Hera's indulgence. But at that moment, the goddess of justice, Themis, arrived, initiating a trial. She revealed all the hidden secrets of the incident to you and invited you to sit in the judgment seat, granting you a special honor alongside Hera. That is, in the pure white courtroom, you, as a mere mortal, judge the gods. It turns out that this goddess of justice had weighed you on the scales of judgment from the very first day she met you, and she saw that future in you. This is not an absolutely just verdict, but it is a judgment that even I, the goddess of justice Themis, would praise. This was a trial that even the goddess of justice, Themis, praised. It is also a trial destined to be etched in history. Even though under your judgment, it all became a dream, and when the dream ends, everyone will forget everything and embrace a better future. But history will record everything. Therefore, heroic spirit quality enhancement. See, Fame Soars, Chapter 26, Promise, do you want it? In the afternoon, in the heart of the kingdom of Aegina, bathed in bright sunlight, within the high tower where the river goddess Aegina resided. This goddess, who once caught the attention of Zeus due to her beauty and innocent nature, and was ultimately taken by him in the form of an eagle, now sat by the tower window. Not only was she wearing her favorite, beautiful dress, but she had also spent nearly half a day with the nymphs of the kingdom, having them groom her blue curls and tidy her attire. She presented herself in the most elegant and beautiful manner before Promise. And Promise, who was sitting not far from her, was intently observing Aegina and capturing her most beautiful moment. On the canvas before him. Yes, after waking up and witnessing the city's original prosperity and grandeur the next day, he had picked up his paintbrush and canvas, following the oracle left by Athena when she departed, to depict the river goddess Aegina before him. Although Promise was curious about how the paintbrush and canvas, which had been thrown into the sacrificial altar for Queen Hera, ended up in Athena's hands, he was none less happy to reclaim them. After all, if Hera asked about it, he could just blame Athena. But why did Athena leave such an oracle? That's because the next stage belongs to her, of course. Athena's initial oracle set the stage for this entire event. Then, the goddess of justice Themis, the river goddess Aegina, and the finally arrived Queen Hera joined Promise on this stage, delivering an excellent performance of development and climax. During these phases, Athena indeed played the role of a spectator, quietly observing with her golden eyes and not participating directly. But she never intended to remain a mere spectator, she always reserved her entrance for the stage, which is as crucial as the climax. The conclusion. A good ending can make a story memorable and deeply impactful. Moreover, she is the mother of heroes. Athena is called the mother of heroes not because she enjoys watching heroes' adventures, but because she actively shapes heroes. So, she is far from being a mere spectator, she has always been involved in various legends, personally guiding heroes and witnessing their lives. And she made a vow to Promise in her name as the goddess of wisdom. Under the painting that he dedicated to her, Athena's vow was that she would witness Promise becoming one of the brightest stars of this era. And in the end, she would grant him a finale that would astonish the world. It's important to know that for a deity, a vow made in their name is absolute. Promise, you seem to be in a good mood? The river goddess Aegina wore a beautiful smile, her expression gentle as she looked at the boy with black hair and clear green eyes before her. Ah, can you tell, goddess Aegina? Promise, lightly waving his paintbrush, looked at Aegina in surprise. Yes. The latter smiled, her smile growing even warmer, and said softly, after all, you were even humming a tune just now. Ah, sorry, goddess Aegina. No, it's all right. Aegina quickly shook her head and said to him, I am just very happy. Seeing you so happy makes me really glad. So, child, can you tell me why you are so happy? Well, because I feel like I have done something very meaningful. Promise thought for a moment and replied. It wasn't entirely a lie, but heroic spirit quality see. This journey had just begun, and he had already raised his quality significantly, jumping directly from me rank to C. Although it was C, it was still a significant leap. And how long had it been, even including the half-month he was asleep? It had only been at most 2 months since he parted from Jason. Just 2 months. With such a rapid improvement, Promise instantly felt that his future was bright. Moreover, this was the first time his heroic spirit class card, this golden finger, was molding a heroic spirit. If the first time he could reach A rank. No, directly reach S rank or even the grand rank. What kind of future would that be? Promise couldn't even imagine. What a bright future it would be. Ah, praise the goddess of justice, Themis. Thinking about this, the smile on Ho's face became even more pronounced. If his hands weren't occupied with painting, he would have certainly taken out his lyre to play a tune or two. Promise could play the lyre. Do you remember when Jason found Promise at the foot of the mountain? At that time, he was playing the lyre, performing a sorrowful melody. And he had learned his lyre skills from Orpheus. Orpheus, the son of Apollo, the god of light, and a future crew member of the Argo. His most famous story is about entering the underworld for his wife, using his music to move Hades and Persephone, and gaining permission to bring his wife back to the mortal world. The condition was that Orpheus was not allowed to look back on the way back from the underworld. But in the end, Orpheus broke this condition, and just as they were about to reach the mortal world, his wife's cries and anger made him turn back to comfort her. Ultimately, this led to their eternal separation, unable to meet again. Yes, Promise was indeed the last in Chiron's class, with Jason being the second last. But Promise's last place was very different from Jason's. After all, unlike Jason, who didn't want to learn anything, felt a headache at the mention of studying, and always told Chiron, "Don't teach me, I won't learn even if you do." Promise was quite enthusiastic and willing to learn everything. And the reason was simple. His true self wasn't here, so life and death didn't matter to him. In fact, his greatest goal and wish was to die and ascend to the throne of heroes. So, while studying on Chiron's mountain, he had nothing else to do and could only learn more to see if he could achieve legendary feats. It's like entering a game and seeing something light up, making you want to click on it to see if you can unlock an achievement. With Promise's boundless energy. As in, whenever he had nothing to do, he wanted to go down the mountain seeking death. And since he couldn't subject the fragile Promise, who seemed like he could be blown into the underworld by a gust of wind, to excessive training, Chiron naturally put in a lot of effort in other areas. So, besides surpassing Chiron and even receiving graduation rewards for his painting skills, Promise also learned music from Orpheus, medicine from Asclepius, the god of healing who could revive the dead in the future, hunting skills from Meleager, who would lead the hunt for the Caledonian boar, and so on. Not to mention learning swordsmanship from Theseus and archery from Heracles. And because of this, Promise got along well with everyone, well enough that every time they went down the mountain, they had to grab Promise by the neck and bring him to Chiron's doorstep, making sure he was taken care of before they could leave with peace of mind. Otherwise, where do you think Promise's little book of grudges came from? In the end, only Jason was easy to fool, taking him down the mountain. And this was also why Chiron secretly followed them down the mountain and left a protective charm only on Promise. While he believed in teaching without discrimination, having a student who was willing to learn anything and listen to everything was a delight for any teacher. If Promise wasn't so intent on seeking death, he'd be perfect in Chiron's eyes. At this moment, the river goddess Aegina's gaze softened even more at Promise's response. In fact, if it weren't for the gently swaying scales of judgment beside Promise and the uncertainty of when Athena and the others might return, she might have already. Just as Aegina had this thought, the scales of judgment beside Promise swayed more violently, scaring the goddess into halting her thoughts. She lowered her head and dutifully posed as a model, allowing Promise to capture her on the canvas. Promise was painting very seriously. After all, he remembered that one of his legendary achievements was the painting dedicated to Athena. He needed to create portraits for all the gods of Olympus. Unfortunately, right now, they were all empty folders waiting to be filled. Promise also remained keenly aware of the almost enlightening experience he had when he painted Athena. So, faced with a goddess willing to model for him, Promise was giving his utmost effort, hoping to recapture that feeling. In the end, Promise realized he was overthinking it. Inspiration, it seemed, was not something that could be forced. 3 days and nights later, on that evening, as the blue sky was tinged with the hues of dusk by the setting sun. After discarding numerous sketches, Promise finally produced a relatively satisfactory portrait and presented it to Aegina. To be honest, Aegina couldn't see much difference between them. She felt heartbroken seeing Promise discard so many beautiful drawings, each capturing her image perfectly. Each portrait was of her, after all. When Promise finally completed the painting, besides feeling happy, Aegina also felt a bit regretful. After all, during those 3 days, watching him engrossed in his painting was mesmerizing, especially since, during those 3 days, his eyes were only on her. Thinking this, Aegina couldn't help but glance again at the swaying scales of judgment beside him and then lowered her head in disappointment. Goddess Aegina, is my painting not good enough? Seeing her reaction, Promise asked in confusion and a bit of anxiety. Before the flustered river goddess Aegina could respond, it's not that your painting isn't good enough, but that someone has let their most hideous desires surface from deep within. That familiar and elegant voice reached Promise's ears. As he turned his head, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he saw the beautiful goddess of wisdom, Athena, with her silver hair cascading to her waist, and the meticulous goddess of justice, Themis, wearing a white robe and a white cloth over her eyes, with only a beauty mark near her lips adding a touch of allure, returned together. Upon their return, Aegina immediately lowered her head in fright. Athena glanced at her briefly before ignoring her. Aegina did not have the standing to be mocked by Athena. Even though she had dressed herself in her most beautiful attire, standing beside Athena, she didn't even qualify as a mere green leaf. Then Athena smiled slightly and approached Promise. "Are you all right? No physical issues?" she asked. "Yes, I am fine, Goddess Athena," Promise began to say, but his words were cut off as something was shoved into his mouth. Athena had skillfully placed a golden apple into his mouth, hoping he wouldn't be blown into the underworld by a gust of wind. After watching Promise take a couple of bites of the golden apple, Athena finally felt at ease. She then picked up the painting from Aegina's hands, glanced at it, and then turned around, saying, "Come with us." As soon as she spoke, Themis collected the scales of judgment, gently patted Promise's head, and led him out of the room. As the trio of goddesses and Promise stepped out of the high tower, Promise felt a brief flicker in his vision and found himself standing by a small river not far from the kingdom. Standing by the river, under a sky adorned with the hues of dusk, Athena, holding the painting in her hand, turned to him and asked, "Promise, do you think that your ordinary canvas and paintbrush are truly worthy of capturing the image of a god?" Promise was momentarily taken aback by her question. He had never considered this issue. Until now, he had only painted two deities, Athena and the river goddess Aegina. In fact, when you paint our images on canvas, we are aware of it. The more accurate your depiction, the stronger our perception of it becomes. To us, it feels as if you are praying while painting, making your presence very clear. Athena had appeared beside Promise back in Jason's hometown because she sensed him drawing her and became interested. "Let me tell you something else, Promise. Every depiction you have created of the gods so far has been far from ordinary." With these words, and under Promise's puzzled gaze, Athena smiled and tossed the painting of Aegina into the air. "Because, whether it was my painting or Aegina's, you had our permission and recognition before you painted them. Therefore, what you have been painting all along are not mere pictures, but true representations of the gods." As she spoke, the painting that had been tossed into the air began to disappear, turning into faint starlight that scattered. "Your canvas can capture our images because we want you to. It represents our gaze upon you. When you truly need it, you can use it to connect with the gods, and we will naturally respond to you through the painting, bestowing our blessings." As Athena's words ended, the painting floating in the sky completely dissipated, turning into a faint starlight and scattering. "Therefore, your canvas can capture us because we want you to. It represents our gaze upon you. When you truly need it, you can use it to connect with the gods, and we will naturally respond to you through the painting, bestowing our blessings." As she finished speaking, the painting in the sky had completely vanished. At the same time, Promise felt a mysterious power. Under the influence of that power, he instinctively looked towards the nearby river. In the next moment, the river water, responding to his thoughts, formed a column and rose into the air. The river goddess Aegina, standing nearby, smiled as she watched. Yes, this was her divine power. This was also why Athena had not dared to tell Hera that the painting she had shown to all the gods was actually drawn by Promise. After all, such a painting was a gift from the gods. Through it, you could not only request blessings from the gods, but in necessary moments, the gods could even descend directly beside you through it. This was a gift only given to a child truly loved by the gods. So if Hera knew that the painting was done by Promise, she would instantly realize something else, that Athena had ulterior motives regarding Promise. But is this the main point? Of course not. When Athena explained all this to Promise, and he felt Aegina's divine power, he instantly understood one thing. This was undoubtedly the noble phantasm he had been searching for. A special noble phantasm that belonged only to him. And at the moment Promise realized this, his breath nearly stopped. But losing a beautiful painting with each use is too extravagant. Moreover, because your canvas is too ordinary, even if we infuse it with divine power, the painting will gradually fade over time. Therefore, Athena turned her head and blinked at the dazed Promise. The corners of her mouth curled into a smile that looked like that of a devil. No, it was the most beautiful, graceful smile of a goddess. With the most melodious voice, she said to Promise, "Do you want it? Do you want a canvas that can permanently preserve the divine images of us gods, and a paintbrush that can perfectly depict us on that canvas? My dear little Promise, do you want it?" Chapter 27, Is It Too Wasteful? Praise the wise goddess Athena. If Promise still had the wooden bow he had when he first descended the mountain, rather than having sacrificed it to Queen Hera that night, he wouldn't have hesitated to break it by the river's edge in this sunset to pledge his loyalty to the goddess before him. But before he could fully revel in his joy, even if you want it, for now, it's just a dream. Athena still wore that divine, no, demonic smile that teased his heart as she spread her hands and continued, because I cannot create such a divine tool. There is only one God who can. Hearing this, Promise, slightly taken aback, instantly realized and said, the god of craftsmanship. Hephaestus? Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, he is one of the 12 Olympian gods, the son of Zeus and Hera. When Promise mentioned Hephaestus's name, Athena wasn't surprised. After all, Promise was a student of the centaur sage Chiron, and Hephaestus was renowned even among mortals. She continued smiling, the corners of her mouth lifting even higher as she said to Promise, yes, it is Hephaestus. Only he can forge the paintbrush and canvas I mentioned, which can truly bear the images of us gods. And fortunately, although he has a temper as volatile as a constantly erupting volcano, he usually responds to the requests of children. But Promise, you are not among them. Why? Confused, Promise asked instinctively, as he had never had any interaction with the god of craftsmanship and didn't believe he had done anything to offend him. At this point, the river goddess Aegina, hesitating for a moment, thoughtfully said, could it be because of Hera? Upon hearing this, Athena glanced at her, scaring Aegina into lowering her head quickly, not daring to meet the piercing golden eyes of the goddess of wisdom. That's correct. Athena nodded, her smile fading slightly as she explained, because Hephaestus despises Hera. To be precise, he probably hates her more than any other god. Athena did not elaborate on the reasons, for in ancient Greek times, Hephaestus would undoubtedly hear her words. While she didn't mind, revealing such secrets to Promise could lead to disaster. Nevertheless, being a transmigrator familiar with Greek mythology, Promise naturally had his thoughts on the matter. As he pondered about the god of craftsmanship, Hephaestus, Athena suddenly turned her head and looked at the silent and serene Themis, standing in her white robe. Athena stepped aside, making way for her. Themis approached Promise, and as he sensed her presence and instinctively looked up at this dignified yet somewhat alluring goddess, she asked, Promise, would you be willing to accompany me for a while? Themis asked in her cold, clear voice. Thus, Promise followed her and left the area. With their departure, only the river goddess Aegina and Athena remained. Aegina stood nervously beside Athena. Then, Athena's golden eyes turned towards the kingdom. The sun was setting, the night and stars about to replace the twilight. In the last light of the setting sun, the people of the kingdom were still busy and noisy, appearing quite chaotic. But Athena couldn't help but smile. Having seen the kingdom at its darkest, she found this scene rather beautiful. Very nice, your country, she said. Upon hearing this, Aegina was stunned for a moment. She looked up, somewhat surprised, at Athena, probably not expecting her to say such a thing. Then, following her gaze, she also looked towards her kingdom. Before long, she too smiled, a blend of happiness and pride evident as she responded to Athena, thank you. By the way, you have fallen in love with that child, haven't you? This seemingly casual question caused Aegina to freeze completely. But soon, she relaxed again, for she had never intended to hide anything from the eyes of the wise goddess or the goddess of justice. Yes. She nodded, turning her gaze towards the direction where Promise had followed Themis, his figure disappearing in the distance. I have fallen in love with that child, but please forgive me, wise goddess, for in that high tower, he was the only one who reached out to me. Moreover, I can never forget the scene of him standing before me, and standing before Hera. It was like seeing a ray of light piercing through the abyss just as one was about to fall into it. That night, knowing the boy stood before Hera, pleading for her blessing, not out of ignorance but fully aware of everything, she felt overwhelmed with astonishment and guilt, mixed with deep gratitude and anxiety. If Themis had not appeared, Aegina's first instinct would have been to push Promise away. For she did not want him to fall into the abyss with her. From the beginning, she never believed Hera would truly bestow a blessing. As Athena looked at her gentle smile, about to speak. But rest assured, wise goddess, I do not intend to do anything. Aegina retracted her gaze, looking at Athena with a somewhat forlorn expression, and said with a bitter smile, because even though I appear in my most beautiful form before him, his eyes do not hold my image. I understand what you're worried about, that I might harm him, but how could I possibly hurt him? Athena's golden eyes quietly observed the candid Aegina for a moment, saying nothing more. But, wise goddess, you seem to like that child a lot? Looking curiously at Athena, Aegina's courage in asking such a question seemed surprising, but Athena eventually answered, at first, it was just a small interest. You know I love heroes. Aegina nodded, Both Greeks and gods knew Athena's love for heroes. So initially, I wasn't very interested in him. He seemed too fragile, like a gust of wind could knock him over. Indeed. Aegina agreed, but precisely because of that, when he stood before me, before the noble Queen Hera, how could I remain unmoved? And later, he presented me with a painting, a very beautiful one, which I loved. I intended to grant his wish. Do you know what his wish was? Athena smiled and, without waiting for Aegina to answer, continued, he wished to become a hero and desired a glorious end. End? Aegina blinked. Yes, to die gloriously. Athena confirmed. Because it was so intriguing, I agreed. But even then, I still only saw him as an interesting child, not someone worth competing for. But this time, due to Themis, everything was disrupted, yet I also saw his demeanor in the courtroom. Let me tell you something amusing. Athena's smile grew. When that child first descended from Chiron's mountain, every time he encountered bandits, he would defeat them and make them swear to proclaim his name to the first 100 people they met. How adorable. Aegina couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, but this same child, who yearns to be a hero and for the land to sing of his existence, gave you all a dream during the trial. Athena continued, when the dream ended, people naturally forgot everything. Hearing this, Aegina was momentarily stunned, then she finally realized and looked at Athena. By then, Athena had already turned her gaze towards the direction where Promise had left with Themis, and said, so, for the first time, I wondered. Is it too wasteful to just let him go to Hera? Chapter 28, The Goddess of Fate raises her head to you late at night. Tonight there was a beautiful full moon, and its bright light illuminated the entire land. Following Themis, Promise walked for several hours, and during this time, the goddess did not say a word. However, the boy did not feel tired, his eyes were bright and full of energy. After all, he had just eaten a golden apple not long ago. He was already full of energy, and the golden apple made his stamina overflow. Just as Promise began to find the path increasingly familiar and was feeling puzzled, Themis's sudden words made him pause. Actually, if it weren't for me, you should have been following Athena to the temple of Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, meeting that god. Hearing this, Promise instinctively looked towards Themis in front of him. Because this was Athena's original plan for your trial. Walking ahead of Promise, leading the way, she spoke in an emotionless tone. She prepared this relatively easy trial for you with the intention of meeting the god of craftsmanship, Hephaestus, as your reward. This way, she could give you the ability to move around the world without fearing that a gust of wind would blow you to the underworld, thus allowing you to fulfill your promise to her. The river goddess Aegina was meant to be your first painting, prepared by Athena. However, everything was completely disrupted by my arrival. Hearing this, Promise began to understand the nature of this trial, but I suppose you have always been curious about why I appeared suddenly at that time and ultimately placed you in the judgment seat. Promise nodded honestly, he had always been curious about this. Themis did not answer, she simply quickened her pace. Promise hurried to keep up, and after some time, he finally realized why this path seemed so familiar. This was where he had stayed when he painted that picture of the kingdom for Aegina. A place on the mountainside overlooking the entire kingdom. Apostrophe. When I was painting, was this goddess standing beside me? No, Athena must have been there too. I remember wondering why, despite staying there for so long, no wild animals disturbed me, not even a single flying insect. With these thoughts, Promise couldn't help but glance at Themis beside him. But with her face covered by the white cloth, he could not discern anything. And just as he was thinking this and blinked, he saw his canvas appear before him, and the paintbrush that was in his luggage was now in his hand. Wait, does that mean? Just as Promise instinctively looked towards Themis, it is not me. Because you are not yet able to depict me. The latter said, explaining, even if I allowed you to paint me as you did Athena, once the painting leaves me, it will still quickly fade. Hearing this, Promise felt a pang of regret, but then he saw Themis's right hand draw out the sword of judgment, the sword that could cut through all injustice and evil in the world. As if sensing his thoughts, Themis responded. That's right, child, paint it onto your canvas. She said, your journey has just begun, and it will protect you along the way, until... She didn't finish her sentence. She simply placed the sword down and then came beside Promise, helping him lift the paintbrush. And although it was just a sword, when Promise regained his senses, having been fully immersed in his painting with Themis's assistance, the sun had already risen. Promise put down his paintbrush, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Promise. Hearing the voice by his ear, he instinctively turned his head, and a golden apple was placed into his mouth. Promise blinked, looking at Themis. Another golden apple. He then obediently ate it, feeling his energy and spirit recover, and couldn't help but marvel at how wonderful it was. It's just a pity that the two he had saved up were all sacrificed to Hera. As Promise thought this, Themis suddenly took out 2 more golden apples and placed them in his hands. He was stunned and looked up at her. Counting the first time, we have met 3 times in total, so here are 3 golden apples. Themis explained, but her explanation only confused Promise more. What does that mean? It sounds like every time I meet you gods, I get a golden apple. As Promise thought this, he noticed Themis seemed to be gazing into the distance, even though her eyes were covered by the white cloth. Following her gaze, he saw the kingdom that had awakened from a night's dream. Even from a distance, he could vaguely see the people of the kingdom moving about, bustling in a scene of prosperity. Seeing this, and recalling the initial image of the kingdom ravaged by disasters and plague, Promise naturally smiled. And at that moment, the reason I placed you in the judgment seat is simple. From the moment we first met, I saw this future through the scales of judgment. When we first met, I asked the scales 2 questions. Are you just and kind, and is your judgment fair? And now I have the answers. As she spoke, the scales of judgment appeared once again in Themis's left hand. It was still swaying, representing Promise's uncertain future, both abandoned and cherished by the goddess of fate. That day, I asked you why you came here, what feelings you had standing before Hera. Your answer was that you came because you wanted to. And I think if I asked you now why, despite wanting to become a hero, you chose to deliver a dream judgment during the trial, your answer would be, I didn't think that far ahead. Because if it weren't for Promise's judgment turning everything into a dream known only to the gods, the feat of judging gods would have brought him unimaginable fame. But at that time, Promise simply believed it was the best outcome. Yes, despite its flaws, it was the best outcome he could think of under the circumstances. The kingdom was restored to its original prosperity, those who shouldn't have died returned to the world, and the goddess in the high tower smiled, having regained what she had lost. Even Hera did not lose anything. After all, her rival built a temple for her and became her most loyal devotee, praying to her every morning. This wasn't the first time such a choice had been made. Back in Jason's homeland, in that kingdom, facing the imminent wrath of Hera, Promise had also achieved what he believed to be the best outcome. Hera, who had mistaken him for Jason and was ready to bestow all glory upon him, lost nothing and gained even more. And Jason, trusting in Promise's promise and courage, did not hesitate to seek the Golden Fleece, and found hope for the future. Whether you are just and kind, the scales of judgment did not provide an answer. This shows that your future cannot be observed by fate, and it also means, child, you don't have an answer in your heart either. Holding the scales, Themis told Promise, and this time, her previously cold voice was much gentler. Athena has already told me about your promise and her vow, but, child, have you ever thought about what kind of hero you want to be, and what kind of end you truly desire? Promise was stunned, looking at the goddess of justice before him. In Greek mythology, there was a hero named Achilles. His father was the great hero Peleus, and his mother was the sea goddess Thetis. Before he was born, his mother knew from the goddess of fate that her child would die in battle. He will be famous, but he will not live to old age, dying young on the battlefield. This was the prophecy the goddess of fate told Thetis. In response to Achilles' birth, Thetis held his heel and dipped him in the river Styx, making his entire body invulnerable except for the heel she held, which did not touch the river water, leaving a weak spot. In addition, she also forbade him from going to war, hoping this would escape the notice of the goddess of fate. But after learning all this, Achilles responded to his mother. Rather than living a peaceful life under your great power, mother, I would rather burn my life on the battlefield, fighting bravely. Even if it is short, I want to live gloriously. That was Achilles' choice, the finale of an epic story. When Themis asked Promise, he immediately thought of this story and realized he truly could not answer the question posed by the goddess of justice before him. Even though the goddess of wisdom has promised you a grand finale, child, I hope that when that day comes, it will be your own choice, a result you yearn for and decide in your heart. Seeing that Promise did not answer, Themis was not concerned and continued speaking softly, but you need not worry too much, for your journey has just begun. Along this path, I believe you will eventually find your answer. Until then, my sword will protect you. And child, when you have your answer, please use your brush to paint me on your canvas. Promise's green eyes reflected the goddess of justice, Themis. The sunlight shone on her, making her appear radiant. I understand, goddess Themis. After a long time, Promise looked up at Themis and nodded firmly. Then said with utmost seriousness, there will come a day when I am worthy of painting you, goddess Themis, on my canvas. Then, do we have a deal? The latter smiled and asked softly. Yes. Promise also smiled at this moment, we have a deal. I look forward to that day, and I believe it won't be too far off, for, as I said from the beginning, I already have the answer in my heart." With these words, Themis once again raised the swaying scales of judgment in front of Promise. Clad in her white robe, she stood illuminated by the sunlight, with her back to the kingdom that had awakened from a night's dream, and the temple built by the river goddess Aegina. She reached out, studying the continuously swaying scales, and in Promise's watchful gaze, gently raised the side representing goodness. "Go forth, child, and let your name, your deeds, be known to the entire world." And then, that afternoon, Promise departed. He left the kingdom, bidding farewell to the river goddess Aegina. Aegina had known for a while that Promise would leave, but she hadn't expected it to be so soon. At first, she seemed quite flustered and even thought about asking him to stay, but in the end, she chose to give her blessing. "Go, Promise, may your future journeys be illuminated by the sun, and may the stars and moon watch over you, guiding your way." Aegina had intended to give everything to Promise, the accumulated wealth of the kingdom, even the crown and throne that symbolized royal authority, but Promise ultimately accepted none of it. He left behind only a wish that made the sad, tearful Aegina eventually smile again. Though Promise still didn't have a clear idea of what kind of hero he wanted to become or what kind of end he would choose, he did have one goal. "Please help spread my name. I am a student of the centaur sage Chiron, and I will become a hero and leave my name in this world." After nearly 3 months, Promise finally left the place. His next destination was quite clear. After all, in 3 months' time, Jason, who had been waiting for his news, must have grown quite anxious. Promise, carrying his little book of grudges and the sword of judgment that would protect him on this journey, set out to meet the heroes who were either already famous or destined to become renowned in ancient Greece. He would invite them to join him in Jason's homeland, to complete the trial given to him and Jason by Queen Hera, the most famous story in Greek mythology. The legend of the Argo. But, while that was the plan, where exactly were they now? Should he perhaps prepare an offering and ask Athena or Hera? As Promise pondered this question, he hadn't walked far outside the kingdom when he suddenly saw a familiar figure under a large tree by the roadside. It was a delicate-looking girl, dressed in a white garment of ancient Greek style, with a few strands of white hair peeking out from her hood. She sat with her eyes closed, holding a crystal ball, seemingly asleep under the shade of the tree. Promise looked at her in surprise, recognizing the petite girl before him. He had seen her before, in Hera's temple in Jason's homeland. She was the goddess of fate who had foretold that Promise would bring glory to Hera. Clotho. And just as Promise was staring at her in surprise, wondering why the goddess of fate had appeared here, perhaps sensing his gaze, Clotho's eyebrows trembled slightly before she slowly opened her eyes. Although she couldn't actually see anything due to the white cloth over her eyes, the goddess of fate, Clotho, raised her head towards Promise. Chapter 29, Respecting Fate, or Defying Fate? Promise, student of the centaur sage Chiron, you have shamed the goddess of fate. Under the afternoon shade of the tree, the awakened goddess of fate, Clotho, raised her head and, trying to suppress her voice, spoke with a tone of authority to Promise. But looking at the petite goddess in front of him, who was trying hard to look at him and was still rubbing her eyes from having just woken up, Promise couldn't feel any sense of authority. However, Promise could tell that Clotho had come specifically for him. "Goddess Clotho, may I ask what I have done wrong?" So, after thinking for a moment, he asked as he stood before Clotho. "You have revived those who were supposed to be dead, continued things that were meant to be destroyed, and furthermore." Clotho pointed towards Aegina's kingdom in the distance and paused. "Furthermore, you made me change and revise my prophecy for Queen Hera again and again. You have interfered with fate, turning what was orderly into chaos, shaming the goddess of fate. Therefore, Promise, student of the centaur sage Chiron, do you understand your mistake?" As Clotho's words fell, seeing her visibly angry and indignant, anyone else in this world standing here might have turned pale and fled in panic. After all, to shame and anger a god, especially a goddess of fate, was almost equivalent to being sentenced to death. But Promise didn't. He looked at the goddess of fate before him, pouting in anger, and couldn't help but chuckle before replying, "So that's the reason. But Goddess Clotho, I wasn't the one who did these things. It was Goddess Themis, Goddess Athena, and Queen Hera, wasn't it?" Clotho was silent for a moment before replying, "Actually, back with Jason's incident, as a goddess of fate, I let you off the hook. Although you altered some aspects of fate, you still returned everything to its original course, so I didn't blame you. But this time, it's different. Do you know how much disaster your arbitrary decisions have brought to this world? Not just in the mortal realm, but even the gods are now running around because of the fate you have altered. The entire world is in chaos." Clotho spoke sternly to Promise. Well, this was quite easy to understand. Think of the world as a book, And the spindle of fate controlled by the goddess of fate is like a script or story already fixed in a book. If you compare it to a machine, it would be the preset program. The goddesses of fate are responsible for guarding and smoothing the threads of fate, ensuring the world runs orderly. Promise's actions undoubtedly disrupted all this, altering the fixed script and causing a bug in the program. To ensure the world runs properly, the goddesses of fate have to reconnect the broken threads of fate to the world. They have to write new stories and fix the bugs to get the world running again. That's why Claudio fell asleep here. She didn't fall asleep out of boredom while waiting for Promise, but purely out of exhaustion. During this period, she and her two sisters have been doing one thing. Working overtime, and working overtime again. Therefore, Promise should feel fortunate that the one seeking him out is the youngest and most delicate of the goddesses of fate, Claudio, and not one of her elder sisters. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a conversation, but a chase with a spindle. So, Goddess Claudio, have you come to punish me? Promise naturally followed up with this question. But Claudio fell silent again upon hearing this. And if I say that even if time were to rewind and we did it all over again, I would still make the same choices as I did now? Claudio was stunned, raising her blindfolded eyes to look at Promise again. Because I believe I haven't done anything wrong. The latter replied, turning his gaze towards the now barely visible kingdom. I don't know what disasters my actions have brought to this world, but I do know that the people there seem to be doing quite well. Unexpectedly, Claudio did not refute his words. Because when fate was altered, as they wove the new future, they naturally saw the kingdom's renewed state. But that's because the goddesses are helping you. Claudio answered seriously. And do you know that during that process, if you had taken even one wrong step, you would have faced completely different consequences, likely leading to utter ruin. The fate of the world isn't easily altered. In most cases, those who try to change fate end up being toyed with by it. Even so, I think I might still fight against certain fates in the future. Promise replied to Claudio, the goddess of fate. To his surprise, instead of getting angry, she asked, why? Because I suddenly feel like I can try to do more things. Promise answered. Promise was a transmigrator, so he knew a lot from the beginning. For instance, he knew that Chiron, the teacher who had taken care of him for 3 years and secretly protected him and Jason when they descended the mountain, would ultimately be shot in the throat by Hercules with an arrow soaked in the Hydra's venom. Due to the agony caused by the poison, Chiron would eventually relinquish his divinity to Zeus and embrace death. Additionally, he knew that Hercules, who had been kind to him, would go mad due to Hera's curse and kill his own wife and children, suffering torment for the rest of his life. Promise's purpose in this world was straightforward, to leave his mark using his golden finger, the heroic spirit class card, and ultimately reach the throne of heroes. Because the quality of a heroic spirit was related to their legend, he actively participated in various legendary stories, getting to know the heroes. Descending the mountain with Jason and then setting off to find the other heroes wasn't just to bring them onto the Argo, he also hoped to join more legendary stories along the way. Thus, Promise initially didn't have many additional thoughts, but today, the goddess of justice, Themis, had told him that even with his vow to the goddess of wisdom, Athena, he could still make his own choices. So even though it's supposedly impossible to change fate, now I suddenly want to see if I can witness different outcomes. Besides, honestly, it does feel rather heroic. Promise said this and couldn't help but laugh. A hero who defies fate, huh? That sounds pretty good. So even though I have come before you specifically, even though I have warned you like this, between respecting fate and defying fate, you still choose the latter, right? The goddess of fate, Claudio, asked. In Greek mythology, there's a story like this. When the great hero Hercules left the centaur sage Chiron and bid farewell to his teacher, Zeus sent 2 goddesses before him. One was the goddess of vice, Cacia, and the other was the goddess of virtue, Arete. Ultimately, Hercules chose the goddess of virtue, Arete. From then on, his life followed this path. Fate is no trifling matter. Since you insist, I will let you personally experience the consequences. Claudio was angry, and this time it was different. Although her expression seemed calm, her words revealed a blatant disdain for Promise. Promise had changed the fates of the river goddess Aegina and her people, causing them to work much harder. However, Claudio also saw the prosperity of the kingdom and the smiles on their faces. Therefore, she didn't actually dislike Promise. Her purpose in coming here was merely to inform him of the seriousness of his actions and to warn him against attempting to interfere with fate again. But now, things had changed. In the next moment, the spindle of fate appeared in Claudio's hand. Using her power, she displayed the threads of the world's fate before Promise. Promise found himself in a special temple, encompassing everything in the world, with threads representing everyone's fate winding throughout the temple. The delicate goddess of fate, Claudio, wandered among the threads, touching them as she searched for the appropriate fate. He didn't know how much time had passed, but eventually, she stopped before a particular thread of fate. When she picked it up, the temple vanished from Promise's sight. Coming back to his senses, he realized he was still standing under the tree's shade, conversing with the goddess of fate, Clotho, in the afternoon sunlight. The only difference was that she now held a thread of fate in her hand. Since you choose to defy fate, I, Clotho, the goddess of fate, will give you this opportunity. To the east, about 5 days' journey from here, there is a town where you will find someone you are looking for. His name is Actaeon, a friend from your time studying under the centaur sage Chiron. Clotho, gazing into fate, spoke to him. He has offended the moon goddess Artemis and is about to die. Aren't you looking for people to invite on your quest for the Golden Fleece? Without the help of any goddess, if you truly have the courage, go and face the wrath of the capricious moon goddess Artemis. Then, you will see if you can truly bear the cost of defying fate. Chapter 30, The Moon Goddess, and Tamamo no Mae. The anger of the goddess of fate, Clotho, was not without reason. In Greek mythology, predetermined fate was often unchangeable. Even the gods had to abide by this rule. Those who dared to defy fate invariably ended up being toyed with by it, meeting an even more tragic end. For example, Sisyphus, who feared death and deceived the gods of the underworld, was punished to eternally push a boulder up a hill, only for it to roll back down each time, leading to a life of endless, meaningless toil. Incidentally, Sisyphus had a connection to the river goddess Aegina. Remember when Zeus, in the form of an eagle, took Aegina away, and her father pursued them? Actually, Aegina's father did not know about this at first, but it was Sisyphus who happened to see it. In exchange for a promise of a spring that would never dry up from the river god, Sisyphus told him what had happened. This brought about his death and Zeus's retribution. Another typical case is the tragic story of Oedipus. Despite knowing his fate from the beginning and constantly struggling against it, he ultimately killed his father and married his mother unknowingly. When his mother discovered the truth, she committed suicide out of shame, and Oedipus, filled with sorrow, blinded himself and eventually died in despair. Therefore, for the stubborn Promise who chose to defy fate despite warnings, Clotho was naturally very angry. She revealed Actaeon's fate to Promise, hoping he would learn a lesson. 5 days later, following the direction pointed out by Clotho, Promise arrived at the town. Upon arrival, he noticed the small town was unusually bustling today, with many hunters gathered, discussing something fervently in groups. Yes, Promise had come, of course. Whether it was the news of Actaeon's imminent death, the intention to recruit him for the Argo, or to participate in his original legend, he had no reason not to come. As Promise walked along the road, curiously observing the gathered crowd, "Promise?" A somewhat familiar voice suddenly called out to him. Turning his head instinctively, Promise saw a handsome young man with red hair among the crowd, looking at him in disbelief. "Maliger?" After a brief moment of surprise, he called out his name. Maliger, one of Chiron's students, had once taught Promise hunting skills during their time at Pelion. He was also the Prince of Calydon, who initiated the legendary Caledonian boar hunt in Greek mythology. Incidentally, after that event, he ended up killing his 2 uncles and ultimately died by his mother's hand. The root cause of all this was a woman Maliger fell in love with at first sight. Her name was Atalanta. At that moment, "Move aside." A cold voice came from behind, making Promise turn around instinctively only to see a woman in beautiful emerald green clothing. She wasn't adorned with the elegance and splendor of a princess but possessed a unique charm. Her light yellow hair was mixed with strands of green, and her eyes were as sharp as an animal's. Promise looked at her in surprise. He recognized her identity at once. Atalanta. Wait, what is she doing here? As Promise was contemplating this question, Atalanta, holding freshly hunted prey, frowned at the black-haired boy blocking her path. "Move aside," she said again, this time even colder. Finally coming back to his senses, he quickly stepped aside and watched her back as she walked past. "Isn't she a beautiful woman?" Maliger, who had somehow appeared beside Promise, spoke with a soft tone. The latter turned to see Maliger staring at Atalanta's back, his eyes full of admiration. Apostrophe. "Beautiful, I can't argue with that, but she does have thorns. And I know you will end up dying horribly because of her." "Wait, hold on, this doesn't make sense. Did I stumble into the wrong storyline?" Realizing something was off, he looked around and couldn't help but ask Maliger, "Maliger, is this place Calydon?" "Calydon?" The latter tilted his head. "No, it isn't." "It's not?" Promise was puzzled and asked him, "If it's not, then why are you here?" And, as he spoke, he glanced at the bustling surroundings and the figure of Atalanta ahead. "We're here because of the great goddess Artemis's oracle. That's why we gathered here." "Wait, that's not the main point." "Promise, why are you here?" Maliger's eyes widened in disbelief. Did Chiron actually let you leave the mountain? Chiron must be out of his mind. With his exclamation, Promise noticed several people around them were now looking at him. Even Atalanta had turned around and was looking at him with obvious curiosity. Teacher didn't exactly agree. But he did in the end. Promise replied honestly after thinking there was no need to hide the truth. I initially snuck out with Jason. I knew it. Maliger wasn't surprised at all and nodded. Only Jason would be gullible enough to be convinced by you to leave the mountain. True. Promise nodded as well. But why did you seem to know I had left the mountain from the start, and... Looking around, he realized many people were discussing him. Since when did I become so famous? Promise looked puzzled. Did you forget what you have done and the oracle you carry? Maliger couldn't help but laugh. Your adventure with Jason has spread far and wide. Many people know that you're out to choose heroes and invite them to join the quest for the Golden Fleece. And... Maliger burst into laughter, barely able to speak between fits of laughter. You really went crazy trying to get famous, making those bandits swear such oaths. You don't know how hard I laughed when I ran into those guys, listening to them seriously recounting your deeds. I almost collapsed from laughing so hard. It was indeed memorable, even after all this time. I can't forget about it. Atalanta nodded, and her emerald eyes naturally reflected the image of the black-haired, green-eyed boy in front of her. Especially when looking at his youthful face, which exuded an artistic vibe that hardly matched the notion of a hero, and remembering the bandits' oaths. It felt even stranger. Many people around seemed to share this sentiment, and the laughter grew louder. You really are something. Maliger said, both amused and exasperated. He reached out and ruffled Promise's hair, saying with mock irritation, only that fool Jason would go along with your nonsense. When Promise was at P-Lion, he had good relationships with many people. Apart from his abundant energy, which meant everyone spent some time with him, the main reason was his age. Promise was only 16, and his youthful innocence hadn't completely faded. Even Theseus, who had ascended the mountain with him, was actually a few years older. What do you mean nonsense? Didn't you just say that I carry the oracle of Queen Hera? Don't you want to join the quest for the Golden Fleece? Maliger, after all, was one of the crew members of the Argo. As Promise said this, the people who had been laughing around them suddenly fell silent. And they looked at him with eyes now filled with fervor. Even Atalanta's eyes showed a hint of interest. Seeing the shift in atmosphere, Maliger quickly grabbed his hand and led him away, taking him to a room in the small town. Once the door was closed and no one had followed, he finally relaxed. Do you know how dangerous that was just now? Maliger couldn't help but scold Promise, but before he could continue, what's the danger? If I am not mistaken, the content of the oracle is probably that under the watchful eyes of the great Queen Hera, I will choose powerful heroes to embark on the adventure to retrieve the Golden Fleece. Promise replied calmly as he sat down and poured himself a glass of water. Since that's the case, no one would dare to harm me. They would only think about how to please me or prove that they are worthy to join me. Maliger was stunned upon hearing this. After thinking it over carefully, he realized Promise was right. No, wait, speaking of which, why have you been missing for over 3 months, as if you suddenly disappeared? Maliger quickly refocused and sat down in front of Promise, saying, you don't know how worried Theseus was when he found out. He ran to Jason and angrily scolded him for letting you go alone. After all, you don't even have the ability to protect yourself. Promise looked at Maliger, feeling a bit frustrated, even though he knew this guy was speaking the truth and was concerned about him. With Promise's constitution, which made goddesses want to give him golden apples and pray he wouldn't be blown to the underworld by a gust of wind, he could barely handle a couple of weak bandits. But this was ancient Greece, a time filled with beasts, monsters, and other dangers. Promise should be grateful for the protection of the goddesses, otherwise, the nymphs in the forest would have long taken advantage of his wandering alone. Even so, he was really tempted to smack Maliger with the sword depicting the goddess Themis. But in the end, he just thought about it. I got delayed by some matters. Anyway, let's not talk about that. Maliger, what are you doing here? Promise changed the subject, frowning as he looked at Maliger and asked, and the oracle of the goddess Artemis. What does that mean? He hadn't forgotten his purpose or Claudo's words. In fact, when she mentioned that Actaeon would die at the hands of the moon goddess Artemis, he already understood what was going on. Although Actaeon was Chiron's student, he never boarded the Argo and didn't leave behind any notable legends. He died early at the hands of the moon goddess Artemis, and his death was extremely tragic. Actaeon was also a hunter who had learned excellent hunting skills from Chiron. After coming down from the mountain, he organized groups to hunt in the mountains every day. They exchanged their game for money or offered it as sacrifices to the gods. One day, due to the intense heat of the sun, Actaeon left the group to find a cool place to rest. While looking for a shady spot, he stumbled upon a beautiful giant deer with antlers that seemed to be made of gold, shining brightly in the sunlight. Seeing such a beautiful and rare golden-antlered deer, Actaeon was instantly excited. If he could hunt this rare game, it would bring him not only wealth but also great fame. He hid quietly and, using his excellent hunting skills, managed to hit its vital spot. To his surprise, despite being shot in a vital area, the injured golden-antlered deer managed to escape, prompting Actaeon to chase after it. He pursued it deep into the forest, unknowingly entering a forbidden area for humans, the sacred land of the moon goddess Artemis. He followed the deer to a beautiful lake, where he finally caught up with it. There, he saw Artemis, who had heard the deer's cries of pain from afar, had already dressed and emerged from the lake. Actaeon stood dumbfounded, watching the beautiful goddess, who was still dripping with water, holding his prey in her arms. When he finally snapped out of his stupor, he was met with the full fury of the moon goddess Artemis. Artemis cursed him by splashing him with the lake's water, transforming him into a giant deer the size of a human. She then used arrows to drive him away. She didn't kill Actaeon directly because it wouldn't quell her anger. Artemis drove the panicked Actaeon toward his friends, who ultimately killed him with their arrows. Until the very end, his friends joyfully hunted the giant deer while calling out Actaeon's name. So, at first, Promise thought it would be simple, just stop Actaeon from chasing the golden-antlered deer, and ensure he didn't meet Artemis. But things were never that simple. You don't know? Then why are you here? Despite his confusion, Maligar explained the situation to Promise. A week ago, Artemis had descended an oracle, announcing that she would host a special hunt in the ancient forest outside the town. The victor of this hunt would have the opportunity to meet her and receive a gift from her. It's said that the target of the hunt is a special giant deer, one that is more majestic and taller than a human. Maligar said to Promise, for certain reasons, I must complete this hunt and meet the great goddess Artemis. Because I must save my country. Seeing him say this with utmost seriousness, Promise fell silent. He naturally knew why Maligar needed to meet Artemis. Artemis had left a monstrous beast in his kingdom, a boar as large as a small mountain. This curse, much like the one he had previously placed, could only be lifted with her personal consent. At the same time, Promise realized the true nature of the giant deer in the hunt. Undoubtedly, the events had already transpired. Actaeon had been turned into a giant deer by the moon goddess Artemis. And ultimately, he would die by his friend's arrows. Chapter 31, Promise, Don't Die. When is the hunt scheduled? Understanding that Actaeon had already been transformed into a giant deer by Artemis, Promise asked the red-haired Maligar after a brief silence. It seems you really don't know. It's tomorrow night. When the great goddess of the night, Nyx, drives her chariot of night to the human world, the beautiful moon goddess Artemis will hang the full moon in the sky to illuminate our hunting festival. Tomorrow. Hearing this, Promise fell silent. By the way, Promise, are you planning to join the hunt? Maligar asked, but before Promise could respond, he laughed and answered for him, Ah, right, I shouldn't have asked. After all, you who aspire to become a great hero would never pass up such an opportunity. But let me make it clear, this time, I absolutely cannot let you win. Maligar's expression became serious again as he said to Promise, for the sake of my country, I must win this hunting festival and meet the beautiful goddess Artemis. This is my only chance. Promise fell silent again, his green eyes fixed on Maligar for a while before he spoke. By the way, Maligar, do you know where Actaeon is? I actually came here to find him. Actaeon? Maligar was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Promise with a puzzled expression and said, Is he here? I don't think I have seen him. Why are you looking for him? For the adventure of the Golden Fleece. Hearing this answer, Maligar's face showed a look of realization. Wait a minute, before you see him, there's something you need to say to me, right? Seeing Maligar suddenly staring intently at him, Promise tilted his head in confusion and asked, Is there? Of course there is. You haven't invited me yet. The latter stood up abruptly, anxiously saying to him. Why should I invite you? Promise said calmly while turning and rummaging through his luggage for his grudge notebook. Opening it, he began to read aloud. A year ago, that afternoon, just after Chiron agreed to let you leave the mountain, you ran straight to me to brag. And when I followed you, you grabbed me, tied me up, and threw me in front of Chiron, laughing at me. You said I should just stay on the mountain and paint, and never think about coming down. Did you really write all this down? Maligar was shocked. That's right. Promise nodded. It's not just you, Heracles and Theseus can't escape either. Speaking of which, I haven't even settled the score with you for laughing at me in front of everyone just now. This. Well. Maligar looked a bit embarrassed. Then, as if something occurred to him, he leaned over to look at Promise's notebook and said, Wait, the real reason you left Jason to come find us. Could it be? That's right, who said I came to invite you on the ship to go on an adventure. Promise nodded, speaking loudly. I am here to settle old scores honorably. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. You all rejected me and left me on the mountain back then. Now, I am going to make you all regret it. Want to get on the ship? Want to create great achievements under the watchful eye of the great hero? Fine, do it now, right now, beg me. Maliger looked at the proud Promise sitting there, feeling both amused and helpless. Finally, he raised his hands and said, all right, you vengeful guy. I was wrong, okay? I admit my mistake. Sigh, I must say, Teacher Chiron really lost his mind. How could he let you come down the mountain? And that guy Jason, I will definitely beat him up the next time I see him. After saying that, Hours paused, looking at Promise in front of him. Then he smiled again and said, but actually, I was hesitating at first about whether I should go or not. After all, I am not sure if the matter at home can really be resolved. But now I have decided, I must go. Seeing Maliger's sudden determination, Promise couldn't help but feel curious and asked, why? The latter looked at him and said irritably, why do you think? I don't know why Teacher Chiron didn't tie you up and take you back to the mountain by now. All I know is that if I don't go to watch over you, this guy who wants to die so badly will definitely die out there. Hearing this, Promise unexpectedly didn't refute. Because when he and Jason went down the mountain, that was indeed his plan. He intended to die on the Argo. Moreover, if it weren't for the oath with Athena, Chiron might really not have returned to the mountain at that time. He probably would have kept following until now. Thinking about it, it will indeed be lively then. As if thinking of something, Maliger looked at Promise and said, because of you, after so many years, we might all really gather together for the first time. All with one purpose. Promise, don't die. That night, the flames illuminated the starry night. Hunters who had gathered here due to Artemis's oracle were singing praises of her greatness and holding a grand feast. Artemis, she is one of the 12 Olympian gods, the goddess of the moon, and also the goddess of hunting, worshipped by hunters. She is also, like Athena, a virgin goddess who swore to remain pure forever and is the protector of unmarried maidens. In Greek mythology, Artemis and Athena jointly oversee the maidenhood of girls, and when a girl is to marry, she would return her virgin girdle to the temple of Athena or Artemis. She would then enter the married phase overseen by Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, and Hera, the queen of the gods. Artemis is also the goddess most familiar to Promise in this era. The goddess who chokes people. Ugh, so why isn't that bear here? In the feast illuminated by flames and filled with laughter, Promise, dressed in a light black hunting outfit, scanned the crowd around him, feeling a bit melancholic. At the same time, he was the center of attention at the feast. Although in the afternoon, many had laughed at him due to the bandit incident, no one could ignore his current status. He was the boy under the gaze of Queen Hera, walking across the vast land of Greece, searching for the bravest warriors for the noble queen, bringing them together in the kingdom of Iolcos to embark on the adventure to find the golden fleece under the watchful eyes of the gods. During the 3 months Promise was completing Athena's oracle, this news had already spread across the continent by bards. And because of this, when he arrived at the feast with Maliger, he had no time to rest. Hunters gathered, introducing themselves to him, hoping to gain his favor. Some even proudly stated that it would be an honor for Promise to have them on a ship, saying they were destined to accomplish great feats under the watchful eyes of the gods, gaining wealth and glory. Even Atalanta had come to the feast, quietly staying in a corner. Thus, it wasn't long before Promise grew tired of it all. In truth, his purpose for attending the feast tonight was to find the bear. The bear's name was Orion. Yes, the same Orion who, during the heroic summoning, was supposed to appear but was replaced by the goddess Artemis due to her love, appearing as a peculiar non-human, non-beast creature, mascot. And this guy was even a grand servant. Promise wasn't familiar with him, in fact, he had never met him because Orion wasn't a student of Chiron. To save Actaeon, Promise had planned to find Orion and sell him to Artemis. Unfortunately, it seemed he didn't come. And honestly, he wasn't even sure if Orion was from this era. Eventually, as more and more people gathered around Promise, it was unexpectedly Atalanta who stepped in to save him. She sternly reprimanded the crowd, stating that the hunting festival under Artemis's gaze would take place tomorrow night, and that Artemis must be watching them, urging them to be mindful of their behavior. She also said that if they believed themselves to be brave and strong, the hunting festival would be the best proof. Only those who performed well in this hunting festival would be qualified to participate in the Golden Fleece adventure under the watchful eyes of the gods. After speaking, unable to tolerate the atmosphere any longer, Atalanta turned and left. As Promise finally breathed a sigh of relief. What a beautiful huntress, marrying her would make any man so lucky. Right, Promise? Chapter 32, The goddess of fate is angry hearing what Maliger said. Promise couldn't help but turn around and look at the red-haired young man beside him. At this moment, he was staring at Atalanta's beautiful back as she walked away, unable to take his eyes away. His eyes were full of admiration. But Promise only felt speechless, even a bit of a headache. I won't argue with the beauty part, and if possible, I would also like to get along with her. After all, she will be quite active in the future. I definitely don't want to end up like Jason, getting kicked by her in the future. But Maliger, you really don't have the fortune, and because of her, you will die a horrible death in the future. In the future, when Maliger hosted the Caledonian Hunt Festival, it was under the witness of Artemis. As Artemis's most loyal follower, Atalanta naturally came to Caledon. She was the only woman in that hunting festival. Many heroes were dissatisfied, believing that this sacred festival should not be tainted by a woman. But Maliger, who fell in love with Atalanta at first sight, strongly defended her presence. After the beast was hunted, Maliger even awarded the boar skin, a symbol of great honor, to Atalanta, which displeased his two uncles. His uncles tried to snatch the boar skin back from Atalanta, and to protect her, Maliger ended up killing his own uncles. When his mother found out, she was so grief-stricken and enraged by the deaths of her brothers at her son's hands that she threw the log symbolizing Maliger's life into the fire. As the flames roared, engulfing the entire room, she heard her son's agonizing screams within the flames. Realizing what she had done, she ultimately perished in the fire along with her son. Incidentally, even then, Maliger never won Atalanta's heart because she wasn't even aware of these events. In fact, even after everything ended, if one asked her who Maliger was, she would probably have to think for a while before remembering. So, licking the boots gets you nowhere. Promise patted Maliger's shoulder sincerely, then looked around without waiting for H's reaction. He noticed that because of Atalanta's words, these people actually calmed down, but at the same time, their fighting spirit was ignited even more. Promise clearly came to save Actaeon, but he felt that Actaeon's situation had worsened because of his presence. Soon, he left the banquet. After inquiring, he confirmed that Orion was not in the area at all. Thus, the idea of using the bear as a sacrificial offering was undoubtedly scrapped. After all, the hunting festival would take place the next night. While Promise was pondering what to do next, when he opened the door, he saw the room faintly illuminated by moonlight, with the white-robed Clotho sitting on a chair and her flawless jade feet suspending in the air. She was holding the crystal ball that specially contained Promise's fate, sitting quietly and waiting for him for a long time. Seeing her, Promise was slightly stunned, then turned around to close the door and light the room's candle. He wasn't surprised by her appearance. When the faint candlelight lit up the room under the night, illuminating Clotho's delicate features and the few strands of white hair falling from her hood. "You surprise me, Promise." Her gentle yet serious voice, mixed with a bit of confusion, said, "I originally thought you would tell everything to your friend Maliger, or go directly to see the goddess Artemis, but you didn't seem to plan on doing that? Because I know that telling Maliger about Actaeon and the truth about this hunt will only cause him pain and won't change anything," Promise said as he walked to face Clotho. "Because he has a reason to do so, he must meet the goddess Artemis to save his country. As for why I didn't go directly to see the goddess Artemis, that's because I feel it would be an even worse choice. Also, did you guide Maliger to come here? After all, his arrival timing was too coincidental." Facing Promise's green eyes, Clotho was silent for a moment before replying, "Even before meeting you, I guided him here because it is his original destiny. He is the friend destined to kill Actaeon. He is also the future hero who will save Caledon under the watch of the goddess Artemis. In other words, if I save Actaeon and prevent Maliger from meeting the goddess Artemis because of this, if he doesn't get Artemis's forgiveness, Caledon will be destroyed?" Promise followed Clotho's line of thought and asked. "That's right." The latter nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on her face, "And not only that, your feeling is correct, you can't save Actaeon. Even if you go to see the goddess Artemis now. Because Actaeon hunted Artemis's beloved golden horned deer and completely angered her, this hunt must have a result. When the pain suffered by the golden horned deer is fully returned to Actaeon, the goddess Artemis will not stop this hunting festival. So, Promise, have you witnessed the greatness of destiny now? Do you still wish to oppose fate?" After saying that, perhaps feeling she had finally asserted her dignity as a goddess of fate in front of Promise, Clotho, sitting on the chair, couldn't help but lightly swing her feet and smile. However, Promise didn't immediately reply. He just turned his head, those clear green eyes gazing out the window, looking into the distance. Actually, Promise knew they should be watching him. After all, that wise goddess wouldn't miss something this interesting. And that just goddess Themis might be watching too. If he wanted, those two goddesses might respond to him. Moreover, in this ancient Greek divine era, seeking help from gods wasn't shameful. Seeing him not answering, Claudia raised her head. Her eyes were white, unable to see the present as the goddess of future fate, but she still guessed Promise's thoughts. Are you thinking about whether you should seek help from the wise goddess, the just goddess, or the great queen? Hearing Claudia's question, Promise smiled after regaining his senses and looking at her. He stepped forward again, came to her front. Then crouched down, looking at this delicate goddess of fate under the faint light of the lamp and the moonlight streaming in from outside. I don't intend to do that, and... Sorry goddess, Claudio, I still can't accept your goodwill. Promise spoke to Claudio with a tone filled with apology. In fact, he held quite a good impression of this goddess. Because in the Hera temple during their first meeting, Claudio had helped him a lot. She informed Hera that Promise was the one who would bring glory to her. And although it was Athena's request, Claudio had not yet revealed Athena and Themis's matters to Queen Hera. Moreover, even days ago, when Promise made the choice to defy fate and angered Claudio, she still used a gentle approach to tell him that fate was unchangeable, bringing him to witness this destined fate personally. And today, she specially appeared to advise him again. Claudia remained silent. Due to the strand of Athena's hair tied on Promise's hand, she could not peer into Promise's true thoughts, but she heard the sincere apology in his words. Thus, she knew Promise was not underestimating her, but she also couldn't understand his reasons, so she couldn't help but ask, why? Because that day, when you appeared before me, I had already made my choice in the face of fate. Promise replied, and even if I abandon this one time, what about the future? If I give up on Actaeon, then what about Maliger's matter? Should I watch him kill his two uncles and then be killed by his mother? If I abandon them all, will I finally watch my mentor Chiron, who has always cared for and worried about me, die in pain? How do you know so much about fate? Claudio couldn't help but ask again. The latter smiled faintly, and that's why I won't seek their help. They, being kind, will undoubtedly respond to my pleas, but... That day in front of fate, I made my own decision. Just as Heracles chose virtue over vice before the goddesses, and upheld virtue all his life without changing. So you choose to fight against me all your life? Claudio was about to pretend to be very angry. No. Promise interrupted her with a smile, saying, I only hope to show you, the goddess of fate, a better future. Just like the matter with the goddess Aegina. Though you came to criticize me that day, I knew you were actually happy for them. Right? Claudio was stunned, remaining silent for a long time. When she finally came to her senses, she tried to pretend to be angry and retorted, no, it was very troublesome to clean up after you, I wasn't happy. And you keep contradicting me, trying to change the fate I control. You want to make me, the goddess of fate, ashamed. Promise was speechless. He stood up with a smile. Thank you, Goddess Claudio. I will complete this hunt. Because you have already told me that to calm the anger of the goddess Artemis, I must hunt the already transformed giant deer Actaeon. Even if his opponents were the excellent hunters gathered by Artemis's oracle. Even among them, there were the truly graduated hunter Maliger from Chiron, and the future famous beautiful hunter Atalanta. And then I will go to see the goddess Artemis, to seek forgiveness for Actaeon, and also to obtain the qualification to hunt the Caledonian boar. Promise looked at the stunned Claudio. I will, as you said that day, face the goddess Artemis, confront her anger, and rewrite everything. Hearing this, Claudio remained silent for a long time. Squat down, she said. Promise blinked in confusion. Squat down. Realizing that Claudio was indeed angry, Promise obediently squatted down. Then, in the next second, Claudio reached out, pinched his face, and even squeezed it particularly hard twice. After doing all this, she jumped off the chair, hugged her crystal ball, and angrily prepared to leave. But halfway through, she seemed to think of something and hesitated for a while. So she ran back, placed the crystal ball aside. Under Promise's watch, she took out a golden apple from her pocket and stuffed it into his hand. For you, you annoying guy. After saying that, she finally left angrily with the crystal ball containing Promise's fate. And all of this, as he initially said, was watched by the goddesses secretly observing him, and they let out bell-like laughter under the starry night. Chapter 33, The Hunting Sacrifice Witnessed by the Gods begins. The next day, nightfall. The moon goddess Artemis gave an oracle that the time for hunting in the ancient forest had arrived. In ancient Greek mythology, Nyx, the goddess of night, drove the chariot of night from the underworld to the human world and cast the curtain of night into the sky. The moon goddess Artemis hung a full moon in the sky, and today's moonlight was obviously much brighter than usual, covering the earth in the dark night with a layer of silver frost. Since yesterday's banquet lasted for a long time, the hunters chose to rest at home during the day today, and only gathered together again when night gradually fell. They set out from the town in a mighty procession, with torches lit and accompanied by hounds. Promise was also among them, but he was at the end. He wore a black hunting outfit, carrying a hunting bow that Maligar had found for him in the past few days, which even Greek huntresses considered too light. After all, the special bow and arrows Chiron had made for him had already been sacrificed to Queen Hera in the kingdom of the river goddess Aegina. Promise also carried a silver lyre he had specially bought in the small town during the day. And it would be the key to determining whether tonight's hunt would be successful. Moonlight shone on his smooth black hair. Quietly following the crowd, his clear green eyes were bright and clear. "You shouldn't participate in this hunt." At that moment, a cold female voice suddenly came from the side. Promise turned his head instinctively and found that Atalanta had actually come to his side. He was slightly stunned because he knew Atalanta disliked men. She despised Greek heroes who displayed excessive brutality in hunting, equating the fight with offerings to the gods and ravaging them. She was the most devout follower of the moon goddess Artemis. To be precise, Atalanta always had been before her faith collapsed. For this reason, she had early on vowed to Artemis, dedicating her life to her, never to marry, and to remain pure. And the reason for this lay in Atalanta's background. In fact, she was an abandoned orphan. She grew up in a kingdom called Arcadia and was actually the princess of that kingdom. She should have had a happy and exciting life, but because she was a girl and not a boy, her once hopeful father became furious. He ultimately abandoned her, just a newborn, in the icy winter forest. This scene was witnessed by the moon goddess Artemis. Seeing that Atalanta was cute, she couldn't bear to let her die and took her in, even feeding her with bear's milk until she grew up. Therefore, Atalanta's faith in Artemis was not only devout but also fanatical. Though in the future, when she saw the true nature of the so-called pure virgin goddess Artemis, her faith was utterly shattered. Because of this, Atalanta loved children, and her reason for participating in the future Holy Grail War was to create a world where all abandoned children could be happy. This hunt is her very dangerous. Atalanta's emerald eyes looked at the frail boy in front of her, unable to help but advise, "There's still time, hurry and withdraw. Otherwise, you might die in vain in this hunting festival." Promise blinked, looking at the beautiful huntress in green clothes in front of him. She didn't possess the gentleness or splendor of a princess, but her wild beauty made her even more captivating. He looked at her, then at himself. Suddenly, a flash of realization appeared in his eyes. He understood why Atalanta suddenly spoke to him. Indeed, with his physique that made the goddesses of ancient Greece want to stuff him with golden apples and his fellow students of Chiron kneel and beg him not to die, anyone would be confused. Moreover, though Atalanta seemed cold and difficult to approach, she was essentially a very good person. "Why is it dangerous?" So Promise asked her curiously, "Isn't this just a simple hunt?" Atalanta remained silent for a while, then looked up at the beautiful full moon tonight and turned her head to the distant, dark, and eerie ancient forest under the full moon. "Intuition," she replied calmly. To be honest, she didn't expect Promise to believe her. She herself was puzzled why she felt this trip was dangerous when it was just hunting a non-aggressive giant deer. As for the ancient forest at night, to a skilled hunter like Atalanta, it was as familiar as home. But hearing this, Promise frowned and soon a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. After all, he never forgot that this world was the Nasuverse. His true identity was still a future mage apprentice in the clock tower. So Promise thought of something. A student who graduated from Chiron, cursed by the moon goddess Artemis to become a giant deer. Could it be that Actaeon had turned into a monster similar to the Minotaur? With a thoughtful look, Promise nodded slightly and smiled at Atalanta. "Thank you." This pure gratitude made Atalanta unexpectedly freeze and stop in her tracks. After a moment, she hurriedly caught up with Promise and looked at him again. After scrutinizing the young boy who probably couldn't even draw his own bow, she shook her head again and said, "You really aren't suited for this hunting festival. Though I don't know why the Great Queen chose you. If you believe this hunt is dangerous, then while there's still time, hurry and withdraw." Hearing this, Promise blinked and looked at the beautiful female hunter in green clothes in front of him. Although she did not have the delicate and luxurious appearance of a princess, her wild beauty made her even more attention-grabbing. He looked at her, then looked at himself. Immediately, a look of realization flashed in his eyes. Well, he understood why Atalanta suddenly spoke to him. Indeed, given his physique, which even the goddesses of ancient Greek mythology couldn't help but bestow golden apples upon, and his fellow centaur sage Chiron's apprentices would kneel and beg for mercy, it was no wonder anyone who saw him would be confused. Moreover, although Atalanta appeared cold and hard to approach, she was essentially a very good woman. "Why is it dangerous?" He couldn't help but curiously ask her, "Isn't this just a simple hunt?" The latter was silent for a while upon hearing this, then she looked up at the beautiful full moon tonight and then turned to look at the distant dark, eerie ancient forest under the moon. "Intuition," Atalanta answered calmly. To be honest, she didn't expect Promise to believe her. After all, She herself was puzzled as to why she felt this trip was dangerous when it was just hunting a non-aggressive giant deer. As for the ancient forest at night, for a hunter as excellent as Atalanta, it was the most familiar home. However, upon hearing this, Promise frowned, and soon a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. After all, he never forgot that this world was from the Nasuverse. His true identity was still an apprentice mage in the clock tower in the future. Thus, he thought of something. Students who graduated from Chiron's tutelage were cursed by the moon goddess Artemis and turned into giant deer. Actaeon, that guy, wouldn't he turn into a monster similar to the Minotaur? With this thought, he nodded gently and smiled at Atalanta. Thank you. This pure gratitude stunned Atalanta unexpectedly, making her stop in her tracks. After a moment of regaining her senses, she quickly walked up and looked at him again. After some examination, seeing the young boy in front of her, who probably couldn't even draw her bow, she couldn't help but shake her head again and said, "You really are not suited to participate in this hunting ritual. Although I don't know why the great goddess Hera chose you, if you believe this hunt is dangerous, then withdraw now while you still can." As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at the lyre Promise carried. What serious hunter brings a musical instrument to a hunt? But, truth be told, looking at that instrument, then at the boy in front of her, who had nothing to do with hunters or heroes but was adorned with an artistic aura, even in plain black hunting clothes that couldn't hide his unique temperament, Atalanta found herself somewhat looking forward to the moment he played the lyre. Because she thought the music must be beautiful. "No, thank you for your kindness, but..." "Beautiful huntress, you heard it too yesterday, didn't you? The news those thieves were spreading?" Promise blinked at Atalanta and smiled, saying, "My goal is to become the most dazzling hero in this world. Therefore, how could I possibly avoid this hunting ritual under the gaze of the goddess Artemis?" If he hadn't said that, it would have been fine. But once he did, Atalanta couldn't help but want to laugh. She couldn't forget the time when those thieves came out to intercept her. Just as she was ready to draw her bow and shoot, she remembered what they said. And their utterly hopeless expressions. It gave Atalanta a tremendous shock at the time. Do as you please. After all, this hunting ritual will soon be over. Saying this, she tried hard to maintain her facial expression, proudly raising her head, because I will surely win. Under the watchful eyes of the beautiful and noble goddess Artemis, I have no possibility of failure. With that, Atalanta stopped paying attention to Promise and turned to head to the front. However, halfway there, she suddenly stopped, hesitated for a moment, then turned back, her holy green eyes looking at Promise again as she spoke. "Atalanta. That's my name." Promise was slightly taken aback, then smiled again, nodding and responding, "Yes, hello Miss Atalanta, my name is Promise." "I know, I heard it from the thieves, the guy who dreams of becoming a hero." With that, Atalanta couldn't help but smile, then turned and proudly walked away. As soon as she left, Promise barely had time to feel the peace beside him. "What did she just say to you? What were you talking about? Why did she look so happy, and she even smiled at you? Oh, did you see that? She looked so beautiful when she smiled." Maliger, catching the scent, came over and looked at Promise with a face full of nervousness. The latter was speechless, then rolled his eyes and said, "She said you are very handsome." With that, Promise stopped paying attention to the temporarily stunned, then utterly delighted and excited Maliger. Just like that, after some time passed, those gathered for Artemis's hunting ritual finally reached their destination. They extinguished their torches, exchanged glances, then each took their dogs and bows and disappeared into the forest. After all, everyone knew at this moment that the beautiful moon goddess Artemis was watching them. The full moon in the sky was the best proof. Before entering, Atalanta turned her head to take a special look at Promise. Seeing Maliger beside Promise, she said nothing more and swiftly moved into the trees, gracefully disappearing into the ancient forest. Promise would accompany Maliger. Not only did Atalanta think so, but almost everyone present thought the same. After all, looking at him, no one believed he could win in this hunting ritual under the watchful eyes of the gods. They all thought he was here to select a strong hunter and invite the victor of this ritual to join the quest for the Golden Fleece. But, you say you want to act alone? The red-haired youth Maliger looked at Promise in surprise. "Yeah. I don't know about others, but what's with that expression?" The latter said helplessly. "Did you forget that some of my hunting skills were taught by you? I am not completely clueless. In terms of skills, Promise didn't actually have much of a problem, it's just. But you can't even draw a regular bow." Hearing this, Promise squinted his eyes, turned around, and took out a small notebook from his bag. "Hey, wait, please don't." Seeing him about to write something down in his notebook, Maliger quickly stopped him. "I didn't say I wouldn't agree with you. But why do you suddenly want to act alone?" Promise glanced at Maliger, thought for a moment, and said, "This is a hunting ritual under the gaze of the goddess Artemis. Only one victor can reach her, and... Maligar, don't you still have to save your homeland?" Hearing this, the latter was stunned, looking at him for a while before hesitantly saying, "But you..." "Don't worry, I won't die." Promise put away the notebook and said, "I promised Jason that I would accompany him on a journey to find the Golden Fleece. And I also promised the great goddess Hera to gather the world's heroes to join me. So before that, I won't be seeking death. Although I have always been courting death, as you all know, even if I die, it must be a grand and heroic death." Hearing Promise's response, Maligar was silent for a long time. After a long while, he sighed in relief. Looking seriously at Promise, he said, "Thank you." "What are you talking about? Hurry up and go, you're gross." Hearing this, Maligar couldn't help but laugh, then he stopped being sentimental, turned around, and ran at full speed, soon disappearing from Promise's sight. Once he was gone, Promise stood quietly in place. After a few more minutes passed, he finally confirmed that he was alone. He looked up, his emerald green eyes gazing at the bright full moon in the sky. Then he turned and entered the forest. Under the witness of the gods, the hunting ritual had now officially begun. Chapter 34, The Sound of Lyre. He is the child you favor? Under the starry night sky, as the hunting ritual officially began, Promise didn't know that the moment he arrived at this place, he was already seen by the goddess Artemis. More precisely, 3 goddesses. 3 beautiful goddesses gathered at the deepest part of the ancient forest, by the pavilion beside the lake illuminated by moonlight, the sacred ground of the moon goddess Artemis. And the one who spoke was Artemis. The clear lake reflected her beautiful figure. Dressed in a long dress, Artemis was lying lazily on her beloved golden horned deer. Her waist-length silver hair spread out, and her sky-blue eyes looked far into the distance at Promise through the full moon. And with just one look, she recognized him, for the marks left on Promise by Hera, Athena, and the goddess of justice were too conspicuous in the eyes of the gods. That's right. Athena, with her beautiful golden eyes, sitting in the pavilion by the lake, smiled proudly and said, "What do you think? He's quite an adorable child, isn't he?" Hearing this, Artemis couldn't help but look at Athena with curiosity. She didn't understand why this wise goddess now seemed a bit like the time when Hera caught her and bragged about it. Wait, isn't that child a follower of Hera? Tilting her head slightly in thought, Artemis felt tired the next second and stopped thinking about it. Continuing to lie on her golden horned deer, she spoke, "But he looks so weak. How could someone like him possibly reach me?" "No, he will come," answered the last of the 3 goddesses to Artemis. Sitting before Athena, dressed in a white robe with her eyes covered by a white cloth, was Themis, the goddess of justice, speaking coolly, "Because I have already heard the choice he made before fate." "Is that so?" Artemis looked at Themis in puzzlement, then glanced back at Promise in the distance. After watching him for a while, she couldn't help but say, "But he clearly doesn't seem to have any intention of hunting." Promise, dressed in black hunting attire, was quickly traversing the ancient forest under the full moon's light. And just as Artemis had said, he indeed had no intention of hunting. Because he knew better than anyone else that under normal circumstances, he couldn't possibly win against Maligar and Atalanta. Even though he carried the sword of judgment left by Themis, the goddess of justice, but even that wouldn't be it. Therefore, tonight, Promise planned to hunt Actaeon, who had turned into a giant deer, in a very special way. He moved swiftly through the ancient forest, making no effort to conceal his presence. As a result, many hunters spotted him, including Atalanta. When she noticed that the red-haired youth was not by Promise's side, she frowned, hesitating whether to follow him. Since arriving here, the unease in Atalanta's heart had grown stronger. But what she didn't expect was that in just a brief moment of hesitation, Promise had completely disappeared from her sight. After hesitating for a while longer, Atalanta decided not to pursue him. After all, her main objective at this moment was undoubtedly to win the hunt and meet the goddess she admired. And he would be safe, after all, even though he is weak. He is also the disciple of Chiron. Promise continued on for a long time, not knowing where his destination lay. As he delved deeper into the forest, his speed gradually slowed. The forests of ancient Greece were filled with swamps and teeming with beasts that posed a danger to humans, especially at night when they hunted. Soon, Promise found himself wounded for various reasons. Eventually, when a giant snake as thick as a leg lurked in the shadows and suddenly lunged at him, the picture of the sword of judgment on his body flew out on its own and decapitated the snake. Seeing the sword of judgment hovering in the air, protecting Promise, Artemis finally realized and looked at Themis in great surprise. Themis was the goddess of justice and a respected judge even among the gods. So she was genuinely astonished that the meticulous Themis would care so much about the fragile boy, even giving him her sword. Wait a minute. If he has your sword, why is he still going deeper into the forest instead of hunting that bastard? As she said this, Artemis turned her gaze to the other side of the hunting ground. At this time, Atalanta had actually already found the giant deer from Artemis's oracle. To be precise, many people had found it. It had been nearly an hour since the hunting ritual began. At the same time, Atalanta finally understood the source of her vague unease. Because it was not a giant deer, but a monster. Angry, pained, and sorrowful roars echoed through the ancient forest. Under the light of the full moon, standing on two legs before the hunters was a giant stag man. He had huge antlers on his head, a long, slender neck, long pointed ears, and spotted fur covering his body. His eyes were blood red, his entire being exuded an aura of doom, and he was already stained with fresh blood. Beside him lay hunters who had tried to stop him, now writhing in agony. Indeed, he was Actaeon, the one promised sought, transformed into a monstrous stag by Artemis's curse. About half an hour after the hunting ritual began, the hunters spotted his massive figure. They had been pursuing him ever since. The giant stag swung his hooved hands with terrifying strength, the mere gusts of wind from his movements making it difficult for many gathered hunters to stand their ground. Among them, only the red-haired youth Maliger could stand before him. Maliger stood bravely in front of the monster, holding a sword, his eyes showing no trace of fear. Yet, for some reason, listening to the monster's mournful cries, he felt an inexplicable sorrow in his heart. Actaeon would be killed by his friend, dying in his friend's arms. This was the prophecy given by Clotho, the goddess of fate. And the one who would undoubtedly kill Actaeon, according to that prophecy, was Maliger. "Beautiful huntress, please help me, stop it." Standing in front of the monster, Maligros urgently called out to Atalanta, who was hidden in the shadows, shooting arrows, "We can't let it escape, or a promise will be in danger." Hearing this, Atalanta frowned deeply, but what surprised both of them and the surrounding hunters even more was that the monster, which had been fleeing, suddenly stopped. The giant stag turned its head, its blood-red eyes looking at Maliger. The latter was stunned, for in that moment, he saw a human-like surprise and confusion in the monster's eyes. "What is happening to me?" Maliger shook his head fiercely, then charged forward with his sword, shouting loudly, "Stop it! Under the witness of the great goddess Artemis, we will surely achieve victory." Facing Maliger, who was charging at him with a sword, the stag, upon regaining its senses, saw the red-haired getting closer and closer. In desperation, it finally grew fierce, leaping heavily and slamming its hooved hands onto the ground. The terrifying force caused the ground to shake instantly, like a small earthquake, making it hard for anyone to stand steady. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the stag leaped over Maliger and quickly disappeared from his sight. Even though Atalanta, the fastest to react, immediately got up and gave chase, within just 2 or 3 minutes, she was surprised to find herself losing him. It wasn't that Actaeon, transformed into a stag, was faster than Atalanta, it was because Actaeon had lived in this area for a while and knew the terrain well. Ultimately, with no other option, Atalanta returned to the group to report that she had lost him. Maliger, hearing this, was silent for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "It's not your fault, beautiful huntress. That monster is strange. It seems to possess human-like intelligence and is very familiar with tracking techniques of hunters. But regardless, under the witness of the great moon goddess Artemis, we must drive it away, for the sake of honor and the mission of protecting the people." Maliger raised his sword high, becoming the leader of the group at that moment. Although everyone present wanted the glory of killing the stag and meeting the moon goddess Artemis, seeing its strength, they naturally had nothing more to say. "If there's a next time, I definitely won't lose him again," Atalanta declared solemnly. At this point, Athena, who had also been watching the situation, turned her gaze back and asked Artemis, who was sitting on the golden horned deer, "Artemis, did you say something just now?" Athena's voice brought the goddess back to her senses. After glancing at Athena, she naturally looked at Themis, the goddess of justice. "I said, since that child has Themis's sword, why doesn't he just kill that bastard and complete the hunt?" Artemis repeated her earlier question. "It's simple, because he would never use that sword against the hunting ritual's prey," Athena answered with a smile. Hearing this, Artemis didn't ask why. She just tilted her head in confusion and said, "In that case, doesn't he have even less of a chance? The one who should came to me tonight should be that child." As she spoke, Artemis pointed to Maligros, who had already become the leader and was commanding the group to pursue the monster. Athena didn't refute this. She simply smiled and turned her golden eyes towards Promise. Then, as if she had discovered something, her smile grew even wider. At this moment, the full moon's light was shining down on the boy. His black hair was slightly damp, and drops of water from a small pond trickled down into his collarbone. He had taken some time to clean himself of the debris he had picked up while traversing the forest. "This should be enough, I think." Promise said this as he found a large stone beside a small pond and sat down on it. He looked up at the bright full moon in the sky, then looked down towards the path descending the mountain. From here, even if Maligar tries to catch up, it should take him some time. After speaking, he pulled out a golden apple from the luggage he had prepared earlier. Themis, the goddess of justice, had given him 2, and the goddess of fate, Clotho, had given him 1 last night. Thus, he now had 3 in total. Promise finally ate one of these golden apples given by the goddesses. Closing his eyes, he quietly felt his body recovering. Soon, when he opened his eyes again, his energy and spirit were undoubtedly at their peak. He turned his head to look at the judgment sword, which had been silently floating beside him, protecting him. "Thank you, Goddess Themis." As he said this, Promise reached out and gently touched the sword, which then transformed back into a canvas and fell into his hands. After putting it away, he placed his hunting bow and arrows aside and then picked up the silver lyre. Soon, Promise became familiar with the silver lyre in his hands as a faint smile appeared on his lips. He relaxed completely, once again slowly closing his eyes, recalling the teachings he received on the mountain from the centaur sage Chiron and the man whose music moved even the gods of the underworld, Orpheus. Before long, he began to gently pluck the strings of the lyre, softly humming a beautiful melody, letting the sound of the lyre gradually fill the quiet, dark depths of the ancient forest. "I see." Athena, with her golden eyes reflecting the scene before her, smiled again. His hunt has begun. Chapter 35, Artemis, How Cute in Truth. Promise understood better than anyone else that under normal hunting circumstances, he could not possibly win against Maligar, who had trained him for a while, or the future famed huntress of ancient Greece, Atalanta. After all, they were among the brightest stars of humanity, destined to leave their mark on this era and be celebrated by future generations. Thus, from the very beginning, he had no intention of using a bow and arrow to complete this hunt. With a final day's respite, Promise had thought of a better plan. That was to make the prey come to him willingly. Hunting? Hearing Athena say this, Artemis, who was sitting on the golden horned deer, was momentarily stunned. Pointing at the boy under the moonlight, who was placing his fingers on the strings of the lyre, feeling the night breeze in the forest with a faint smile on his lips. Then, with his mouth lightly humming a melodious tune, his fingers gently plucking the lyre, she couldn't help but ask, "You call this hunting?" "Yes." Athena smiled faintly, her golden eyes reflecting Promise's figure, seeing through everything, and she said, "This is the hunt that child found, one that will bring him victory." "Artemis, you said he couldn't win the hunt tonight and come before you. Do you still think so now?" The latter didn't immediately respond. Her sky-blue eyes also reflected the image of Promise. He didn't look like a hunter, and just as Atalanta felt, she naturally felt the same. Thus, when Promise sat by the small pond bathed in moonlight, in the quiet depths of the forest at night, playing his silver lyre with his eyes closed, even she found this scene not out of place, but rather fitting. Watching him, Artemis then couldn't help but glance at Maligar, who was gathering the people and tending to the wounded. This was a hero. "Of course," she finally answered. "In that case, how about we make a bet?" Athena smiled, not surprised by her answer. After all, if it had been 3 months ago, she would have made the same choice as Artemis. Promise, who seemed so fragile that a gust of wind could blow him to the underworld, did not appear to have the makings of a hero. But precisely because of this, the goddess of wisdom couldn't help but stop before him, and even the goddess of justice, Themis, removed her blindfold for him. Not just because of Promise's pure and fearless desire to become a hero, but also because he had indeed accomplished things that even heroes might not be able to do. In situations where Athena had no expectations, Promise had stood out on the altar dedicated to Hera. In the Cursed Kingdom, within the pure white courtroom, he had completed a trial even the goddess of wisdom hadn't anticipated. He is both abandoned by the goddess of fate and beloved by her, so much so that even the goddess of fate cannot arrange a definite future for him. The goddess of fate is angry at his choices, feeling he disrespects and humiliates her, but doesn't fighting against fate and rewriting destiny to create a new one also highlight the greatness of fate? Athena's words made Artemis tilt her head in confusion, completely unable to understand. But she wasn't speaking to Artemis, but rather to Themis, the goddess of justice. Athena turned to the goddess of justice and said, "Witness this with me, Themis, just as we did in the pure white courtroom." That most beautiful moment. The goddess of wisdom loves heroes, but more precisely, she loves that moment when a hero, seemingly in a hopeless abyss, takes steps forward, never giving up, finding that glimmer of hope, and finally leaping to the top. Standing at the highest point, basking in the most beautiful sunlight, in that dazzling instant. Hearing this, Themis, the goddess of justice with her eyes covered by white cloth, suddenly smiled lightly and then responded softly, "Is that so? But it seems I can't see." Athena's smile froze instantly. She glared at the goddess with a mix of exasperation and amusement, then turned her attention back to Artemis, saying, "So, shall we bet?" "Bet." Finally, the moon goddess looked up and gave her answer. "I committed an unforgivable mistake. I angered the noble deity and hunted her messenger." In Greek mythology, deer are considered the most sacred animals by goddess Artemis, and the golden horned deer is her most cherished messenger. In one of Heracles' 12 labors, he was tasked with capturing the golden horned deer. When Heracles' arrow pierced the deer's bronze hoof, and he carried its massive body back home, he was met by goddess Artemis and god Apollo. Eventually, with Athena's secret intervention, Zeus allowed Heracles to take the golden horned deer back home, releasing it that very night. Thus, on that fateful day, when the excited Actaeon pursued the golden horned deer to Artemis's sacred ground, seeing Artemis already out of her bath, calming the golden horned deer, and looked at him with immense anger. Initially captivated by the freshly bathed Artemis's beauty, Actaeon, upon coming back to his senses and realizing what he had done, knew he was doomed. Guessing her identity, the terrified Actaeon wanted to kneel and beg for forgiveness, but Artemis did not give him that chance. Whether it was his gaze or the harm inflicted on the golden horned deer, both had pushed Artemis into a rage. She cursed him, driving him away with arrows. Actaeon fled for a long time, initially unaware of the changes to his body, feeling lucky to have survived the hands of a goddess. Until he stopped by a spring, exhausted and thirsty. As he prepared to drink the sweet spring water, he finally noticed his transformed hooves and the monster reflected in the water. He was startled, trying to scream, but the sounds that emerged were unfamiliar. Panicked, he touched his body, eventually realizing he had become a monster and quickly understood that it was the goddess' punishment. Since that day, Actaeon, too afraid to return to the human world, lived in the ancient forest. Being an excellent hunter, he was never discovered by those who came to the mountains, until Artemis organized this hunting ritual more than half a month later. Under normal circumstances, with Actaeon's skills and the hunters thinking it was just a regular hunt, it could have taken an entire night without anyone finding him. But Actaeon exposed himself intentionally. Not knowing what had happened, seeing Meleager, his friend, among the crowd, he couldn't contain his emotions and appeared before him. He wanted to seek help from Meleager, to tell him what had happened through tears, but could only produce monstrous roars. Naturally, this led to Meleager's arrow and the hunters' ensuing chase. In such a situation, he finally heard the truth from the hunters. Artemis had initiated the hunting ritual, and the prey was him, transformed into a monster. Since you like hunting so much, you shall become the hunted and die in the hunt. Without a doubt, this was the punishment goddess gave to Actaeon. To ensure he suffered, Artemis deliberately preserved his consciousness. However, because of this, although many hunters were injured, there were no fatalities. Actaeon, who had been hiding in a panic because he had turned into a monster and his entire body had been strengthened, still managed to hear Meleager's words and even saw him raising his sword and pointing at the others, preparing to lead them in an attack against him. At that moment, the hunters relit their torches. Their flames illuminated the silent night forest, gradually shrinking the space Actaeon could move in. In the darkness, Actaeon licked his bleeding body. Watching the flames that represented the driving away of night and beasts getting closer and closer, a deep despair filled his eyes. He knew he was going to die. And he would die at the hands of his friend. Actaeon didn't want to die, so as he prepared to move deeper into the forest, he suddenly recalled Meleager's recent words. Promise was also participating in this hunting ritual. Thinking of him, Actaeon couldn't help but remember Promise's oft-repeated words. That he would eventually die a glorious death on the path to becoming a hero. It seems I won't die gloriously on the path to becoming a hero, but rather as a monster hunted by heroes. At this moment, Actaeon realized more than ever that he had indeed become a monster. Looking down at his dear body and bronze hooves, despair finally overwhelmed him, and he lowered his head, giving up resistance. After some time, a sudden shout of surprise rang out. Someone had found him. Meleager rushed over and saw the massive monster sitting there, eyes closed, seemingly waiting for death, and was momentarily stunned. Then he quickly called for others to tie Actaeon with ropes from a distance, knowing full well from earlier how strong the monster was. As Actaeon prepared to quietly accept his death, his dear ears twitched slightly, and he opened his eyes, turning his head in curiosity towards the depths of the forest. He heard a familiar sound of a lyre. The same lyre strings often heard during training with the centaur sage Chiron in the cave on Mount Pelion. Chiron's lyre strings were gentle and pleasing, Orpheus's were grand and majestic, but only Promise's lyre played ethereal and varied tunes, sometimes like wind chimes, other times like ancient lyre music, soothing and profound, cleansing the soul. Recognizing Promise's lyre music, Actaeon couldn't help but recall the beautiful memories of their training days. Naturally, he felt a desire to see him, and at the same time, since I have become a monster, why not let him? Become the true hero who slays the monster, under the witness of Goddess Artemis. What Promise didn't know was that during his studies under Chiron, he had left a significant impression on his fellow disciples, indirectly influencing them. After all, in their eyes, Promise, despite his frailty, had always been striving hard, and his dream of becoming a hero was not mere talk. He feared not even death. With this thought in mind, Actaeon could no longer contain himself and started struggling with all his might. And the guards, who had begun to relax after catching the monster, were caught off guard by his sudden turn of events. Thus, Actaeon easily broke free from his restraints and once again ran towards the depths of the forest. This time, Atalanta steadily pursued him. She kept her word, she would not lose him this time. She was extremely fast, there were not many people in the ancient Greece who could match her speed, hence the story of Atalanta and the golden apples. But against the transformed giant stag Actaeon, even Atalanta had to use all her strength just to keep up, and this, she was unable to draw her bow effectively. After running at full speed for about 10 minutes, Atalanta, who was chasing the monster relentlessly, suddenly heard the sound of the lyre. Why is there music here? This thought had just formed in her confused mind when she remembered the lyre she had seen Promise carrying during the hunting ritual. At that time, Atalanta had thought, if Promise played the lyre, it would surely sound beautiful. Damn it. She gritted her teeth, drawing her bow while running, attempting a highly difficult shot at Actaeon with all her strength. The bow in Atalanta's hands was blessed by the moon goddess Artemis, so it easily pierced the fur of the giant stag. But despite this, the monster did not stop, which greatly surprised her. Finally, after several more minutes, Atalanta saw Promise from a distance, sitting on a stone by the small pond, dressed in black, with his eyes closed, playing the lyre and softly humming. Seeing him, Atalanta, confident in her skill to shoot, did not shout a warning to Promise to run. It wasn't until she noticed the monster actually heading towards him that she realized the urgency. Great Goddess Artemis, please bestow your magnificent blessings upon your most loyal follower. Atalanta knew she couldn't continue like this. She stopped, took a deep breath, then raised her bow. Under the full moon's light, she slowly drew the bow. Silver magic imbued her arrow, and with a determined gaze, Atalanta put all her effort into this shot. However, just as she was about to release the arrow, a beautiful figure appeared in the moonlight behind her, extending a delicate finger to touch the arrow lightly. The power dissipated instantly. Atalanta lowered her arrow and turned around, her emerald eyes wide with astonishment at the goddess beside her. Goddess Artemis. As the stunned Atalanta instinctively started to exclaim, the goddess placed her hand over her mouth, putting a finger to her lips and smiling gently, signaling her to remain silent. Then she turned, her sky-blue eyes filled with interest as she watched the scene before her. In her shock, Atalanta followed Artemis's gaze and saw the situation unfold. She saw the monster, which had been running at full speed, suddenly stop. It cautiously approached the boy sitting on the stone, seemingly afraid of making any noise that might disturb Promise. After some time, it finally reached Promise's side. As Atalanta watched this scene and instinctively moved to act, Artemis held her back once more. Thus, Atalanta watched as the monster quietly sat down in front of Promise. Seeing this scene, the huntress was stunned for a moment, looking at the monster, then at Promise, and finally at the beautiful goddess beside her. Hesitantly, she lowered her bow. Her tension eased with the goddess's presence. And so, the lingering, delicate sound of the lyre once again filled her ears. In the serene forest, the breeze rustled the trees, as if accompanying Promise's music. Atalanta looked up at the scene before her, at the boy playing the lyre as if unaware of everything around him. Seeing his reflection in the clear pond by the light, she had to admit that Promise's music was not only beautiful but also rather charming. At least much more pleasing than those who were only rough and brutish. As time passed, the small animals that had fled in fear due to their sudden arrival began to reappear. Atalanta, with her sharp eyes, even spotted a few nymphs. Fireflies emitting a faint glow flew through the air, birds drawn by the music landed on Actaeon, pecking curiously at his body, wondering what he was. Even the golden horned deer, which had been hiding in fear of Actaeon, couldn't resist coming out to nuzzle Artemis. Watching all this, Atalanta suddenly recalled a legend. It was about the moon goddess Artemis's brother, Apollo, the god of light. Apollo, the god of light, was also the god of music and the most handsome of all gods. Legend has it he had a golden 7-string lyre, and whenever he played and sang, all creatures would be drawn to him, stopping all conflicts to listen to his music. Thinking of this legend, Atalanta looked at Promise again. After a long while, she shook her head. What am I thinking? How could he compare to the great god Apollo? Due to her respect for Artemis, she naturally held Apollo in high regard. She had even received Apollo's blessings. At this moment, Promise finally stopped playing. He slowly opened his eyes. When Promise raised his head and locked eyes with Atalanta, she instinctively straightened her posture. At that moment, she felt that his clear emerald eyes were as beautiful as the dazzling stars in the sky. The bot stood up, not speaking, and bowed to Artemis. Finally, he lowered his head and looked at the monster sitting quietly, its blood-red eyes and body exuding the stench of blood. Actaeon had completely relaxed by this point, feeling that hearing this art comparable to divine music in his final moments was a fortune. Moreover, it could contribute to his friend's heroic feat. But that guy Maliger, how could he dare to bring Promise along on such a dangerous journey? Wasn't he afraid of getting beaten by Chiron? With these thoughts and worried that his blood-red eyes might scare Promise, Actaeon closed his eyes again, waiting quietly for death. As he heard Promise's footsteps descending from the stone, approaching him, and the sound of rummaging for something. Finally, under Atalanta's puzzled gaze, Promise took out his little notebook. Opening it, he said, "Actaeon, I am here." At that instant, Actaeon's eyes flew open, and he looked up in shock at Promise standing before him. However, the latter looked at him seriously and said, "Because you didn't take me down the mountain before, and you tricked me into waiting for you at the foot of the mountain, but instead, I met Chiron. Therefore, I have come to seek revenge." As Promise spoke seriously, Atalanta was completely stunned. What is this guy talking about? At the same time, PFF. Ha ha ha. Artemis couldn't help but cover her mouth, letting out a melodious laugh. Actaeon also stared at Promise for a while, and then, tears he could no longer hold back began to flow. He suddenly grabbed Promise and began to cry loudly on him. He wanted to express his suffering but could only produce low beastly sounds. Hey, don't rub against me, it's dirty, and be gentle, let go of me, it hurts, I am going to die, I am really going to die. After a while, Promise, full of disdain, kicked Actaeon away. He had almost been strangled to death by this monster. Although he wanted to die, it shouldn't be this humiliating. This guy, I have also written this grudge down. After tidying himself up, Promise respectfully approached Artemis. Beautiful and kind goddess Artemis, I, Promise, student of the centaur sage Chiron, am honored to meet you. Seeing this, Atalanta nodded in satisfaction. Yes, respect and revere the great goddess Artemis. Wait a minute. Stunned for a moment, Atalanta suddenly turned to look at Artemis. The goddess Artemis? Yes, this was really the goddess Artemis. In a flash, Atalanta stood beside Promise, showing even more respect and nervousness towards Artemis. However, in her haste, she didn't expect that she would bump into Promise. Well, nothing happened to her but the boy fell to the ground. You're too delicate. Seeing this, Atalanta couldn't help but say to Promise, even with the goddess Artemis right in front of her. Lying on the ground, Promise rolled his eyes at Atalanta. I am obviously normal, okay? Isn't it you, who is too tough? Watching this scene, Artemis once again let out a bell-like laugh and, to Atalanta's disbelief, stepped forward, gently helped Promise up, and even patted his head. Looking at him, she nodded slightly, and with a gentle smile, she said, yes, he is indeed a very cute child, just as Athena said. Chapter 36, Athena's heavy flavor. Artemis stepped in, surprising even Athena. After all, they had just made a bet, wagering that Promise would be unable to complete the hunt. She had even considered that when Actaeon, cursed into a giant stag, came before Promise, she would keep an eye on Artemis. After all, she suspected that the unwilling-to-lose goddess might intervene. But what left her speechless was that Artemis did intervene, not to trip up Promise, but rather to help him by stopping Atalanta's arrow that was about to be released. Well, the reason was simple. When Promise ate the golden apple, adjusted his state to perfection, and forgot everything except the lyre in his hands, playing a melody as if kissed by the goddess of art herself, the forest and its creatures, even the nymphs, accompanied him in harmony. Seeing this beautiful scene, the moon goddess Artemis thought it would be too much of a pity to ruin it. So she stepped in, stopping Atalanta's arrow and enjoying this special hunt with her beloved follower. At that moment, Artemis seemed to forget the purpose of the hunting ritual and a bet with Athena. So, as she patted Promise's head, she naturally spoke her true thoughts. Yes, he is indeed as cute as Athena said. Hearing Artemis mention Athena, both Atalanta and Actaeon, who was too scared to come closer, were stunned. Promise, however, showed no change in expression. After all, she knew from the beginning what was going on between him and the goddess of fate, Clotho. And the goddess of fun, whom he had already labeled a pleasure monster, would definitely not let him go. Thank you, goddess Artemis. Promise began to reply, but then he felt something gently nudging him as he turned and saw a very beautiful deer. Seeing it, Actaeon's eyes widened in an instant. It was clearly the golden-horned deer that Actaeon had hunted, Artemis's most beloved messenger. Oh, I rarely see it being so close to anyone. Artemis blinked gently, then knelt to softly pet the golden-horned deer, smiling at Promise. It seems to like you. Seeing this, Atalanta couldn't help but pout secretly. After all, the goddess she admired and revered was now praising someone else right in front of her. But seeing how happy Artemis was, she didn't want to interrupt. So she naturally turned her attention to Actaeon, who stood silent and scared. Looking at this monster, the target of the hunting ritual, Atalanta thought about reclaiming the goddess's favor from Promise and worried that Actaeon might harm the goddess. So she instinctively drew her bow again and aimed at him. Wait, Atalanta. Seeing this, Promise quickly stepped forward to block Actaeon. At this point, Artemis finally focused on the monster, her previously gentle smile slowly fading away. Especially when the golden horned deer, seeing Actaeon, instinctively hid behind Artemis, she looked at Actaeon with even colder eyes. Atalanta wasn't a fool. Watching Promise stand in front of the monster, she recalled his strange interactions with it. Taking out a notebook, shouting about revenge in words she didn't understand. And the monster's sudden desperate rush to Promise. It dawned on her that Promise knew the monster. So after a moment's hesitation, Atalanta lowered her arrow. She also remembered Maliger and the others who had come with them for the hunt and turned to look back. But she was puzzled to find that she couldn't see their torches or hear their noise. It was as if this place was isolated. Seeing Atalanta lower her bow, Promise didn't relax, as he noticed Artemis's demeanor had drastically changed from the gentle goddess she had been moments ago. Her eyes now looked as if she had caught someone in an affair and was ready to draw her bow and shoot them through. Facing that cold gaze, even though it wasn't directed at him, Promise couldn't help but swallow nervously. To be honest, he was always a bit afraid of Artemis, not because of the fear of dying by her hand, but because he feared being remembered by her. That would be far worse than death. Dealing with one virgin goddess was already troublesome enough, adding another one would be unbearable. But because his choices were influenced by the goddess of fate, Clotho, and for the sake of Maliger and Actaeon, he had no choice but to stand before Artemis. Taking a deep breath, Promise addressed Artemis. Beautiful goddess Artemis, may I ask if I have won this hunting ritual? Atalanta, still puzzled by the sudden disappearance of the others, turned to Promise and frowned. What are you talking about? Yes, Artemis nodded lightly and replied straightforwardly, you have won. Although she had made a bet with Athena, they hadn't wagered anything significant. Besides, the music from Promise and the reaction of the golden horned deer had made her quite fond of him. Thus, Artemis, who didn't particularly care who won or lost, naturally didn't mind awarding the victory to Promise. But Atalanta couldn't accept this. Even if the person in front of her was the revered Artemis, she couldn't help but urgently protest. Wait, Goddess Artemis, this. Promise didn't actually hunt. No, this child has indeed participated in the hunt and succeeded. Artemis's gaze softened again as she looked at Atalanta. And didn't you witness it with me just now? Hunting? The latter recalled the recent scene, her eyes widening in disbelief. You call that hunting? Yes. Perhaps seeing her own earlier reaction mirrored in Atalanta, Artemis couldn't help but laugh. Isn't it a rather interesting hunt? Atalanta fell silent. She felt her understanding being refreshed at that moment. However, recalling the scene where the monster sat down in front of Promise, closed its eyes, and listened to the music as if awaiting death, she found she couldn't refute it. But this meant she had lost, failed in the hunt. And more importantly, she had failed in front of the goddess Artemis. Realizing this, Atalanta, as Artemis's most devoted follower, felt such shame that she even contemplated suicide. Regaining her composure, she glared fiercely at Promise. If Artemis weren't here, Atalanta, feeling deeply humiliated, would have likely pounced on Promise. Having received Artemis's confirmation, Promise breathed a sigh of relief and asked, since I have won, does that mean I can request a gift from the esteemed and beautiful goddess Artemis? Of course, Artemis nodded. As I promised, you may ask for a gift. So, what do you desire? As she spoke, Artemis suddenly paused. She tilted her head slightly, as if listening to something. She glanced at Promise, her lips moving as if conversing with someone. After a while, just as Promise began to feel uneasy, Artemis finished her conversation and smiled again. With a playful expression, she turned to Promise, blinking and saying, so, the reason you participated in the hunting ritual is this, huh? It sounds quite interesting. In that case, I can grant your request. Although I dislike him, because you are so endearing and tonight's hunt was so splendid, I can choose to forgive the sinner behind you. However, for this hunt, I will grant only one gift. With that, Artemis clapped her hands happily and continued, therefore, you must choose between Actaeon and Maliger, my dear child. You can only save one of them. At that moment, Promise understood. The one who had just spoken to Artemis must have been the goddess of wisdom, Athena. After all, such a choice could only have the flavor of Athena, too strong to miss. Chapter 37, Promise completes his revenge. The hunting ritual concluded, and the moon goddess Artemis would bestow a gift. But only one. Would it be Actaeon, cursed into a monster, or Meleager, bearing the fate of saving his kingdom? Once again, fate presented itself before Promise. Everyone turned their eyes to him, even the goddess of fate herself perked up in curiosity. In that case, please grant us a new hunting ritual, great goddess Artemis. To everyone's surprise, when faced with this fateful decision, the boy did not hesitate for long before answering, please grant us the honor of slaying the Caledonian boar. Weren't you participating in this hunt to save him? Perhaps due to his prompt reply, the moon goddess Artemis paused for a moment before pointing to Actaeon and asking. Hearing this, Actaeon was also stunned, looking at Promise in disbelief. That's right. The latter nodded, admitting to Artemis, that is indeed my purpose. After all, this is the choice I made before the goddess of fate. Observing the situation from the side, Atalanta tilted her head in confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening. After all, she still didn't know what was going on. Seeing her reaction, Artemis couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to rub Atalanta's face while she was still unresponsive. Haha, little Atalanta, your expression is so cute right now. Gee, goddess Artemis? Atalanta's eyes widened, her body stiffening, but her face soon showed joy and satisfaction. At that moment, the goddess of fate delivered an oracle, revealing the destined future of a fragile young man named Actaeon and Meleagros. A gentle voice echoed as the goddess, who had been silently watching, finally stepped onto the stage once again. She appeared from the moonlight, her long silver hair flowing, shining like the Milky Way under the full moon. The moon goddess Artemis cursed Actaeon, who hunted her golden horned deer, turning him into a monster destined to die at the hands of his unsuspecting friend, Meleager. Meleager would then stand before Artemis, praying for her blessing to save his country. Athena, with her golden eyes, looked helplessly at Artemis, who was petting a cat. She had not intended to appear yet, but she realized Artemis was not suited for this task. Even though she had explained the steps to Artemis, Artemis still managed to make a mess of everything. But the future that awaited Meleager was not a happy one. Flames would consume everything he held dear, and he would die at the hands of his beloved mother. Thus, the fragile young man learned of all this. At the same time, he was actually a friend of both Actaeon and Meleager, having spent unforgettable times together under the guidance of the wise centaur Chiron. So on that day, before the goddess of fate, he made a choice. Despite the destined future, he still wanted to change everything. At this moment, Actaeon and Atalanta couldn't help but naturally focus on Athena, who was slowly approaching. They listened to this story and watched her smile gently as she approached Promise. Because he couldn't bear to see his friends harm each other, nor could he bear to see his friends die so tragically. Athena arrived in front of Promise smiling as she gently patted his head. Though he was so fragile, like he could be blown over by the wind, he still completed the nearly impossible hunt. And at this moment, he finally stood before the goddess. Athena's golden eyes gazed at the boy, who was quietly watching her. But the goddess's promised gift was only one, and the young man ultimately made a choice, pleading with the goddess to look upon Caledon, the place she had once abandoned, and bestow a new blessing. But what about the cursed Actaeon? Have you abandoned him? Athena asked with a smile. Of course not, Promise shook his head. Because I have already made a promise to the goddess of fate to show her a better future. So, what are you going to do? The goddess continued to ask, stepping aside. Promise then looked at Artemis, took a deep breath, and stepped forward to face her, saying, Beautiful goddess Artemis, I know my friend Actaeon committed an unforgivable act. Everything that has happened so far is his deserved punishment. Therefore, I won't defend him on this matter. But I think he now understands everything and regrets it deeply. As he spoke, Actaeon, still in shock, suddenly felt a tickle in his throat. He couldn't help but cough heavily, and then, to his surprise, found he could speak. Actaeon was not a foolish person. After a brief moment of shock, he immediately looked at Athena, then hurriedly got up and stood beside Promise, bowing his head in repentance to Artemis. Yes, beautiful and kind goddess Artemis, I regret my reckless actions every moment. Especially now, knowing the great trouble I have caused Promise, I am ashamed and feel unworthy of living in this world. Actaeon felt truly ashamed and even considered dying right there. What are you saying, Actaeon? I have already made a promise to the goddess of fate. Neither you nor Meleager are allowed to die, I said so. But before he could finish his words, Promise interrupted angrily. The boy turned to look at Artemis again and said, Beautiful goddess Artemis, although I have already made my choice, as I answered to the goddess of wisdom Athena, I do not wish to see my friend die in front of me. The reason I chose Meleager is because I understand that one must bear the consequences of their own mistakes. Therefore, I hope the goddess Artemis can give him a chance to atone for his sins. Also, do you remember what I said at the beginning? Promise took out a small notebook from his belongings once again. Looking at Atalanta, Artemis, and Athena beside him, he finally turned to Actaeon and smiled. I came here to seek revenge. Actaeon, I haven't had the chance to avenge myself on you yet, so how could I let you die so easily? So, beautiful goddess Artemis, please grant me the chance to take my revenge on Actaeon. What kind of revenge do you want? Artemis asked with interest. Under the watchful eye of the Great Queen, I will embark on an adventure to find the Golden Fleece with Jason. Promise replied, it is an unknown adventure, filled with countless dangers, but at the same time, it is undoubtedly a great adventure. The reason I am here is to find crew members, so Actaeon's strength is necessary for me. As for the punishment. As he spoke, he looked at Actaeon's current state and couldn't help but laugh. I think he looks pretty good as he is now. So, Goddess Artemis, let him accompany me on this adventure in his current form. And I will tell the world that he is your messenger, Goddess Artemis. You love humanity so much that you sent him to us to help complete this grand adventure. And in the end, when we return with glory, kind Goddess Artemis, please restore his name and let Actaeon return to the world of men. When Promise finished speaking, even Atalanta understood his intention completely. She then looked at her beloved goddess and said, Goddess Artemis, I think this is not appropriate. After speaking, she took a few steps to Promise's side, pointed at Actaeon, and said to the curious Artemis, because I cannot judge whether he can complete this great mission and bring back glory, so Goddess Artemis, please allow me to accompany him on this adventure. I will supervise him and restrain him throughout the journey. And finally, bring that glory back to you, Goddess Artemis. Promise was slightly stunned at hearing this, then looked gratefully at Atalanta. Seeing this, the latter turned her head away proudly, not looking at him. After all, she had not forgotten that during tonight's hunting ceremony, in front of Goddess Artemis, Promise had defeated her, causing her to be humiliated in front of her most revered goddess. But even so, after learning everything from the goddess of wisdom Athena, she still chose to stand by Promise's side. At that moment, Artemis suddenly felt her clothes being gently tugged. She looked down in confusion and saw the golden horned deer biting her clothes. When the golden horned deer saw Artemis looking at it, it walked over to Actaeon. Although it hesitated for a moment, it eventually stood beside Actaeon and gently licked his stunned face with its tongue. At that moment, Artemis's gaze at Actaeon finally softened a bit. Are you willing to accept? She asked Actaeon. Actaeon looked up, unable to believe what he was hearing. Then he glanced at Promise, and finally lowered his head again, his eyes red. Of course. Kind Goddess Artemis, I will return with glory for you. All right then. The goddess smiled at Promise and said, I will grant you this, little Promise. Complete your adorable revenge. At that moment, when Promise finally heard these words from Artemis, the tension that had been building up within him finally eased a bit. Just as he couldn't help but smile, he suddenly felt something on his face. Instinctively turning his head, he saw Athena beside him. Her beautiful golden eyes, reflecting Promise's figure in the moonlight, gently poked his youthful cheek with her fair fingers. When Promise finally turned his head and looked at her, under his puzzled gaze, which carried a sense of foreboding, Athena adorably blinked at Promise and her mouth slowly curved into a smile. Wait, what are you planning now, wise goddess? Chapter 38, Hera, that child Promise must have been waiting for me, right? In the quiet depths of the ancient forest, by the clear pool, at Artemis's request, Promise once again sat on the large stone, his fingers lightly dancing on the silver lyre, playing a serene tune that seemed to cleanse the soul like a clear spring, bringing the long night to a close. At dawn, when the sun god Helios drove his chariot of the sun, replacing the night goddess Nyx and bringing the first light of dawn to the world, the goddess of wisdom Athena and the moon goddess Artemis had already left, leaving only a brand new golden apple quietly by Promise's side. Thus, the hunting festival of the night ended with Promise's victory. He had also fulfilled his promise to the goddess of fate Clotho, using revenge to redeem Actaeon, who had been turned into a monster. He had also received the gift of the Caledonian hunt from the moon goddess Artemis. With this, things should have come to an end, adding another glorious page to the legend of the Heroic Spirit Card's Heroic Spirit section, enhancing its quality. However, not yet. Because of something the goddess of wisdom Athena had said yesterday, this story continued. Promise, you sought revenge on Actaeon and, with your victory in last night's hunting festival, earned the gift of the Caledonian boar hunt. But because of this, it can no longer be your friend Meleager who completes the hunt, but only you. Now only you can, under Artemis's witness, complete that hunt. The wise goddess naturally remembered her vow with the young man. Because of the painting Promise had given her, Athena would witness Promise becoming the brightest star of this era, and then grant him an ending that would shock the world. But the condition for that ending was that he had to already be the brightest star of this era. So, Her words clearly aimed to urge Promise to gain the glory of hunting the Caledonian boar. But the question was, how could the frail young man possibly complete the hunt for the enormous, mountain-like monster, the Caledonian boar? Promise set down the lyre, his clear green eyes looking at the slumbering Atalanta against a tree and the giant deer monster Actaeon, also fast asleep by a stone. And then he smiled, gently getting down from the stone. He carefully put away the golden apple Athena had left him. Although he had not slept all night, thanks to eating the golden apple the previous night, Promise's eyes were bright and clear, showing no sign of fatigue. After a bit of quiet tidying up, making as little noise as possible, Promise prepared to leave. Just as he passed by Atalanta, "Where are you going?" Atalanta, leaning against the tree with her bright green eyes open, looked at the boy, her arms crossed over her chest. Seeing Atalanta awake, Promise blinked and, recalling that she had learned everything last night, did not hide anything, answering, "To see the old river goddess Opus. The wise goddess told me he could help me complete the hunt for the Caledonian boar." Yes, this was also a new oracle left to Promise by the goddess of wisdom Athena. And the old river goddess Opus was not unfamiliar. He was the very god who had once chased after Zeus, who had transformed into an eagle to abduct his daughter Aegina, only to be struck lame by Zeus's lightning in a fit of rage. A frail Promise clearly did not have the strength to hunt the Caledonian boar, which stood as tall as a small mountain. In the original legend, Meleager had gathered many heroes to successfully hunt it. Heroes like Heracles, Theseus, and Jason had all participated in the hunt for the Caledonian boar in the legend. Hearing this, Atalanta thought for a moment and asked, "Aren't you going to see Meleager and the others first?" They must still be puzzled by the conclusion of last night's hunting festival. "No," Promise shook his head and replied, "If Meleager knew that the gift I sought from the goddess Artemis was for him, he might feel guilty and wouldn't let me leave, and he wouldn't watch me go on this adventure. I don't want him to tie me up and send me back to Chiron." Hearing this, Atalanta naturally thought back to Promise's revenge the previous night and couldn't help but laugh. She then stood up, brushing her light yellow hair off her shoulders, and asked, "What did you do to make them not want to take you down the mountain?" "Well, actually, it wasn't much." Thinking about it, since it wasn't something he couldn't say, Promise answered frankly, "I want to become a hero." Atalanta nodded. She already understood this very well. "And my dream is to die heroically on the path to becoming a hero, leaving behind a grand legend for the world to sing of my story." "Say that again?" Hearing this, her eyes widened in shock, as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard, looking at Promise with a stunned expression. "Why do you all react this way?" Promise said, feeling a bit exasperated. He remembered Athena had the same reaction back then. Atalanta was silent for a while. "What you're saying is true, not for power, wealth, or women. Not interested. I just want to become a hero and die heroically." Seeing Promise, who didn't seem to be lying and was even a bit excited while saying this, Atalanta couldn't help but slap her forehead. "I suddenly understand why that guy, even after turning into a monster, risked everything to come to you last night," she said, looking at Actaeon, who was still sound asleep. Actaeon was sleeping deeply. Since turning into this giant deer, he had never felt this peaceful. "You're right, we should leave like this. If you go back to your friends, I might even help them tie you up and send you to your teacher." As she spoke, Atalanta picked up her bow and arrows and walked past Promise. After a few steps, seeing that Promise hadn't followed, she turned back, frowned at him, and said, "Why are you still standing there?" It's not that." The latter hesitated, looking puzzled at Atalanta. "Are you planning to come with me? I'm supervising you on behalf of Goddess Artemis." Atalanta replied with an irritated expression. "I have no interest in it, but you need to take me and that guy with you to find the Golden Fleece. If you die, that's fine. But if I can't fulfill the promise I made to Goddess Artemis, I won't be able to accept it." As she spoke, Atalanta once again sized up Promise. Although he did look more pleasing to the eye than other men and more like a hero, even daring to defy the fate predicted by the goddess of fate, but he was still too frail. At this moment, Atalanta completely understood how the centaur sage Chiron and Meleager felt when they looked at Promise. They couldn't bear to let this guy run around the dangerous land of ancient times, filled with gods and countless demigods and monsters. Especially since this guy was always thinking about how to die a glorious death. Hearing this, Promise initially wanted to persuade Atalanta that it wasn't necessary, but seeing her gaze becoming sharper and more determined, increasingly resembling that of Chiron, Meleager, Heracles, and the rest, he wisely decided to keep his mouth shut. PFFT. Little Atalanta seems to care a lot about little Promise. Speaking of which, besides Promise, I haven't seen her take such an interest in any other boy. Gently stroking the golden horned deer beside her, Artemis couldn't help but cover her mouth and let out a light laugh. Her eyes sparkled as if she had discovered something particularly amusing. "Oh, Athena, why did you leave a golden apple for little Promise?" she asked, tilting her head to look at Athena beside her. "And it wasn't just you, but also the goddess of fate Clotho and Themis." Artemis tilted her head, looking at the quiet Themis nearby. "Why did you all give him golden apples? Aren't you worried that he might be blown to the underworld by a gust of wind if you're not careful?" Athena replied to Artemis, somewhat helplessly. "By the way, I'm running low on golden apples. I'll have to ask Hera for some more soon." The silent Themis nodded in agreement upon hearing this. "Is that so?" Artemis looked at Promise again, nodding in agreement. "It does seem like he could be blown to the underworld by a gust of wind. Next time, I'll prepare some golden apples too. By the way, Athena, don't you think we're missing a goddess here?" Artemis blinked at Athena as she spoke. "Who?" Athena was momentarily puzzled. "The goddess that child believes in, Hera. At this moment, in Mount Olympus." "Who's thinking about me?" Hera, the queen of the Olympian gods and the goddess of marriage, raised her head in confusion, looking beyond the divine realm. But she quickly returned her focus to the list in her hand. "Never mind, I need to find a suitable goddess to send to Hades. After all, that lovely child Promise must still be waiting for me somewhere." Chapter 39, Hit on the Head by the Goddess of Fate. They haven't returned yet. At noon, the red-haired youth Maliger came to the town gate and asked the guards who had been watching there. The two guards looked at each other, then shook their heads respectfully at Maliger and said, "Your Highness, we have been guarding here since last night per your orders and have not seen them return." Maliger said nothing and looked at the hunters lounging nearby. Noticing his gaze, they shook their heads, indicating they hadn't seen Promise or Atalanta either. "Why haven't they returned yet? What's going on?" Someone couldn't help but complain, "I still want to know what happened last night." Yeah. Someone immediately echoed, "Last night's hunting festival was going well. We were about to kill that monster, but it was suddenly called off." Calling it off is one thing, but the main issue is that the nymph who suddenly appeared said the hunt was over, and the one who won and would meet the beautiful goddess Artemis was Promise. "Hey, keep it down. He's the messenger designated by Queen Hera." "So what if he's Queen Hera's messenger?" "I can understand that part, but you say he can hunt that monster? That's pure comedy. You've seen him yourself, he can't even draw my bow." "Everyone, be quiet." Maliger, frowning deeply, suddenly raised his voice, shouting at the noisy hunters, "What exactly are you questioning? My friend Promise or the great goddess Artemis?" His words immediately silenced the scene. But soon, a hunter who had been with them that night couldn't help but speak up. "Maliger, I'm just feeling indignant on your behalf. We all saw your bravery last night. No one but you dared to stand before that monster. You gathered us to hunt the beast, and we were about to succeed. But what happened? All the glory was taken by that guy who did nothing. He's so weak, there's no way he could have defeated that monster." "Exactly. That's right." As the complaints grew louder, the enraged Maliger walked up to that hunter. "Uncle Toxus, are you insulting me and my best friend?" Maliger angrily confronted the hunter. His name was Toxus, Maliger's uncle, destined to steal the Caledonian boar's hide from Atalanta and die at Maliger's hands. He was also one of the arrogant hunters who had approached Promise for a spot on the Argo the day before. "Maliger, what are you talking about?" Toxus looked at him in shock and said, "I'm trying to restore your honor because it should rightfully be yours." "I don't need it," Maliger shouted, "because that glory was never mine to begin with, it belongs to Promise. I know him better than anyone here. Yes, he is indeed weak, but even so, he is braver than anyone here, including myself. I never doubted that he could hunt the monster. I'm only worried about how badly he might be injured." "Maliger." Toxus trembled with rage, pointing at him and saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? Don't forget the promise you made to your father. The mission you bear." Maliger was silent for a moment but eventually looked up and firmly replied, "When I return, I will tell my father everything truthfully. And even without the goddess Artemis's gift, I will stand before that giant monster to protect my country." With that, Maliger turned and left, leaving everyone else in silence. "What now, Lord Doxus?" someone couldn't help but ask. "What do you mean what now? Go find them." Toxus angrily shouted at the people around him. "Ignore Maliger. That boy can't even draw a bow, and a woman, do you think they could hunt that monster and steal the glory that should be ours? Ridiculous. But Lord Doxus, that place, and that monster last night." Remembering the terrifying creature from the previous night, the hunter speaking couldn't help but shudder. "They said it was hunted, so there's no danger. If it wasn't hunted, it means everything was a lie, and only we deserve that glory. Understood?" Hearing this, the surrounding people showed expressions of sudden realization. They quickly formed small groups and, before the sun set, returned to the site of last night's hunting festival. "Maliger, Seeing this, initially intended to stop them, but considering that Promise and Atalanta, who had disappeared together, still had not returned. Ultimately, he decided to join them back in the ancient forest. They searched until nightfall. As there were no traces of the two left behind, Maliger grew increasingly anxious, unknowingly delving deeper into the ancient forest, separating from the main group. He didn't know how much time had passed when he realized he had ventured deep into the forest alone. The late hour prompted him to turn back, planning to resume the search tomorrow. Who's there? Hearing footsteps, Maliger turned sharply, drawing his sword in vigilance. Then, he saw the monster he hadn't killed the previous night emerge from the darkness. It's you? Maliger was initially shocked, then incredibly angry. You didn't die? Damn it, what have you done with Promise and that beautiful huntress? Damn you. Saying this, Maliger raised his sword and prepared to charge at him. Wait, Maliger, I mean no harm. Promise and the huntress are safe. Actaeon quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture. Maliger paused, looking at him in surprise. You can speak? What exactly are you? And why does your voice sound familiar? Seeing the confusion on Maliger's face, Actaeon wanted to tell him who he was, but remembering his agreement with the moon goddess Artemis from the previous night, he hesitated before finally saying, I am actually a messenger of the great moon goddess Artemis. Last night's hunting festival was a test of your bravery by Artemis. The boy and the huntress who earned her praise have received a new oracle and will undertake a trial witnessed by the gods. As for me. Recalling Promise's words from the previous night, Actaeon paused briefly before continuing, my name is Tony Chopper. Where exactly is the goddess Opus? Late at night, by the campfire. Promise had built a fire, and Atalanta had hunted game, even sharing some with Promise. This was quite rare, as Atalanta, raised by bears and later brought to the human world by an old hunter, never gave away her hunted game without something of equal value in return. But now, she was worried that Promise might get killed by his prey or starve to death, so she decided to feed him. I don't know, Promise replied casually as he handed a roasted rabbit to Atalanta sitting beside him. Hearing this, Atalanta was stunned. Her bright green eyes fixed on the boy as she said, You don't know? Yeah, I don't know. The latter nodded sincerely. You've been walking for a whole day and night without knowing where you're going? Atalanta's eyes widened. No problem. Promise waved his hand and said, We've always found our way by just walking. You. Atalanta, about to get angry, suddenly sat up by the campfire when a melodious deer cry suddenly rang out. Instinctively turning their heads, they saw a beautiful golden horned deer emerging from the forest and approaching Promise. Hey, it's you. Recognizing it as the golden horned deer beloved by Artemis, Promise petted its head and asked curiously, Did Artemis send you? The golden horned deer nodded happily, letting out a soft cry and nuzzling him affectionately. Did Artemis send you to guide me? Promise guessed again, his eyes lighting up. The golden horned deer nodded once more. Great, Atalanta, Promise turned to Atalanta with a smile, now we can find our way. Do you want some of this? He offered the roasted rabbit to the golden horned deer. The golden horned deer shook its head quickly and stepped back, then raised its head, its golden antlers glowing softly in the moonlight. Under its power, a tree quickly sprouted, blossomed, and bore fruit. The brightly colored fruits then all fell on Promise. Wait, that's enough. I can't eat all of this. Atalanta stood by, dumbfounded at the scene before her. Regaining her senses, she looked at the roasted rabbit in her hand and then at the brightest moon in the night sky. At that moment, Atalanta felt something blocking her chest, making the rabbit in her hand lose its appeal. Promise, seeing Atalanta's unhappy expression, found it amusing. After thinking for a moment, he rummaged through his belongings and pulled out a paintbrush and a scroll. Atalanta, would you mind if I painted a picture of you? A picture? Atalanta looked up in confusion at Promise upon hearing his request. Yes, Promise nodded. Consider it a reward for sharing your hunting spoils with me and protecting me. As he spoke, he paused slightly, then raised his head and said in a somewhat boastful tone, You should know that my paintings are not ordinary. They can be recorded in legends, even recognized by the goddess of wisdom. Promise hadn't finished speaking. No need. Atalanta replied decisively. What? Promise was stunned for a moment, then became anxious and said to Atalanta, Wait, Atalanta, do you know what you're saying? Let me tell you, my paintings have been praised by. I said I don't want it. I don't like it. However, she interrupted him, looking annoyed. If you really want to repay me, then play your lyre for me. This is my painting, and you might be the first person I paint after leaving the mountain. Are you sure you don't want it? After a moment of silence, Promise asked Atalanta again. Yes, I'm sure. The latter nodded without hesitation. All right then. Promise, full of regret, put away his paintbrush and canvas. If a certain river goddess were here, she might have kicked Atalanta away and taken her place. Following Atalanta's request, Promise took out his lyre and began to play beautiful music by the campfire. Under the enchanting melody, who knows how much time passed before Promise, still holding his lyre, unknowingly fell asleep against the golden horned deer. The effect of the golden apple finally wore off. The golden horned deer also closed its eyes, carefully cradling Promise in its embrace under Atalanta's envious gaze. But suddenly, its ears perked up, sensing something. It lifted its head abruptly, looking at Promise in confusion. It saw a thread pulling at Promise. A thread from the spindle of fate. Thus, in the temple of the goddess of fate, woven from the threads of all destinies in the world. Rubbing his eyes and slowly opening them in confusion, Promise saw the goddess of fate, Clotho, kneeling beside him, her eyes wide and holding a crystal ball, and was too stunned to speak. Clotho, the goddess of fate, informed Promise of the future she had seen not long ago. Promise, when the night goddess Nyx decorates the night with stars, and you soar through the vast sky with the silver comet, you will die. Clotho spoke to Promise in a gentle but serious tone. You won't be able to grasp the silver comet, and your body won't withstand its power. So, Promise, leave quickly. Don't follow Athena's instructions, go find Queen Hera. Otherwise, you will really die. Hearing this, maybe because his mind was still a little confused, the boy didn't even think about it, and answered Clotho with eyes wide open and happiness, I'm going to die, there's such a good thing? In the next second, Clotho raised the crystal ball containing Promise's fate thread and smashed it against his head, bringing him to full consciousness. Chapter 40. The Goddess of Fate's embarrassment began long ago in the temple of the Goddess of Fate, in an ancient temple woven from the fate threads of all things in the world. Promise, still in his dark hunting attire, sat within the hall. His clear green eyes reflected the figure of Clotho, the Goddess of Fate, kneeling beside him. Her delicate body was clad in an ancient Greek white robe, a few strands of elegant white hair falling from her hood. Her eyes, all white, could only see the future and not the present. Her exquisite face showed little emotional change, appearing quite calm. If you ignored the crystal ball she was slowly removing from Promise's head, that is. Fully awake, Promise rubbed his head where he had been hit, looking at Clotho, who was sitting beside him with her face turned slightly away, as if nothing had happened, and couldn't help but laugh. So, this time, Goddess Clotho, have you seen the future that is destined for me? Promise asked with a light laugh. He didn't really understand why every time he met Clotho, he seemed to make her angry. If it were other goddesses, like Athena or Artemis, he would be more concerned, even a bit afraid, worried about being choked in the future. But Clotho, Promise could only say, she was very dignified. And you're referring to the trial that the goddess Athena has given me next, right? Promise had sought the hunt for the Caledonian boar from Artemis, intending to follow the traditional story and ride on Meleager's legendary achievements. But due to a few words from the smiling Athena, he now had to personally defeat the Caledonian boar. Though this wasn't entirely a bad thing. Whether it was the significant increase in legend points from slaying the Caledonian boar or altering Meleager's fate, he had no reason to refuse. The problem was, that boar was no ordinary beast. The tale of hunting the Caledonian boar is a very famous story in Greek mythology, with heroes like Heracles, Jason, and Theseus needing to help to finally bring down the enormous creature. Currently, Promise had 3 significant items. First, 3 golden apples. Second, a painting of the river goddess Aegina. Promise had painted quite a few back then. Third, and most precious to Promise, the sword of judgment from the goddess Themis. If he used the sword of judgment, the Caledonian boar would naturally be no problem, but Themis had made it clear when she gave him the sword that it was meant to protect his growth, not to provide an easy solution or hinder his progress. Thus, Athena had given Promise an oracle, instructing him to seek the river goddess Opis, the father of the river goddess Aegina. He would help him gain the power to defeat the Caledonian boar. After a moment of silence under Promise's gaze, Clotho, the goddess of fate, finally nodded slightly. When the night goddess Nyx suspends the stars in the night sky, and you soar through the vast sky with the silver comet, Promise, you will fall with the comet. She once again informed Promise of the future she had seen and, after a slight pause, said coldly with no expression, but now it seems I made another mistake. I shouldn't have met with you, annoying guy. Although her face showed no change, it was clear she was angry. After all, she didn't even bother to maintain her image of authority as the goddess of fate. Right, Goddess Clotho, did you see me change Actaeon's fate? Promise tried to change the subject. Are you trying to embarrass me again? This seemed to make Clotho even angrier. Before Promise could explain, Clotho continued, and our bet is not over. You did face the goddess Artemis and successfully saved Actaeon, but his fate is still intertwined with Meleager. They have met and are traveling together. As she spoke, she extended her hand and gently plucked a thread from the fate strands that filled the temple, passing it before Promise. In it, Promise saw Actaeon, transformed into a giant deer, walking with Meleager. That fate now converges on the Caledonian boar. The goddess of wisdom certainly lives up to her name. She gave you this oracle, knowing well what you must do next to have a chance at breaking fate. Promise watched the scene presented by the fate thread, then looked at Clotho kneeling before him and couldn't help but ask, Goddess Clotho, are you actually hoping that I can embarrass you? I mean, break this tragic fate? After all, rather than convincing Promise of the power of fate and making him give up, it seemed Clotho was guiding him on how to break these fates. Clotho didn't respond, her expression unchanged, but she kept lifting and lowering the crystal ball containing Promise's fate. Finally, worried that her power might slip and accidentally kill Promise, making him wake up in front of Hades, she put down the crystal ball. Thus, whether Promise would fall with the comet was unknown for now, but he had almost died just moments ago. While Clotho might be delicate, she was still a goddess. Promise could be knocked down, not Clotho. Also, due to the nature of his heroic spirit class card, if Promise died, he wouldn't report to Hades but return directly to the clock tower in the future. This was why, after swearing an oath to Athena, Promise was always worried about accidentally dying and, upon choosing a heroic spirit summon, seeing Athena smiling at him and getting choked again. In the end, Clotho, having put down the crystal ball, did the same as last time. She reached out and pinched Promise's cheeks firmly. So this time, will you choose the same as always? After pinching his cheeks, Clotho asked again. Falling with a comet on the path to becoming a hero. Doesn't sound too bad. Promise replied with a smile. Clotho was silent for a moment, her voice colder. So you're saying that our bet and Queen Hera's trial don't matter to you? Of course not. The latter quickly replied. After a slight hesitation, he added, but as you said, Goddess Clotho, the oracle from the goddess Athena is to have me hunt the Caledonian boar. You could seek out Queen Hera, Clotho said. Though she has been busy with marriage lately, you just need to meet her and tell her everything. Athena won't be able to find you for a while. But I've already accepted the gift from Artemis. If I go back on my word, even if I'm not in danger, Meleager and Actaeon. Promise shook his head gently. This time is different, Clotho said urgently. This time I truly saw your death in the comet's fate. However, in my view, it has always been the same. Upon hearing this, Promise smiled and, with a relaxed expression, said to Clotho, because every time, I've always embraced the possibility of dying. So even if you, Goddess Clotho, tell me about my fate of death, it makes no difference to me. At the very beginning, when he descended the mountain, at Jason's hometown, on the tower where offerings were made to Hera. Later, in the Cursed Kingdom, offering everything he had to Queen Hera, seeking her blessing. In the pure white courtroom, where he judged Hera and the river goddess Aegina guilty. And last night, because of Actaeon and Meleager, standing before the moon goddess Artemis, whom he least wanted to face. Promise knew exactly what he was doing, and thus, he had always been prepared for the possibility of dying. After all, during his 3 years under Chiron's tutelage, having interacted with almost all of Chiron's disciples, he had long understood the weight of being at the bottom of the class. Hearing this response, Clotho was momentarily stunned, recalling everything about Promise up to this point. And finally, she realized why her gaze had always been fixed on Promise. Because, in truth, everything had started a long, long time ago. When Queen Hera first came to the Temple of Fate, asking the goddess of fate how to punish the king who had insulted her. Clotho's sister, another goddess of fate, had told Hera that Jason would accomplish everything and bring glory to Hera, without ever mentioning Promise. Only Clotho had seen him. From that moment on, Clotho had seen him. She fell silent once more. Just as Promise was wondering if he had once again embarrassed the goddess and hesitated about what to say, Clotho suddenly reached out and pinched Promise's cheeks twice. Annoying guy, she said, then took out a golden apple she had prepared earlier and placed it in Promise's hand. And lightly pushed him, sending him tumbling backward. In the next second, Promise felt as if the world was spinning, his body plummeting as if falling into an endless abyss. After what seemed like an eternity, he suddenly opened his eyes and found himself by the campfire, jumping up from the golden horned deer. Atalanta, who was on watch, looked up with her bright green eyes, puzzled at the sight of Promise, who seemed to have woken from a nightmare, clearly unaware of what had happened. Only the golden horned deer noticed the disappearance of the fate thread from his body and let out a gentle call to him. Hearing the sound, Promise instinctively looked at the golden horned deer, then at Atalanta, who tilted her head in confusion. Finally, he came to his senses and, looking down at his hand, saw that he now held a brand new golden apple. Meanwhile, in the ancient temple woven from fate threads, the goddess of fate, Clotho, sat quietly beneath the countless threads of fate, her head bowed, holding the crystal ball containing Promise's fate, which looked as though it repelled all the world's destinies outside of itself. Chapter 41, Meeting the River God. After returning from the temple of the goddess of fate, though Promise had seemed indifferent at the time, he had actually taken Claudo's prophecy to heart. After all, he had many things to accomplish now. Thus, even though he longed for a grand, magnificent death, postponing that moment slightly wouldn't hurt. And so, 5 days quickly passed. That afternoon, after a simple lunch, the golden horned deer took Promise for a joyful run through the forest, with Atalanta closely following. Despite the golden horned deer's speed, she kept up without falling behind. Along the way, Atalanta would occasionally cast sharp, displeased glances at Promise, and the latter knew exactly why. Over the past few days, the golden horned deer had been carrying him, while she traveled on foot. The golden horned deer could indeed accommodate both of them and didn't mind carrying Atalanta as well. However, as Artemis's most devoted follower, Atalanta felt she wasn't worthy to sit on Artemis's mount. Thus, it had come to this. At first, being stared at by Atalanta made Promise uncomfortable, and at one point he even considered getting off the deer, but the golden horned deer ran incredibly fast, and being a divine beast, its ride was smooth without a hint of bumpiness. So, after a while, he decided not to care anymore. Let her stare if she wanted to. After all, being watched by Atalanta was better than being watched by her goddess. However, Atalanta really was incredibly fast. Watching the huntress closely following, her breathing still steady and clearly not using her full strength, Promise once again deeply felt the difference in physical abilities between himself and these heroes of the Age of Gods. At the same time, he couldn't help but recall the legendary story of Atalanta's race. That story was actually connected to the golden apples he possessed. Although abandoned and later raised by Artemis, Atalanta eventually returned to her homeland, reuniting with her biological parents. That event also led to Atalanta's complete disillusionment with men. Her father, despite knowing her vow, sought an unavoidable marriage for her through Queen Hera. The reason was simple: Atalanta returned home full of glory. Her achievements in hunting the Caledonian boar, the adventure of the Golden Fleece, and her unrivaled beauty brought countless suitors. This also brought immense wealth to Atalanta's father. Furious but helpless, the huntress decided to settle matters with a race and announced that anyone who could outrun her could marry her. Fully confident that no one could beat her in a race, and indeed, aside from a few great heroes, no one could surpass her speed. And as an attempt to deter future suitors, she shot those who lost the race to death by her arrows. After all, she had already dedicated everything to the moon goddess Artemis. Ultimately, under the intervention of the goddess of beauty among the 12 Olympian gods, a man named Hermes used 3 golden apples blessed by the goddess of love to distract her. This ended the race, allowing him to win. Thinking of this, Promise suddenly wanted to take out a golden apple from his pack and throw it to Atalanta, just to see her reaction. But he restrained himself, avoiding such a reckless move. At that moment, the golden horned deer finally led him through the forest, emerging into a clearing, and soon stopped at the slow-moving river. It then knelt down, gently called out to Promise twice. Atalanta quickly arrived, tidied her slightly disheveled hair, looked at the river ahead, and asked Promise with a slight frown, "What's going on?" The latter dismounted the golden horned deer, looking at the visibly slow-flowing river, and said, "I think we've arrived." "The place where the river goddess Opus resides?" Atalanta was momentarily stunned before realizing and asking. "Yes," Promise nodded. He remembered the river goddess Aegina's father. After chasing the transformed eagle Aegina, he was struck by a lightning bolt from god Zeus in anger, leaving him with a crippled leg, and thus, his river became incredibly slow. Hearing they had finally arrived, Atalanta sighed in relief. During this journey, watching Promise travel on the golden horned deer by day and sleep on it by night, while Atalanta not only had to keep up during the day but also hunt to feed him at night. Although this was her own choice, she was truly worried that if this continued, she might not be able to resist shooting a couple of arrows at Promise on some dark, windy night. The thought of these grueling days finally ending instantly lifted her spirits, and her gaze toward Promise softened as she asked, "Since we're here, what do we do next? Prepare offerings and pray for Lourdes Opus to appear?" Atalanta suggested the standard approach for the Greek era. But Promise, after thinking for a moment, shook his head and said, "No, that might not make him appear, and more importantly, I have a simpler method." With Atalanta tilting her head slightly, her bright green eyes filled with confusion, the boy took a painting from the luggage on the golden horned deer. Atalanta was stunned when she saw the painting. Even though she didn't understand art, she could tell it was an exceptional piece. The goddess with blue hair in the painting seemed so lifelike that she might step out of the canvas at any moment. "Atalanta, would you like a painting? I'm quite skilled, you know." She remembered Promise boasting about his paintings a few nights ago and how he mentioned she might be the first person he wanted to paint after leaving the mountain. As Atalanta thought about this, she saw Promise gently toss the painting into the air, where it hovered before him. Thr boy reached out and lightly touched the painting, causing it to disappear in a glow, merging into his body. His green eyes turned sky blue, feeling the power of the river goddess Aegina surge through him again. Promise turned to the slow-moving river, raised his hand, and lifted the water, forming a column that soared into the sky. Seeing this, Atalanta was momentarily stunned. Aegina? This feels like Aegina. Aegina, my daughter, you've finally returned, you've come back to your father's side. An excited voice echoed around them. The once slow river water turned turbulent, and from it emerged an old man in an ancient Athenian white robe, white hair flowing, and walking with a limp, his eyes filled with joy. Reaching the shore, he scanned the surroundings, looking past Atalanta and Promise, and anxiously called out, Aegina, where are you? Don't be afraid, I'm here, I will protect you this time. Startled, the golden-horned deer quickly hid behind Promise. Promise thought for a moment, then took out another painting of Aegina and approached the river goddess Opus. Lord Opus, I am a student of the centaur sage Chiron, and also a friend of the goddess Aegina. As the river goddess Opus looked at him in surprise, the latter handed him the painting and said softly, the goddess Aegina is doing well. She is now a goddess of a nation, viewing all her people as her children, who respect and adore her. I'm sorry, Lord Opus, she cannot return to you for now, but please know she is very happy. Opus took the painting, seeing Aegina's heartfelt smile and tender gaze. He finally noticed the traces his daughter left on Promise, though subtle compared to other goddesses like Athena and Hera. Yet he could clearly feel Aegina's blessing and her fondness for Promise. Everything naturally fell into place. Due to Opus's overwhelming enthusiasm, Promise felt both honored and puzzled, not understanding why the river god looked at him as if he were his son-in-law. Feeling his daughter's affection in the blessing she left on Promise, Opus was quite pleased with his first impression of Promise. The only regret was the boy's constitution, which was quite fragile. No, fragile was an overstatement. After all, even infants of the age of gods were probably tougher than Promise. But as long as his daughter was happy. Soon after, when Promise explained his purpose, Opus seemed confused and said, a way to defeat the Caledonian boar. I don't have anything like that here. Hearing this, Promise recalled Clodo's prophecy and described, it's something like a silver comet among the stars. Lord Opus, have you seen anything like it? Hearing this, the latter appeared thoughtful for a moment, then nervously waved his hands, saying, never seen it, don't know, I don't know. Seeing this, Promise and Atalanta exchanged a knowing glance. Before Promise could speak again, the golden-horned deer beside him softly called out, its golden antlers emitting a faint silver glow. Seeing this, Opus sighed and said, child, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't want to see you throw your life away. I don't know why the goddess of wisdom gave you this oracle, but that comet is not something you can handle. In fact, the goddess of fate also warned me about this. Promise thought for a moment and answered honestly. Hearing this, Atalanta couldn't help but glance at the boy with curiosity. After all, she had thought she was keeping an eye on him all this time. But I still came here because I have a compelling reason to do so. Promise spoke earnestly, and the river goddess Opus could see the determination in his expression, making his own feelings toward the boy more complex. After a long pause, the river goddess Opus sighed, leaned on his staff, turned around, and spoke, in that case, follow me. Tonight happens to be the time when it descends from the stars. Although he didn't want to see Promise throw his life away, the river goddess Opus, sensing the blessing his daughter had left on the boy, couldn't refuse his request. So he decided to show Promise, hoping that once he saw and understood that it was beyond his ability, he would come to his senses. They walked from day to night. Opus led Promise, Atalanta, and the golden-horned deer along the slow-flowing river until they reached a vast meadow on a mountainside. By the time they arrived at their destination and sat under a large tree, the sky was filled with stars, creating a beautiful Milky Way. Leaning on his staff, the river goddess Opus looked up at the starry sky, his expression complex, before suddenly saying, actually, I once thought about capturing that beautiful silver comet. Promise, having just taken a fruit from the golden-horned deer to eat, turned his head in surprise to look at Opus. I spent decades gathering precious materials and commissioned the great god of craftsmanship, Hephaestus, to create an artifact capable of taming it, but... As he spoke, Opus looked down at his leg, struck by lightning. So, what exactly is this silver comet? Atalanta, who had been silent until now, couldn't help but ask, blinking her bright green eyes in curiosity. Opus glanced at Atalanta, then at Promise, and smiled. Instead of explaining immediately, he looked back up at the stars and said, wait a bit longer, it should arrive soon. Every month, around this time, it descends from the stars to bathe in the clear spring water here. Hearing this, Atalanta was about to ask more questions when the golden horned deer suddenly stood up, looking up at the stars and letting out a clear cry. Following its gaze, Promise and Atalanta finally saw the silver comet descending from the stars. "Look," Asopa said with an ancient smile, speaking with the joy of seeing an old friend, "it's here." Chapter 42, Pegasus. In Greek mythology, there was a hero named Bellerophon. Bellerophon was a prince of ancient Greece, the grandson of Sisyphus, the one who pushed the boulder up the mountain. Due to accidentally killing his own brother during a hunting expedition, he was exiled by his father, eventually arriving in the kingdom of Argos. The king Protus of Turin's greatly admired him and pardoned his crimes. However, during their first meeting, the king's wife, named Antia Orsthenobe, fell in love with Bellerophon. As time passed, the once virtuous queen felt as if her heart was struck by Cupid's arrow, growing deeper in love with Bellerophon, thinking of him day and night. One day, at a banquet hosted by the king, the queen saw Bellerophon again. Overwhelmed, she took that opportunity to arrange a secret meeting and passionately expressed her love to him. However, due to the help he had received from King, Bellerophon immediately refused the queen's advances, which angered her greatly. Over time, the situation escalated, and the queen went to King in tears, accusing Bellerophon of attempting to make advances on her instead. Although King Protus admired Bellerophon, he naturally believed his wife more and got fumed with anger. However, angry as he was, he dared not to satisfy his anger by killing a guest, who was protected by Xenia, guest friendship, causing him to finally exile Bellerophon to King Iabates, his father-in-law, from the plain of the river Xanthus in Lycia, bearing a sealed letter in a folded tablet which read, "Please remove this bearer from the world. He attempted to violate my wife, your daughter." Before opening the tablets, Iabates feasted with Bellerophon for 9 days. On reading the tablet's message, Iabates too feared the wrath of the Erinyes, chthonic goddesses, if he murdered a guest, so he sent Bellerophon on a mission that he deemed impossible to survive, to kill the Chimera, a monster living in neighboring Caria, causing trouble in the countryside. The Chimera, also known as Chimera, was a child of Typhon, the progenitor of all monsters. It had the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and a tail made of a python. It could breathe fire, leaving desolation in its wake. Clearly, he had intended to use the Chimera to kill Bellerophon. When he was his despair, Bellerophon was approached by a lame old river god. He was Asopus, the father of the river goddess Aegina. Though he had once given the ever-flowing spring water in return, he always remembered the help Sisyphus had given him when Zeus, disguised as an eagle, took his daughter away. Seeing the grandson of Sisyphus in trouble, he came forward to inform Bellerophon. In his territory, there was a powerful creature that could help Bellerophon defeat the Chimera. It was a winged, silver-white horse which soared through the vast starry sky with its silver-white wings, its form beautiful and elegant. Its name was Pegasus. As it spread its silver wings and descended from the starry sky, Promise finally understood the oracle given to him by the goddess of wisdom, Athena, and what the beautiful meteor described by the fate goddess Clotho actually was. It was a winged horse soaring through the sky, named Pegasus. Yes, it was the same Pegasus born from the blood of the Gorgon. Descending from the starry sky, its wings fluttered as it approached them, its majestic form drawing all eyes. The gaze of Pegasus swept over the crowd, finally resting on a golden horned deer looking up at it. It was actually attracted by the call of the golden horned deer. It landed gracefully, emitting a clear cry to the golden horned deer, which responded but then shook its head and looked at Promise. The golden horned deer crouched down beside Promise. Pegasus called softly twice more and, seeing the deer not responding further, glanced at the boy and the others before turning to the clear spring. It dipped its hoof into the water, letting the cool liquid cleanse its silver body in the moonlight. Beautiful. Atalanta couldn't help but express her genuine admiration, her bright green eyes reflecting the scene. Promise nodded in agreement. It was indeed beautiful. Pegasus, in Greek mythology, was revered by poets and considered the guardian of the muses, the goddesses of art. Pegasus never allowed anyone to touch it, except for the 9 ancient muses, who would use the clear springs symbolizing luck, hope, and beauty to cleanse its holy body. Just as Promise nodded, he felt a gentle tug at his leg. Looking down, he saw the golden horned deer looking up at him. After a moment of surprise, he quickly said, "Of course, you're very beautiful too." As he spoke, he also stroked its head. The golden horned deer squinted its eyes happily and glanced at Atalanta. Seeing this, the latter naturally hurried to praise it. Thus, the golden horned deer bowed its head again and comfortably lay down. Just as Promise felt slightly amused by the golden horned deer's reaction, he suddenly thought of something and looked towards the old river god Asopus, who had unknowingly stood up, leaning on his staff, trembling, and staring intently at the Pegasus. After all, he had once dreamed of riding this winged horse, galloping among the stars. But then, a bolt of lightning shattered everything. "So, the oracle the great goddess gave you, Was it to tame it? Atalanta spoke, recalling the scene of it falling from the stars. Thinking back to the spectacle when it transformed into a silver-white meteor and descended from the starry night sky to the mortal realm. If such power were to strike the Caledonian boar, it could indeed be possible to hunt it, but... You. She hesitated, looking at the somewhat too frail young man beside her, stopping herself from speaking further. She naturally shared the same thought as the river goddess Opus. That was, how could this frail young man possibly tame a meteor? Promise, unconcerned with Atalanta's gaze, watched the Pegasus in front of him washing its body, his eyes filled with confusion. Since seeing it, he felt an inexplicable urge within his body, but he couldn't quite identify what it was, so his brow furrowed gradually, and his face showed irritation. Seeing his like that, Atalanta thought he was thinking about how to tame the Pegasus. Seeing his furrowed brow, her heart softened, and she reassured him, "Don't worry, promise, it's okay. Even if we can't fulfill this oracle, as long as we pray to the great Artemis, she will surely forgive us." Promise snapped back to reality upon hearing this and turned to Atalanta, just about to say something, when the Pegasus, having finished washing and retracting its wings, walked back over. It merely shook its body lightly and shook off all the spring water from its body. The approaching Pegasus called out to the golden-horned deer again, and at its call, the deer finally stood up but did not move towards it, instead looking at Promise. "Don't worry, I'm right here, I won't go anywhere, and there's no danger," said the boy when he saw this. The golden-horned deer was clearly sent by Artemis to guide Promise and also to protect the frail young man. Thus, hearing Promise's words, the golden-horned deer relaxed, walked towards the Pegasus, and started frolicking with it immediately. The golden-horned deer, Artemis's favorite creature and a symbol of the moon goddess, wouldn't have been pursued so madly by Actaeon if it weren't for its stunning beauty, even leading him to Artemis's sacred place without realizing it. Therefore, as it played with the silver-white Pegasus, bathed in the moonlight of the night sky, the boy suddenly understood what that inexplicable urge in his heart was all about. Then, he turned around, under Atalanta's puzzled gaze, and took out paintbrushes and a canvas from his luggage, hurriedly running to the side of the spring. Dipping his brush in the spring water, he looked at the Pegasus and golden-horned deer in front of him, and his gaze became extremely serious in that instant. Seeing this, Atalanta, who had been following him to ask what was going on, stopped and watched the boy, standing rooted to the spot. And she recalled the scene. The reason why she refused when the boy asked to paint her. Maybe she would regret it later. Well, remove maybe, but this scene was still fresh in her mind. After all, it hadn't been that long ago. That was the scene during the night of the hunting ritual. Although she hadn't said anything about it, however, that night had left an unforgettable memory in her mind. That night, Atalanta felt as if she had seen Apollo, the most handsome god of light, in Promise. He had came to Earth, eyes closed, playing his lyre, causing all creatures to stop beside him to listen to his performance. This was also why Promise later wanted to paint a picture for Atalanta, but she refused, opting instead to pay him with the sound of her lyre. But now, at this moment, she suddenly felt as if she was seeing that night's sensation in Promise once again. Only this time, instead of a lyre, he held a paintbrush and a canvas in his hands. Chapter 43, I Want It Too. At the same time, what Atalanta didn't know was that the sound of the piano was like being embraced and kissed by the goddess of art. His paintings. What's wrong? The old river goddess Opus came over limping with a cane. Looking at Promise, who was sitting motionlessly by the spring, watching the Pegasus and the golden-horned deer, he asked Atalanta in confusion. He probably wants to draw this scene. After a moment of silence, the huntress replied. Upon hearing this, the old river goddess Opus was stunned for a moment, then he took out his daughter's canvas from his body. Looking at the lifelike portrait on it, he could not help but look at the boy in surprise. So he painted this. I thought it was a goddess of art. Atalanta heard this but said nothing. And just when Promise focused all his attention on them, the Pegasus and the golden-horned deer seemed to have sensed something and turned their heads to look at him. When Pegasus saw what was in the boy's hand, he even spread his wings, looked up and presented his most perfect scene to Promise. The moonlight shone on the beautiful scene. And Promise finally put down the paintbrush in his hand. Then, under Atalanta's eyes wide open and somewhat incredulous eyes, the goddess of moon, Artemis, dressed in a bright dress, walked out from the moonlight behind the boy. She stood behind Promise, then bent down slightly, watching the boy draw with interest. Noticing the surprised looks of Atalanta and the old river goddess Opus, she placed her index finger on her lips with a smile, asking them not to make any noise. Seeing her beloved goddess again, and in such a simple way, Atalanta felt it was extremely absurd, simply because even in the ancient Greek age where gods were everywhere, people could not see them whenever they wanted. There were many people who had spent their entire lives searching for God and yet never encountered them. Even more so for the 12 principal gods of Olympus. However, since meeting Promise, Atalanta realized that she had seen and heard more gods in this short period than she had in her entire life combined. Yet, being able to see the goddess Artemis once again naturally made her feel fortunate, but the thought that it was all because of Promise. Soon after, she came to stand beside Promise. With a slightly defiant look in her sacred green eyes, she intended to see what kind of abilities Promise had that made the goddess Artemis appear again because of him. For all this, the boy was naturally unaware. After all, after nearly 4 months, at this moment, he had finally recaptured that feeling once again. The feeling of depicting Athena on the canvas. Thus, at this moment, nothing around could distract Promise, not even the goddess Artemis standing behind him, of whom he was completely unaware. He only had eyes for the Pegasus in front of him. Then, Promise set down his paintbrush, sketching the starry night sky below. He painted slowly, yet it seemed swift. And with just one glance, Atalanta's thoughts not only vanished instantly, but after coming to her senses, blinking, she suddenly found herself as if she had entered the painting, arriving above the stars in the night sky. Just as she stood dazed, confused and bewildered, not understanding what had happened, a sound of hooves suddenly came from behind her, prompting her to instinctively look back. She then saw a dazzling silver meteor darting through the vast stars, and before she could react, it passed through her body. However, the meteor did not harm her. As the dazzling silver light dissipated, what entered Atalanta's eyes was the silver-white Pegasus. It stretched its eyes, running through the stars of the night sky, and at that moment, stopped on the concurrently appearing full moon. The moonlight bathed its body, making its silver-white form shimmer with a beautiful luster, beautiful and elegant. As she stood dumbfounded, watching all this and realizing that the night sky was becoming ever more complete, watching Pegasus gallop through the heavens. Suddenly, the scene in front of her shifted, and in the blink of an eye, the starry night disappeared from in front of Atalanta, and she found herself on a small island. The island was barren, there were no lush forests or animals, only various statues of humans. As Atalanta looked around in confusion, her ears twitched slightly, and she suddenly heard the sound of heavy objects scraping against the ground, slowly moving. Instinctively, she looked in the direction of the sound. Then, she saw something emerging from the shadows of the night, inching towards her. Those were a pair of crimson bloodshot eyes. Atalanta heard the painful wails of the undead on her body, feeling a terrifying magical power that seemed to suffocate her. As she widened her eyes, staring at the monster about to appear before her, even her breathing stopped for a moment. "Little Ada, you can't look anymore." The sudden sound of the moon goddess interrupted everything. The scene before them instantly dissipated, and the pale-faced Atalanta was gently pulled away from Promise by Artemis. Once she regained her senses, the first thing Atalanta did was to take deep breaths because she felt extremely uncomfortable, as if she had been holding her breath deep under the sea and was on the verge of her lungs exploding. "Goddess Artemis, I just..." After huffing for a while, she spoke with difficulty, looking at the moon goddess Artemis before her in disbelief. "In the future, if you see Promise in such a state," the goddess spoke seriously to the girl after a moment of silence, "remember, you must never get close to him again, and you must never look at his paintings." Fortunately, this time it was only Pegasus. If it had been Athena's painting, "Little Ada, you would have died." After saying all this, Artemis no longer paid attention to Atalanta's stunned and disbelieving expression. Because Artemis noticed that at this moment, Promise's brush had finally stopped. In fact, it had been a full 3 hours since he had started painting. The moment the painting stopped, Promise, who had been immersed in that strange sensation, was greeted by an overwhelming exhaustion as if his body had been completely drained. However, at that moment, he noticed something coming to his mouth, a very familiar scent, so he instinctively opened his mouth and took a bite. The familiar sweet taste of the golden apple invaded his senses, and as Promise gradually recovered, he instinctively turned his head and said, "Thank you, Goddess Athena." "Eh? Goddess Artemis?" Promise, seeing the flawless face of Artemis, naturally froze. Artemis did not mind his mistake. Her sky-blue eyes reflected Promise at that moment. Looking at the boy, smiled, a very happy and beautiful smile. She gently poked Promise's cheek with her finger and said in a pleasant and excited tone, "So it was you, little Promise." The painting Athena hung in front of the temple and proudly showed to everyone, "It was you who gave it to her, right?" Before Promise, who was biting the golden apple, could react, and before Atalanta, who hadn't even had time to catch her breath, with her eyes gradually widening in a daze, Artemis threw herself at Promise. She wrapped her arms around his neck and said coquettishly, "I don't care, little Promise, I want it too. I want such an offering too." Chapter 44, I will tell Hera everything. Athena has a painting. She says it is a gift from a child, and she has proudly shown it to almost every god she has met, because that painting depicts divinity. It even left a mark on Promise's servant card. a painting offered to the goddess of wisdom, Athena. Thus, the gods have all been curious and asked who the child she spoke of was, but Athena did not answer, only saying that the child was a student of Chiron. In the end, this matter only temporarily concluded when Chiron helplessly hid away. But now the moon goddess Artemis knows. The moment she saw Promise finish depicting Pegasus, she naturally knew who the child Athena spoke of was. Goddess Artemis? Atalanta, her eyes wide open, looked at her beloved goddess holding Promise. Without even calming her emotions, she rushed forward to separate the two. After separating them, Atalanta looked at Promise with great displeasure. The latter innocently blinked his eyes, then ate the golden apple in his mouth. Just as he was about to say something. Chirp, at that moment, Pegasus walked over. It lowered its head and glanced at the finished painting by Promise. In the painting, under the night sky filled with stars and clouds, it spread its wings, soaring gracefully and elegantly beside the full moon. Below was an endless sea, with a small island in one corner of the sea. Pegasus looked at the painting, and the golden-horned deer also came over. After nuzzling Artemis affectionately, it also looked at the painting. But not seeing itself in the painting, it looked at Promise with a human-like resentment and let out two discontented cries. Seeing this, Promise reached out to pat its head, just about to soothe it. Then the loud neigh of the horse echoed once again. But this time, it was different from any other time before. Under the gaze of both gods and humans, Pegasus neighed and then stepped back several steps, stomping the ground with its hooves, and stared at Promise intently. It was as if, in that moment, it saw him as its prey. To this, the moon goddess Artemis tilted her head slightly. After all, she did not sense any malice from Pegasus towards Promise. And because of the painting just now, the moment Promise finished it, he saw Pegasus, saw it soaring freely in the sky, and also saw how it was born. Do you want me to try? Promise, with his clear emerald eyes, stared at Pegasus and said, "You want me to try to catch you, don't you?" Upon hearing this, the latter let out another loud cry, and in the next moment, with a swish, spread its holy wings. Seeing this, Artemis smiled again and stopped asking Promise for a painting. At least for the moment, she abandoned that idea. Because it was clear that something more interesting was about to happen. And seeing Pegasus's reaction, the river god Asopos, who had hardly spoken since Artemis appeared, now opened his eyes wide. The river god Asopos had said that he had once tried to catch this silver meteor soaring among the stars. He spent over 10 years gathering precious materials and had the god of craftsmen, Hephaestus, forge a divine artifact. But no matter how hard he tried, Pegasus never paid attention to him. In the end, a bolt of lightning made the river god completely give up that idea. So, Promise thoughtfully picked up the newly finished painting and asked the Pegasus in front of him, "You want this, don't you?" Pegasus nodded. Promise smiled. He now understood why Athena's oracle had merely asked him to find the river god Asopos. Thinking back, she had always been like this, giving oracles that never explained things clearly. She was not only an enigmatic figure but also a standard riddle master. Pegasus, born on the mythical island where nothing existed, came into being when the legendary hero Perseus beheaded the Gorgon. Later, it became the protector and symbol of the Greek muses. Thus, Promise, who seemed to have been passionately kissed by the goddess of art, naturally had the qualifications to make Pegasus stop and turn its gaze towards him. So now, is everything finally about to begin? On the cliff, the silver-haired goddess, with hair reaching her waist, watched the distant scene with a cheerful smile. This time, the goddess of justice, Themis, was not by her side. Since the night of the hunting sacrifice, Themis had left. Because she had seen Promise's choice, she understood that all she needed to do now was wait for Promise to come to her once again. However, although Themis had left, another goddess had arrived. Holding a crystal ball, the barefoot goddess of fate, Clotho, had finally left the ancient temple of fate. At this moment, she came to the side of the silver-haired goddess. He has no chance of enduring the power of Pegasus. When it runs at full speed in the starry sea, even if the child isn't thrown off and falls from the sky, the force will surely crush him. Honorable Goddess Athena, please stop. There is still a chance to prevent such a thing from happening. However, Athena continued to smile upon hearing this, as if she hadn't heard a word, and pointed to Artemis in the distance. In a happy tone, she said to Clotho, "Hey, Clotho, look, Artemis has finally realized that the painting was actually done by Promise for me. She is the third one to know. What kind of oracle should I give Promise next time to allow Artemis to get a painting and thus reward him?" As she spoke, Athena tilted her head, thinking seriously. "Oh, right, I can't let Hera find out, or No, that child will be in trouble." Goddess Athena. The goddess of fate, Clotho, was silent for a moment, then slowly lowered her head. Though her voice was gentle, it was very firm as she said to Athena, "If you don't intend to stop, I will tell everything to the esteemed queen, Hera." Hearing this, Athena finally turned her head and placed her beautiful golden eyes on Clotho, quietly staring at her. She said nothing and did nothing, but merely this gaze made Clotho tremble uncontrollably. After a while, Athena finally spoke. Regarding Clotho's words, she did not show anger or rage. Instead, she pointed to the crystal ball in Clotho's arms, the one containing Promise's fate. Then she gently stated a fact, saying, "But, the one who has truly been hurting the child all along is not me, but you, Promise." Just as Promise was walking towards Pegasus, Atalanta suddenly called out to him. Hearing this, he turned his head, his clear eyes looking at the beautiful huntress dressed in emerald green. She was standing beside the moon goddess Artemis. As a goddess, Artemis's beauty was naturally beyond question. She was Zeus's most beloved daughter and one of the most worshipped deities in ancient Greece. But even so, in Promise's eyes, Atalanta wasn't much less attractive than Artemis. Perhaps it was also due to the fear of being strangled that secretly made his impression of Artemis drop significantly. "What's the matter?" Promise asked Atalanta, slightly tilting his head. The huntress opened her mouth but said nothing. They had come here because of the oracle of the goddess of wisdom, which directed them to find the river god Asopos and capture the silver meteor that ran through the sky. Only by doing so would Promise, a figure who even gods and heroes couldn't help but shake their heads at, have the ability to complete the Caledonian hunt. In fact, Athena's arrangement was to give him more means to walk in this ancient Greek divine era. After all, the oath she took was to make Promise a dazzling star of this era. But is that thing something a human can catch? Let alone Promise? Having witnessed and felt it herself in the painting, she naturally had an answer. He absolutely couldn't do it. "You said you later saw the great goddess of fate again. What did she say in the end?" After a long silence, Atalanta asked a question that slightly surprised Promise. He didn't expect Atalanta to remember something he had casually mentioned in front of the river god Asopos. So Promise looked at Artemis, then at the river god Asopos. In front of the gods, he couldn't lie. Therefore, the goddess of fate told me that when I soar through the vast starry sky with it, I will fall from the meteor. When Promise truthfully revealed this prophecy, not only Atalanta but even Pegasus looked at him with human-like astonishment. Did the goddess of fate really say that? The river god Asopos couldn't help but ask. "Yes." "Then, even so, do you still want to try?" Seeing him answer so calmly, Atalanta already knew his answer but she still couldn't help but ask. As expected, Promise smiled and nodded, answering, "Because I promised the goddess of fate, and Maliger and Actaeon are still waiting for me." "Well, that's why little Promise is so cute." Artemis laughed and said happily, "Then go ahead, I will be watching you from here." "Goddess Artemis." Atalanta looked at her in disbelief and said, "You're not going to stop him?" "Stop him? Why should I stop him?" The goddess tilted her head, looking at the huntress with a puzzled expression. "But if he does this, he'll die," Atalanta said, somewhat flustered. "Huh?" Artemis blinked her eyes, showing a very surprised expression as she looked at her. "So, little Atta, you care so much about this boy? I get it, you must like him, right? You must like him." "What are you talking about, goddess Artemis?" Atalanta's eyes widened, and she quickly retorted, "How could I possibly like someone so weak, who can't even hunt and can't run faster than me? Besides, I've dedicated everything to you, goddess Artemis. I'll never like anyone else in this lifetime." "Well, little Atta, that's what makes you so not cute." Hearing this, Artemis puffed her cheeks and said, "I never made you take such a vow. You insisted on doing that yourself. That's why I didn't want to see you again for a while, you're really boring." "Eh?" The shocking truth left Atalanta standing there, stunned, staring blankly at the goddess she worshipped. Chapter 45, Death is Scary, but... And when he heard the goddess' words, Promise, who was standing nearby, wasn't surprised at all. After all, in some sense, Artemis was the goddess he understood best. But that was in the past. Lately, little Atta, you've become much cuter. With that, Artemis, standing on tiptoe, smilingly patted Atalanta's head and said, "Ever since you met little Promise, you've become cuter." The latter stood there in a daze, looking at Artemis, not knowing how to react. At that moment, the river god Asopos, leaning on his staff, approached Promise. He looked at the boy, and because he was a god, he could naturally see more. For instance, despite predicting his own death, Promise's determination remained unwavering. This was also why Artemis said what she did. For a goddess like her, just witnessing what he was about to do was the highest form of praise and recognition. "Do you intend to capture him?" Even so, the river god Asopos asked Promise. "Yes." The young man nodded. Hearing the unwavering nod, the latter was silent for a moment, then said to Promise, I should stop you because if you die, my daughter will be very sad. Seeing Promise, noticing the blessing his daughter had left on him, and looking at the painting he had given him, the river goddess Apos realized not only that his daughter had fallen in love with Promise but also that the latter had saved her. But I see your determination, and that was once my dream, too. As he spoke, the river goddess Apos gently tapped the ground with his staff. The river waters surged from afar, delivering a silver-white bridle into Promise's hands. This was the artifact Apos had spent decades collecting precious materials for and finally had the god of craftsmen, Hephaestus, forge, while he gazed longingly at the silver meteor. Go, child, the river goddess Apos said. Go and capture it. Holding the silver bridle, Promise took one last look at Atalanta. Then he walked towards Pegasus. Sorry to keep you waiting. Pegasus didn't respond. It couldn't. It folded its wings and crouched down, allowing the boy to place the silver harness on it. For Promise, it was willing to give this opportunity. Atalanta watched all this, her eyes still a bit confused. Having felt the power of Pegasus clearly in that painting, she had almost concluded that Promise would certainly fall from the silver meteor tonight, just as the goddess of fate had prophesied. But at that moment, Atalanta recalled certain things, like why she had noticed Promise in the first place. A group of thieves who humorously made a vow to the gods, involving a boy aspiring to be a hero. She then remembered that night, the monster that turned into a giant deer, and the events of that evening. In that instant, Atalanta suddenly understood something. For instance, why Actaeon, who had turned into a giant deer, would come to Promise against all odds, and why, despite being so weak, so many gods still cast their eyes on him. Promise. Finally, she spoke again, her sacred green eyes reflecting the boy before her. Your friends are waiting for you. They are waiting for you to return. Promise paused for a moment, looking at the beautiful huntress before him, then smiled and nodded at her, turning to sit on Pegasus. Pegasus slowly stood up, spreading its silver wings. With a gentle cry, it stepped into the air, flying towards the starry night sky. Promise held the silver bridle tightly, feeling the refreshing night wind on his body. At this moment, he was finally riding this silver meteor, heading into the starry night sky. Atalanta, Artemis, and the others watched this scene, and at the same time, on the cliff, the silver-haired, golden-eyed goddess of wisdom also took in the sight. Though the goddess of fate, Clotho, could not see, she too knew that Promise was now riding the silver meteor. The atmosphere between the two was somewhat silent. Since Athena had quietly stated that fact, Clotho had not spoken a word. Until now, it really suits him. Watching the boy sitting atop the elegant and graceful Pegasus, Athena smiled once more and said, Due to Themis, I couldn't see the god of craftsmen, Hephaestus, for a while, so when I was looking for something suitable for him on the continent, I fell in love with it at first sight. It's a pity you can't see it, Clotho. Pegasus, the symbol of art, is the protector of the muse goddesses. Though Promise didn't look like a warrior or a hero, his innate poet and painter aura, coupled with his clear emerald eyes, made him even more noticeable in this era. When they were coming down the mountain, Jason had said that if Promise wished, and didn't want to be a hero, he could simply play a tune or paint a few pictures in front of noblewoman and be worry-free for life. In fact, among all of Chiron's students, there was only one who could slightly surpass Promise, and that was Tithonus. Tithonus, a student of Chiron, was also known as the most handsome youth in the world. Upon seeing him for the first time, the dawn goddess Eos fell head over heels in love with him. However, because he was mortal and Eos, as a goddess, was immortal, she repeatedly begged Zeus to make Tithonus immortal. Seeing Tithonus, the god king, granted Eos's request. However, because Eos had only asked for immortality and not for eternal youth, she watched as her beloved strong youth aged and withered, eventually turning into a cricket. He lost the ability to speak and was only able to accompany her with the sound of his chirping. Athena. Finally, Clotho, who had been silent until now, spoke. She lowered her head and softly asked, Even if Promise dies, you don't care? Don't you know about my oath with him? Athena lightly laughed and retorted. Is this the end you have planned for him? Of course not. The latter shook her head decisively. After all, the offerings he has given me astonishes all the gods. As a gift in return, what I have prepared for him is a conclusion that will shock the entire world and the gods. Upon hearing this, Clotho's expression didn't change much. Knowing well Athena's personality, she knew that even though this ending looked fitting for a hero, the goddess of wisdom might have stored something else in her bag. If that's the case, why? Why would I watch him walk to his death like this, right? Athena smiled, and it was a gentle smile. Her golden eyes gazed at the delicate goddess of fate, and without any hesitation, she revealed the answer in her heart. Because, in my view, he won't die at all. Even if all of you think he can't do it, even if you, holding the spindle of fate, see his destiny to fall from the sky tonight, I still believe in him. And I know that starting tonight, he will truly leave his mark among the countless stars of this era. He will become a shining star. No, he may become the brightest star on this continent. The wise goddess Athena said this to the goddess of fate, Clotho. Facing the goddess who controlled fate and had seen Promise's destined death, Athena seemed to abandon her wisdom and spoke with such conviction. At this moment, while everyone and all gods believed Promise would fall from the night sky tonight, only Athena showed absolute trust in Promise. Above the clouds in the night, Promise held tightly to the silver bridle. This artifact, crafted by the god of craftsmen, Hephaestus, ensured that as long as Promise held it, he would not be thrown off Pegasus. Pegasus did not fly fast towards the stars. In fact, when it reached the sky, it deliberately paused. With its silver wings spread, it presented Promise with a breathtaking view he had never seen before. Promise looked down, his clear emerald eyes gazing upon the divine era continent. At that moment, he even somewhat understood why Icarus, the figure from Greek mythology who crafted wings and flew higher and higher until he was burned by the sun, was unwilling to stop. Because even Promise, at this moment, wanted Pegasus to fly straight to the moon. As he immersed himself in the beauty of the scenery before him, chirp, the sound of Pegasus brought him back to reality. Promise looked down and saw Pegasus turning its head to look at him. It was watching him, and when Promise looked back, it let out two soft calls. Are you saying you can actually take me down? Pegasus gently nodded. Promise was slightly taken aback, then smiled and shook his head lightly, saying, no need, thank you, Pegasus, but I still want to try. He said this while gripping the silver bridle tightly in his hand. Because my friends are waiting for me, and besides, you're really beautiful, Pegasus. Since I have the chance to capture you, it would be a great pity to give up. And in this situation, whether I succeed or not, I'm sure it will be recorded in history. I don't want to be a hero who gives up halfway and becomes a laughingstock. Pegasus didn't fully understand Promise's words, but seeing his determined expression and feeling his resolve, it said nothing more. Then it gently flapped its wings, stepped back a couple of steps, looked down at the divine continent below, and assumed a sprinting posture. In the next second, as it stepped forward, it transformed into the brightest silver streak in the night sky, rushing towards the ground. At that moment, even though Promise held the silver bridle tightly, he felt the taste of death for the first time. This moment was undoubtedly the closest he had ever been to death. Given Promise's mortal body, even holding the silver bridle couldn't withstand the full speed of Pegasus. In Greek mythology, only two people had managed to do so. One was Bellerophon, who, with the help of the wisdom goddess Athena, received a special sacred ointment from the sun god Helios, allowing him to survive the sun's chariot and capture Pegasus. The other was the great hero Achilles, who was invulnerable after being dipped in the waters of the river Styx. Thus, the prophecy of the goddess of fate, Clotho, was not wrong. At this moment, death truly approached Promise. As he instinctively closed his eyes, gripping the silver bridle tightly, images of his own death flashed in his mind, scenes of falling from the silver meteor. In that instant, Promise was terrified. Just like a person jumping off a building, once experienced, they could never muster the courage to do it again. Only those who had felt it knew how terrifying it was when death truly approached. Promise had always been looking forward to death, so he had always felt that when it would really come to him, he would definitely not feel the slightest bit. But at this moment, he realized how wrong he was. Even though he knew deep down he wouldn't die, facing death for the first time still scared him. But fear is normal, so there's nothing to be ashamed of. After all, Promise was still human. In this embrace of death, his mind suddenly became incredibly clear, and countless thoughts flooded in. He remembered when he first arrived in this world, his journey with Theseus to meet the centaur sage Chiron, memories of Jason, and the promises he made with Actaeon. Thinking and remembering so many things, so many promises, Promise suddenly found that he seemed to have a lot of things to do. And even if he died, it seemed like there was no way to put an end to all this. After all, in the future, they would meet again. By then, Jason would surely laugh at him for not keeping his promise, Meleager would still die at his mother's hands, and Chiron, who died from Hydra's venom, would place his hope in the Holy Grail. And at that time, would he really be able to face them as if nothing had happened? Promise thought they would probably just joke with him, not minding at all. But for himself, it might be hard to get over it. After all, on the scales of judgment, the goddess of justice, Themis, personally raised the scale representing goodness. Thinking this, Promise opened his eyes. Chapter 46, Meteor. At that moment, his fear dissipated. Then he realized that everything before him was a blur of silver, he could see nothing. Promise also noticed that he had been holding his breath all along, and now he was in a severe state. Instinctively, he opened his mouth to breathe, but that only made things worse. How could he possibly describe the feeling now enveloping him? It was as if he was not falling but climbing barehanded up a towering snow-covered mountain, hidden in clouds. And the mountain was facing a blizzard. His hands gripped the icy cliffs, his slender fingers exposed to the storm, bleeding continuously. He couldn't breathe properly, and the wind and snow battered him, making him sway, as if he could plummet into an abyss at any moment. Falling from the silver meteor was a good legend. Everything I've done so far has given me a sea servant quality. Even if I were to fight in a regular Holy Grail war, I might be able to survive for a while. But I haven't avenged everything written in my little notebook yet. And if I die, the next time I see Jason, he'll definitely laugh at me. For sure, he won't let it go and will keep mocking me. To be laughed at by someone like Jason. It's really annoying. In that instant, Promise noticed the scene before him change. He once again saw everything on the ground from a bird's eye view. If someone could see his eyes now, they'd find that his emerald green eyes had turned into brilliant gold. The golden apple, a treasure of Hera, the queen of the gods in ancient Greek times, a fruit only gods could enjoy. It also possessed the forbidden power of immortality. The future god of medicine, Asclepius, a student of Chiron and one of Promise's friends. Another child of Apollo, the god of light. In the future, Asclepius would use the golden apple as a base, mixed with the blood of goddess Athena and goddess Artemis, to create a forbidden elixir. The resurrection potion. And he would be permanently imprisoned in the underworld by a thunderbolt from Zeus. This was also why Athena hadn't sought the sacred ointment from Helios, the sun god. Those golden apples fed to Promise weren't for nothing. The goddess of wisdom Athena, the mother of heroes in ancient Greece, never gave trials that couldn't be completed. If she gave a hero a trial, there would always be a path to victory. But there was one condition. You had to keep moving forward on that path, never looking back, never giving up. So, grab it. Use your hands to grasp this silver meteor. In that moment, all the distractions in Promise's mind vanished. Only one thought remained. And in that instant, he realized, the blizzard had stopped. The true face of the mountain appeared before him. Now he only needed a gentle leap to cross the bottomless chasm and reach the summit. Then Promise let go of the silver reins. He extended his hands and hugged Pegasus tightly. In that moment, he became one with the silver meteor. From the vast starry sky under the night, under the gaze of countless people and gods who looked up at this scene, they fell to the earth. Clotho, do you know why I couldn't help but feed him a golden apple the first time I saw him? Athena did not wait for the goddess of fate to respond and continued, it's simple. Because the moment I saw him, the instant my eyes reflected him, I actually saw his death. The goddess Athena of wisdom, even among all the gods in Greek mythology, was undoubtedly one of the most special. There were only two wisdom goddesses in the entire Greek mythology. One was Athena herself, and the other was her mother, Metis, the primordial goddess of wisdom swallowed by Zeus. Thus, her beautiful golden eyes could see through everything in the world. The first time she saw Promise, she knew he was both abandoned and cherished by the goddess of fate. She saw various futures for Promise, and most of those futures were filled with death. After all, Promise was too weak, living one more day in this era could be considered a miracle. So, death. I've seen too much of it. Whether it was here as incident in the beginning, Themis' matter later on, or recently with Artemis, every time I looked at him, that child showed me a different way of dying. And as time passed, not only did his death sink rays, but they also became stranger. Athena couldn't help but laugh at this point. Later, it became so frequent that I didn't even want to look at him anymore. Although I can control my power, whenever I see him now, I can't suppress my curiosity. I want to see what kind of death he'll show me today. Hearing this, Clotho was stunned. Clearly, she hadn't expected such an answer from Athena. So, falling from that silver meteor is actually a pretty decent way to die. I remember the most maddening death I saw was when Artemis fed him a golden apple. Because the strength wasn't controlled properly, she choked him to death as she stuffed it into his mouth. At this point, she couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, losing all goddess-like composure. Fortunately, only Clotho was there, and she couldn't see. After laughing for a long time. And yet, this boy, time and again, showed miracles that even I, the goddess of wisdom, could only marvel at. Athena, smiling gently, turned her head and looked at the petite goddess of fate before her. She then approached her. So don't resist anymore, Clotho. Seriously. Focus your gaze on him. Saying this, she reached out and lightly touched the crystal ball in Clotho's hand that contained the threads of Promise's fate. In the next moment, Clotho looked up and saw the future she hadn't seen. No, more accurately, the future she hadn't captured, because she had always kept the boy's fate in that crystal ball. And there was an image of a boy sitting on a silver Pegasus, running among the dazzling stars like a newly risen star. The stars descended to earth, when Pegasus fell from the night sky among the stars, under the watchful eyes of Atalanta, Artemis, Athena, and everyone else. It returned once again to the land of the gods and folded its wings. The boy who conquered this silver meteor and once again defied fate now fell straight off its neck. Promise lay on the grass, arms spread wide, gasping for breath, feeling as if his entire body was being slashed by knives. But even so, he was smiling. He smiled with great joy, his clear emerald eyes gazing at the night sky, the vast expanse of stars above, knowing he had succeeded. He had truly captured the silver meteor. Pegasus crouched beside him, looking at the boy with a worried expression. Promise wanted to get up and shake his head to indicate he was fine, but even such a simple action was impossible for him now. After all, he had just exposed his fragile body to the open air, and to capture Pegasus, he had hugged it tightly, running with it, becoming one with the meteor as they fell from the stars to the earth. Considering his frail body, he should have been dead. Even if he wasn't, he should be severely injured and crippled for life. Promise had eaten the golden apples, several of them in fact, which were indeed Hera's treasures, fruits only the gods could enjoy. But their true effect was merely to restore physical strength and rejuvenate the spirit. As for improving the body, it was a gradual process. In simple terms, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Each time he ate a golden apple, the unabsorbed power would seep into his body, gradually improving it over time. Thus, when Promise's eyes turned golden, it was because he had exhausted all the accumulated power of the golden apples in his body. After all, in a situation where he couldn't even breathe properly, climbing a snow-covered mountain in a blizzard barehanded and falling into an abyss was easy. But climbing to the top required a price comparable to life itself. Even so, with the power of the golden apples and Promise's physical condition, he couldn't have lain there unscathed. When the meteor fell from the stars to the earth, the most terrifying moment wasn't when it was in the air, but the instant it hit the ground. In the end, a force protected him. It was a reward from the goddess, a small gift for the hero who faced death, stared into the abyss, and still had the courage to leap and successfully captured the silver meteor. Promise turned his head and looked at his wrist. Once, when he presented the painting to the wise goddess Athena and she made that oath, she had tied a strand of her silver hair around his wrist. Athena told him it would shield him from the gaze of all gods except her and protect him in the most dangerous moments. And now, that silver strand had dissipated. Promise smiled again, turning his head back to gaze at the night sky until Promise. Atalanta, who had run over at full speed, broke the silence. When her sacred green eyes saw the boy lying beside Pegasus, eyes open, smiling at the night sky, she naturally let out a sigh of relief. But then, after a moment of realization about what this meant, her eyes widened bit by bit. He succeeded? Chapter 47, I did it similarly. The river god Asopos, who had hurried over even losing track of his staff along the way, was full of astonishment. After all, when he saw Pegasus carrying Promise, transforming into the silver meteor and falling, Asopos had already planned on how to collect Promise's remains. No, actually, he didn't even think there would be remains to collect. Considering Pegasus's power and the boy's frail body, it was natural for him to be obliterated in midair, leaving nothing behind, or so Asopos thought. The goddess of fate delivered an oracle, telling a frail boy about the unchangeable, tragic fate of his friends, a fate that would anger the gods. Yet, the boy still chose to stand before the goddess of fate. He seemed so weak, but his gaze was so resolute. At this moment, Atalanta suddenly recalled what the goddess of wisdom Athena had said that night when she arrived. Honestly, she hadn't felt deeply about it at the time. After all, the goddess Promise faced then was Artemis, her most revered deity. So in Atalanta's heart, the loving Artemis would naturally not do anything excessive. Promise's success was a given, thanks to goddess Artemis. But now, having personally felt the power of Pegasus in the painting, and witnessing the boy sitting on Pegasus, venturing into the starry night and falling back, capturing the silver meteor, Atalanta finally understood. She understood the words of the wise goddess Athena that night, why the frail Promise bore the oracle of Queen Hera, and why Artemis, after just a few encounters, turned her gaze toward him. She remained silent. Then she moved forward, sat beside Promise, and kept him company. Atalanta, did you see it? Though it took all his effort to move even a finger, Promise still smiled and asked. Yes, I saw everything, the latter replied softly. It was beautiful and impressive, right? Promise, feeling a bit proud, boasted to the huntress. Yes, Atalanta smiled lightly at his words, then looked up at the night sky with the boy and said, you were indeed very beautiful and impressive just now. Hearing this, Promise smiled, a genuine, happy smile. Then, He slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Atalanta remained by his side, her sacred green eyes gazing at him, this boy who still looked somewhat young and tender. Not far away, the moon goddess Artemis watched with a gentle smile, silently guarding him at this moment. Name, Promise Age, 16 Era, Ancient Greek Mythological Age Identity, Transmigrator Servant Class, Unconfirmed Legendary Events, befriended the future king of Athens, Theseus, and together became students of the centaur sage Chiron. Though initially mistaken for Jason, in a near-desperate situation, you single-handedly pulled back the almost out-of-control situation, becoming the one foretold by the goddess of fate, Clotho, to bring glory to goddess Hera. You offered a painting to the goddess of wisdom, Athena, gaining her oath in return. In that pure white court, as a mere mortal, you judged the gods, an event praised by the goddess of justice, Themis, and destined to be etched into history. This time, under the oracle given by the wise goddess Athena, you met the father god of the river goddess Aegina, the old river goddess Apos. From him, you learned about the beautiful silver meteor, Pegasus. In the ancient temple woven from threads of fate, you met the goddess of fate, Clotho, and glimpsed the future she saw. When you grabbed the reins of Pegasus and together became the silver meteor descending to the earth, you were destined to fall among the stars that night. Even so, you finally arrived in front of Pegasus and, upon seeing it, found the inspiration that had eluded you for almost half a year. You painted a picture of it, and in return, it gave you the chance to capture it. Thus, you ultimately walked the path foreseen by the goddess of fate, Clotho. At that moment, almost everyone and every god around you believed you would fall from the silver meteor, except for one goddess. The wise goddess Athena. Clotho was not mistaken because Athena had also seen that you would fall from the silver meteor. Yet, she had been watching you closely and saw even more. Thus, despite the 1 in 1,000 chance, Athena believed you could achieve that 1 in 1,000. After all, you had shown her miracles time and again, making her marvel. And in the end, you did indeed capture it. Facing death directly, moving from fear to summoning the courage for a final leap, you captured and conquered the falling silver meteor. But it's not over yet. Your bet with the goddess of fate is not finished, and your friends are still waiting for you. So, Servant Quality Enhanced, C+, Famed, Chapter 45, Where is Orion? Save us. The next day, at dawn. Humphrey. You promised that when you can draw again, I would be the first one you draw. The silver-haired, blue-eyed moon goddess Artemis pouted slightly, looking somewhat dissatisfied at Promise, who was sitting against a large tree. The night had ended, and the white Pegasus lay beside Promise, not returning to the night sky's stars. Whether it was the courage the boy ultimately showed or his painting skills that even the gods noticed, Pegasus had come to truly acknowledge Promise from the depths of its heart. Even if Promise removed the harness now, it likely wouldn't want to leave. Well. Now, after everything had ended and he had slept and recovered some spirit, seeing Artemis eagerly asking for a portrait, Promise hesitated for a moment but couldn't help but say, well. But Goddess Artemis, I am ultimately a follower of Hera. When I receive brushes and canvases from Hephaestus, I should first offer them to the esteemed Queen Hera, right? Hera's jealousy and his own identity were the things he still remembered. It's Hera? Not Athena? Artemis, sitting beside him, looked at Promise with surprise. Hearing this, the latter realized he didn't know how to refute it. Yeah, come to think of it, it's been a long time since he last saw Hera, hasn't it? And your first time was already given to Athena, wasn't it? The goddess of moon couldn't help but add. Recalling how Athena had shown off that painting to every god and later hung it in her temple, visible as soon as one entered, Artemis's desire for Promise's paintings only grew stronger. I don't care. Little Promise, paint for me. If Athena has one, why can't I? I want one, too. Saying this, she grabbed the boy and began to shake him. The more she shook, the harder her grip and faster her movements became, and Promise, whose injuries from yesterday hadn't fully healed, felt like his body was falling apart, and the world started spinning, making him almost vomit. Goddess Artemis. Fortunately, Atalanta quickly stepped forward and separated them. Facing Artemis's displeased gaze, she thought for a moment and said, I think Promise isn't unwilling to paint for the great goddess Artemis. He must want to present the most beautiful goddess in the best possible state in the painting. The goddess tilted her head slightly and looked at Promise, asking, is that so? Well. The latter hesitated slightly, organizing his thoughts before responding. If I'm going to paint, I definitely want to create the most perfect painting. He couldn't lie to a god, so he chose to speak the truth as much as possible. Is that so? It seems I misunderstood you, little Promise, Artemis said, regaining her happiness and nodding gently at the boy. All right then, I'll wait for a while. But don't make me wait too long. Because if you make me wait too long, I'll get angry. If I get angry, I'll. I'll. Artemis initially intended to say she'd shoot him with an arrow, but seeing how adorable Promise was, she couldn't bring herself to do it. After hesitating for a moment, she reached out and gently pinched his cheek and threatened, "I'll hunt you down and lock you up." Hearing this, Promise was dumbfounded. Even though he tried hard to control his emotions, he couldn't help but show a hint of fear as he looked at Artemis. After all, he knew that this goddess wasn't just saying it, she really would do it. It would be better to be shot by the moon goddess than to be locked up. "I understand, great goddess Artemis." The next second, Promise's expression became extremely serious, and he said earnestly, "I will definitely create a painting for you as soon as possible, a truly exquisite painting. Not just being strangled, now it was about being locked up. I should have just died on that Pegasus yesterday. By the way, where's Orion? Are you in this era or not? Come out and save me." Though he tried to control his emotions, these thoughts kept popping up in Promise's mind. Fortunately, Artemis didn't have the habit of peeking into others' thoughts. After all, not everyone was like the goddess of wisdom. "All right." Artemis nodded in satisfaction at Promise's response. "It's settled then." With that, she happily pinched Promise's cheek a couple more times before turning and sitting on the golden horned deer, leaving immediately. Before leaving, the golden horned deer called out twice, bidding farewell to Promise and Atalanta. Watching the incredibly whimsical goddess come and go as she pleased, Promise and Atalanta both let out a sigh of relief almost simultaneously. "Huh?" Promise blinked and looked at Atalanta in surprise. This was the most loyal follower of the goddess Artemis. Though he didn't say anything, his gaze made it clear what he was surprised about. After a moment of silence, Atalanta said, "Although the great and kind goddess Artemis is just a tiny bit childish, isn't such a goddess, Artemis, even more lovable and worthy of following and worshipping?" "Yes, that's right, exactly that." Seeing the huntress nodding seriously, as if convincing herself, Promise almost burst out laughing. "Looks like we won't need to wait for the singularity, soon enough, that unwavering loyalty will be gone." And just at that moment. Ahem. Chapter 48, Spread Our Names Ahem, the river goddess Apos suddenly coughed. Hearing the sound, both Promise and Atalanta instinctively turned their heads to look and froze. "It seems you two have truly forgotten this old man," Asopos said with a chuckle. Hearing this, the boy and the girl exchanged a glance, both looking a bit embarrassed. Sorry, river goddess Apos," Promise apologized honestly. Without Athena's silver hair on his wrist, he felt like an open book before these deities, with no secrets. It's all right," the latter waved his hand cheerfully and said with a smile, "I don't mind. In fact, I can't remember the last time I was this happy." With that, the river god, leaning on his staff, looked kindly at Promise and then at Pegasus, who was quietly lying beside him. "Child, not only did you bring my daughter Aegina back, but you also fulfilled my lifelong dream and regret. I truly don't know how to repay you." Hearing this, Promise quickly shook his head and replied, "What are you saying, the honorable river goddess Apos? To be precise, it is I who troubled you. Without the harness you gave me, I wouldn't have survived that ordeal. No need to comfort me. I saw clearly how you tamed it despite my age. And there's also the matter with my daughter, Aegina." As he spoke, the river goddess Apos couldn't help but continue, "How about this, child? Why don't you come back with me? I'll give you a proper welcome at my home." "This. Sorry, I can't do that." Promise shook his head again and explained before Asopos could say anything, "I came here because of the wise goddess's oracle. I need to use Pegasus's power to complete the Caledonian boar hunt. I have made a promise to the goddess of fate, Clotho, and now it's time to fulfill it." Promise then explained in more detail to Asopos about his agreement with the goddess of fate and his friends. As the latter listened, slowly understanding the situation, Atalanta suddenly spoke, looking at the frail boy sitting by the tree who hadn't stood up yet, and asked, "By the way, are you really all right now?" Promise glanced at her, hesitated for a moment, and then shook his head in front of Asopos, replying, "I can't say I'm completely all right, but time waits for no one. Yesterday's injuries couldn't be fully healed overnight. While the heroes of the divine age might recover quickly, he certainly couldn't. Not only that, but Promise also noticed that his vitality had significantly decreased after yesterday's exhaustive efforts. Golden apples undoubtedly had the effect of slightly boosting his constitution, making his thin blood supply a bit more substantial, so he wouldn't be blown to the underworld by a gust of wind. But clearly, last night's overexertion had set him back to square one. Though he still had 3 golden apples in his backpack, they were not like Senzubans that could instantly restore all his injuries. Considering the possibility of long-term combat in the future and the need to conserve his strength, Promise decided to save them for later. Furthermore, from his previous experiences, Promise had realized that when it came to activities like painting and playing music, which required a lot of energy and spirit, a golden apple could quickly help him get into the right state. Hearing this, Atalanta nodded slightly without saying anything. So, I'm sorry, River Goddess Apos, but we need to leave soon. Promise glanced at Pegasus, who stood up and stretched its wings. Can you really not stay? I haven't even had the chance to repay you. If my daughter finds out about this, I won't have the face to meet her again. Seeing the embarrassed expression on the River Goddess Apos, the boy thought for a moment and then smiled, saying, How about this, Honorable River Goddess Apos, could you do me a favor? Hearing this, Asapos's expression turned joyful immediately, and he patted his chest, assuring, Tell me, child, whatever your request is, I will surely fulfill it. That's wonderful, Promise smiled and said, I have always had a dream to become a hero of this land, to have bards sing of my name and my legend. So, Honorable River Goddess Apos, could you promise to tell the stories of our deeds to 100 people you meet from today onwards, and spread our names? Promise paused slightly, glanced at Atalanta, and then corrected himself. No, tell the stories of our deeds and spread the names of Atalanta and me. Me? Atalanta was taken aback. Listening to Promise's words, she instantly recalled the scene where those bandits blocked her path, looking utterly miserable. She quickly shook her head, saying, No, 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 that's not necessary for me. Atalanta, what are you saying? We did this together. How can I take all the credit myself? Promise said, full of righteous determination. No, really, it's not necessary. Atalanta, flustered, tried to protest. Is that all you want? The River Goddess Apos, who had been stunned for a moment, looked at Promise incredulously. I told you, no matter what you ask, I will agree. Yes, Honorable River Goddess Apos, Promise nodded with a smile, that's all I want, and it will make me very happy. I understand. After a moment of silence, the River Goddess Apos looked at Promise with a kindly expression. I swear by my name as the River Goddess Apos, I will spread your stories, your deeds, across the entire land. With that, the river god left. Wait, Honorable Lord Asapos, really, it's not necessary for me. Atalanta tried to stop him. However, Asapos, chuckling warmly, walked a few steps before being enveloped by a surge of river water, which carried him back into the river, disappearing from their sight. That's great, isn't it, Atalanta? Looking at the bright smile on Promise's face, Atalanta found herself unable to distinguish whether he genuinely wanted to share that honor with her or if he simply found it amusing and was doing it on purpose. Promise, do you think your teacher is really confused? Atalanta asked earnestly. Huh? The latter was taken aback, looking at the serious huntress in front of him. After all, how could he let you go down the mountain? Some time later, a Pegasus with silver-white wings stretched out, running in the blue sky. Sitting behind Promise, Atalanta looked at the young man in front of her, who was unabashedly taking out a small notebook to jot down his grudges, inscribing her name in it, and couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Calamity Kingdom, inside the palace. The night breeze carried the fragrance of flowers and the freshness of grass, gently blowing across the ground. A noblewoman in a red dress held a lamp, moving back and forth between the palace and a secret chamber. Her name was Althea, the queen of the Calamity Kingdom and the mother of the red-haired youth Maligar. Although time had left some marks on her face, she still looked beautiful. In the secret chamber, which only she could enter, lay what she considered the most precious treasure in the world, the life of her child, Maligar. This was a secret only Althea knew. One night, shortly after Maligar was born, while she was holding her infant child to sleep, she found herself in a dream, transported to the ancient and magnificent Temple of Fate. In the temple, she met the revered goddess of fate, Lachesis. Lachesis, the second of the three fates and sister of Clotho, was responsible for the length of the threads of life spun on the spindle of fate. Unlike Clotho, who was blind, Lachesis suffered eternally from illness due to her association with life. She appeared as a frail woman who would cough violently and even faint after speaking a few words. Upon meeting, Lachesis handed Althea a burning log and told her that this log represented the life of her child, Maligar. Maligar's life would burn brightly like this flame, destined to become a world-renowned hero until the flame extinguished. When Althea woke up from Lachesis's coughing fit, she initially thought it was just a dream. But then she turned and saw the burning log beside her. Since then, Althea visited the secret chamber every night and was only able to sleep peacefully after seeing the flame burning. There was no doubt she was a loving mother. Althea adored her child, but she was also the one who would eventually end Maligar's life with her own hands. Soft moonlight shone through the window, illuminating the room. Althea, returning alone to her room, opened the door to find the red-haired youth inside, dozing off. Maligar, you're back? She said, initially surprised but then extremely delighted upon seeing him. Awakened by her voice, Maliger quickly stood up as his mother walked toward him, and responded, "Yes, mother, I am back. When did you return? I didn't receive any news. By the way, about Artemis's hunting festival. You weren't injured, were you?" Chapter 49, Artemis's Hunt. Saying this, Althea came to Maliger, put down the lamp, and carefully checked him over. After confirming that he was unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Of course I'm fine, but..." The latter began recounting the main events of the hunting festival to her. "And just now, I already saw my father and told him everything. My friend, Promise, not only won the hunting festival but also requested a gift from Artemis to hunt that monstrous boar." Maliger spoke with a hint of pride. On the night after the hunting festival, he had encountered Actaeon, who had turned into a giant stag monster, and naturally learned from him, who claimed to be Tony Chopper, about Promise's request to Artemis. "Isn't that a good thing?" Althea responded with delight after hearing Maliger's story. "Of course, I think so too, but my uncle doesn't think so." Maliger helplessly told his mother, "He believes my friend could not possibly have won the hunting festival and is unworthy of such an honor. So he publicly declared that the honor should belong to us." As he spoke, Maliger's expression clearly showed his anger. Toxus was the hunter who had been questioning Promise's victory the day after the hunting festival. He was also one of the relatives who, unable to tolerate Atalanta receiving the boar's hide, tried to seize it and was ultimately killed by Maliger in a fit of rage. Althea, seeing Maliger's angry expression, opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words, her face showing some helplessness. She knew this was something Toxus would say. Being prouder and more self-righteous than anyone else, Althea knew her brother's character all too well. "Son, do you think that honor should belong to you?" After thinking for a moment, Althea asked. "Mother, what are you saying? How could I think that?" Maliger looked at his mother with disbelief and said, "I know the courage of my friend better than anyone. Know his heroic spirit. You should know that his dream is to become a hero, and he wouldn't mind losing his life in the pursuit of that dream." "I seem to recall you mentioning someone like that," Althea said, tilting her head slightly. "Wasn't it your classmate from when you were studying, named Promise?" She remembered clearly. Wanting to become a hero wasn't unusual, but being so determined to die on the path to heroism, to the point where everyone had to stop him from going down the mountain, was unheard of. "That's right, it's him," Maliger nodded and replied, "Mother, you should know that he is my best friend. And it was a gift from Artemis herself. He could have asked the great goddess for anything else, wealth, power, or strength. But even so, he requested to hunt the Caledonian boar from the goddess. So, Mother, tell me, how can I tolerate my uncle slandering him like this?" Under the night sky, in a forest in ancient Greece, Promise lit a campfire, which illuminated the darkness of the forest. The Pegasus that had flown all day folded its silver-white wings and grazed on the tender grass nearby. Though it had flown all day, the Pegasus didn't feel tired, primarily because it flew slowly to accommodate Promise and Atalanta. Mostly Promise. Despite this, by tomorrow, it would have carried Promise to Caledon. Atalanta wasn't there at the moment, she had gone hunting for tonight's dinner. Just as Promise finished setting up a simple tent and was about to rest, the Pegasus suddenly lifted its head and looked into the distance. It then turned its head to look at Promise, sniffing his scent. "What's wrong, Pegasus?" The Pegasus didn't respond to his confusion. After confirming the scent was the same and there was no danger, it softly neighed and spread its wings. It then ran back into the night sky. As Promise raised his head, puzzled by the scene. "Promise, have you noticed your hair has grown much longer?" A familiar silver bell voice softly sounded in his ear. Before he could turn around, he felt someone behind him, gently stroking his hair. Because she was so close, Promise could even smell her unique fragrance. Now he knew why Pegasus had suddenly left and who was behind him. He didn't panic, as he had anticipated her arrival. In fact, the delay of her appearance was the surprising part. "Really? It does seem a bit longer," Promise replied after coming to his senses. It had been 3 or 4 months since he parted ways with Jason. Due to his busy schedule, he hadn't noticed, but now, reminded by the goddess behind him, he realized his hair had almost reached his shoulders. He continued, "After this Caledonian boar hunt, I'll cut it. Or maybe, kind goddess Athena, would you cut it for me?" Saying this, Promise finally turned to look behind him. He saw the smiling, silver-haired, golden-eyed goddess. Under the light of the campfire, she appeared as elegant and beautiful as ever. Athena's beauty was undeniable. In the Golden Apple incident in Greek mythology, she was one of the 3 goddesses eligible to compete for the apple inscribed for the most beautiful. The other 2 were Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, and Hera, the queen of the gods. "Cut it? Why?" Athena blinked gently and said, "It would be such a pity to cut it, your hair is so beautiful." And don't you think that since your hair grew longer, you look more elegant and charming when you paint or play music? Really? Promise asked, puzzled since he couldn't see himself. Of course, Athena nodded, her golden eyes reflecting the boy who looked nothing like a hero, with the natural aura of an artist or poet. So don't cut it, just leave it as it is. But if I don't cut it, it will be too long and uncomfortable, and it feels cumbersome to manage. Athena laughed, then reached into her beautiful long hair, pulled out a few silver strands, and used them as a simple hair tie. She then moved behind Promise and tied his hair into a ponytail. After stepping back and examining the boy with her golden eyes, she nodded appreciatively. Even with such a simple change, Promise looked much more refreshing and handsome, his artistic aura even more pronounced. Athena remarked, if you paired this with a fitting gift, even Apollo couldn't help but admire you. Wait, why Apollo, the god of light? Recalling the glorious exploits of Apollo in Greek mythology, for a moment, Promise suddenly wanted to cut his hair. No, you can't, Athena said with a bright smile, as if she had seen through Promise's thoughts. It's so beautiful, if you cut it, I'll be angry. Hearing this, the latter was speechless for a moment. Forget it, he thought. If I do encounter Apollo, I'll call on Asclepius and his kin. If that doesn't work, I can still seek out the handsome man from Sparta or even Paris. With that thought, Promise decided not to worry about his hair any longer. Instead, he turned to Athena and said seriously, Goddess Athena, I have fulfilled the oracle you gave me. Yes, Athena nodded, replying softly, I know. I have been watching you all along. Thank you, Goddess Athena. But I have a question about this matter, Promise said, glancing at the night sky in the direction Pegasus had flown. Now that Pegasus is willing to follow me and can indeed help me hunt the Caledonian boar, I don't think I can withstand its running and becoming a falling star again. His body had not recovered and was even weaker than before. When it came time to hunt, he suspected that he might collapse before the Caledonian boar even understood what was happening. Athena still had a smile on her face when she heard this because she had already guessed that Promise would bring up this issue. This was also one of the reasons she came to find him tonight. It's okay because when you caught that silver star, the trial was already over. She softly replied to Promise, whether it's the hunt for the Caledonian boar or your bet with the fate goddess Clotho, the outcome has already been decided. You've won, Promise. Eh? Upon hearing this, Promise felt puzzled and somewhat surprised as he looked at Athena. In his view, the matter was not yet finished and still lacked the final step. However, he understood that Athena would not deceive him. Your bet with the fate goddess Clotho was about not backing down in the face of the moon goddess Artemis's wrath, thus changing Actaeon's fate. And without a doubt, you achieved that during the hunting festival. Recalling the bet with Clotho, Promise hesitated for a moment before saying, but I did meet Meleagro on the way, and his fate. Moreover, I heard from Clotho that Actaeon's matter isn't over. His fate is now intertwined with Meleager's. That's true, but that's just an excuse Clotho used because she did want to admit the truth. Athena nodded and didn't deny it. She continued, Promise, you've already won. Now, you only need to complete the hunt for the Caledonian boar to make her see clearly. As for the hunt for the Caledonian boar, when you completed my oracle and caught that silver star, you had already succeeded. Because what you're facing next is not a trial, but a reward. A reward? Promise looked at Athena, puzzled. How could hunting that monster be a reward? Yes. Athena nodded, and her gaze became even gentler as she looked at the bot. Not only is it the gift Artemis promised you, but it is also the reward for completing my trial. Moreover, it's part of my vow to you. A vow? Wait, does this mean I can die now? Just as Promise had this thought, Athena suddenly appeared in front of him and lightly knocked on his head. What are you thinking? My vow cannot be that cheap. The goddess said with a bit of annoyance. Did you forget, I said I would witness and help you become the brightest star of this era, making your name resonate throughout the world. Oh. So what should I do? Promise asked instinctively, holding his head. Athena only smiled mysteriously and said, it's a secret. But you will find out tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Promise finally realized that the matter of the Caledonian boar was no longer an issue and that everything had already been resolved. However, just as he was about to relax, but Promise, actually, this isn't the main reason I came to see you tonight. There's something else I need to tell you. He saw Athena's lips curl into a smile. And at that moment, Promise shivered. He was all too familiar with this smile. It was the same smile she had when she sent him to the river goddess and when she asked him to catch a falling star. In fact, when Hera mistook someone for him, Athena had the same smile. Can I choose not to listen? Promise couldn't help but ask. Of course you can. To his surprise, Athena agreed very quickly, and her smile grew even wider. Then I guess I'll listen, Promise said dejectedly, looking resigned to his fate. Why does it feel like it's my fault? Athena couldn't help but knock on his head again. Seeing his confused look, that seemed to say, isn't it? She explained, let me make it clear, this time it really has nothing to do with me. It's your own fault, promise. Me? The latter was bewildered. Didn't you promise Artemis you would paint a picture for her? Athena's smile grew even more pronounced as she revealed the reason. Instantly, Promise's eyes widened in recollection. Little Promise, you don't think Artemis is as patient as I am, do you? She agreed to give you some time to prepare, but how long do you think that time is? Looking at the smiling Athena in front of him, Promise couldn't help but swallow, his voice trembling as he asked, how long? Half a month. That should be the absolute limit. Athena tilted her head thoughtfully and smiled. At the very least, it could be just 3 or 5 days. Anyway, if she doesn't receive that offering within a week, Promise, you'd better be mentally prepared to face her. Hunt. Chapter 50, Goddess of Fate was right. Atalanta returned, carrying a few hunted hares in her hands. She had already cleaned them, and they only needed to be roasted by the fire for a while before they could be eaten. She then noticed that the Pegasus, which had been protecting Promise, was nowhere to be seen. Only the boy sat alone by the fire, looking lost. For some reason, he had an expression of utter despair on his face. Just as she was wondering about this with her head tilted in curiosity, Promise noticed her return and turned his head. His emerald eyes reflected the beautiful huntress in front of him. In an unusually serious tone, he said to her, Atalanta, you know, I now believe that the Goddess of Fate Clotho was absolutely right. Her prophecy was correct, without a doubt. I will indeed fall with that silver meteor. But didn't you already capture that Pegasus? Atalanta asked, confused. So tomorrow, I will follow the guidance of the Goddess of Fate. I will ride Pegasus and descend from the stars of the night. I will perish together with the Caledonian boar. Ha ha ha, yes, this will be my end. My charge is complete, it's time to show my true skills, Meteor Strike. Atalanta did not respond immediately. She was captivated by the change in Promise. Although it was just a simple change in hairstyle, she couldn't help but look at the boy twice. Her nose, as sensitive as an animal's, naturally caught a faint fragrance from Promise. During the night of the hunting festival, Atalanta had seen Athena, so she naturally sensed the reason for Promise's strange behavior and who had visited him earlier. The noble goddess of wisdom really cares about you, Atalanta said, setting down her prey. She glanced at Promise again and then asked, so, what exactly happened? Nothing, the boy replied with a rather miserable smile, looking up at the sky. I just feel that my end is near. The Goddess of Fate was right, she made no mistake. The mistake was mine. Wait, no, Athena said, the next thing is a gift. Maybe I really won't die. Atalanta, how about we have a race now? Atalanta was momentarily stunned by Promise's sudden gaze. His clear, serious eyes looked at her, and after a moment of confusion, she asked, a race? Yes, you run, I chase. If I can't catch up to you, you can hunt me down and kill me. Atalanta felt both puzzled and amused by Promise's desperation to die. However, she also keenly picked up on some key words. Thinking back to recent events, she tentatively said, if it's about hunting, I should remind you that even if you die, you can't escape the hunt of the goddess Artemis. Eh? Hearing this, Promise's eyes widened as he looked at Atalanta. Because the goddess Artemis has already said that if you don't present the offering to her, she will hunt you down. Promise, you haven't forgotten that the great goddess Artemis is also a goddess of the hunt, have you? Atalanta rarely smiled, but she did now because Promise's expression was truly interesting and amusing. After placing the hares down, her green eyes fixed on him again, and she smiled. You should know that even I would chase my prey to the ends of the earth once I've determined it. Therefore, the words of the goddess Artemis mean that even death cannot stop her hunt. So, is this really what you're worried about? No, it's half of it. I'm also worried about being strangled. These guys are just too absurd. Even after death, they can be summoned back with the heroic spirits. Is this what gods are like? Yes, that's exactly what gods are. Should I go to the noble goddess Hera? Promise thought for a while and finally remembered his identity. A follower of Hera. Making a pact with a great deity and then unilaterally breaking it. Do I need to explain in detail what the consequences would be? Saying this, Atalanta pulled out her bow and arrow from somewhere, drew it and looked at the boy with excitement. And did you forget that I'm the most loyal follower of the great goddess Artemis? If you dare run, the goddess doesn't need to lift a finger, I'll hunt you down myself. Promise rolled his eyes at Atalanta, who then put away her bow, clearly just joking. Although she did genuinely want to try hunting Promise, but it was only when he was fully healed and riding Pegasus. If he could see the favorability meter, he would realize that Atalanta now viewed him with recognition, a rare sentiment from her, considering that throughout the Divine Age, those who earned her recognition could be counted on one hand. After all, she had witnessed this fragile boy capture a falling meteor. The goddess Artemis is so looking forward to it. Why don't you just give her the offering? Atalanta suggested. After all, it was just a painting. Having witnessed and personally experienced his art, Atalanta was already in awe of Promise's skills, much like with his harp playing that night. I can't do it, however, the latter shook his head in resignation. If I could paint it, I'd give it to her immediately. But right now, I just can't. Not to mention inspiration, the brushes and canvas I have now can't withstand a god's demands. Didn't the goddess Artemis give you time? Athena told me the time is at most half a month, at least 3 to 5 days. Atalanta didn't speak, bowing her head to roast the hairs. If it were a few days ago, she would have angrily rebuked him and possibly even hunted him for blaspheming her goddess. But now, recalling Artemis clutching Promise's arm, almost shaking him apart for the offering, the girl quickly shook her head, discarding the irreverent thoughts. She also remembered the night when Promise offered to paint her. She was the first person he wanted to paint after coming down the mountain. But she refused. This realization made Atalanta even more silent. Noticing her sudden change in mood, Promise remembered that she was a loyal follower of Artemis. Feeling a bit guilty, he took out his harp from his bag and started playing for her. He knew she liked this and that it was the agreed payment for eating her game. As he played, he didn't notice Atalanta's gaze becoming sharper. The next afternoon, Pegasus carried Promise and Atalanta to the kingdom of Calamity. Promise let the Pegasus return to the sky, and after tidying up with Atalanta, they entered the kingdom. Upon entering the town, they found it bustling with activity. People had put down their tasks, gathered together, and were discussing something animatedly. Just as the two exchanged glances and were about to inquire, a voice called out, "Promise." Before Promise could see who it was, he found himself being hugged tightly by a man who had rushed over. "Thank goodness you're okay, you're really okay." Crack. Chapter 51, Toxus. At that moment, Atalanta noticed a sound that resembled bones cracking. She blinked, watching the red-haired young man crying tears of joy in front of her. The young man was Maliger, one of the most outstanding participants in the hunting festival besides Promise. Atalanta also recalled that he was the one goddess Athena had mentioned who was destined to die at the hands of his own mother, one of the two people whose fates Promise was trying to change. Well, it was uncertain how Atalanta would react if she knew that Maliger's fate included some responsibility on her part. Most likely, she wouldn't care at all. He is fine now. But if you don't let go, he really will be in trouble soon, Atalanta said calmly, recognizing who he was. Hearing this, Maliger finally noticed the huntress standing nearby. He had been able to arrive so quickly because he had already placed informants around the kingdom. Promise and Atalanta were quite noticeable, so the moment they entered the city, Maliger was informed. "Beautiful huntress, you are indeed here," Maliger said, his face beaming with excitement as he looked at Atalanta. Due to his excitement and nervousness, he unconsciously tightened his grip on Promise. "If you don't let go, he really is going to die," Atalanta frowned, looking at Maliger with displeasure. Even though Maliger's gaze toward her wasn't one of possession or invasion like many other men, she still didn't like it. If it weren't for Promise, she might have already turned and left. Finally realizing what Atalanta meant, Maliger released the boy, who then slumped to the ground, unconscious. Promise hadn't expected that his second near-death experience would be in the embrace of a hero. Fortunately, it was Maliger and not Heracles, otherwise, Promise might have found himself waking up back at the clock tower. Calamity Kingdom, inside a room of a temporary inn. In the room lit by the afternoon sun, Promise, who had just woken up, was eating a golden apple while looking rather displeased at the embarrassed Maliger in front of him. He really didn't expect that while Pegasus didn't manage to kill him, this guy almost did. Now, there were only 2 golden apples left. Speaking of which, it seems that Athena did not give me a golden apple when we met last night. After all, she had given him a golden apple every time they met. Due to the incident with Artemis Hunt last night, Promise hadn't noticed this detail for a while. Now that he recalled it, he also found Atalanta standing against the wall beside him, looking at the golden apple in his hand with a puzzled look on her face. Promise didn't say anything about this and just focused on eating the golden apple to feel his body recover significantly, and only after he fully revitalized, did he address Maliger. "Forget it, I won't say much. Just know that I have already noted this down in my notebook, and we will settle this account sooner or later. By the way, did something happen? As soon as I entered the town, I felt something was off. Tonight, there will be a sacrificial ceremony for a god." Without waiting for Maliger, who was smiling awkwardly, to respond, Atalanta spoke lightly. During the time while Promise was resting, she had already gathered the information. In fact, everyone outside was talking about this matter, so she only needed to stand in a corner and listen for a while to find out what was going on. Last night, believers in the temple spread the news throughout the kingdom that a great god would descend here tonight, and this great deity has issued an oracle that everyone must gather under the sacrificial altar this evening. At that time, she will choose the bravest warrior of the kingdom in front of everyone to deal with the terrifying beast that has been troubling the kingdom for a long time. The gigantic boar as big as a small mountain. Caledonian boar? As Promise listened to Atalanta, he was slightly taken aback before he found that the latter was looking at him with a very strange low, okay, which left him puzzled. And that goddess is none other than Athena, one of the 12 most revered deities on Mount Olympus. The goddess of wisdom. Caledonian boar, this well-known myth in Greek mythology has a simple origin. The king of Caledon, Aeneas, who was also Meleager's father, held a grand sacrificial ceremony during a bountiful harvest year. The first fruits of the harvest were offered as sacrifices to various gods, grains to Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, and oils to Athena, the goddess of wisdom. There were rich offerings in front of the altars of almost every god, except for the altar of the goddess Artemis, which remained empty. Angered by this slight, Artemis sent a wild boar to ravage Caledon. She didn't command the boar to attack the town but to destroy all the harvests of Caledon. Thus, every harvest season, the Caledonian boar would come down from the mountains, destroying the crops and fruits they had grown, and trampling anyone who stood in its way or couldn't get out of its path in time. It was precisely because of this situation that I participated in the hunting sacrifice at that time, hoping to receive a gift from the goddess Artemis, hunt the boar, and gain the forgiveness of the goddess. In the hallway of the Caledonian kingdom, as Meleager led Promise and Atalanta toward the kingdom's palace, he explained the reasons in detail to them. Therefore, I am truly grateful to you, Promise. Thank you for willing to ask Goddess Artemis for such a gift on my behalf. Looking at Meleager sincerely expressing his gratitude, the latter rolled his eyes and said grumpily, "All right, if you really appreciate me, just don't suddenly hug me next time. I don't want future bards to sing legends where this great hero dies in such a ridiculous way." Hearing this, Meleager's expression became awkward again. But before he could respond, Atalanta said to Promise, "Isn't that exactly what you want? It just happens to fulfill your wish to go to the underworld." "Not at all. I'd rather be hunted than thee." "No, I don't want to be hunted. I don't want any of it." Meleager watched from the side, looking at the two and slowly closed his open mouth. He looked at Promise, then at Atalanta. In fact, he had noticed it just now. Because he had fallen in love with Atalanta at first sight, Meleager naturally spent a lot of time secretly observing her. Therefore, he actually knew that Atalanta hated men, and she was also a little cold and aloof. She didn't want to contact anyone, and there was no other person in her eyes. Since he met her, Meleager had never even seen her smile. But now, watching as Atalanta conversed with Promise, occasionally smiling naturally, he couldn't help but lose himself for a moment. "Meleager, hey, Meleager. Hey, what are you doing?" Promise waved a hand fiercely in front of him, and Meleager snapped back to reality. Then Promise looked at Meleager, whose eyes were still fixed on Atalanta, and then glanced at the huntress, who was looking away with her head tilted. He couldn't help but say helplessly, "All right, act normal. By the way, where are you taking us?" "Oh, I'm taking you to meet my father." Meleager, having returned to his senses, couldn't help but glance at Atalanta again before explaining to Promise, "I've already told my father about your affairs, and he's very eager to meet you both. Now that you're here, and you've brought a gift from Goddess Artemis, he will surely be very pleased." As he was about to say more, "I don't think it's necessary." A disheveled, bearded middle-aged man suddenly appeared and interrupted the conversation. Chapter 52, Preparing a Painting for Artemis. Promise looked at him and was puzzled to find that the man looked familiar, while Meleager's expression instantly became unpleasant. "Uncle Toxus, what are you doing here?" he said, and stepped forward slightly to stand in front of Promise. "Of course, I'm here with a message from your father. By the way, kid, you really are alive and didn't die at the hands of that giant stag monster." As Toxus spoke, he stepped forward, stretched out his hand and pushed Meleager away, standing in front of Promise. He then raised his head and looked at the boy in front of him with contempt. Seeing this, Promise suddenly remembered that this was the same arrogant man who had sought tickets for the Argo at the banquet before the hunting festival, and even acted as if giving him the ticket was Promise's honor. "Meleager, is he your uncle?" Promise turned to look at Meleager and ask with some curiosity. After all, he remembered that during the Caledonian hunting, Meleager was so angry for his crush that he killed his two uncles as a sacrifice to the gods. Before the stunned Meleager could respond, Toxus' expression turned ugly, as Promise's behavior was a typical show of disrespect. "You little..." In a fit of anger, Toxus reached out to grab Promise. But just then, with a swoosh, An arrow flew past his ear and embedded itself in a nearby pillar. Atalanta, who was standing beside Promise, didn't waste any time on nonsense and just drew her bow, shooting without any hesitation. One time was just a warning. Then, the next moment, she drew her bow again, aiming another arrow at Doxus, her eyes cold and indifferent. The predatory aura she exuded made Doxus, a fellow hunter, instantly realize that if he took another step forward, she would really shoot him to death. Just as his face turned pale, Promise intervened, pulling away the arrow out of Atalanta's hand. "All right, Atalanta, there's no need to get worked up over this guy." Although being looked down on didn't make him feel good, but Promise didn't want the two to start fighting and end up with Maliger killing Toxus and ultimately being killed by his own mother, as fate had originally intended. At the same time, Maliger stepped in front of Promise again, clenching his fists and glaring angrily at Toxus, gritting his teeth. "Uncle Toxus, if you have nothing else to say, please leave now." Hearing this, the dark-faced Toxus glanced at Promise and Atalanta, then looked back at Maliger, and said, "Maliger, you really disappoint me. I've been trying to reclaim the honor that rightfully belongs to you. I've said it before, I don't need it, and it doesn't belong to me, it belongs to Promise." "Him?" Toxus laughed angrily, pointing at Promise. "Are you joking? Do you really believe that this weakling can hunt that beast? Maliger, wake up. It's obvious that you hunted that monster, and he just got lucky, reaping the benefits of your victory." Hearing this, Atalanta understood what was happening. Unlike Promise, she had been wandering the continent since she was very young. She had often seen men who were brothers one moment and killing each other for glory the next. So she immediately understood that Toxus, despite his words caring about Maliger, was acting out of self-interest and jealousy towards Promise. After all, here's Envoy and the winner of the hunting festival. Thinking of this, Atalanta couldn't glance at Promise. As in first impression, she could understand Toxus' disbelief. After all, if she hadn't witnessed the boy catching the falling star in the face of death and hunting Actaeon turned into a giant stag, she too would doubt the legends and believe she could have done better than weak Promise. However, just because she understood, didn't mean she would allow anyone to look down on him. Even she. "Uncle Toxus, shut up. If you disrespect my friend again, I, Maliger, will challenge you to a duel in the arena." Maliger's words finally silenced Toxus. He stared at his nephew, clearly stunned that he would speak to him this way for an outsider. "Fine, Maliger, very well. And you, although I don't know what your true intentions are, but it doesn't matter anymore. Because tonight, the great goddess Athena will come to this kingdom, and she will choose the true hero to hunt that boar. Maliger, you don't need to take them to see your father. He's busy preparing for tonight's sacrifice and has no time to see you." With that, Toxus stormed off in anger. Maliger's face changed slightly at his words. He hurriedly assured Promise that his father would see them and would give him the highest honors for everything he had done. Half an hour later, Promise and Atalanta were in Maliger's room while the latter, looking worried, went to find his father. "Why do I get the feeling you're quite happy about this?" After Maliger left, Atalanta sat beside Promise as usual, her green eyes looking at the boy, who seemed more amused than angry, with a curious expression. "Because, Atalanta, don't you think everything that happened today is just too melodramatic?" "Melodramatic?" The latter tilted her head in confusion. "It means seeing cliched and poorly written plots often." Atalanta thought for a moment and realized that it was indeed true. "So, you're not angry?" she asked, puzzled, looking at Promise. "Why should I be angry?" The latter replied, equally puzzled. "But he kept belittling you." "I thought you would kill him right away," Atalanta answered calmly, not finding anything wrong with what she said, as such things were commonplace in that era. After all, in an era where strength is justice and pettiness is a common problem, no one could face such disrespect. Otherwise, events like the Trojan War wouldn't have happened. Zeus, the god king, who held no respect for any gods, got angry and brought destruction to Troy when they dared to disrespect god Apollo and Poseidon. Well, let's not talk about the gods who might kill and destroy people like ants at every turn and thought. Even heroes were too arrogant and demanded respect. Respect is the basic courtesy one can give someone. Enough, enough, it's already melodramatic enough. Besides, killing him won't gain me anything. It would only make things awkward for Maliger and create tension in future meetings, which is pointless, Promise said, shaking his head. "But you've done so much for your friend, and yet you're treated like this. Aren't you even a little angry?" Atalanta knew the whole story and was the only human witness to it. At that moment, she genuinely felt that Promise was being mistreated. Hearing this, the latter paused and looked at Atalanta, finally understanding the real reason behind her discontent. "If Maliger thought the same way, then even if I had an agreement with the goddess Clotho, I would still walk away now," Promise said, putting away his smile. After a moment of thought, he answered Atalanta seriously, but Maligar didn't. You saw it, too. He almost challenged his uncle to a duel. Besides, others may not understand the significance of the goddess's sacrifice, but you, Atalanta, should. The sacrifice of the goddess Athena was scheduled to take place tonight. She would come to the kingdom and select the one true hero to hunt the Caledonian boar. Having witnessed Promise catch the silver meteor, Atalanta immediately understood who the hero would be upon hearing the news. It's like climbing a high mountain, Promise said, smiling again at Atalanta. The mountain is tall, and many people think you can't climb it. So, at the beginning of your climb, you'll hear all kinds of ridicule and contempt around you. Maybe at first, you'll think about climbing hard and humiliating them once you reach the top. But as you climb higher, you'll realize how small they've become, and the scenery from the top is so beautiful. Well, to put it simply, Promise wasn't a masochistic guy, he was just a true native of his country, and even though his blood had changed after transmigration, his soul was still baptized from the Holy Land. So as a citizen of Drad. Kingdom, he had that unsolvable ache to see a classic face-slapping scene. After speaking and seeing that she understood, he spoke. Oh, by the way, once my body can handle it, I'll have Pegasus take us up to the stars at night, and pointed to the blue sky outside, boasting to Atalanta. The starry sea under the night sky, where Pegasus ultimately reaches, is one of the most beautiful sights on Earth. Wait. As he spoke, Promise suddenly stopped. At that moment, it seemed like he had thought of something, and his eyes widened. Then he frowned, lowered his head, and pressed his fingers to his chin, falling into deep thought. What's wrong? After waiting for a while and seeing that Promise hadn't responded, Atalanta couldn't help but ask. She then saw the boy slowly raise his head, his eyes filled with excitement. Atalanta, I think I know. I know how to present that painting to the goddess Artemis. Chapter 53, Hera, why are you here? Promise and Atalanta didn't have to wait long. However, it wasn't Maligar who returned, but the elegant woman in the red dress, Queen Althea of Caledon. When Althea appeared and introduced herself gracefully to the two, Atalanta instinctively glanced at Promise. After all, she had a good memory and still recalled the prophecy left by the wise goddess Athena that night. Maligar would ultimately be killed by the mother he loved the most. Despite being the queen and sister to that obnoxious Toxus, Althea did not exhibit any arrogance. She courteously hosted the two of them. However, as nightfall approached and with the impending arrival of the goddess to the kingdom, it was clear that Althea didn't have much time, so she quickly excused herself after a brief meeting, and apologized repeatedly before leaving in a hurry. Thus, Promise and Atalanta left the palace. Why did you accept the money she gave you? The huntress asked curiously after the guards left. After all, she knew very well that Promise had no interest in wealth. Because refusing it would have caused more trouble. Hearing this, Atalanta nodded thoughtfully. As they walked, she continued, now, everyone in the kingdom is preparing for the arrival of the wise goddess, hoping to be chosen as her warrior. They completely overlooked the fact that you brought back Artemis's gift. So, I am quite curious to see their reactions tonight when Athena chooses you. Well, maybe the goddess Athena won't choose me, Promise replied with a smile, only to be met with a sidelong glance from Atalanta. Ignoring her look, he continued, but, I didn't expect that goddess Athena would give me this as a gift. Seeing Promise look thoughtful, Atalanta tilted her head in curiosity and asked, why do you say that? Because this isn't the first time I've received such a gift, Promise said, his expression turning peculiar. But the first time, something went wrong, so I didn't expect there would be a second time. That day, I asked Goddess Hera why she didn't reveal her identity to that child, and she told me it wasn't the right time yet. She said that when the child returned to the kingdom and appeared before everyone, she would then appear and stand by the child's side, telling everyone that Hera was that child's goddess, and she would reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to him. This happened in Iolcos, Jason's homeland, marking the beginning of everything. Outside Caledon, under a tree at dusk, the moon goddess Artemis, dressed in beautiful ancient Athenian embroidered clothes, sat listening intently to Athena, who was recounting past events. But didn't you say that from the beginning, Hera mistook the child for Jason? Artemis asked after a moment of contemplation. Yes, Athena nodded with a smile. So, some things got messy later on. But in the end, everything was resolved perfectly. Even Clotho, the fate goddess who rarely left the Temple of Fate, came there at the time. She informed Hera that Promise could also bring her glory. And she hinted that I, too, could be one of the deities he could choose. Athena kept this thought to herself. So, you decided to prepare this divine offering ceremony, just like back then? Artemis said, her sky-blue eyes gazing at the bustling kingdom of Caledon. Though she had been furious when she was the only one who didn't receive an offering and sent the terrifying wild boar, her anger had long since dissipated. In fact, not long after sending the boar, A few good naps had made Artemis forget all about it. Yes, because technically, back then, he never truly received the favor of the gods, right? Athena's lips curved into a slight smile. Does he know? Even Artemis gave Athena a peculiar look. Of course not. And even if she did, what of it? I'm just making up for what she didn't do. Athena blinked innocently at Artemis. Besides, Promise is so adorable, isn't he? Yes, you have a point. The latter nodded in agreement, her mood lifting. In that case, count me in. This sounds like fun. Seeing Artemis' predictable request, Athena's smile didn't falter as she spoke. Of course. Not. Artemis, did you forget our recent bet, which you lost? Hearing this, Artemis paused, then pouted, glaring at Athena. I see, Athena. You want to hog him all to yourself. Don't think I don't know you plan to snatch little Promise while Hera is busy, right? Has Artemis gotten smarter? Of course not, she simply thought the same as Athena. The music from that night, the painting, and the silver meteor. Though Artemis' followers were mostly women, she was willing to make an exception for Promise. And if it came to it, she certainly had the power to turn him into a girl. What are you talking about, Artemis? How could I possibly compete with the noble Hera for a follower? Athena's smile remained as elegant and composed as ever. She stood up, her golden eyes gazing into the distance, and softly said, I won't discuss this further with you, because the goddess of the night, Nyx, has already descended to the human world. Nyx, the goddess of the night, drove her chariot of darkness from the underworld to the mortal realm. She was one of the 5 primordial deities born from chaos, embodying and personifying the night. In mythology, she was also the foster mother of Zeus, the king of the gods. Using her powers, she sheltered Zeus in the darkness, allowing him to grow up right under the nose of his father, the second-generation king of the gods. Eventually, Zeus overthrew the divine court and established Olympus. At this moment, in the kingdom of Calydon, nearly every person held a lit torch, illuminating the night as they gathered around the sacrificial tower according to the divine oracle. They raised their heads, looking towards the burning altar, awaiting the descent of the great deity. Each person's eyes were filled with anticipation, hoping to be chosen by the beautiful goddess. They yearned to defeat the terrifying monster with the help of the god and become revered and celebrated heroes. How do you think the goddess Athena will choose you? Atalanta stood with Promise near the edge of the crowd, leaning against a large tree. In the center of the crowd were the royal family and nobles of Calydon. She glanced at the scene, a slight smile playing on her lips, finding her own reaction rather odd. Even though she already knew the outcome and that she wouldn't be the one chosen, Atalanta felt an unusual excitement. She looked forward to Goddess Athena's arrival and was even more eager to see her select Promise in front of everyone. Atalanta could already imagine the astonished expressions of the people in the Calydon palace at that moment. The thought made her smile uncontrollably. Atalanta, who was still pure at heart, had yet to realize that this feeling was called joy. Promise was about to answer Atalanta's question when a familiar voice interrupted. Promise, beautiful huntress, finally found you. The red-haired Maligar emerged from the crowd, smiling brightly as he approached them. Atalanta was momentarily taken aback. She knew Maligar's identity as the Prince of Calydon and had witnessed his bravery and leadership during the hunting festival. Given his qualifications and the general belief among the people, Maligar seemed like the most suitable candidate to be chosen by Athena. Even a few days ago, Atalanta would have thought the same. So, she was genuinely surprised that Maligar, despite having everything in his favor, chose to come and find them instead. Aren't you going to greet the goddess? She couldn't help but ask. Seeing Atalanta speak to him directly, Maligar became flustered, his words stumbling as he replied, Father and Mother did want me to greet the goddess. But I don't think it should be done that way. And since she's the wisest of the gods, the person she chooses will surely be the bravest one here tonight. So it doesn't matter where I stand. Hearing this, Atalanta looked at Maligar, who was seriously expressing his thoughts, and then glanced at the smiling Promise. She couldn't help but recall the scene that night when the transformed monster Actaeon desperately approached Promise. At that moment, much of the resentment Atalanta had accumulated in the palace began to dissipate. Just then. And who do you think will be chosen by the wise goddess tonight? If it were you? A gentle voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Hearing the question, Maligar instinctively spoke his mind. If it were me, I would willingly transfer that honor to Promise. When he won the hunting festival and asked Artemis for that gift, everything should rightfully belong to him. It seems that Chiron has indeed taught a fine group of students. If this child were not here tonight, my choice would undoubtedly be you. Hearing such a response and the beautiful voice like a soothing spring, Maligar instinctively turned his head. Then he saw her, dressed in a flawless white dress, as beautiful as the most radiant jewel among all the goddesses, walking slowly past him. She smiled gently and approached Promise. Her golden eyes gazed at the black-haired, green-eyed youth and extended her hand. "Come," Athena said. "I have come to take you." That night, the goddess Athena, shining like the brightest jewel among the Olympian gods, took your hand. She led you step by step to stand before the people. In the incredulous eyes of everyone, she declared that you were the bravest warrior in the eyes of the wise goddess. Damn Athena. Under the moonlit sky, atop the highest point of the Caledonian palace, Artemis watched the scene below. The crowd parted to make way as Athena led Promise step by step to the center of the gathering. Looking at this scene, Artemis clenched her fists and said angrily, she hugged all the glory. "I want Promise too. I want to snatch him from Hera. Can you explain to me what's going on right now? What situation?" Hearing such words, the moon goddess didn't turn her head and just replied, with her face full of displeasure. "Isn't it obvious? Athena wants to make Promise her follower and is trying to steal him from Hera." However, as she spoke, her tone gradually weakened. She blinked her sky-blue eyes, looking at the goddess who had appeared beside her at some point. Seeing the beautiful golden curls spilling from the crown, the flawless face, and the lovely amber eyes under the moonlight. "Huh?" Artemis' eyes widened as she raised her voice and exclaimed, "Hera, why are you here?" Chapter 54, Hera, you can't handle it in the kingdom of Caledon. As the flawless goddess brought her chosen hero before everyone, a star fell from the night sky and landed in front of them. Pegasus, flapping his silvery wings, carried Promise and Athena away from the kingdom of Caledon under the gaze of all. This was Athena's gift to Promise, a story that would undoubtedly be sung by bards and spread throughout ancient Greece. The hero favored by the wise goddess Athena, riding the fallen star. Hee, are you happy? How does it feel to be the center of attention? On Pegasus' back, Athena sat sideways behind Promise, the night breeze stirring her silver hair. She smiled at Promise and said, "Do you feel that you are one step closer to becoming the hero that everyone knows and sings about?" "Goddess Athena, you remembered all along." "Of course," Athena nodded and replied. "After all, it was our agreement. I will witness you becoming the brightest star of this era and prepare the grandest finale for you at the end of your journey. But the gift I give you today is not over yet." As she spoke, she leaned closer to Promise. When she embraced him, bringing their bodies close together, she gently held Promise's hand, which was gripping the reins. "Let the entire kingdom witness you becoming the most brilliant meteor in the night sky and falling to the earth." Catching the silver meteor was Athena's oracle to Promise. She told him that taming Pegasus would allow him to defeat the Caledonian boar. What Athena didn't say at the time was that ever since Promise met the fate goddess Clotho and made it to this trial's end, it was the moment when Promise truly grasped the meteor. Because before that, he had already faced the wrath of the moon goddess Artemis and changed the fate of the giant stag Actaeon. And when facing Pegasus, he broke the prophecy given to him by the fate goddess and created a future that the goddess of fate could not believe. From that moment, this matter had already reached its conclusion. The hunt for the Caledonian boar was no longer a trial for the hero but a reward given by a goddess to this boy who aspired to be a hero. To make this boy the focus of all attention and have his name widely known throughout ancient Greece. The prophecy of the fate goddess was, in a sense, accurate and unchangeable, unless the most special deity in Greek mythology intervened. Because the work of the three goddesses of fate essentially equaled writing a predetermined program for the world. But Promise was one who had been abandoned yet favored by the goddess of fate. Therefore, his destiny was never entirely certain from the beginning, only a possibility. In the trial that no one, neither gods nor men, believed he could survive, except for Athena, Clotho's prophecy showed that in 100 observed futures, Promise's fate was always to fall, without exception. In fact, even Athena could not see a future where Promise survived at the time. The future she later showed Clotho was one that he achieved, which she then successfully captured from countless possibilities. At this moment, Athena sat on Pegasus, closely pressed against Promise, holding his hand together on the reins. And then, under the gaze of the Caledonians who had been watching them, as well as several gods, they became a falling meteor in the night sky, heading towards the Caledonian boar. Thus, the Caledonian hunt, which should have involved dozens of heroes, saw all its future glory and legends bestowed upon Promise alone. That night, everyone witnessed a meteor falling to Earth, and they also witnessed the birth of a new star. Quite breathtaking, isn't it? Atalanta suddenly spoke, turning to Meleager, who was watching the scene from afar. But actually, this scene pales in comparison to the moment he caught the meteor a few days ago. Atalanta, thanks to the moon goddess Artemis, was the only human fortunate enough to witness that event. Meleager remained silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "He is really close to achieving it. Becoming the hero that everyone on this continent knows. And then, having a grand hero's finale." After Atalanta said this, the two of them fell silent for a while. After a while, Meleager couldn't help but sigh. In many ways, Chiron is really confused. That's right, the Huntress nodded, agreeing with him for the first time. Letting him come down from the mountain, your teacher was indeed quite confused. But in fact, it's mainly because of Jason. Jason? Atalanta tilted her head. Yes, only that fool would bring Promise down from the mountain. Beautiful Huntress, if you meet him in the future, don't hesitate, just punch him. Maliger said earnestly to Atalanta. The latter thought for a moment and then surprisingly nodded. Yes, if I meet him in the future, I'll do that. Meanwhile, on the other side. So, it's over just like that? As Pegasus ran at full speed, transforming into a falling meteor aimed at the Caledonian boar, it wasn't long before Promise dismounted and stood on the forest clearing, looking at the now lifeless boar. Promise was momentarily dazed. Even at the end, he hadn't gotten a clear view of the entire Caledonian boar. Of course, after all, I made my entrance, Athena responded with a smile. So, the fates of Actaeon, Maliger, and the others are also resolved? Promise hesitated for a moment and then looked at Athena with confusion. Yes, it's all settled now, but for the specifics, the goddess paused, glancing towards the distant temple of the Fate goddess. You'll have to wait for the petite goddess of fate to come find you herself. I see. Hearing this, Promise's expression relaxed, and he nodded, saying, then I can finally rest easy. Now I can continue to seek revenge and issue my challenges. By the way, Goddess Athena, can I meet Heracles now? With his mind at ease, he turned to look at Athena again, recalling the words she had once said. Promise wasn't usually impatient, but these were the 12 labors of a hero destined to be famous worldwide. And after transforming into a heroic spirit, it meant having 12 lives. He wasn't asking for much. Just participating in 3 or 4 tasks would suffice, giving him a few extra lives. Don't be so hasty. Although your friend's matters are resolved, haven't you noticed something missing on our side? Athena said, winking at him and pointing to the moon. Promise naturally understood her hint. The painting for the moon goddess Artemis. Without resolving this, the capricious goddess wouldn't wait until his summoning as a heroic spirit to tighten the noose. She would hunt him down now and lock him up. So, you still need to find. Athena was about to instruct Promise to seek out Hephaestus, the god of craftsmen, while she would hold off Artemis. But before she could finish, Promise's eyes lit up, interrupting her. Yes, the painting for goddess Artemis, goddess Athena, I've already figured out how to present it to her. Athena was taken aback, seeing Promise's determined look. She remembered this expression well, knowing that every time Promise showed such resolve, it always led to some significant event. Are you saying you can now present the painting to Artemis? Athena naturally grew curious and pursued further. A painting made with brushes and canvas would not suffice, but... Promise looked up at the night sky's stars with determination and said, if it is a painting imprinted in the eyes and the world, I can create it now. And thanks to you, Goddess Athena, I have all the conditions met. Promise continued speaking, seeing the slightly bewildered look on Athena's face. Because of tonight, everyone in Caledon knows me now, and they owe me a huge favor. This way, they will be entirely willing to help me present that special painting. Hearing this, Athena, with her beautiful golden eyes, quietly swallowed the words she had originally prepared to say. Have you thought this through? She then seriously asked Promise, are you truly certain that this painting will satisfy Artemis and make her give up hunting you? No, I'm not sure. Promise thought for a moment, then shook his head before the goddess, but he looked at Athena earnestly. But I believe that this painting is the best I can create at this point. If, under those circumstances, Artemis is still not satisfied and continues to hunt me. Promise reached out and grabbed Athena's hand, with a mock-crying expression that almost made the goddess laugh. Goddess Athena, I would truly have to rely on you. Seeing this, Athena barely held back her laughter and was about to comfort Promise with her divine demeanor. Ahem. When, a loud cough suddenly interrupted them, causing them to startle. Both of them instinctively turned their heads to see Queen Hera, her face completely dark, standing there. Beside her was the moon goddess Artemis, who looked innocent and curious, her blue eyes wide open in curiosity about the painting Promise had mentioned. Wait a minute, I'm not Zeus. The feeling of being caught by Hera as if she were catching a mistress was utterly bewildering to Promise. Coming out of his daze, Promise saw the clearly angry Hera and then looked at Athena, who now wore an awkward expression. He was utterly confused. Athena, you. Just as Hera was about to angrily say something, Athena interrupted her with a seemingly cheerful welcome. Ah, Hera, you're here. Just in time. Did you see Promise's performance just now? Surely, after tonight, his name will spread across the continent. This means you, Hera, will gain even more glory. And did you bring any golden apples? I'm out of them, you know. Promise here is so delicate, like a newborn baby. Without enough golden apples, I fear a gust of wind might blow him straight to the underworld. Not just Hera and Artemis, but even Promise was stunned by what he heard. As he processed her words, he looked at the goddess of wisdom with a strange expression. Now he understood why she hadn't given him a golden apple last night. It turned out she didn't have any left. And although he knew from the start that the golden apples belonged to Hera, watching Athena ask for them so straightforwardly and then give them to him felt oddly strange. Hera, who had also snapped out of her daze, looked at Athena walking towards her with a beaming smile. Instead of being angry, she found herself amused by Athena's antics. She crossed her arms over her chest, slightly raising her head as she looked at Athena with her amber eyes under the forest's moonlight. Go on, keep acting. At this point, who are you pretending to be concerned about for my sake? Seeing this, Athena was momentarily stunned, but she quickly realized what was happening and turned her sharp gaze towards Artemis standing next to Hera. At this moment, Artemis was wholly focused on Promise, her curiosity piqued, ready to step forward and ask him about the painting they had just discussed. But then she noticed Athena's piercing look. Frightened, she instantly hid behind Hera, turning her head away with an expression that screamed, "I don't know anything." Seeing her like this, Athena understood. This foolish goddess had messed things up again. With a sigh, she looked at Hera. Noticing this, Hera's lips curved into a slight smile, and she slowly spoke, "Athena, I suddenly remember some things. For example, you were present during the matter with Jason and Promise. In other words, you knew from the beginning but kept silent about me mistaking Promise for Jason. Isn't that right?" Oh, snap. Athena's getting caught. This is quite exciting. This was Promise's most genuine thought at that moment. But before he could settle in to enjoy the drama. "Yes, that's correct." Athena nodded, admitting it straightforwardly. "When did it start?" Hera narrowed her eyes slightly. "You've been watching over that child, always thinking of taking him away from me." Hearing this, Promise felt like the imaginary fruit he was holding had just fallen to the ground with a splat. He stood there, stunned, staring at Athena's back, then at Hera, who was glaring at her. Wait, hold on a minute. You guys are talking about me, right?" Athena has always been kind to him, Promise could definitely feel that. However, because he knew that Athena was known as the mother of heroes and because of the oath, he didn't dwell too much on it. At most, he just found it a bit strange that he did not see Hera for so long. When did it start? Let me think. What surprised Promise even more was that Athena admitted it quite straightforwardly at that moment. Not only that, she even turned her head to wink at Promise before looking back at Hera, tilting her head as if in thought. Finally, she smiled and said, "I think it was from the very beginning. From the moment I heard the prophecy of the fate goddess Claudio." "Prophecy?" Hera frowned slightly at this. "That's right," Athena nodded, smiling at Hera. "Hera, you might not know this, but in Claudio's prophecy, you weren't the only one who could gain glory from Promise's existence. I was also one of them." Athena's words were shocking to both Promise and Hera. Promise had thought he was just about to enjoy some juicy gossip, but instead, the gossip fell to the ground and landed on his foot. Hera hadn't known that there was such a hidden secret in Claudio's prophecy. And she certainly didn't expect Athena to steal Promise with such righteous confidence. Meanwhile, the true culprit behind this situation, the gentlest of the three fate goddesses, Claudio, was sitting in the Temple of Fate, looking utterly bewildered. She had been sitting there quietly for several days. To be precise, ever since the day Promise caught the falling star and Athena helped her see that future. Since returning, she had been sitting quietly in the Temple of Fate, pondering the matter that had brought her so much shame, Promise's situation. In the Temple of Fate, the fate goddess Claudio, with blank eyes, had been sitting there, motionless, for several days. But tonight, she finally spoke her first words. "He hunted that boar." With her head lowered and her soft voice, Claudio whispered, "He ultimately did it, he rewrote the original fate and defeated me." Her words were light, making it hard to discern her current mood. But as she gently held the crystal ball in her arms, Claudio's expression grew more complex. On the night when Promise caught the star, Athena had said something to her. That it wasn't Athena who had been harming Promise all along, but Claudio, the fate goddess. And that was actually true. The proof was the crystal ball she held, containing the thread of Promise's fate. It wasn't a form of protection but a form of constraint. Claudio used it to sever Promise's fate from the world, preventing it from intertwining with other destinies. This crystal ball of fate first appeared after the pure white judgment of Themis, the goddess of justice. Hera, through a marriage, had secured the souls of those she had cursed to death from Hades, the king of the underworld. From that moment on, Promise had entered the sights of the three fate goddesses, who saw him as a nuisance. Because of Promise's uniqueness, any fate he touched could change. For such an unstable existence, the first thought of the three fate goddesses was to eliminate him. But by then, Promise already had 3 goddesses standing behind him: Hera, Athena, and Themis, the goddess of justice, so they had to give up. They planned to inform Zeus of this matter, letting him decide. But at that moment, Clotho stepped forward. Clotho, at the time, was very angry because Promise had altered the future on his own, touching her domain, and repeatedly changed the prophecy. So she enclosed Promise's fate in that crystal ball and stepped out of the Temple of Fate, coming to Promise. I just wanted to show you, the Fate Goddess, a more beautiful future. Every time Clotho thought of this excuse from Promise, her heart would stir slightly, not with emotion, but amusement. Quietly watching and weaving the future threads of all living beings, how could she be swayed by changes in fate? Clotho believed she wouldn't be. She truly thought so once. Until that night, when Athena showed her the captured future, where the boy she had seen fall to the meteor 100 times, soared in the night sky, shining like a star. After returning to the Temple of Fate, Clotho sat quietly ever since. Until Promise hunted the Caledonian boar, she had to face her failure. The end of her bet with Promise. Even though Clotho had known she lost the bet with Promise when she saw that future from Athena. Trying to show me a more beautiful future. The goddess whispered again, and at that moment, when everything truly ended, her body relaxed completely. Then, as if thinking of something, she slowly stood up. She gently placed the crystal ball in the air, then reached out, plucking a strand from the threads of fate above her head. It was the fate thread of Actaeon, the student of the centaur sage Chiron. Clotho grasped it and gently waved it, intertwining it with the crystal ball containing Promise's fate, observing the extension of fate. Thus, she saw the ship named Argo. Transformed into a giant stag by a curse, Actaeon stood on the ship, but he was smiling happily. No one on the ship discriminated against him, and he raised his drink high, drinking with his friends. Clotho also saw the thread grow longer, and at the end of the quest for the Golden Fleece, Actaeon brought glory to Artemis and spread his story throughout ancient Greece. When Actaeon returned to Greece and stepped off the ship, he transformed back into the handsome hunter. At that moment, all those around him were astonished and accepted him once again. Clotho remained silent for a moment, then plucked another thread from the fate-woven sky of the Temple of Fate. This was the fate thread of Meleager. She then saw the wise mother who, this time, did not have to choose between her brothers and her children. She protected the flame throughout her life, living happily. Clotho also saw Meleager board the Argo, drinking with his friend Actaeon, whom he was destined to kill. Seeing this, Clotho stood there in a daze, watching everything unfold. She felt a sudden urge to throw all the threads of fate from her head into the crystal ball, but fortunately, her divine nature suppressed this desire. However, interesting, she murmured softly. With that, she knelt back down, reaching out to gently grab the crystal ball again and carefully cradled it in her arms. At that moment, a soft smile graced her lips, a smile she herself wasn't aware of. All of this was seen by the 2 other fate goddesses, also clad in white robes, quietly hiding in a corner of the temple. Second sister Lachesis, with her long hair as beautiful as the night, looked weak and frail due to her responsibility for the length of life threads, seemingly always on the verge of fainting. Eldest sister, Atropos, the oldest of the fate goddesses, was meticulous, calm, and ruthless. She was in charge of death, cutting the threads of fate at the destined moment. Atropos was essentially mechanical, unmoved by anything or anyone, devoid of any emotions. No pain, sorrow, joy, or happiness touched her. There was only one situation in which Atropos would change her predetermined decisions. Do we need to remind her? Atropos asked Lachesis, devoid of any emotion. Remind her of what? Lachesis looked confused. To remind Clotho that we should inform the great god King Zeus of this matter. And also, Atropos extended her hand, pointing to the fate thread entwined around Clotho from the crystal ball, a thread similar to those entwined around Hera, Athena, and Themis. Are you stupid? Lachesis rolled her eyes at Atropos. If you want Clotho to never speak to you again, go ahead and tell Zeus. As for the fate thread, because it seems interesting, let's just pretend we didn't see it for now. After saying this, Lachesis chuckled but couldn't help coughing violently. After weighing her options for less than a millisecond, Atropos chose her sister over Zeus. Meanwhile, neither Athena nor Hera was aware of these events. In the forest near the Caledonian boar's death, under the moonlit night, the most revered queen of all goddesses, Hera, and the most brilliant wisdom goddess, Athena, were still staring each other down, eyes locked. This made Promise feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. No, what is this all about? Promise stood there trembling, looking at the 2 goddesses before him, who were unmatched in status, appearance, and strength. He was bewildered and frightened. My name is Promise, not Zeus, and I'm not having an affair. Why does this feel like a caught-in-a-act scenario? Feeling like a drowning man grasping for a straw, Promise's gaze naturally shifted to the moon goddess Artemis, However, his hope turned to despair when he saw Artemis watching with shining eyes, completely engrossed in the spectacle. She'd probably get more excited if you gave her a couple of glow sticks, he thought. With no one to rely on, Promise considered the Pegasus nearby, only to find the clever creature had retreated and was pretending to graze far away. Maybe I should just accept my fate, he mused. If I die because these two are fighting over me, it might not be so bad. At least the story would be legendary. Promise recalled the tale of Adonis, a demigod in Greek mythology. Adonis's beauty was so unmatched that it captivated everything around him. He became the beloved of Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. She gave up everything to stay with him, warning him against hunting dangerous beasts. It is said that he was killed by a wild boar, which seemed to be the revenge of the moon goddess Artemis on the goddess of beauty, or the jealousy of the god of war, Ares. But after knowing this, the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, felt extremely sad, so from that day on, this most beautiful goddess cursed love in the world. Cursed that love will always be filled with suspicion, fear and sorrow. Later, the goddess of beauty carried the body of Adonis to Olympus, praying to Zeus to resurrect the beautiful boy, but the latter was helpless. Because the moment Adonis came to the underworld, Persephone, the queen of the underworld, took a liking to him and made him her attendant, so she refused to let him return to the human world. Hearing this, Aphrodite shed tears of despair, which fell on Adonis' body, mixed with his blood, fell to the ground and eventually turned into the brightest and most beautiful red roses. This finally moved Persephone, the queen of the underworld, and she agreed that every year when she returned to the human world from the underworld, she would bring Adonis to the human world and let him meet the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. But when she would return to the underworld, the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, had to let Adonis go and let him return to the underworld with Persephone. In addition, there are many versions of this legend, most of them about the queen of the underworld and the goddess of beauty, with both goddesses vying for Adonis's affection. In the end, Adonis became synonymous with exceptional beauty and charm. The name Adonis itself came to describe a man of striking attractiveness. Back in the present, Promise found himself caught between two powerful goddesses, each seemingly vying for his favor. Although he didn't think he was such a handsome man, moreover, the confrontation between Hera and Athena was not like that at all. But these two goddesses were special enough in terms of identity, status and strength. Therefore, in the future, the topic will definitely be higher than that of a goddess of beauty or the queen of the underworld. Thinking of this, Promise calmed down instantly. He even picked up the melon that fell on the ground, blew on it twice, and continued to eat it, while thinking to himself, hurry up, hurry up. Anyway, the result is just death, at least this way, he wouldn't be caught by the moon goddess and get thrown into a small dark room. Oh, yes, it's better to die early now and not worry about being hunted by Artemis, perfect? As soon as he thought of this, Promise noticed that Athena glanced at him faintly. Only then did he remember that although he had tied the silver hair in his hair, it could only block others, not the goddess of wisdom herself. So he silently threw the melon away again and stood there, looking so well behaved and sensible. Now that things have come to this, Hera, since you know everything, let's discuss it. Athena then smiled and broke the silence between the two. And once again, she spoke to Hera in a shocking tone, you can't give Promise what he wants anyway, so just hand him over to me. Chapter 55, Hunting Competition from Every Perspective. Tonight has truly been a long night. Athena left after saying those words. And before Promise had a chance to respond, she had already disappeared from his sight. Feeling a mix of relief and astonishment, Promise looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. It was a miracle he survived the night. He felt more exhausted than the day he caught the Pegasus. After all, getting caught by Hera for supposedly having an affair. He wasn't Zeus, it was just too strange. Thinking this, Promise instinctively looked at the he and noticed it was looking at him with a curious, almost human-like expression that seemed to say, enjoying the drama? This annoyed Promise, and he gave the Pegasus a couple of light slaps on the head. Not long after, the Pegasus, running through the sky, took him back to the kingdom of Calydon. However, it didn't stop there. Instead, it circled above the kingdom of Calydon before flying towards the outskirts. After some searching, it finally landed beside a quiet river. Before Promise could ask what was going on, he suddenly heard someone calling him. Turning around, he saw a tall creature running towards him. The giant deer Actaeon. Oh no, it should be called Chopper. Besides him, under the moonlight, Promise also saw the quietly following Atalanta and Meleager. They all gathered by the river. Now, everyone was here. Is it over? The huntress, who had walked up quickly, looked at Promise as he dismounted from the Pegasus. She also glanced at Actaeon and Meleager. Seeing this, Promise naturally understood what she was asking. After all, During that hunting festival, she had already learned from Athena about Promise's bet with the fates concerning the destinies of these two people. Yes, it's over. The boy nodded gently. He then looked at the excited Actaeon, who had understood, and at the surprised Meleager, who was staring at the Pegasus. Thinking for a moment, he continued, but although that matter is over, I still have something important to do, and for this, Atalanta, Meleager, and... Pausing for a moment while looking at Actaeon, Promise held back his laughter and said, Chopper, I need your help. Due to the agreement with Artemis, Actaeon couldn't reveal his true identity before returning from the quest for the Golden Fleece. Just tell us what you need, Promise. Even if it's 10 tasks or 100, I'll definitely help you complete them. Actaeon, visibly excited, promised Promise. However, during his loud proclamation, not only Promise but even Atalanta couldn't help but cover their ears, as his voice was as loud as a beast's roar. That's right, Promise, Meleager said, snapping out of his reverie. You helped me solve the problem that has plagued my kingdom for so long. Tell me what you need, and no matter what it is, I will do everything in my power to help you. Well, actually, the task I need to accomplish next should be beneficial to both you, Meleager, and your kingdom, Promise said, thinking for a moment before continuing. I need you to discuss something with your father and mother. I need to make an offering to the goddess Artemis. But it's something that I can't complete alone. To be precise, I need the help of everyone in your kingdom. At this, Atalanta gave Promise a strange look. Unlike the others, she knew what he intended to do. You need an entire kingdom's help just to paint a picture? She thought incredulously. Meleager, though I did receive a gift from the goddess Artemis and had the help of the goddess Athena in hunting that boar, those were my actions alone and have nothing to do with you or your kingdom, Promise continued. However, if you and the people of your kingdom can offer something that pleases goddess Artemis, she will not only forgive you entirely but also bless you. Meleager fully understood now and nodded in agreement. Promise, you're right. Though the monster is gone, we still need to offer something to the great goddess to seek her forgiveness. I believe my parents will agree. No, actually, he said, recalling the recent scene where Athena had introduced Promise to the entire kingdom of Calydon. He couldn't help but smile and added, considering what happened, they'll agree to whatever you ask, even if you want to marry my sister. Oh, by the way, Promise, are you interested? Let me tell you, I have two very beautiful sisters. Meleager's voice trailed off as he noticed the atmosphere had turned awkward. Especially since the Pegasus was looking at him like he was an idiot. Marriage isn't on my mind, Meleager. You know my dream, Promise said, shaking his head. His words left the three of them in stunned silence. Pursuing a grand death wish? Probably only Promise in the whole world had such a dream. Wait, does that mean if he gets married, he won't be thinking about dying? Meleager couldn't help but fall into a deep thought. Promise, are your injuries healed? Atalanta, who had been quiet until now, suddenly asked. Promise looked into her serene green eyes and took a few steps, saying, Oh, I'm fully healed, and I feel more energetic than ever. The injuries he had from taming the Pegasus were still fresh since it had only been 3 days, but now they were gone, clearly due to Athena's reward. And his high spirits were likely due to eating the golden apple earlier. Seeing this, Atalanta said, If that's the case, then let's have a hunting contest. Regardless of who wins, I'll help you with that offering. A hunting contest? Actaeon and Meleager were both surprised. Now, Promise was also taken aback, but not by the idea of a hunting contest, rather, by the timing. I can tell you're in excellent condition right now, Atalanta said, gazing intently at Promise. Even though you just finished a hunt, you're not tired. After all, that hunt had merely been a formality led by Athena, the real challenge was facing Hera. All right, Promise agreed after some thought. In truth, he had long known that Atalanta would find an opportunity to compete with him. After all, this was one of the reasons she had followed him after the hunting festival. In her faith, which has now wavered slightly, she had failed in a hunt before the goddess Artemis. And because she felt a sense of dissatisfaction, she naturally wanted to make up for it. She hadn't shown it along the way because she understood the importance of the tasks at hand. But now that everything else was finished, and only the final offering remained, it was naturally the time. You can have Pegasus help you since it's your tamed power, Atalanta said, and then without waiting for Promise to respond, she turned and left. Promise and the others watched her leave, her green hair glowing softly in the moonlit night, her tall and athletic figure exuding a unique charm. So that's it, Promise said, patting the Pegasus beside him and then speaking to Meleager. Lend me your bow. Ugh, I still can't pull it. Holding the bow Meleager handed him, he realized with frustration that he was still quite weak. And eating golden apples all the time wasn't a sustainable solution, especially since they mostly increased his health limit. He needed to find a way to strengthen his physique. Just as he was pondering this. Use this instead, Actaeon, now a giant deer, handed Promise a light bow, one even Greek women might disdain. "This is the bow you left on the mountain that day. I've been carrying it for you." Promise took the bow, nodded to the two of them, and then mounted the Pegasus. "Pegasus, let's give it our best shot. I know we'll probably lose, but we need to show a serious attitude. Otherwise, Atalanta will think we're underestimating her, and she might really chase us with arrows." The Pegasus neighed in response, indicating it didn't understand why it had to get involved in their competition. Only after Promise tapped its head twice did it reluctantly agree to work overtime. Actaeon and Meleager watched the two leave, standing silently by the river for a while. Finally, Meleager broke the silence. "Hey, Chopper, don't you think their relationship seems really good?" Hearing this, the latter said nothing and merely patted his shoulder as he stared blankly at their retreating figures. Unsurprisingly, Atalanta won the final competition, and she won easily. The hunting contest took less than 2 hours. Yes, Promise had the help of Pegasus, but once they started, he realized that this winged horse was more of a hindrance. Every time it approached, all the game would scatter. Without the Pegasus's help, Atalanta quickly felt the hunt wasn't even a contest but more like bullying. Frustrated, she stopped the competition early but then suggested a race with Pegasus. This time, Promise declined. After all, it would be better to wait until he had more golden apples in his bag before considering such a challenge. Chapter 56, Don't Go Atalanta. So what on earth are you going to do? You're actually going to ask people of a whole country to help you? Could it be that you're really intending to have them help you paint a picture dedicated to the goddess Artemis? The next morning, when the sun god Helios brought the sun to the world and illuminated the night, Atalanta, who was walking with Promise on the road to the Caledonian kingdom, asked the boy with a little tiredness. After all, she had spent a restless night with Promise. Not only was her desire not satisfied, but she also didn't get enough rest. Promise, on the other hand, was quite energetic, as he always was after eating a golden apple. He had grown accustomed to it. "Yes, it is indeed a painting," Promise nodded, not hiding anything, and said, "and it is a painting that requires many people to help me create. Because this painting is not to be painted on canvas, but sketched upon the entire world." Upon hearing this, Atalanta was momentarily stunned, then she instinctively looked at Promise, her sacred blue eyes reflecting the boy at that moment, and then she was surprised to discover that at this moment, he seemed to have made a resolution similar to when he decided to catch that silver meteor. "It seems that you really do not want to be hunted by the great goddess Artemis." Seeing how serious he was, Atalanta, knowing the situation, couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. Promise, hearing this, rolled his eyes at her. "Nonsense, you don't know the nature of that goddess. More than chasing me to the underworld, if I don't stop that goddess's hunting, she could follow the timeline to the future and strangle me. So what exactly are you planning to do?" Atalanta couldn't help but ask Promise curiously. If it were someone else, saying they wanted to use the world as a canvas to create a painting and dedicate it to the goddess, she would scoff, thinking it was just big talk. But Promise. Ever since the day she personally entered the world within Promise's painting, and almost couldn't escape if it weren't for goddess Artemis being right there, Atalanta knew. Promise, this guy, might just be the illegitimate child of the goddess of art. No, in the field of painting, even if the goddess of art herself descended, it wouldn't be easy to say. The key is Promise still isn't very self-aware. Or perhaps because his heart is set on becoming a hero, so even if he is aware, he doesn't mind it. After all, in Promise's mind, no matter how good the painting is, it can't be used as a treasure of the king. Could it be that if he paints a lot, he could throw them out and they become divine weapons to throw at people? The first thing to do, of course, is to get everyone in the kingdom of Caledon to be willing to help me. What Promise didn't expect was how incredibly simple this condition was to fulfill. Soon, inside the palace of the kingdom of Caledon, when Promise and Atalanta arrived, King Aeneas and Queen Althea of Caledon had already been waiting for a while, having heard the news from Meleager, who had returned earlier. The meeting was naturally filled with warm greetings. Especially concerning the neglect towards Promise a few days ago, King Aeneas felt very guilty and even specifically had Meleager's uncle, Toxus, brought in to apologize to Promise in front of everyone. Seeing this, Atalanta and even Meleager beside her felt their mood instantly lighten, while Promise himself felt nothing about it. After all, he didn't care about these things, especially since his mind was still set on how to present the painting to Artemis, satisfy her, and then stop her from hunting him. That painting was the best offering Promise could think of at the moment. But even so, he was still worried that Artemis wouldn't be satisfied, and that was why he was prepared to drag the entire kingdom of Caledon into this matter. Having them help, in the manner of offering sacrifices to the deity, would undoubtedly be speaking the truth. But getting more people involved also meant reducing the chances that Artemis would focus solely on him, which was also part of Promise's plan. Moreover, the ancient Greek deities were extremely vain, And as long as enough people participated and the spectacle was grand enough, even if you only offered something ordinary, there was a great chance of pleasing them. Respected King Aeneas, thank you for listening to my impudent request, and please rest assured, I will not embarrass your citizens. What I hope to do, actually, is to jointly offer a sacrifice to the great goddess Artemis. So I think, it should be a fine banquet. In terms of etiquette, Promise, well taught by Chiron, was naturally impeccable, and coupled with his handsome appearance and naturally emitted artistic aura, countless noble women, princesses, and ladies in the palace at that moment couldn't help but focus their attention on him. Not only that, thinking about how he had received a gift from the moon goddess Artemis and was favored by the goddess of wisdom Athena, and even designated as a follower by the queen goddess Hera. As a result, not only women, but many handsome men at the moment looked at Promise with incredibly fervent gazes. Of course, no problem, I will immediately have the guards relay your request to all the people of the kingdom. Actually, there is even no need for me to step forward, after all, last night, we all witnessed your bravery, saw the great goddess carrying you flying towards the night sky. So I think, now everyone in the kingdom admires you immensely, and to be able to join you in offering a sacrifice to the great goddess Artemis is our highest honor. King Aeneas personally walked down from the throne, earnestly assuring Promise. And this is the power of a god in this era. Not to mention that the goddess is one of the most dazzling goddesses of Olympus, the goddess of wisdom Athena. Thus, the conversation went very smoothly. Promise achieved his goal, and seeing that Promise did not pursue the rudeness of the past few days, King Aeneas and Queen Althea both breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of their hearts. Later, they originally planned to welcome Promise with the most grand banquet, but the latter refused, as he now only wanted to quickly present that painting to Artemis. So he left the palace with Atalanta and Meleager. As soon as they left the palace, the red-haired young man Meleager couldn't help but say to Promise, "Thank you, Promise. But you actually don't need to worry about me, you could have made even more excessive demands to my parents. Who's worrying about you, but you saying that reminds me. Well, if you really want to repay me, then let your parents have your citizens widely spread my deeds." Saying this, Promise paused slightly and then looked at Atalanta again, saying, "By the way, Atalanta, do you also want to?" "No need." The huntress immediately interrupted Promise's words. Actually, gaining reputation and such, Atalanta was not completely indifferent about these things, especially since this was the age of ancient Greek gods. But unfortunately, the incident with the thieves had left too deep an impression in her heart, that she felt oddly uncomfortable at the thought of possibly ending up the same way one day. At this moment, the pure Atalanta didn't know. This situation is called social death. "So, how about I play a couple of tunes for you later?" Promise thought for a moment and then said to her. Hearing this, Atalanta stopped, raised her eyebrows slightly, then tilted her head and looked at Promise, her sacred blue eyes examining him from top to bottom, saying, "I actually felt something strange about you last night. You seem to have been trying to please me these past few days?" "No way, you're overthinking it." The latter tilted his head and looked skyward in response. "You're not thinking that if the offering doesn't satisfy the goddess Artemis, then have me plead with the goddess on your behalf, are you? No, you agreed to hunt with me last night, letting me join you in offering this sacrifice. You actually think that if I'm there, goddess Artemis will be more lenient with you, right?" Promise looked at Atalanta with a shocked expression. This proud wildcat, when did she become so clever? At this very moment, all these events were actually being watched by the goddesses Hera, Artemis, and Athena, hidden in the clouds above. They had been there since Promise entered the palace of Calydon. King Aeneas of Calydon and the hunter Toxus's earlier attitudes towards Promise had always been observed by Athena and Artemis. Had Athena not intervened, an angry Artemis was nearly ready to strike the kingdom with an arrow, nearly destroying it entirely. After all, their questioning of the hunting sacrifice was akin to questioning Artemis herself, not to mention it was also an insult to both Promise and Atalanta. Although she had once remarked that Atalanta was boring, Atalanta was, after all, a child picked up, raised, and always watched over by Artemis. Athena had organized a grand divine sacrifice ceremony the previous night and had led Promise by the hand in front of everyone in the kingdom of Calydon, primarily to signal to King Aeneas and others that Promise was not someone they could afford to provoke. Thus, this morning's embarrassing moment for the kingdom was not something these mischief-loving Greek deities would miss. However, the outcome seemed rather dull to them, and they unanimously felt in their hearts that Promise was too kind, as anyone else would have demanded the hunter named Toxus's life today. But it was precisely because of this that they heard Promise's next plan. Getting the whole kingdom of Calydon to help offer a tribute to Artemis. At this moment, Hera naturally looked at an overjoyed Artemis with a very jealous expression. "Artemis, that child Promise really likes you a lot," Hera said with a face full of jealousy. Unnoticed, Athena had a slightly odd expression beside her. After all, among the three goddesses present, Athena knew Promise best, being the goddess of wisdom. She could clearly see that Promise's diligent preparations had nothing to do with affection or respect, but were purely out of fear. Is Promise really that afraid of being hunted? Maybe I should say the same thing to him next time? If he doesn't choose me next time, I'll hunt him myself. Athena had mentioned while on Pegasus the previous night that she had already discerned Promise's choice between her and Hera. And this was also why she had suddenly changed the subject last night, shifting the discussion to Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship. Initially, she had genuinely intended to use the opportunity to make Promise choose her. And Athena was quite confident. After all, since the day she had tricked Hera into finding Hades a marriage, Athena had been diligently working to increase Promise's favor towards her. She had even gone so far as to personally intervene and give him a gift. But to Athena's surprise, under such circumstances, Promise had still chosen Hera. This left the goddess feeling defeated and angry, yet it also sparked an even stronger desire to win. After all, Athena truly didn't want to destroy Promise right now, especially since she had already made a vow with him. Thus, she had called a halt midway, planning to deepen her relationship with Promise, even making a fierce vow in her heart. She decided that the future Promise would never be able to leave her. It's just unknown what Hera's expression would be if she knew that if she had tried a little harder last night, Athena might have lost her chance. But what I want is actually a painting, right? The moon goddess Artemis expressed her surprise but also felt confused, tilting her head. A painting? Queen Hera looked puzzled at Artemis and asked, can that child Promise even paint? Hearing this, Artemis was about to respond when she noticed Athena glaring at her. Athena hadn't yet settled the score with Artemis for the trap last night. So Artemis wisely shut her mouth. Seeing this, Hera looked from Artemis to Athena. Narrowing her beautiful amber eyes, she said to the goddess of wisdom, Athena, are you hiding something from me again? Of course not, Hera, what are you talking about? Oh right, shouldn't you go find your daughter? After all, you promised that child Promise last night, Athena said with a light laugh, instantly causing Hera to choke back her questions. Then, Hera, rigid all over and looking at the smiling Athena, gritted her teeth with hate, yet she indeed had no way to handle her. After all, although Hera was the queen of the Olympus, whether in schemes or even strength, she was not on the same level as Athena. This brightest jewel of Olympus, whose power could only be surpassed by Zeus, the king of the gods. Even Hades, the lord of the underworld, and Poseidon, the god of the sea, were not necessarily a match for this goddess of wisdom. Let's go in a couple of days. Hera angrily replied, this is the offering that child Promise dedicated, and as his goddess, how could I not watch over him? Hearing this, Athena did not argue or get angry. After glancing at Hera, she continued to focus her gaze on Promise. Beneath that seemingly calm demeanor, her heart was thinking, I'll snatch him from you sooner or later. Chapter 57, Goddess of Fate, help me in the subsequent time. Promise first summoned the winged horse Pegasus from the sky and spent a good portion of the day sketching out the terrain around the kingdom of Calydon from the air. Later in the evening, he and Meleager went to the town's smithy, where he briefly communicated his needs. The items were not particularly difficult to manufacture, and so, after a brief trial, a rough outline was made on the spot. All the preparations were proceeding smoothly and orderly, and Promise should have been pleased, but for some reason, he kept frowning. Even when Atalanta and Meleager pressed him, he did not disclose the reason. This situation persisted until nightfall. The effects of the golden apple finally wore off, and after being busy for a long time, Promise also felt tired and eventually falling asleep in a luxurious room within the Calydon palace. Then, you really are full of energy, Promise. In the ancient, majestic temple of fate, woven from all the threads of fate in the world, the tired-looking fate goddess Claudia rubbed her eyes as she knelt beside Promise, who was just waking up and sitting on the floor of the temple. As always, she was a bit huffy but still adorably said to Promise. Though gods generally do not need rest, Claudio had been sitting here silently since the day he caught that meteor, only putting everything aside last night. Therefore, she had wanted to see him the previous night, but due to the effects of the golden apple, Promise had managed to hold on until now. Just as Claudio was about to express her dissatisfaction and complain, Promise, who had been staring blankly at her, suddenly stretched out his hands, grabbed THR goddess by the shoulders without giving the stunned goddess time to react, and spoke with great excitement, right, Goddess Claudio, how could I forget you? Cute. Ah, no, great and also especially kind fate goddess, please listen to the plea of a lost lamb. Claudio, dressed in a white robe with some white hair showing from her hood, obviously didn't catch on and instinctively tilted her head. Simply put, Goddess Claudio, help me. When Claudio heard Promise speak in such a pleading tone, seeking her help, The discontent in her heart dissolved instantly, replaced by a strange emotion that made her heart beat a bit faster. Athena? Then Claudio asked. After all, Athena had been in charge of this area for the past 6 months. Because of some reasons, I am now a bit afraid to appear in front of her. After hesitating for a while, but unable to lie in front of a goddess, an embarrassed Promise released his hands from Claudio's shoulders and honestly replied. Seeing Claudio's puzzled tilt of her head, he felt compelled to explain further. Actually, last night, I met Goddess Hera, and then she and Goddess Athena, they. Promise didn't finish his sentence, but Claudio understood. After all, the prophecy was given by her, so in her vision, Athena's intent to snatch him was as plain as the writing on a face. With this thought, Claudio, under Promise's surprised gaze, made an unexpected move. She put down the crystal ball she was holding, leaned forward, and knelt before the boy, then extended her delicate hands to explore Promise's body. She touched his face, then his hands and feet. You actually have no issues, and not even a curse? Claudio murmured in disbelief. The fate goddess Claudio, who governs the future, cannot see the present, so at this moment, she was very close to Promise, her breath even falling on his face. Promise remained stiffly seated on the ground, unmoved. Then Claudio leaned back, hugged the crystal ball again, and knelt before Promise, curiously tilting her head and asking, "How do you want me to help you?" She now understood that probably because of Hera, Promise would not dare to seek Athena anytime soon. Actually, I need to present a painting to Goddess Artemis soon. Promise began, his words trailing off. A painting? Did Athena even expose that? Huh? Promise blinked in confusion at Claudio and asked, Expose what? It's nothing. The latter slightly lowered her head. Although Promise found this a bit strange, the crux of the matter clearly wasn't here, so he continued, Goddess Claudio, as you know, I still don't have the ability to paint a picture for Goddess Artemis myself. So I thought of a special way, which is. Then, Promise briefly explained his plan to Claudio. Undoubtedly, Claudio was the first goddess to know what exactly he wanted to do, and at that moment, she was silent for a long time. Do you like Goddess Artemis that much? She asked, her head still lowered. Her voice was so flat that Promise could not detect her emotion at the moment. I certainly respect Goddess Artemis, but the main reason is actually because I don't want to be hunted. Hunted? Claudio lifted her head, puzzled. If I don't deliver the painting to Goddess Artemis within a week at most, Athena said, she will most likely hunt me. Promise said with a somewhat tearful expression. Hunting by a goddess would fulfill your dreams, wouldn't it? Claudio responded with a hum. But someone told me that the hunt by Goddess Artemis, even if it reaches the underworld, will never end. Hearing this heartfelt outcry from deep within, Claudio finally understood. And realizing the deep sense of resignation in Promise at that moment, she even couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh for a moment. This laugh, however, made Promise freeze in place, staring at her with wide eyes. What's wrong? No. I just suddenly realized, I think this is the first time I've seen you laugh, Goddess Claudio? And how cute she looks when she laughs. Indeed, since every time they met, she was huffy, her face marked with unhappiness, and she often complained about being humiliated or the like. But just after he finished speaking, Promise's head was hit by the crystal ball that Claudio was holding. How do you want me to help you? After a slight pause, Claudio continued, Don't misunderstand, I am helping because of that bet I lost, so I am willing to help you this time. But remember, it's only this once. Claudio tried to make her expression stern, but Promise, who was rubbing his head, found it hard to perceive any seriousness in her. Thus, he couldn't help but laugh again, and seeing her lift the crystal ball again, he quickly replied, All right, I understand, great fate goddess. And about changing fate, I'm sorry if that has caused you a lot of trouble, hasn't it? Claudio was silent for a moment, then gently shook her head, saying, You need not worry, and such a future, I'm not entirely displeased with it. Does that mean if I change fate in the future, you won't be angry? Promise said joyfully, as he had quite a lot planned for the future. At that moment, Claudio truly felt the impulse to smash the crystal ball right on the head of the young man in front of her. Say. How do you want me to help you? Seeing the irritated Claudio biting her lip, Promise wisely chose to answer quickly, Actually, it's not complicated. Could you, Goddess Claudio, first help by making Goddess Artemis? No, also make Goddess Athena and Goddess Hera step aside for a while? Claudio naturally felt puzzled upon hearing this. Goddess Claudio, as you just found out what the painting I'm offering is about, it's actually not difficult to create, so to truly satisfy Goddess Artemis, it would be best if it blossomed in her eyes at the moment she anticipates it the most, like fireworks. Claudio was silent for a moment. Fireworks? What is that? Simply put, it's like the moment when a flower blooms. Promise thought for a moment and smiled in response. No matter the flower, its most beautiful moment is undoubtedly the instant it fully blooms. Is that so? Claudio tilted her head. Of course, Goddess Claudio, you haven't seen such a thing. Halfway through his sentence, seeing the blank look on Claudio's face, Promise naturally trailed off. Claudio didn't get angry but simply nodded lightly and then responded, I understand. I will leave the Temple of Fate, make them temporarily leave your side, and keep an eye on them, ensuring they do not spy on you during this time. This was not difficult. Just by saying that Promise wanted to offer the best moment to the goddesses, Artemis and the others would naturally agree. The real challenge was preventing them from peeking out of curiosity midway through. Then, just as Claudio was about to find the golden apple she had prepared to give to Promise, to allow him to leave the Temple of Fate. Goddess Claudio, may I ask? Can I let you first see that kind of future? After thinking for a long time, Promise suddenly asked Claudio. The latter paused, looking at Promise. Actually, I've been feeling a bit uneasy, Promise revealed with a somewhat helpless smile. Although I feel that the painting, when completed, should satisfy Goddess Artemis, I still feel somewhat worried. After all, it's Goddess Artemis we're talking about. You really are scared of being hunted. Claudio couldn't help but laugh again upon hearing this. After all, in her several meetings with Promise, even when she predicts the end of his life, he had never shown a hint of fear, and he even seemed quite eager. Because I don't want to die and then continue to be hunted, Promise replied again with a sense of helplessness. And most importantly, I know that Goddess, even if I die, she really could make it so I never have peace again. No way, after this is all over, I definitely need to find a way to locate that guy Orion. Orion, you bastard, where have you run off to? Save me. Alright then. So, Claudio agreed. She kept telling herself it was to keep an eye out for Promise, definitely not because she was curious about what that painting would look like. Then she reached out her hand for Promise to hold. As the boy grasped her delicate hand, before he could even remark how small and comfortable it felt, Claudio had already eagerly used her power. From the crystal ball, the threads of Promise's fate began to extend and pass through the hands of both Promise and Claudio. Soon, the vision of that future appeared before their eyes. The futures of Promise were always uncertain, but when he made a choice, certain probabilities would become more likely, and these were the futures that Goddess Claudio and Athena, with her golden eyes, could capture. Now, with Promise focused on the painting, the voice arose, emotionless, are you really going to do this? The eldest and second sisters of the Fates, Atropos and Lachesis, suddenly appeared beside them at this moment. Of course, you've heard him, haven't you? Aren't you curious about the painting this child is offering? But he's smart, knowing how to make our Claudio happy. Lachesis finished speaking and then coughed violently twice. Not curious. Atropos said expressionlessly. Lachesis shot her an annoyed look, then simply stopped bothering with her. She reached out and grasped the extending threads of fate. Atropos hesitated for a moment but finally reached out and grabbed the threads of fate as well. Then they all moved to that future. They found themselves witnessing a night scene, with the full moon hanging high in the sky, illuminating the night of ancient Greece. But tonight, something seemed to replace the light of the stars and the moon beneath the night sky. Lachesis looked up, and then her eyes gradually widened, standing still in awe. Even the emotionless Atropos, at that moment, looked up and, after taking in everything in the sky, was stunned, unable to speak for a long time. Because in the night sky, adorned by the moon and stars, there now appeared a painting, and tonight, it even overshadowed the light of the stars and the moon. Chapter 58, Offering to Goddess Artemis, the painting that lights up the night sky. Kingdom of Calydon, in the blink of an eye, a week passed. As dusk approached, turning the azure sky into shades of twilight, Pegasus, flapping its silvery white wings, carried Promise dressed in an ancient Greek robe, and Atalanta, to a high mountain outside the kingdom of Calydon. The location offered a panoramic view of the sky, a place Promise had selected after spending days atop Pegasus. Nearby, a clear pond formed by a spring surrounded the area, and around this pond, to appease the long-awaiting moon goddess Artemis, he had specially decorated with white lilies, symbolizing pure and noble love. Tonight is finally the night. As Pegasus landed, Atalanta, stepping down from Pegasus, scanned the surroundings with her sacred blue eyes, then looked up at the twilight sky. After stretching out her hand and feeling the air, she smiled and said, "That's great, the wind has also stopped. That's because I made a special trip to the temple of the wind god Aeolus before tonight, so tonight in this part of Calydon, it will be a night without wind." Promise explained to Atalanta. As for which goddess's face the wind god had considered to promptly agree to Promise's request, that, he could not know. After all, even Promise wouldn't have expected that just after he left the temple of the wind god Aeolus, Athena, Hera, Artemis, and Claudio had appeared before the bewildered wind god. As he spoke, Promise also took out a canvas and brushes, setting up the painting that was nearly complete, only lacking the final touches, beside him. He then, like Atalanta, gazed at the evening sky and said with a sense of wonder, "I've prepared for a whole week, and finally, it's time. I hope that Goddess Artemis will be pleased with my painting. And from then on, to completely give up hunting me." Hearing Promise's words, Atalanta, who had turned her attention back to him, had a flicker of peculiarity in her eyes. After all, having helped throughout the week, she was well aware of what exactly the painting that Promise was working on was. In fact, not only her but many in the kingdom of Calamity had guessed it. It was because of its poor secrecy that Promise had sought the help of the fate goddess Clotho, asking her to ensure that Artemis and the others didn't peek. After all, the anticipation of a gift is also an important element. The real surprise and satisfaction come when the atmosphere is just right and the reveal is made. Atalanta knew this, which is why she was confident that Goddess Artemis would be absolutely pleased with this offering. To be precise, she even felt that this painting, no matter which goddess it was presented to, would surely win their favor. After all, no woman, specifically no female, could resist the charm of that painting, including herself, Artemis's most loyal devotee. At this moment, deep inside, Atalanta even felt a bit jealous of Goddess Artemis, who would soon receive the painting. So she truly didn't understand what Promise was so afraid of. After all, although her faith in the moon goddess had wavered a bit, she never would have imagined that Artemis would be such a formidable goddess in the future. "I really shouldn't have come along." With these thoughts, Atalanta couldn't help but say to Promise, "This is a gift you're offering to the great goddess Artemis, one you've prepared, so I..." Before she could finish, a startled Promise quickly turned around and said to her, "Don't go, Atalanta. You can't leave. I really don't want to be alone with Artemis. And what if she decides to hunt me as soon as she arrives? Besides, aren't you also planning to take this opportunity to express your gratitude to Goddess Artemis? To thank her for saving you and raising you all those years? Besides, tonight's offering isn't just from me, it's from everyone in the kingdom of Calamity." Atalanta, hearing this and seeing Promise staring at her anxiously, fearing she might actually leave, couldn't help but laugh and asked, "Then tell me, when do you think Goddess Artemis will arrive?" Seeing Atalanta abandon the idea of leaving and relax, Promise responded, "I think she should be arriving soon." But before he could finish his sentence, the twilight sky was already obscured by the night. The goddess of night, Nyx, arrived among mortals, hanging stars in the night sky while the full moon's light also shone down upon the land of the gods. Under the gaze of Promise and Atalanta, the beautiful goddess, riding a golden stag and draped in a divine robe, emerged from the moonlight. Stepping next to the pond adorned with white lilies, she appeared before them. Goddess Artemis had come, more accurately, she had run here eagerly. Her face was puffed up, her expression clearly unhappy, her sky-blue eyes fixed sternly on Promise. "Just stop hearing," she said, "I am not pleased. Humphrey, I am very unhappy right now. I'm telling you, Promise, if the painting you give me tonight does not satisfy me, then I will definitely hunt you tonight." Speaking with a determined expression, Artemis had already drawn her silver bow, revealed from the moonlight, and was glaring angrily at Promise. Seeing this, Atalanta was naturally frozen in place, while the boy just had an expression of resignation, since he had already anticipated this. After all, if he hadn't guessed this would happen, why would he have insisted on having Atalanta accompany him everywhere? Artemis is not a patient goddess to begin with, especially after a week of heightened anticipation. In reality, Clotho's words alone wouldn't really be enough to stop her, but fortunately, Athena and Hera were also present. At this moment, the two goddesses, along with the goddess of fate who had always remained quietly standing aside, were hiding in the shadows. Clotho wasn't exactly a goddess who enjoyed spectacles. Due to her being all-seeing and in control of the threads of fate of all beings, she rarely left the Temple of Fate. So, a week ago, when Clotho appeared and intercepted the goddesses, even Athena was slightly surprised. At this moment, Athena's beautiful golden eyes were filled with intense interest and anticipation, watching Promise and Atalanta. She, too, was filled with anticipation for the boy's painting, and she had deliberately avoided peeking. Due to the peculiar nature of Promise's fate, which was both forsaken and cherished by the fate goddess. To put it more simply, his fate was somewhat akin to Schrodinger's cat. Before the actual outcome arrives, even the fate goddess cannot truly see what it will be, she can only capture the most probable possibilities. Thus, even Athena, who could see through everything in the world, could not be sure. This is why her gaze had been largely focused on Promise for the past half-year. Not only because he had never disappointed Athena but also because the experience of watching without spoilers and with spoilers is completely different. "I understand, esteemed goddess Artemis, tonight, I will do my utmost to present that painting to you." After Promise finished speaking, Artemis's demeanor softened considerably, and she put away her silver bow before stepping down from the golden stag, quickly approaching the canvas that he had set up. After taking in the scenery depicted in the painting, Artemis immediately frowned. The scene before her eyes in the painting was indeed very beautiful. The scenery in the painting was actually that of the location itself. Stars dotted the night sky, and the small clear pond in the painting even reflected the moon and stars, surrounded by pure white lilies. It was a fine painting, but it absolutely did not meet Artemis's expectations. Even from her perspective, it was clear that this painting, compared to Athena's or even the last one of Pegasus, was inferior. And to make matters worse, the painting did not even include her own figure. "Is this the painting you're offering me?" Artemis's expression naturally began to darken as she turned to look at Promise. Seeing this, Hera, who had also taken in the painting from the shadows, couldn't help but look worriedly at Athena next to her and said, "Athena, should we go out and stop Artemis now?" "I'm worried." "There's no need, Hera, because..." As she spoke, Athena's golden eyes glanced towards Clotho, who was still standing quietly to the side. Looking at the expressionless fate goddess, Athena smiled and said, "Promise will definitely not disappoint us." Hearing Athena say this, and seeing her confident demeanor, Hera, although still hesitant, did not intervene, but her amber eyes were filled with worry. Goddess Hera, Promise's patron goddess. In a way, this seemed to be the first time she was truly watching this follower who could bring her glory from the perspective of an audience. "This indeed is the painting dedicated to you, the beautiful goddess Artemis." Promise spoke, and before Artemis could respond with anger, he added, "But this painting is actually not yet complete, because it is not something I can paint alone. Tonight is not just me offering a tribute to you, goddess Artemis, but everyone in the kingdom of Calydon." As Artemis paused slightly stunned by his words, the boy continued, "They offer you this tribute, hoping the kind goddess would forgive their past impudence, and at the same time, this is the real painting I am offering to you, goddess Artemis." Hearing this, Artemis naturally turned her head to look around. Her gaze lingered briefly on Atalanta, and then she looked more puzzled at Promise, saying, "They? But it's clearly just you and little Ada here, isn't it?" Promise chuckled upon hearing the goddess' words, then looked towards Atalanta. The latter nodded gently and walked over to the Pegasus, retrieving something that had been prepared in advance. It was an object Artemis had never seen before, and yet it was something quite simple to create. It could carry people's wishes, as well as their thoughts, blessings, and even the sadness and pain of farewells, slowly rising into the sky. Atalanta lit it, and as the seemingly faint light flared up under the night sky, the Pegasus, with a soft neigh, suddenly started running, transforming into a shooting star that raced towards the starry sky. Artemis then watched curiously as Atalanta approached her, holding it up. "Goddess Artemis, I have always wanted to thank you," Atalanta said, appearing somewhat nervous but also very sincere. As Artemis looked on, slightly stunned, she gazed back with a rare gentle smile and said, "I have never forgotten the gift you gave me. When my parents abandoned me in the snow, it was you who picked me up, held my tiny hand, comforted me, and taught me how to hunt, nurturing me as I grew up. Therefore, Goddess Artemis, I, Atalanta, have long sworn to dedicate my brief life to you. I wish to stay by your side forever and bless you to be forever beautiful and happy." After speaking, Atalanta let go of the object. In the reflection of Artemis's sky-blue eyes, the faint light, carrying Atalanta's blessings, slowly ascended into the sky. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, also witnessed this scene. "This painting is not something I alone could complete, but required the effort of all the people of the kingdom of Calydon." She suddenly recalled Promise's words from earlier. Regaining her composure, Athena abruptly looked around. The place, adorned with white lilies, although beautiful like a painting, was obscured by the tall trees hiding everything around. Realizing something, Athena stood up again, gazing towards the Pegasus now racing towards the starry sea. She stepped forward gently and soon arrived behind the Pegasus. Clotho, the fate goddess, gave a slight chuckle, making no move to intervene, as she knew the scene she had seen in the Temple of Fate, that beautiful painting, was about to appear. As Athena suddenly appeared, the Pegasus was initially startled, but quickly regained its composure. Seated upon the Pegasus, Athena looked down at the mortal world below her, and her golden eyes slowly widened. "What's wrong, Athena?" A puzzled Hera followed Athena to the Pegasus. Seeing that the latter didn't answer her, Hera followed Athena's gaze down to the ground. As the ground below lit up Hera's amber eyes, and revealed a painting, Hera was stunned. Her eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, and just as she was about to exclaim in surprise, Athena quickly covered her mouth. Then Athena placed her finger on her lips, signaling the wide-eyed Hera to keep quiet. Amidst her own turmoil, Athena once again focused her attention on Promise, and Artemis, who was still looking puzzled at Atalanta's ascending light. Soon, Athena smiled. She now understood why Promise had sought a night without wind. But that was too slow for her. At that moment, Athena felt an impatience she had never experienced before. She was eager to see the painting fully revealed. So, she extended her hand and waved gently at the sky above. The next second, the wind that had been still began to blow from below, and since it was Athena who stirred the wind, she naturally controlled it to ensure it did not disturb the lights. As the wind blew, Promise and the others also felt it, and in just an instant, Promise realized whose doing it was. Feeling somewhat helpless, watching Artemis still puzzled in front of him, he thought for a moment and then spoke to Artemis. "Goddess Artemis, your tribute, that painting. It's coming." The latter was taken aback, looking at Promise, then around, puzzled. "Where is it? I don't see it." Promise chuckled softly and then said quietly, "It has already arrived, but before that, may I ask you one thing, Goddess Artemis? Could you please close your eyes for a moment and wait?" "Wait again?" Artemis's eyes widened, and her face showed reluctance. "Don't worry, beautiful Goddess Artemis, this time you only need to wait for 30 seconds, Promise told Artemis, "just 30 seconds, and it will appear before your eyes." Upon hearing this, Artemis hadn't yet spoken when Atalanta, standing beside her, interjected, similarly requesting, "Goddess Artemis, could you please close your eyes and wait for 30 seconds? It will only take 30 seconds this time, and we will not disappoint you. Is that okay?" Artemis looked from Promise to Atalanta, and then with a resigned sigh, she closed her eyes, her face showing reluctance as she pouted, "All right, just 30 seconds. If you still haven't finished that painting for me, little Promise, then prepare yourself for my hunt." Seeing this, Promise and Atalanta exchanged a glance and then both smiled. Promise then took out a lyre that had been prepared earlier, gently strumming its strings, producing a tranquil melody. Atalanta, meanwhile, began to count down softly. As the countdown reached the last 10 seconds, Artemis suddenly heard the golden stag's call, filled with surprise as if it had seen something unbelievable. This made Artemis's heart itch with curiosity. Just a quick peek shouldn't hurt, right? With that thought, even before Atalanta finished counting, Artemis couldn't resist and squinted her eyes open to sneak a peek. Then the slowly rising lanterns, lighting up the night sky beneath this night's curtain, also illuminated Artemis's eyes. The next second, Artemis suddenly opened her eyes wide. "Goddess Artemis, the countdown isn't over yet." Atalanta's voice couldn't resonate in Artemis's ears anymore. She stared wide-eyed, so shocked that she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. Being a goddess, she heard the blessings for her from the faint light of the lanterns. Each lantern carried a blessing from a person of Calydon for the moon goddess Artemis, slowly reaching towards the night sky, illuminating the dusk. They are also known as Kongming lanterns or sky lanterns. Yes, this was the painting that Promise had prepared, tens of thousands of lanterns, each carrying the blessings and prayers of every person in Calydon, now flying towards the sky. They illuminated the night sky, encircling Artemis in the middle. Watching her astonished face, unable to speak a word, Promise and Atalanta exchanged glances again and shared a smile. Then Atalanta looked up, also gazing at the scene that lit up the night. Even though she already knew and had anticipated this spectacle, the sight still left her completely mesmerized at the moment. Not just them, at this very moment in the kingdom of Calydon. The king and queen stood with Maligar at the highest point of the palace, watching their lanterns fly high into the sky. Outside the kingdom, no one in Calydon slept this night. People excitedly engaged in conversations, discussing the wishes they had made, all the while gazing at this incredibly beautiful scene. Even in the outskirts, Actaeon, transformed into a great stag, was not alone tonight. The forest's elves, nymphs, and even wild animals all paused, looking up at the sky with him. And as they rose higher, in the distant cave of Pelion, the centaur sage Chiron stepped out from the shadows of his cave, lifting his gaze towards this spectacle. In a town under the night sky, Themis the goddess presiding over justice and fairness had removed the blindfold from her eyes. Walking among the human, staring toward this place, somewhat entranced. In the kingdom of Aegina, the river goddess stood by the window of a high tower, lost in thought as she gazed at this painting. "Promise, is it you?" "No, it must be you who could create such a painting," murmured the river goddess Aegina softly. As time passed and more people, fairies, and even the gods of Olympus gradually became aware of this event. Their expressions shifted from surprise and confusion to utter amazement. The Pegasus, running through the sky, was diligently completing the task given by its master, Promise. It gently nudged those lanterns that had strayed off course, causing them to connect and form a painting in the sky. Yes, do not forget, it was a painting. A painting Promise dedicated to Goddess Artemis. And so, the only one still calm at this moment, Promise, came to stand beside Artemis. "Goddess Artemis, look." As Artemis reluctantly lowered her head to look at Promise, he began to sketch in the air with his paintbrush. At first, his strokes were slow, but as the lanterns rose higher, he drew faster. Seeing this, the moon goddess gradually realized what was happening. Promise was connecting these lanterns together. Upon this realization, Artemis saw that the seemingly chaotic and patternless lanterns in the sky were now gathering together under his Promise's guidance. They rose higher and finally, under the moonlit starry sky, the painting became visible. It was a crude drawing, more accurately just an outline. It was the silhouette of a goddess, with a golden stag beside her. She was seated on the stag, pulling back her bow, aiming toward the horizon. Who else could it be, if not the moon goddess Artemis herself? At that moment, Artemis was completely dumbfounded, and she wasn't the only one. Hera was equally shocked. Sitting on the Pegasus, she watched as Athena helped reveal the painting, and now, her eyes wide open, she was unable to utter a single word. Is this a painting? Yes, it seemed like a painting. Was this the painting that young Promise had given to Artemis? Why? How? That's not fair. Those were not Hera's words, but Athena's. Then Athena and Hera looked at each other, and in that moment, they reached a rare agreement. Why does Artemis get this? After sketching the painting in the air, Promise looked at the utterly stunned goddess beside him and said nothing. Instead, he turned and went over to the canvas he had set up nearby. He took the brush and quietly added the final touches to the yet unfinished piece. Indeed, without divine assistance, neither Promise's brush nor his canvas could contain a deity. It was because of this, during their conversation that night when Promise had spoken of taking her to fly towards the stars, that he suddenly thought of it. The starry night itself was a painting, not drawn on canvas but spread across the world. In the eyes and hearts of those who observed. The idea of the lanterns came later. Originally, Promise planned to create a painting on the ground with torches, but thanks to a gift from Athena, he gained the support of the entire kingdom of Calamity, which inspired him to use the night sky as his canvas. After all, having the entire city offer blessings to Artemis meant that even if the goddess had complaints later, at least the impact would be shared. So, he spent that week on the back of Pegasus, drawing outlines in the sky, and arranging for everyone to light their lanterns at night. Ultimately, this moment was the culmination of all those efforts. Now, Promise put down the brush on that half-finished canvas. And then, the small pond in the painting, like a drop of nectar falling, rippled, and in those ripples, the reflection of Artemis and the golden stag appeared in the water. Also in the water, the silhouette of the goddess drawing her bow in the sky was clearly outlined. With that, the painting was finally complete. Promise set down the brush, looking at the simple landscape painting. It was indeed rudimentary, just a landscape painting. But it was undoubtedly the most beautiful painting he had ever created. Thus, its true form wasn't on this canvas, but in the night sky above. And now, in the eyes of all those watching, humans, gods, and sprites alike, the stars above Calamity had vanished. As Nyx, one of the original 5 deities who brought night to the world, finally noticed this scene, her curiosity caused her to cover the stars. She allowed the painting that had risen high to become even more apparent in this world and to all beings watching. So, you see. Gradually coming back to herself, Atalanta lowered her head, her sacred blue eyes glanced at the still bewildered Artemis and then turned to Promise. She couldn't understand what he had been worrying about. And now Promise came to Artemis with the simple painting. Goddess Artemis, the painting is finished. He took it and handed it to Artemis, the moon goddess who was standing stunned and said, I hope you like it. Chapter 59. The gift from moon goddess Artemis. The sky lanterns lit up the night, causing even the stars to dissipate. Each sky lantern carried the blessings and prayers of a person from Calamity to the goddess Artemis, using the night sky as a canvas to sketch out the painting dedicated to the goddess at this moment. The goddess of fates, within the temple of fate, saw that painting. Thus, at this moment, the quiet Clotho standing in the dark of the forest also raised her head. Although she couldn't see the night sky now, that scene had already been deeply engraved in her eyes. Therefore, she naturally understood how beautiful the painting that was now visible to all beings was. Although it would dissipate in a very short time, just like Promise had told Clotho before, even though the bloom was momentary, that beautiful scene would forever be painted in the heart. Now, the moon goddess Artemis stood there, foolishly. Looking at Promise, who was presenting the painting to her, she did not take it. Because she was completely overwhelmed. Her sky-blue eyes just stared at the black-haired, emerald-eyed youth in front of her. The wind blew their hair, the ground's white lilies symbolizing innocence and purity swayed slightly, and the clear pond beside them reflected not only the painting in the sky but also the scene of the youth offering the painting to the goddess. Atalanta stood by, witnessing this scene. In that moment, she felt that this scene was also a painting. And she probably would never forget such a scene in her life. You don't want it? Just as Artemis was foolishly staring at Promise, without reaching out to take the painting, Hera arrived. Dressed in regal garments, her beautiful golden hairs cascading from her crown and her amber eyes fixed intently on the painting. At this moment, her flawless and magnificent face displayed unabashed jealousy. "If you don't want it, I do." Saying so, Hera prepared to snatch the painting from Promise's hands. Hearing this, Artemis reacted, quickly snatching it away and holding it tightly to her chest, stepping back cautiously as she watched Hera. The latter was full of regret as she saw the painting taken by Artemis as she turned her beautiful eyes towards Promise. In her eyes, a flame named Desire burned. Just as Promise noticed this, he blinked gently. "Promise, I want it too. I want such a painting," Hera said excitedly, stepping forward and preparing to firmly grasp the boy. Enough, Athena arrived, stopping Hera with a hand and saying, "Hera, you scared him. And if you want to seek such offerings from a child, you should first fulfill the promises you haven't kept yet. Have you seen Hephaestus yet? Has the child's brush and canvas been sorted out? And Hades' wedding, you haven't settled that yet, have you?" Athena. Hera, feeling a bit frantic, glared fiercely at Athena and said, "I am this child's goddess." Hearing this, Athena ignored her further, her dazzling golden eyes turned to Promise, and in the boy's uneasy heart, she showed that signature smile. So far, whenever Athena showed such a smile, Promise had never encountered anything good. "Don't worry, Promise, I won't seek such paintings from you like Hera, but..." Athena slightly narrowed her eyes. "Little Promise, you were naughty, huh? Next time, the painting you offer to me must be even more beautiful than tonight's, understand?" Hearing this, before Promise could react, Hera, showing a not surprised expression, disdainfully glanced at Athena, then slightly raised her eyebrows as if realizing something, saying, "Wait for the next painting." The goddess finally reacted, recalling the painting Athena had bragged about to her before, and then looking up at the painting in the night sky, her eyes widened as she said to Athena, "Wait, the painting you showed off before was also painted by Promise? Ah, it was finally exposed, huh?" Athena still smiled elegantly, then turned her head away. Hera, having gotten her answer, then once again focused on Promise, and by now her jealousy was not just written on her face, but seemed about to burst forth from her body. As Promise saw this and his body subconsciously tensed, he heard Hera's faint voice, "Promise, mine then, my painting?" Hera's voice did not mix the expected anger, only thick with melancholy. And this, in turn, made it clear that she was just one step away from a final breakdown. "Promise, I am your goddess." As she bit her lip, the words had just fallen. "Actually, I wouldn't mind becoming your goddess next, Promise," Athena said with a beaming smile. Hearing this, Hera hadn't turned to vent the anger in her heart towards Athena when, "I don't mind either." Artemis, holding tightly to the painting in her arms, afraid of it being snatched away, came forward and said seriously, "Promise, I can also be your goddess." Atalanta, hearing this, instinctively opened her mouth to say something, but looking at the scene before her, she thought better of it and simply bowed her head. Then she suddenly noticed beside her, the Pegasus that had descended from the night sky at some unknown time. It was grazing on grass nearby. "You too?" Hera, teeth gritted, looking at the two goddesses eyeing her follower greedily, felt the suppressed anger in her heart and the jealousy almost bursting forth from her body. She even felt that this moment was more infuriating than catching Zeus in an affair. "Don't always think about my follower, he is mine, don't even think about it." "Oh, right, take this opportunity to make it clear." Then Hera again focused on Promise, urgently and with a deep hope, said, "Promise, you will choose who to be your goddess, you will definitely choose me, right?" She hadn't finished speaking when Artemis also looked at Promise full of expectation. Athena, however, stopped the conversation from continuing. After all, she was very clear about the choice in Promise's heart at this stage. Enough. Thus, she stopped Hera, and spoke, "Don't say any more, look around. Tonight, it's really quite lively." Hearing this, Hera was momentarily stunned, then turned her head, scanning the surroundings. Feeling those eyes gathered here, and thinking about how her behavior had been spied upon by them, her face instantly darkened. She glared fiercely at Athena, one of the main culprits, but in this situation, Hera had to compromise, forcefully suppressing her emotions as she said, "Fine, I can ignore these for now, but Promise, you also must prepare such a painting for me." "Okay." What surprised everyone present at that moment was that the boy agreed very readily, as if he had been prepared. Even Athena felt somewhat surprised by this. Then Promise nodded and continued to speak to Hera, "Honorable Goddess Hera, I will prepare a painting for you, but... Sorry, before that, I need to meet the god of craftsmanship, Hephaestus, and seek a brush and canvas from her." To avoid any misunderstanding from Hera, he quickly explained that he currently lacked the ability to paint deities, hence he needed the god of craftsmanship, Hephaestus, to specially create the tools for him. which he informed Hera. Hearing this, Hera glanced at the painting tightly held in Artemis's arms, then looked up at the sky, and understood some of the reasons. Therefore, Goddess Hera, I hope that when I am capable, you will allow me and bestow upon me the honor of painting you. And that will also be my first painting that truly depicts a deity. Promise smiled and said to the slightly stunned Hera, I have never forgotten the grace you bestowed upon me in the homeland of Jason, honorable goddess, nor have I forgotten everything that happened in Aegean. I have always felt very fortunate to be your follower, so great goddess, please grant me this honor on that day. Hera is a goddess prone to jealousy. Promise was well aware of this. Thus, he had already considered that offering a painting to Artemis might provoke Hera's displeasure, so he had prepared accordingly. And indeed, quenching Hera's rage was not difficult. Although he couldn't produce a finished product at the moment, and the folder offered to her was still blank, it was enough to make it seem like he was considering her first. After all, as long as it doesn't involve marriage, Hera is relatively easy to talk to. Unlike Artemis, who is always thinking about hunting. So, after Promise finished speaking, Hera, who had initially worn unhappiness and jealousy on her face, changed her expression in an instant, turning it into surprise. And hearing this, Artemis blinked, feeling somewhat dejected that the painting in her hands didn't seem so desirable. Yet even so, she held onto it tightly, with no intention of letting go. Athena, did you hear that? Then Hera, with a face full of pride, immediately boasted to Athena, this child still remembers me, and moreover, the first person he will paint will be me. But the first painting truly offered to a god is still mine. Thinking this, Athena did not expose Promise, but merely smiled lightly, her golden eyes casting a meaningful glance at the boy. At the same time, she couldn't really say much, as after all, having Hera as the first god truly depicted by Promise, from all perspectives, was reasonable and appropriate. Thus, Promise successfully got through the night. Hera got the outcome she wanted, and was even eager to meet her daughter, the god of craftsmanship, Hephaestus, hoping to obtain a painting like the one of Artemis tonight. Although Athena didn't gain anything, she was already satisfied, for to her, a goddess of her stature, everything tonight was too interesting, and Promise had not disappointed her once again. Although she felt a bit jealous in her heart. As for Artemis, the greatest winner tonight, she was initially stunned by the overwhelming happiness, and was dazed throughout. It was only when Athena and Hera were about to leave with Artemis that she somewhat came to her senses. Wait a minute, I haven't bestowed my grace on little Promise yet. Artemis exclaimed loudly. Hearing this, Hera and Athena were slightly taken aback and then stopped. Indeed, such a significant offering tonight without gifts or blessings would indeed be inappropriate. If Artemis didn't give one, by tomorrow, the gods would surely seize the opportunity to mock her for being stingy, thus covering up their jealousy. But what kind of gift would Artemis give for such an offering? Hera couldn't help but stop and curiously look at the moon goddess. And at that moment, the gift is not just from me but from all of Calydon and Atalanta, as a blessing and gift to you, Goddess Artemis, Promise spoke, even turning to pull Atalanta closer, and earnestly said, therefore, Goddess Artemis, I don't have the sole right to enjoy this gift, please bestow it equally upon everyone. Hearing this, Hera looked at Promise somewhat emotionally. This is the child who can bring me honor. No, from today onwards, I must take even better care of him, I absolutely can't give Athena any chance. Thinking this, she glared fiercely at Athena again. The latter, however, did not pay attention to Hera at this moment but rather looked at Promise with a somewhat playful gaze. After all, she had realized early on that Promise's carefully prepared painting was because he feared being hunted by Artemis, and she naturally guessed his thoughts at this time. That is to stand everyone in front of Artemis. And Artemis, feeling the blessings contained in the night lanterns and looking at the first one who lit the lantern, her most loyal little follower, really couldn't refute. As she hesitated, grant the blessings to the entire kingdom of Calydon, Athena spoke up, smiling, forgive their past mistakes, give blessings to all, that is what they are hoping for. And Artemis, you should also fulfill your little follower's wish, letting her follow by your side from now on. As for Promise, Artemis, from today onwards, you should no longer use hunting to scare him. Is that all? Artemis looked at Athena in confusion. Of course, Goddess Artemis. Before Athena could respond, Atalanta excitedly said, following you is my greatest wish, please grant me this honor. All right then, Artemis, feeling a bit helpless but also happy, nodded at Atalanta and said, since this is little Atta's wish, so be it. What about Promise? Apart from no longer going hunting, it's the painting, of course. After Athena's response, everyone present was slightly taken aback. Painting? Artemis looked at Athena in confusion, then at the painting in her hands, and the next second, she hugged it tightly, looking warily at her. Not the one in your hands. Athena rolled her eyes at Artemis and said, But when Promise gets the brush and canvas from Hephaestus, Artemis, you are not to make any requests of this child, and must graciously be portrayed on his canvas. And from then on, whenever this child seeks your help, you cannot refuse. This statement was a bit absolute, but even Hera showed an expression that it was only right, considering those sky lanterns were still lit up in the sky. No problem. Hearing this, Artemis didn't even give Promise a chance to speak and immediately nodded in agreement, as if afraid that the other party might change their mind. She actually didn't care about what Athena said later, she only heard the first part, that Promise would paint her again in the future. Seeing this, Promise hesitated for a moment and then said nothing. After all, his main goal, with Athena's help, had indeed been achieved. Since Artemis had given her Promise, she could no longer hunt Promise from now on. So the night finally calmed down. Well, more precisely, until the dawn lit up the sky, Calydon would not be quiet at all. Meanwhile, those sky lanterns traveled a distance into the night sky before stopping. Even though the painting is destined to dissipate in the sky when the sun rises, tonight, the goddess of the night, Nyx, who makes the stars retreat, wishes to keep it hanging in the night sky, using the night sky as its canvas. And then the Pegasus, stretching its wings, brought Atalanta and Promise back to the kingdom of Calydon. And when it landed within the kingdom of Calydon, what welcomed Promise was the cheers of everyone in Calydon. After all, before their return, the temple's followers and prophets had excitedly informed everyone that the moon goddess Artemis had forgiven their past mistakes. And she would also grant them 100 years of blessings. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. A grand banquet took place throughout the kingdom. Everyone participated, but Promise, who was the absolute core of it all, quietly slipped away from the crowd at some point. Because he still had a small promise to keep. He climbed to the highest point of the palace in the kingdom, and there at the very top, wearing a white robe, Clotho, the fate holding Promise's destiny orb, sat quietly waiting for him. That day in the Temple of Fate, having awoken from the spied upon future destinies, Promise naturally found the other two goddess of fates. They had agreed to help, but only made one small request. Though the request was a bit strange, it was just a small matter, so Promise eventually agreed. That was, at the end of everything, Promise needed to come to Clotho's side. To accompany her, who couldn't see it all, and together admire the view of tonight. Chapter 60, Hermes. 2 days later, under the afternoon sun, inside the sacred realm of moon goddess Artemis, the queen of Olympus Hera was sitting with the goddess of wisdom, Athena, in a pavilion. As for Artemis, amid the contemptuous looks of the two goddesses, she happily presented the painting in her hand to her attendants and nymphs for their appreciation, and felt extremely satisfied under their admiring and envious gazes. But to be honest, you two goddesses are not qualified to look down on her, right? After all, Artemis's current actions are not much different from when one of you flaunted a painting before the gods and the other boasted about a prophecy. Hera, why haven't you left yet? After scorning Artemis and suppressing her jealousy, Athena revealed her standard elegant smile and turned to Hera, saying, "You must have many things to do, right?" Athena, "Don't think I don't know what you're up to." Thela glared at her with her amber eyes and said, "You want to take advantage of my absence to make a move on that child, right? Well, think again. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. But that child has already made a vow with me. I will help him grow into a hero who will resound across the world, becoming a dazzling star in the heavens." Facing Hera's wary gaze, Athena remained calm, still smiling warmly, "And don't forget, Hera, that becoming a hero is your lovely devotee's dream. He longs to become a hero and yearns for a grand finale. Are you really planning to ignore all that and obstruct him? No way, no way. Hera, do you really dislike him that much? You always say you are his goddess. Ah. How infuriating." Watching Athena blinking innocently, feigning surprise while her lips curled up uncontrollably, Hera felt her fists clench. Knowing this schemer harbored no good intentions and coveted her lovely devotee, yet unable to defeat or out-argue her, she could only seethe with rage. It even felt more painful than catching Zeus in an affair. Seeing Hera's discomfort, which greatly satisfied her and diminished her hidden jealousy, a delighted Athena finally spoke again, "Come on, Hera, let's not fight anymore. That child's respect for you is not false, as you saw. He always puts you first, even making a vow that you will be the first goddess he truly portrays. So you don't need to worry too much, at least. For the short term." Hera's expression had not yet relaxed completely when she frowned and said, "Wait, what do you mean by for the short term?" Athena did not answer her question but continued, "There's no point in continuing this standoff. It won't be long before the child sets off on his journey again. Do you really want to stop that child's wish, not wanting to see him become a famed hero of ancient Greece? Do you think he doesn't deserve it? How could that be possible?" Hera shook her head decisively and proudly said, "My child, How could he not have such qualifications? Moreover, he is second to none, even better than everyone else. Upon hearing this, Athena had not yet had the chance to respond. Right, little promise is really excellent. Artemis quickly chimed in, nodding enthusiastically. However, Athena and Hera completely ignored her. So, as the goddess of that child, you can't let him be disheartened. So, Hera, go do your work quickly. His paintings and brushes are still waiting for you, the great goddess, to meet Hephaestus. Upon hearing the name Hephaestus, Hera's body involuntarily stiffened. Seeing this, Athena could only helplessly change the subject, saying, or perhaps the wedding of Hades. It seems that has been delayed for a while now, hasn't it? Stop talking about it. Hera said with a gloomy face, it was that guy who said he wanted a marriage, for which I found so many goddesses for him, and even sent Hermes to bring them to him. I even sent Aphrodite there once, but he didn't like any of them and sent them all away. There's a reason why Hephaestus hates you. Athena looked at Hera speechlessly, even imagining the scene where Hephaestus would close the door in her face or kick her out when she visits. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but laugh again. However, after laughing, Athena felt this wasn't a solution. Although she enjoyed seeing Hera get rejected, not giving her something to do meant she couldn't make a move on promise. So after a moment's thought, Athena said, Hera, have you ever thought about why Hades brought up marriage to you? What's there to think about? He wants a partner. Among our siblings, he's the only one without one, so he must be desperate. Watching Hera confidently say this, Athena struggled to hold back the urge to facepalm, saying, could there be a possibility that Hades seeking a marriage from you is not for finding a partner but simply for the sake of marriage? For example, he might have already found a partner for himself? Upon hearing this, Hera first paused, then a look of realization crossed her face, followed by even more surprise as she looked at Athena, saying, are you saying that gloomy guy finally smartened up and found someone he likes? I didn't say that, you did, Hera. As she spoke, Athena reached out and pushed away Artemis, who had come closer at some point with curiosity written all over his face. So that's it, that's what it was all about. I'll go ask him now, who that person is. An elated Hera had just stood up to leave when she suddenly tilted her head, frowning, then turned back and looked at Athena, saying, wait, I just realized it's no use asking him, that gloomy guy definitely won't tell me directly who it is. It's simple, the latter smiled again, you just need to return to Olympus, gather all the goddesses, and ask who is willing to go to the underworld to become Hades' bride. The most eager one, obviously, is the one Hades wants. After all, not many deities are willing to go to the underworld, shrouded in darkness and desolation. You mean? Hera, you should know Hades better than I do. Do you think he would seek marriage from you without the other party's consent? At this, Hera finally understood. After understanding completely, Hera couldn't help but laugh, saying, that guy Hades, really, if there was such a thing, why didn't he say so earlier? With that, Hera left. As she departed, Artemis predictably followed right behind her. After they had gone, Athena waved her hand to dismiss all the nymphs nearby, then crossed her arms in front of her chest and leaned against the pavilion saying, all right, come out Hermes, you've been hiding there long enough. Tell me, what do you need? At this, Athena paused slightly, then turned her head to look at the handsome blonde man emerging from the bushes, dressed in light green casual clothes and wearing a feathered hat, and said more precisely, or rather, what do you need from the child, promise? Hearing this, Hermes, squinting his eyes, took off his feathered hat, gave a slight bow to Athena, and said with a smile, you really can't hide anything from those eyes of yours, wise goddess, but, to be precise, this is not a task given to me. After putting his hat back on, the squint-eyed Hermes continued with a smile, this is a mandate from our great father god. Father god? Athena raised her eyebrows slightly surprised. After a moment of silence, she looked up and continued to ask Hermes, what for? To save someone, a woman, Hermes smiled. To be exact, a woman who has been turned into a cow. Her name is Io. Chapter 61, The Oracle of the God King Zeus Hermes. He is one of the 12 Olympian gods in ancient Greek mythology, the son of King Zeus, the messenger of the gods, who can travel anywhere, including the underworld. And it's not it. He is also the god of commerce and cunning, clever and sly, making him one of the smartest beings in Olympus, second only to Athena. Thus, Zeus often likes to delegate various tasks to Hermes, most notably involving his many lovers. Whenever he gets caught by Hera, in order to rescue his lovers, he would find Hermes and ask him to find a way to solve the problem for him. And Io was one of them. Athena didn't know who Io was, but when she heard that it was Zeus asking for help, she had already guessed most of the answer. Why are you looking for a promise? Athena asked. Because of Hera. Hermes replied with an erudite smile. Hearing this, Athena immediately understood. It was clear that Hermes had seen the painting from the previous night and understood Promise's importance in Hera's heart. And the one who turned Io into a cow was none other than Hera herself. But this isn't what the Father God intended, right? Athena roughly understood it in her heart, so she relaxed and said. After all, as long as Zeus didn't send a message asking Hermes to bring Promise to him, everything would be easy to talk about. Facing Athena, Hermes knew that being cunning was pointless, so he nodded and straightforwardly said, yes, but I need his help. Then you need to ask Promise himself about this matter. After all, he is a loyal believer of Hera. I can't make the decision. Hearing this, the latter looked at Athena with some surprise in his orange eyes, and he actually found a hint of jealousy. But of course, he was not foolish enough to point it out. So he took off the feather hat on his head, bowed to Athena again, and said, I understand. I will go to see the child now. Having said that, just as Hermes was about to leave. Wait. Athena stopping him, thought for a moment, and then said, from today on, you must tell the gods one thing. They can see that child, Promise, and they can ask for tribute, but they need to prepare a golden apple for him. Promise now has 4 golden apples in his hand. Athena didn't have it anymore, and it was obvious that Hera would not give her any, so she hadn't been able to provide any to Promise recently. But Clotho had, so he went to the Temple of Destiny once the night before. And if he is willing, you must promise me one thing. Tell me, Athena. Hermes replied with a smile. For Hermes, being stopped by Athena and asked for a favor was not surprising at all. After all, he was not the battle idiot like Ares. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Athena before going to Promise. If that child falls into the underworld, you have to help me rescue him once. Hearing Athena say this, Hermes instinctively asked, is that child going to fall into the underworld soon? I don't know. The latter shook her head. You don't know? Hermes was stunned for a moment, then looked at Athena's golden eyes with great surprise. I really don't know. After all, it seems to me that he wanders around the fork in the road to the underworld almost every day, but he doesn't go in. So I just want to be on the safe side. Athena said this and paused before continuing to speak to Hermes. As for what's really going on, you'll understand everything once you meet him. Upon hearing this, Hermes, with doubts in his heart, went to the kingdom of Calydon, and it didn't take much effort for him to meet Promise. Because at this time the boy in Calydon was just like a star, no matter where he went, people would greet him excitedly. Not to mention the marks left by several goddesses on him, which to Hermes, were as conspicuous as lighthouses in a sea fog. And when they met, looking at the black-haired, green-eyed young man, although his appearance was not the most handsome that Hermes had ever seen, the natural artistic aura that adorned him, along with his amiable smile, still made Hermes internally remark, what a lovely boy. Then he turned around and prepared to leave. Hermes now understood why Athena had instructed him to prepare golden apples and be ready to fish someone out of the underworld. After all, in this age of gods in ancient Greece, even infants could probably live a couple of days longer than Promise. At this moment, Hermes dismissed the idea of taking Promise to rescue Io. In fact, due to the competition between Athena and Hera, as well as the fame that Promise had gradually gained so far, any normal person or god would probably think that the boy was nearly as powerful as the great human hero, Hercules. Not to mention, they all graduated from the centaur sage Chiron. Oh, that's not right, it seems that Promise didn't graduate at all, he ran away secretly. Hermes obviously thought the same, which was why he came here. But the reality was, this boy is not even comparable to Hercules as a baby. And to know, not only had Hero turned that woman named Io into a cow, but she even had her guarded by Argus, the giant with 100 eyes. Now, not to mention letting Promise confront that giant and rescue Io, Hermes was even worried that if he took him there, the poor boy might be scared to death by the 100-eyed giant on the spot. Just as Hermes was about to leave, a casual glance made him stop in his tracks. He even rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. He saw a sword on Promise, the sword of the goddess of justice, Themis. Then Hermes calmed down and thought of Athena and how much she valued her Promise. And Athena's character was well known among the Olympian gods, no one could catch her eye without the qualifications of a hero. So, Hermes chuckled, coming back to his senses. He felt that this matter seemed to be becoming more and more interesting. Thus, Meleager, I must go. In the kingdom of Calydon, Promise said helplessly to the red-haired youth Meleager who had forced him to stay beside him, you know, I still have the oracle given to me by the Queen Hera. Now the crew consists of you, Atalanta and Chopper. I still have to go find Theseus, Hercules, and Peleus. There was no need to explain who Hercules and Theseus were. As for Peleus, he was the father of Achilles, whose fame would be second only to Hercules in the future. I can go with you. Meleager said persistently, I can be your bodyguard and protect you. And both my father and mother have already promised me this." Maligur was a prince, but when he expressed this idea in the palace, even his parents did not object, and even thought it was reasonable. The painting he presented to the moon goddess that night not only conquered several goddesses, but also apparently conquered the people of this kingdom. In the past few days, Maligur's parents have been wanting to give Promise something, and have even hinted to him several times that they have several very good-looking daughters. But the boy still just asked them to help spread his name. "I personally don't mind if you follow me, as long as you can convince my Pegasus." Promise shrugged. However, when Maligur heard him say this, he instantly became depressed. That was Pegasus, a celestial horse that can normally only be touched and cleansed by the 9 muses representing art. Atalando was allowed to sit because it was smart. After all, every time something went wrong with Promise, it would rush to the scene and eat grass in the first place. So last time Maligur touched it out of curiosity, he was kicked to the ground and it took him a long time to recover. If he hadn't been a heroic figure of the Age of Gods, he might still be lying at home recuperating. "Then you can stay in Caladon. As for the search for Hercules and Phileus, you can't leave it to me. I will send someone to find them." However, Maligur did not intend to let him go. After all, this time, he undoubtedly owed Promise a huge favor, even though he didn't know his fate. Not to mention Promise, who made him worried. "No, this is absolutely not possible. I still need to seek revenge on them." Although the quality of heroic spirit was very high now, making Promise feel that he can fight in the Holy Grail War in his current condition. Well, even if his constitution was a big problem, at least he could manage a suicide attack akin to a meteor with Pegasus. But participating in more legends isn't a bad thing, especially since he's only a step away from being an A-rank heroic spirit, and with the Legend of the Argo as a safety net. With an A-rank heroic spirit as a baseline, Promise felt he might reach S rank, and if he aimed a little higher, perhaps he could even achieve a divine station. When Maligur heard the promise of revenge, he wanted to laugh. Not to mention, he was quite curious to see how Hercules and the others would react when Promise sought them out one by one to exact his revenge. But he was just thinking about it, and when he was about to say something, Maligur suddenly found that his vision became blurred, and he stood there in a daze. Noticing something was off with Maligur, Promise, who was puzzled, then saw Hermes with his feathered hat and holding a caduceus, double snake staff, descending from the sky to stand before him. The god pressed his feathered hat, showing a seemingly refreshing smile, took out a golden apple and placed it in the hand of the stunned young man. "Hello, lovely child of Queen Hera, I am pleased to meet you. I am Hermes, and I bring you a great oracle from King Zeus. Would you be willing to help me fulfill this great divine will?" Chapter 62, The Olympian 12 Gods Portrait. The next morning, fluttering its silver wings, the Pegasus carried Promise through the skies. It passed over wilderness and lakes, taking Promise to where Io was located. Promise naturally knew who Hermes was, and when he heard the name Io from him, he recalled this mythological tale. Like the river goddess Aegina, Io was also a woman persecuted by Hera. The only difference was that she was one of the few women who had a better ending. According to the myth, just when Zeus caught the fleeing Io and was about to rape her, Hera arrived in time and discovered the situation. In the end, Zeus had no choice but to turn Io into a white cow. Although Hera realized this, she didn't reveal it. She merely admired the cow's beauty and demanded it from Zeus, assigning Argus, the 100-eyed giant, to guard it day and night. Io, though turned into a cow, did not lose her human thoughts, and thus spent her days in tears. Later, after Hermes decapitated Argus, she was again pursued by Hera. In the end, Zeus, having witnessed everything, reluctantly made a vow to Hera. He swore to give up his love for Io and prove that the maiden was still pure. Only then did Hera finally let her go and allowed Io to regain her human form and return to her country. Argus shouldn't make things difficult for me. After all, he should be able to tell at a glance that I'm a follower of Hera. Promise muttered while sitting on Pegasus. Pegasus did not respond to this. After all, it was just a horse and at most it knew how to lower its head and eat grass at the right time. Yes, Promise had agreed to Hermes' request. The reason was simple. Apart from the fact that this was a legend, Hermes had very generously given Promise an artifact, a pan flute named Syrinx, which in the legends was used to lull the all-seeing giant to sleep. He had given this as a reward for Promise's assistance. The morning breeze, slightly cool, brushed against Promise as the galloping Pegasus suddenly neighed softly towards him. "What is it, do you want to rest a bit?" The latter looked at it puzzled. Pegasus first shook its head, then after thinking, nodded. Although Promise was confused, considering that Pegasus had been flying him around all night and that he was also a bit hungry, he let it land beside a stream in an ancient forest. Not long after landing, Promise heard the beautiful sound of a lyre close to his ears. And that lyre music was somewhat familiar, making him instantly think of one person, one of his targets for revenge and also a future crew member of the Argo, Orpheus, who had once taught him music for a while. He was the child of the god of light, Apollo, and his most famous deed in the future would be to move the king and queen of the underworld with his music, thus exceptionally earning the right to bring his wife back from the underworld. After a moment's surprise, Promise's first feeling was delight. He hadn't expected to encounter a friend in this era. But soon, he realized something was off. Because the lyre music, as if enchanted, made him uncontrollably start walking towards the source of the stream. And according to Promise's understanding, in the ancient Greek age of gods, there was only one person. Rather, one god, who possessed such magical lyre music. Promise didn't walk long before he emerged from a thicket, and the scene opened up before him revealing a stunningly beautiful spring. By the clear spring, there stood a very conspicuous laurel tree, its leaves shimmering silver. When Promise saw it, the tree seemed to tremble slightly, and a silver leaf fluttered down, landing in the hand he had instinctively extended. As if greeting him. And under that laurel tree, Promise finally saw the person playing the lyre. He bore some resemblance to the lyre-playing Orpheus and also somewhat resembled Asclepius, the future god of medicine. With his eyes closed, he was playing a 7-stringed lyre, nestling under the laurel tree, and basking in the sunlight. His golden hair spilled down his back and was loosely tied into a ponytail hanging in front. His appearance was incredibly handsome, dazzling as if embodied by the light itself. His name was Apollo, one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, acknowledged as the most handsome male god among them, and also the twin brother of the moon goddess Artemis. As Promise looked at the man before him, he immediately discerned who he was and turned his gaze to the Pegasus following behind. Sensing Promise's look, the latter immediately turned its head away and began to nibble on the grass. "Child, could you paint a picture for me?" Apollo spoke up at this moment. Opening his sky-blue eyes, similar to those of Artemis, he looked at Promise with his magnetic voice and gently said, "It is a painting dedicated to my beloved. Although she has not accepted my love and become my wife, I still wish that, like Artemis, she will always be remembered by all. Because I love her so deeply." Hearing this, Promise instinctively looked towards the laurel tree next to Apollo and his expression suddenly turned strange. "So even though she turned into a laurel tree to avoid you, you still can't let her go, and you want to use her branches for crowns, her wood for lyres, and her flowers to decorate your bow?" Daphne, the laurel tree goddess. Yes, the laurel tree beside Apollo was indeed a goddess named Daphne, whom Apollo loved unrequitedly. Even to escape Apollo's love, she ultimately transformed into the laurel tree before him. Seemingly reacting to Apollo's words, the laurel tree gently shook again. And God Apollo, seeing this, excitedly laughed and said, "Ah, my beautiful Daphne, do you feel my love and are responding to me? Let me guess, is there a chance she isn't really responding to you?" "Well, she is responding, but probably just expressing her speechlessness and helplessness, right?" Promise blinked. Due to a strange sense of déjà vu, Promise accurately read the emotions expressed by the laurel tree goddess Daphne at the moment. Just like Meleager and Atalanta. Only, unlike Atalanta who never really paid any attention to Meleager, and the red-haired man never dared express his love for Atalanta. Really, birds of a feather flock together, like Artemis they are all extreme romantics, and all even have the potential for yandere tendencies. Thinking this, Promise also felt somewhat relieved. Actually, from the moment he realized that the person might be Apollo, he had been wrestling with whether to loudly call for Hera or Athena for help. After all, Apollo is, let's say, versatile. Simply put, he is a typical example of if you're handsome, you're right. But now, Promise could be a little relieved because it seemed, for the moment, all the focus was being absorbed by the laurel tree goddess Daphne. "I apologize, noble god of light, Apollo. I am not currently capable of creating such a painting because my paints and brushes cannot bear the weight of a deity." Upon regaining his senses, Promise truthfully revealed Apollo. Hearing this, Apollo, who had been playing his lyre, paused briefly and looked at Thr Boy somewhat surprised. Indeed, the ability to carry a god implies actually being able to depict a god, a realm nearly unreachable for mortals. "And what about a painting like the one on that night?" Apollo asked again. "That painting could not have been achieved by me alone, it was carved from the heartfelt wishes and blessings of all the people." Hearing Promise's explanation, Apollo nodded slightly and did not get angry, despite the repeated refusals. He had seen that painting and thus understood why it was envied by the gods, not just because it used the night as a canvas but because it contained the heartfelt prayers and blessings of the people. Those prayers that lit the lanterns, illuminating the night, were indeed the moments that truly caught the gods' attention. At that moment, the laurel tree gently shook once more. This time, Apollo genuinely understood her message and smiled back, "Rest assured, my love, I am not angry. This child's words contain no lies, And he is also favored by Artemis, so I will take good care of him. Apollo's relationship with Artemis was very close. More precisely, he was somewhat overprotective. The death of Orion was primarily because Apollo felt he wasn't worthy of his sister. Also, for this reason, Apollo took quite good care of Atalanta. Then when you are capable in the future, would you be willing to paint a picture for both me and my beloved? Apollo then asked Promise. Of course, it would be my honor. Promise did not refuse this time. The reason for not refusing was clear, and moreover, Promise vividly remembered what Athena had once said, that by depicting a deity in a painting, he could directly pray to the gods and thus receive their blessed powers. Just like using the painting of the river goddess Aegina could briefly control the rivers. Wait, so am I collecting paintings of the 12 Olympian gods, like collecting stamps? And wait a minute, why do I feel like the path I'm taking is getting weirder? Not the typical close combat hero of ancient Greek myths, but a summoner? Chapter 63, Walking with the Gods, but it's Apollo. Child, where are you planning to go now? When Promise happily agreed to Apollo's request, the latter, smiling gently, asked him. Hearing this, Promise hesitated for a moment before tactfully telling Apollo that he was going to a place called Lerna to meet a woman named Io. Upon hearing this, Apollo stood up. Holding his 7-stringed lyre and showing a smile as bright as the light, he said to Promise, "In that case, let me escort you on this journey." Huh? Just as Promise blinked. That giant named Argos is no ordinary being. It's too dangerous for you to go there alone, and... As Apollo spoke, he seriously examined Promise in front of him. Then he sighed and said, "I don't know why Hermes assigned such a dangerous task to you, nor do I understand why Athena and the others agreed, but I can't watch you be in such a dangerous situation, after all." At this point, Apollo, showing a smile he believing to be infinitely friendly smile, softly said to Promise, "You are as lovely and delicate as a flower. Since I have seen you, how could I bear to see you wither away?" When he finished speaking, the expression on Promise's face at that moment was no different from when Artemis had declared she wanted to hunt him. Then, despite all of Promise's tactful refusals, Apollo had already made up his mind, and even when he left, the goddess who turned into a laurel tree kept trembling. Seeing such scene, Apollo was deeply moved, thinking that his lover didn't want to be separated from him, but Promise understood very well that it was tears of joy for finally being freed from suffering. Indeed, a smile doesn't disappear, it just shifts. Fortunately, the journey wasn't long. Within just one day, Promise, along with Apollo, the god of light, and the Pegasus he was tightly holding on to, arrived at their destination. And during this day, although Apollo's overly gentle gaze constantly made Promise feel uneasy, and even though he ate a golden apple at night to ensure he wouldn't need to sleep, nothing unexpected happened. It might be because of the golden arrow of little Eros that all of Apollo's love was directed towards the laurel tree goddess Daphne at this moment. Although Apollo is also a switch, he is different from the god King Zeus. At least he doesn't fall for every beautiful woman he sees. After all, like the moon goddess Artemis, he is also a hopeless romantic. Therefore, the issues between Apollo and the laurel tree goddess Daphne mainly stem from the golden arrow shot by little Eros. By the way, in some sense, this Eros is also the root of the tragedy between Medea and Jason. When Promise and Apollo arrived in Lerna, it wasn't long before the 100-eyed giant Argos appeared before them on the forest path. Having sensed the strong aura of Hera on Promise and the presence of Apollo from afar, Argos came to meet the two on his own initiative. As his name suggests, Argos's body was densely covered with eyes, giving a strong sense of oppression. Apollo, looking at him, then worriedly turned to Promise, fearing that this delicate child might be frightened by Argos's appearance. However, to his surprise, Promise, while examining Argos, not only wasn't scared but also showed great interest, even pulling out a paintbrush and canvas at some point. Promise didn't know why, but at the moment he saw Argos, his artist's soul seemed to awaken, and he was flooded with rare inspiration. Maybe it was because he had painted so many beautiful things. Thus, Promise recorded him. When he came back to his senses, several hours had passed. The afternoon sunlight had came to an end, and in his hand was a painting titled Argos, the 100-eyed giant. And just like with Pegasus, Promise felt that he could summon Argos with this painting. Finally coming back to his senses, Promise, looking at the painting in his hand and then at Argos in front of him, was somewhat bewildered. "I think the muses of art would be very interested in meeting you and might even challenge you," he said. At this moment, Apollo, who had been quietly protecting him, laughed. He looked at the painting in Promise's hand, recalling the scene where he was so focused that it seemed like the world had only the paintbrush and the object in front of him, and couldn't help but exclaim again, "Promise, you really are an adorable and likable child." Hearing these words, Promise instantly snapped back to full awareness. Extremely aware. He immediately leaned closer to the Pegasus. Are you Promise? At this moment, the 100-eyed giant Argos, who had been silent and serving as Promise's model, spoke. What Promise didn't know was that being a model, especially under such circumstances, wasn't actually a very good task. During that period, Argos felt as if he was standing in front of the goddess of wisdom or the goddess of fate, with all his secrets exposed to Promise. If it weren't for the fact that the god of light Apollo was standing beside him and that the strong aura of Hera on Promise made Argos realize he was one of their own, he would have angrily crushed him for such offensive behavior. The great queen Hera's most favored follower. Facing Argos's question, Promise, who was trying hard to look up at him, thought for a moment and replied, I am indeed a follower of the noble Queen Hera, and as for whether I am favored by her, I am working on it. Hearing this, Argos, looking at the humble but unyielding Promise, glanced at him with all his eyes, very surprised. After all, he was just being polite. The name Promise had been boasted by Hera countless times. You don't have to look up, it's tiring, I can see you with the eyes on my legs too, Argos said with a warm smile, though with eyes on his face and mouth, his smile looked anything but warm, even scaring passing birds to death. By the way, what brings you and Lord Apollo here to find me? As he spoke, Argos's eyes also glanced at Apollo beside him. Hearing this, the latter did not speak. After all, he couldn't directly tell Argos that he came with Promise to prepare to kill him, could he? The god of light Apollo, who was also the god of music, medicine, and prophecy in Greek mythology, naturally knew the fate of Argos due to his role as the god of prophecy. He would fall asleep due to the magic of the flute in Promise's hand and be killed by Hermes in his sleep. Later, his eyes would even be taken by Hera to decorate the peacock's tail. Fate could not be changed, and Promise was too weak, so Apollo had come along to play the role of the executioner. After all, not many people knew about Promise's wager with the goddess of fate, Clotho. The three fates were extremely special beings even among the gods. No one, not even the gods, wanted to know their predestined and unchangeable fate. Therefore, the three fates were naturally not well liked. While Apollo was thinking about how to explain this, actually, we are here to rescue the woman named Io, Promise said directly, aiming for honesty. This immediately stunned both Apollo and Argos. When Apollo came back to his senses, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head, thinking, what an adorable child, not even knowing how to lie. As a result, his gaze towards Promise became even gentler. Argos, after being stunned for a while, hesitantly asked, are you sure you know about Io, for example? Her relationship with the great Queen Hera? He tried to lower his voice, fearing that speaking too loudly might shock Promise to death. Even so, the latter still felt a buzzing in his ears. Of course, Promise nodded. He naturally understood what Argos meant, so after thinking for a moment, he said, may I ask, Argos, if you can take me and the great god of light Apollo to see her first? After a brief hesitation, Argos agreed to Promise's request. After all, with Apollo standing right there, and knowing how much Hera favored Promise, he felt that even if he did release Io, he wouldn't be severely punished. So soon, Promise and Apollo followed the 100-eyed giant Argos to the highest peak of a mountain, where many cattle and sheep were confined. Among the cattle and sheep, a snow-white cow was being kept in a separate pen. She gazed at the moon in the sky, crying out in pain, with tears that seemed never to stop. Seeing this scene, Apollo immediately frowned upon recognizing the true form of the cow as a beautiful woman, and a sense of pity welled up in his heart. He then turned his head to look at Argos, searching for his neck among the many eyes, thinking that if he was going to cut it off sooner or later, he might as well do it now. Sensing Apollo's gaze, Argos finally noticed something was wrong. As he grew wary, contemplating whether he should inform Hera, he saw Promise approaching. Argos, may I ask if I can draw a picture of her? The young man asked as he took out another golden apple from Pegasus's backpack. Without waiting for Argos to respond, he approached the snow-white cow, sat down, and began drawing while biting the golden apple. Chapter 64, Simple Rewrite of Fate. Promise did not come here without a plan after all, he had dealt with such matters before. To be honest, Io's issue wasn't too troublesome, as Zeus hadn't succeeded with her. Therefore, Promise knew what he needed to do was simple. Just like in the myth, he needed to soften Hera's heart and ensure that Zeus would no longer target Io, showing Hera that she posed no threat. With this in mind, the boy swallowed the golden apple and focused on the white cow before him. At that moment, Promise realized that something was slightly off. As he prepared to draw Io on the canvas, what appeared before him was no longer the white cow but a beautiful woman, crying in sorrow, with skin as lovely as milk. Her green eyes sparkled like stars in the night. But soon, Promise stopped overthinking it. Using the advantage brought by the golden apple, although he didn't enter the same state of inspired frenzy as before, he quickly calmed down and focused. Apollo, Though puzzled as to why Promise was drawing instead of playing the flute, found watching the boy paint enjoyable and did not interrupt. And Argos, sensing danger, was somewhat unsettled, but the strong aura of Hera on Promise couldn't be fake, so after hesitating for a while, he did nothing. Thus, under the faint moonlight at the highest peak of the silent mountain, the only sound was Promise gently moving his paintbrush. This time, it didn't take long, just a little over 2 hours, for him to finish the painting. He looked at the painting in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Then he stood up, holding the painting, and found the best scenic spot. Before Apollo and Argos could react, he began, "Noble and beautiful Queen Hera, I am your most loyal follower, Promise, student of the centaur sage Chiron. At this moment, I wish to offer you a tribute, a painting. I hope you will like it." Promise offered the painting to Queen Hera. And just as he finished speaking, the goddess appeared before him, as if she had always been by his side. "A painting?" Hera's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Promise. She had arrived so quickly that she still held a piece of wild boar meat in her hand. "Where is it, Promise? Are you offering me a painting?" At that moment, seeing Hera appear in front of Promise, both the 100-eyed giant Argos and Apollo were stunned. "Huh, wait a minute, Apollo, why are you here? And Argos?" Hera then naturally noticed Apollo standing nearby, as well as the towering giant Argos. Seeing Argos, she was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized what was happening and looked at Io, who was also stunned by the sudden turn of events. Upon seeing Io, Hera's face showed undisguised disgust, but she restrained herself when she saw Promise. "Who sent you here? Was it Athena again?" she asked, barely containing her anger. Promise said nothing in response but handed the painting to Hera. The latter took the painting with a frown, and as soon as she saw it, she was stunned. The painting depicted a beautiful woman with snow-white skin, holding a snow-white cow and crying beside a large tree under the night sky. Next to them was a wooden house with lights on. The door was open, and cries could be heard from inside. Several people, who resembled the woman, walked by her repeatedly, their faces showing exhaustion. Despite the woman's cries and calls, her relatives could only hear the cows mooing. As Hera looked at the painting, a sense of pity and reluctance welled up in her heart. Meanwhile, Promise had quietly approached the cow and untied the rope around her. He brought Io before Hera, making her kneel and look up, her eyes filled with pleading as she cried. Finally, Hera was moved. She looked at Io and then at Promise, feeling a little flustered and a little reluctant, but at the same time she gritted her teeth, unwilling to let Io go easily. Promise then bent down, gently patted the cow's head, and smiled, saying, "Io, when you return home, do you vow to become a loyal and kind follower of the noble Queen Hera for the rest of your life, and never betray her? Do you promise to pray to Queen Hera at her temple every day?" Hearing this, Io seemed to awaken from a dream. She nodded frantically at Promise and looked pleadingly at Hera. Seeing this, Hera's expression finally softened. She looked at Io, then at Promise. After a long while, she sighed softly. She reached out and patted Promise's head with a mix of fondness and helplessness, pinched his cheek, then turned and left with the painting. The moment she left, Io felt an intense itching all over her body and she couldn't help but scratch the itchy spots. It felt as if she was shedding a heavy layer of clothing. Finally, she emerged from the body of the white cow. She was indeed a very beautiful person, with skin as white as snow, and even exuding a faint scent of milk. Emerging, she looked around in confusion with her bright eyes until Promise took out a piece of clothing from Pegasus and draped it over her. She then finally came to her senses, looking up and staring blankly at the boy in front of her. It was as if she wanted to imprint his image in her mind forever. It was not until this moment that Apollo, the god of light, finally came back to his senses from the series of events before him. The main issue was that things progressed too quickly, he hadn't even had a chance to say a word. Apollo then looked at Io, who had returned to her human form, and then at the 100-eyed giant Argos, standing nearby, stunned for a while. Wait a minute, fate. Was it rewritten so easily? At this moment, in the ancient and majestic temple of fate. Hey, Clotho, your promise has altered fate again. The sickly second sister Lachesis said to the goddess of fate Clotho. Yes. And the goddess of fate Clotho simply responded indifferently. In the kingdom of Lerna, as the sun god Helios brought the sun to light up the night and dawn illuminated the world, a Pegasus descended from the sky, flapping its silver wings and arriving on Earth. Under the incredulous gaze of the middle-aged king, who was also Io's father, Inachus, the Pegasus brought back his daughter, who was as beautiful as a flower. In the palace of the kingdom, Promise dismounted from the crouching Pegasus, helped Io down, and watched as she and her father embraced each other, crying tears of joy. Surrounding them were some attendants, guards, and Io's family members who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing that it was finally over, Promise then turned and prepared to leave on the Pegasus. "Wait, brave warrior." Inachus quickly called out to Promise. He looked at the boy sitting on the Pegasus, who appeared as dazzling as a god descended to earth, and after a moment of awe, said, "No, great god, can you tell me your noble name? I don't know exactly what happened, but I know it must have been a difficult journey. So please stay here for a while. I will prepare the grandest feast and offer you rich rewards to show my gratitude." After Inachus finished speaking, Io couldn't help but look at Promise. Her beautiful eyes were filled with expectation. She hoped Promise would stay, as she had many things she wanted to say to him. "I am not a great god. My name is Promise, a student of the centaur sage Chiron and a follower of the noble Queen Hera." Promise smiled and replied, "As for the feast and rewards, they are unnecessary because it wasn't me who saved your daughter, Io. You don't need to thank me. Thank the kind-hearted Queen Hera. And Io, remember your promise. From now on, go to Hera's temple every day and pray to her. Zeus, if you dare to lay a hand on Io in Hera's temple, all I can say is, you truly are something." Hearing that Promise wasn't a god, Inachus was visibly surprised. However, at this moment, Io stepped away from her father, nodded firmly to Promise, and said, "Lord Promise, don't worry. I will keep my vow. From today on, I will be like you, a lifelong loyal follower of Queen Hera. And my father, although I can't tell you exactly what happened while I was missing, I can tell you that it was Lord Promise who called upon Queen Hera for help and forgiveness. That's how I was able to return to your side." Hearing this, Inachus looked at his daughter, who couldn't take her eyes off Promise, and instantly understood something. As he was about to say something, the boy smiled, shook his head, and said, "No, I really didn't do much. Just thank Queen Hera." With more and more people gathering to see what was happening, Promise gently patted the Pegasus's head, which flapped its wings and prepared to leave. "Wait." Io became anxious and hurriedly took a step forward, saying, "Lord Promise, please stay. My father will prepare the grandest feast and give you the most precious treasures." "No need," the latter replied instantly. "I don't deserve such treatment, but if you really want to reward me, I hope you can spread my name. I am Promise, a student of the centaur Chiron and a follower of Queen Hera. I will become the brightest hero in this world." With that, the Pegasus carried Promise into the sky, flying towards the morning sun, watched by Io and the others. Chapter 65, Please end it quickly. The Pegasus took him back to the mountain, where the 100-eyed giant Argos and the god of light Apollo were waiting for him. Seeing Promise return so quickly, Argos was surprised and lowered his voice, trying to speak softly to him. "Promise, why did you come back so quickly? Didn't those people plan to treat you well?" As he said this, the giant was clearly angry. The events of last night made him realize that Promise was now Hera's favorite. When the goddess left last night, the way she looked at this boy with such helplessness, affection, and gentleness that made him feel that she was not Hera at all, but someone else impersonating her. Moreover, he had rarely seen anyone who got involved in matters between Hera and Zeus and still came out unscathed. What's more, Promise not only survived but also resolved the situation perfectly. Argos thought that when Zeus learns about this, he would definitely have a headache, but the key point was that there was nothing Zeus could do about it. He could not even get angry. So, Argos was thinking that if Promise had been wrong there, he wouldn't mind stepping in to teach those people a lesson. No, nothing like that happened. However, the latter shook his head and said, "They welcomed me warmly and were preparing to hold a feast and give me generous rewards, but I declined. I just asked them to help spread my name." One more legend added. Thinking about how his legendary deeds could be added to his class card, and that people would help him spread his fame for free, Promise couldn't help but smile. Seeing him smile so happily, Argos, though a bit puzzled, felt relieved. At this moment, the god of light Apollo, who had been standing quietly and smiling lightly, naturally saw everything, including how Io looked at Promise longingly and sorrowfully when he left. So, he naturally asked the boy, "But child, don't you think that girl is very beautiful?" "Io is indeed quite beautiful, but why?" The latter looked at Apollo in confusion, tilting his head in puzzlement. Promise hadn't paid much attention to Io, so he hadn't noticed how deeply affectionate her gaze was when she looked at him. After all, when he decided to follow Hera, he had already resolved to avoid stepping on her toes. For this reason, he vowed never to marry, never to own land, and never to have children. He would devote himself entirely to upholding the glory of Queen Hera. Besides, even if he had noticed, Promise would have run even faster. Good grief, Io was a woman whom Zeus desired but had not obtained. As a man himself, Promise understood very well what would happen when a man desires a woman but isn't able to get her. He might think about her for a lifetime. This was why, in the palace earlier, he kept mentioning Hera in every sentence. Everything was done by Hera and had nothing to do with him. Seeing Promise's bewildered expression, Apollo smiled lightly and said no more. Apollo, who was as love-minded as his sister Artemis, felt a bit regretful that such a beautiful love ended before it began, but in his heart he also felt that Io alone was not worthy of Promise. Oh, by the way, I heard that Atalanta has a good relationship with this child. Little Atalanta grew up under the care of Artemis and me, not only cute but also able to protect Promise. I'll discuss it with Artemis in a while. Promise naturally didn't know what Apollo was thinking at that moment. After he exchanged a few more words with the 100-eyed giant Argos, Argos prepared to leave. Argus was mainly worried that if he continued talking, something might go wrong. For example, if he accidentally lost control of his voice and laughed out loud and burst Promise's eardrums, he felt that Hera would probably dig out his eyes one by one herself. And now that Argus no longer had to look after Io, he felt relieved. If it weren't for Hera's orders, who would want to get involved in the messy affairs between Zeus and Hera? In this regard, Argos was genuinely grateful to Promise. Moreover, he had always thought well of Promise, so before leaving, he expressed that if he ever needed his help in the future, he could come to him directly. When Promise needed assistance, all he had to do was show the painting, and Argos would respond. Hearing this, as he watched Argos leave, Promise realized that his life was indeed drifting further and further away from the path of a warrior. After all, Hephaestus's divine weapons hadn't even been forged yet, and he already had 4 paintings. The sword of the goddess of justice Themis, Pegasus, the 100-eyed giant Argos, and the river goddess Aegina. Although the painting of the river goddess might not count, since her weak divine power allowed her to be recorded temporarily, but it was fleeting. Every day, the divine power in the painting was dwindling. It wouldn't be long before it became just an ordinary painting with no power. But becoming a summoner doesn't seem like a bad idea, right? When the Holy Grail War starts, I wouldn't even need to fight personally. I could fight and draw people to join. If the Holy Grail War is simple enough and not filled with gods, I might even perform the one-night Holy Grail War? Thinking this, Promise's smile widened, feeling very happy. But soon, his smile faded, and he almost felt like crying. Pegasus spread its wings again, running through the sky. This time, it was flying several times faster than usual. The main reason was that it felt that if it didn't fly faster this time, its little master would definitely cause trouble for it afterwards, because the god of light Apollo was sitting right behind Promise. Yes, Apollo was sitting behind Promise, with the sky's gentle breeze blowing through his golden hair. He also stretched out his hand and tucked the hair beside his ear down in a somewhat charming manner. His sky-blue eyes looked gently at the stiff Promise in front of him. If he weren't afraid of accidentally hugging the boy to death, he would have already wrapped his arms around Promise's waist. Oh God, please end this quickly. This time, Pegasus was very reliable, mainly because with the god of light Apollo protecting them, it could run with all its might. At the same time, it was afraid that its little master would indeed trouble it later, like tearing up its painting and abandoning it. Although it was also forced into this situation. So, just after the afternoon, while Apollo was still contemplating whether to hold the delicate Promise in his arms and was even about to take action, Pegasus brought them back to the sanctuary. As soon as they landed, Promise couldn't wait to get off Pegasus, and then he saw the trembling laurel tree goddess Daphne. Apollo was very touched by Daphne's reaction, believing she was expressing her joy at his return, which alleviated his regret of not holding Promise as he smiled. Promise also smiled. Because a smile doesn't disappear, it just shifts. At that moment, he seemed to hear Daphne's cry. Chapter 66, Apollo, will you give Promise a painting? Goddess Daphne, we're back. Are you happy? You must be very happy, right? Promise ran under the silver-leaved laurel tree that was the goddess Daphne and spoke with a beaming smile. A gentleman doesn't seek revenge overnight. His meticulous grudge book perfectly exemplified his character. Moreover, reciprocation is a virtue. When God Apollo left with me, you were so happy. Now it's my turn to be happy. Although they hadn't met many times, possibly due to both being persecuted by Apollo, and Promise having been persecuted by Artemis as well, the two got along very well, like old friends. So, Daphne wasn't angry at Promise's teasing, she just waved her branches in mock annoyance and lightly tapped the boys on the head. You two seem to have a good relationship, Apollo observed with a smile from the side, feeling satisfied. After all, one was his lover, and the other was a child he liked. Yes, thanks to you, the god of light Apollo, Promise said with emotion. Indeed, in every sense, it was thanks to him. Oh, by the way, Lord Apollo, I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. Thank you for protecting me and accompanying me on this journey. Without you, I wouldn't have completed this divine mission so smoothly, Promise said gratefully. But the underlying message was actually, It's over. Now that it's over, please don't follow me anymore. No, child, I can't accept your thanks, because I didn't do anything on this journey. I just watched as you rewrote what was supposed to be your fate, Apollo said, recalling the events of the previous night with some emotion. This naturally piqued Daphne's curiosity. She swayed her body, expressing her confusion to Apollo, and the latter actually understood her. So you do understand, but you automatically ignored her aversion and even replaced it with affection? Apollo then recounted the events of the previous night and what he saw in the future to Daphne, while observing Promise's reaction. To his surprise, the boy remained calm, as if he had known all along, and even started playing with Pegasus. Specifically trying to stop Pegasus from sneaking away to graze. Child, this isn't the first time you've changed fate, is it? Apollo asked, having realized the truth. Promise paused for a moment, then thought of Goddess Athena, Artemis, and many other gods who knew, and since the gentle goddess of fate hadn't told him to keep it a secret, he tactfully told Apollo about his bet with Clotho. Hearing that Promise was both favored and abandoned by the goddess of fate, and had embarked on a path of changing fate, Apollo was surprised. However, looking at the silver thread tied around Promise's hair, he finally understood. It was a strand of hair taken by Athena, containing her divine power, making it impossible for the gods to spy on Promise, except for Athena herself. Then Apollo seemed to think of something. He hesitated for a moment before saying to Promise, "Child, do you know Orpheus? He is also a student of the centaur Chiron, just like you." "Orpheus? Of course, I know him. When I was with teacher Chiron, he taught me how to play the lyre beautifully," Promise replied, nodding. "In fact, I'm planning to find him because I need to complete the trial of finding the Golden Fleece under Queen Hera's witness, and he is one of my chosen crew members. And I also need to seek revenge on him." Hearing him say this, knowing that he had a good relationship with Orpheus, Apollo felt relieved. But hearing the word revenge, he naturally froze. However, before he could ask, Promise quickly explained the content of his revenge. When Apollo and the goddess Daphne learned that the boy's revenge referred to the time they left the mountain without him and even tied him up in Chiron's cave, both Apollo and Daphne burst into laughter. The laurel tree shook continuously, showing just how much Daphne was laughing. "Do you want to see him now?" Apollo asked. "Yes, of course," Promise nodded, already guessing that Apollo had something to discuss with him. And as he expected, Apollo took out the golden lyre, the divine instrument that could make everything in the world stop and listen, and handed it to Promise. Apollo hoped that Promise could deliver it to Orpheus on his behalf. Promise accepted the golden lyre, not surprised by this request. After all, in the original myth, Apollo did indeed give it to Orpheus. Promise's musical skills were good, but compared to Orpheus, he was still lacking. Orpheus could make wood and stone weep or rejoice with his music. "I understand, God of Light Apollo. I'll go find him right away," Promise said, turning to run towards Pegasus. Seeing this, Apollo quickly called out to him, "Wait, child. I'm sorry. I wanted to help, but it seems I didn't help at all and only caused you trouble," he said, taking out 2 golden apples he had prepared and handing them to Promise. Now, Promise had 5 golden apples again. The goddess Daphne, seeing this, although she didn't have golden apples, shook her body gently, causing some silver leaves to fall into Promise's hands. This was quite a fortune. No, it's no trouble at all. I'll go find him right away." Promise, already quite adept at handling such situations, shook his head as he took the golden apples. "Of course, it was no trouble. Being with you is the biggest trouble." Without giving Apollo a chance to speak further, he climbed onto Pegasus, and the winged horse, understanding perfectly, immediately spread its silver wings and flew into the blue afternoon sky with Promise. "This child is truly adorable," Apollo said to Daphne, deeply moved by Promise's willingness to go through fire and water for him. "Right, my beloved?" Daphne didn't want to speak, she was just marveling at how quickly Promise ran away. And if she could, she would have run too. She could actually change back from being a laurel tree since it was her father who turned her into one. But she didn't dare to do it. With Apollo in his current state, if she changed back, she would definitely be captured and taken away for marriage. Thinking of this, Daphne couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow, and her body trembled once again. Apollo, however, thought she was agreeing with him and smiled happily. At that moment. "By the way, Apollo, do you have any more golden apples?" A silver-haired, golden-eyed goddess suddenly emerged from the sunlight, approaching the two. Apollo wasn't surprised by her appearance at all. After all, he had sensed her watching them all along the way. "No, I just gave them to that adorable child." "Why?" he replied. "Nothing," Athena shook her head, visibly frustrated. Hera would never give her a golden apple. And in her words, "She was already scheming against my follower, and now she wants a golden apple? Dream on." But Athena had already associated golden apples with promise. After Hermes spread the word, everyone knew that to see promise, they had to bring a golden apple. So now, this wise goddess couldn't even appear in front of the boy because she didn't have a golden apple. Hera, you stingy. Athena clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction and then said to Apollo, you asked Promise to find your and Calliope's child because of that matter in the underworld, right? Hearing this, Apollo looked into her golden eyes, which seemed to see through everything in the world, and nodded, yes, after all, my child Orpheus, like me, is a passionate person willing to give everything for his beloved. The death of his wife has left him in deep sorrow, and now he is preparing to go to the underworld, hoping to move Hades with his music. His musical skills are on par with mine, and may even surpass me. Therefore, I can see him achieving that, and it makes me proud, but he is too much like me. At this point, he sighed and said, he loves his wife too deeply, so he is destined not to pass the trial in the underworld. Unable to sense his wife's breath or hear her voice, he will surely turn back and lose her forever. Speaking, he revealed a look of immense sadness and once again gazed at the laurel tree goddess Daphne with deep affection. Daphne, now transformed into a laurel tree, didn't move. She was exhausted. She even thought the world might as well be destroyed. But you didn't tell little Promise everything, Athena said with a sly smile, her eyes slightly narrowed. Apollo fell silent for a moment, then sighed and said, yes, I know he is a very good child, so I actually didn't want him to get involved in this matter. After all, he is as delicate as a flower, evoking people's affection. Hearing this, Athena suddenly understood why Promise looked at Apollo with the same apprehension he had for Artemis. No, perhaps even more fearfully. Just listening to this for a while was already unbearable. But you might not know, little Promise will certainly try to change Orpheus's fate once he's involved, Athena continued. Because that's his agreement with the goddess of fate, Clotho. No matter what destiny is set, he will strive to create a more beautiful future for her, who cannot see it. Hearing Athena's words, Daphne gently shook her body, the silver leaves rubbing against each other, making a rustling sound. After all, there was a hint of jealousy in the wisdom goddess's words. Apollo was stunned for a moment, then his expression became serious. No, I have to stop him now. Saying this, he prepared to chase after Promise, but Athena stopped him. There's no need. You've already intertwined Orpheus's fate thread with Promise's. The Temple of Fate is probably already busy, and it cannot be changed now. Besides, don't you want to see your son Orpheus change his fate and live happily ever after? Hearing this, Apollo couldn't help but say, of course I want that, but Athena, that's the underworld. Even a slight breeze could cause that child to stay there forever. But he can still change Orpheus's fate, Athena said with a smile. And he is the only one in this world who can do it. Moreover, rest assured, he won't be in danger because we have an oath. I won't let anything happen to him before that, and besides. At this point, the goddess raised her head proudly and said, he is a child who can bring me glory and create miracles that even I marvel at. Bring you glory? Apollo was stunned once again and instinctively replied, isn't it Hera? Daphne nodded in agreement from the side, she smelled something fishy here. Athena didn't explain, as she couldn't possibly reveal that it wasn't just her and Hera, but also the goddess of justice Themis, and now the goddess of fate Clotho too. That's not the point. The point is, Apollo, have you prepared the reward for the child? When he truly changes everything. Hearing her words, Apollo replied without hesitation, whatever blessing he desires at that time, I will not refuse. For example, a painting? Athena asked with a smile. A painting? Apollo looked at her a bit puzzled. Yes, the goddess nodded, smiling. And it's the same painting as the moon goddess Artemis. Chapter 67, The Underworld. Orpheus, like Promise, was a student of the centaur Chiron. As for his evaluation, Promise could only say that he was a very artistic person. When talking to him, it was common for Orpheus to suddenly break into song and play his lyre spontaneously. Orpheus possessed extraordinary musical talent, so much so that even stones and trees could feel sorrow or joy from his music. While Promise's excellent lyre skills were taught by Chiron, Orpheus also played a significant role in his learning. Orpheus had a devoted fan who was also his wife, the nymph Eurydice. She was drawn to Orpheus by his melodious music, and coupled with Orpheus being Apollo's son and having good looks, the two fell deeply in love. The god of light Apollo said that Orpheus was like him, a passionate lover. In this regard, Apollo's comment was accurate. Orpheus loved only Eurydice in his life, which is why he ventured into the underworld for her, and after failing, he died in sorrow, being struck down. Therefore, bidding farewell to Apollo and the laurel tree goddess Daphne, the next morning, Promise, finally able to rest, woke up after a night's sleep and was preparing to call forth Pegasus from the painting to continue his journey. Come on, little Promise. The messenger god Hermes appeared, smiling as he handed a golden apple to Promise. The latter accepted the golden apple and looked at him. Although he showed no expression on his face, he was very cautious inside, as Hermes was famously clever and cunning in myths, the creator of trickery. Moreover, this was type moon, so there was an unwritten rule that anyone who looked good, had a bright smile, and squinted eyes was either secretly wicked or downright deceitful. And the more deceitful they were, the darker they might be. Lord Hermes, this is your shepherd's flute, Promise said, taking out the dark-colored shepherd's flute to return it to Hermes after accepting the golden apple. However, the latter waved his hand dismissively. Didn't I say I was giving it to you? It's your reward for helping resolve the issue with Io. But I didn't resolve Io's issue. It was the kind and noble Queen Hera who forgave her, Promise said sincerely. He knew very well that he had secretly tricked Zeus in the Io's matter. Hearing this, Hermes glanced at Promise and then smiled even more brightly. Don't worry, keep it. It's the reward you deserve, and our great father has already shifted his affection to someone else. Promise blinked, understanding that Zeus had a new target. Seeing Promise still hesitating, Hermes continued to smile. Besides, Athena has been watching all along. Hearing that Athena was watching, Promise finally accepted the shepherd's flute. Promise's caution was understandable, even though he wasn't afraid of death. The days with Apollo had worn him out. And this was even with the help of the laurel goddess Daphne, who shared nearly 90% of the firepower. Apollo has been like this. If he meets Zeus, the king of gods who is even more extreme than him, thinking of such a future, Promise thinks he might as well commit suicide. Seeing the boy finally accept the flute, Hermes handed him a small package that he had prepared. Here, Promise. This is from Athena. She said you can't open it now, you must wait until the right moment. Hearing this, Promise gave Hermes a strange look. After a brief hesitation, he took the package and sighed. It looks like my journey for revenge won't be smooth this time either. But isn't this the heroic path you chose, little Promise? Hermes said, adjusting his feathered cap with a smile. Indeed, this was the path Promise had chosen before the goddess of fate, Clotho. After bidding farewell to Hermes, Promise once again mounted Pegasus and flew away. As soon as he left, the wise goddess Athena appeared, stopping Hermes, who was about to leave. Wait, Hermes. Do you have any more golden apples? Give me a couple. Seeing Athena urgently speaking to him, Hermes spread his hands. None left. None left? Athena frowned, full of disbelief. Really, that was the last one, Hermes explained, thinking for a moment before adding, recently, Hera has been keeping a close watch on the golden apples. No one can get any, so I really have none left. Not only that, Hera recently publicly stated that no one is allowed to give the golden apple to Athena, and anyone who gives it to you will face her wrath. Seeing Athena's frustration, Hermes couldn't help but find it amusing. The wise goddess was having a tough time. TCH. Athena clicked her tongue in annoyance. This can't go on. I have to think of a way. With that, knowing she couldn't get any golden apples from Hermes, Athena turned and left. Watching Athena leave in a hurry, Hermes looked in the direction Promise had gone. He couldn't help but wonder why he didn't find this boy earlier. Ever since he met Promise, Hermes felt that life was becoming more and more interesting. 3 days later, Promise found himself face to face with Orpheus. Although he had never been troubled by getting lost before, it usually took him at least half a month or even longer to find someone. Pegasus didn't know who Promise was looking for or where to go, but every time they were about to set off, a certain goddess would mark the coordinates for it. Promise found Orpheus in a tavern in a remote village one night. When he saw the man, he couldn't believe his eyes. The once dashing Orpheus had disappeared. In front of him was a man drowning in sorrow and alcohol, who had even sold the lyre given to him by Chiron as a graduation gift to buy more drinks. When Promise appeared before him, Orpheus thought it was a hallucination. But even if it was, he desperately needed someone to listen to him, so he hugged Promise and threw up on him. Between sobs and laughs, Orpheus told Promise what had happened. It turned out that Orpheus had gone to the underworld 2 days ago, and he was appreciated by Hades, the god of the underworld, because the sound of his piano made the dead in the underworld shed tears. But just like in the myth, he couldn't stand the loneliness along the way and was worried that his wife, the fairy Eurydice, had not caught up with him, so he finally turned back to look. Therefore, what remained in Orpheus' eyes in the end were his wife's sad and tender eyes. The fairy Eurydice did not blame him, but Orpheus also lost her forever. It was obvious that this was not the first time Orpheus had told this to others, so when he finished speaking, what rang out in the tavern were not the sounds of sympathy, but bursts of laughter. They told Promise not to believe it, calling Orpheus a madman, saying he was always talking nonsense. After all Greeks knew that once someone went to the underworld, they could never come back alive. Promise didn't argue or get angry. Calmly, he cleaned himself up and took out the silver leaves given to him by the laurel tree goddess Daphne before he left. Using the leaves, he retrieved Orpheus's lyre and got someone to help carry him to a room. Please take care of him. Tell him his friend Promise is here, and that everything so far has been just a nightmare. Let him rest well, and soon the nightmare will end, and his wife Eurydice will return. Promise handed over the money he had exchanged for the silver leaves as payment to the people willing to help. Then, he left the village and went outside, where he opened the small package Hermes had given him a few days ago. As soon as he opened the package, a butterfly with glowing wings emerged, fluttering around Promise twice before flying off into the distance. If Promise didn't follow, it would stop and wait for him. Following the butterfly, he arrived at a graveyard where three paths converged, accompanied by the distant sound of barking dogs. At that moment, the moonlight shining on Promise was engulfed in darkness. It was as if the moon above was being swallowed, plunging the surroundings into darkness. From that darkness emerged a goddess holding a lantern, her face veiled in black, stepping onto the path of the underworld to enter the mortal realm. Beside her was a three-headed guard dog. The guard dog's tail wagged excitedly because there were only a few times a year it could leave the gates of the underworld and accompany its master to the mortal realm. The goddess finally stopped in front of Promise, her crimson eyes quietly observing the boy standing before her. The butterfly that had guided him here fluttered its wings and returned to the lantern she held. Has Athena finally gone mad like her mother? The goddess's first words left Promise dumbfounded. Do you think you, who are even weaker than a baby, can return from the underworld? Whatever, it's not my business. I have no interest. Before Promise could respond, the goddess stepped forward and handed him the lantern she held. Don't let go of it down there. Cerberus, take him to the underworld. Upon hearing this, Cerberus let out a couple of pitiful howls. He brought honey cakes for you. The three-headed hellhound stopped howling immediately. After arranging everything, the goddess walked past Promise and disappeared at the crossroads. Promise watched her disappear, unable to react. He hadn't even had time to say a word until Cerberus, sitting on the ground, barked twice, bringing him back to his senses. Seeing the three-headed dog sitting in front of him, all six eyes staring at him, Promise naturally knew who it was. The guard dog of the underworld in Greek mythology, Cerberus. Seeing Promise staring at it without any other reaction, Cerberus barked twice in annoyance. Its eyes then looked towards the package the boy was carrying, showing a hint of longing. Following its gaze, Promise quickly understood and took out the package. Inside, he found honey cakes. In Greek mythology, honey cakes were Cerberus's favorite food. It was a custom to place a honey cake in the coffin of the deceased so they could safely pass by Cerberus. Promise's package contained 3 honey cakes, which he took out and fed to each of Cerberus's 3 heads. Cerberus found it strange that someone as weak as Promise had the courage to feed it. He didn't smell of fear but rather a hint of excitement causing it to look at the bot curiously. But since Promise had given it 3 honey cakes, Cerberus decided not to mind the small details. Wagging its tail happily, it turned around and started walking back. After a couple of steps, seeing that Promise hadn't followed, Cerberus turned back, urging him with its eyes. Seeing this, Promise hurriedly followed, though he regretted not having time to draw. Yes, the moment he saw Cerberus, his old habit resurfaced. Realizing he was straying further from the path of a traditional hero, Promise decided it was okay to be weak. Being a summoner who could call for help during fights wasn't bad either. With this mindset shift, Promise began to think it was a pity to have killed the Caledonian boar. That boar belonged to Artemis. He should have drawn it first and then had Artemis capture it. In future battles,